Chapter 1 Doomsday Supermarket. Lu Rume, you can't escape, just surrender to me, ha ha ha. Brother, when you get tired of playing, don't forget your brothers. Of course. After I've been on top, you all line up and take turns. Brother, I have mysophobia, can you let me go first? Since you said so, I'll let you go first. Godfather, please accept my humble respect. A group of strong men holding machetes were chasing a woman on the dilapidated streets. She had no makeup on, a delicate oval face, big round eyes full of anger, and delicate and cold features. Her clothes were tattered, her exposed skin was as white as snow, and her long legs were running wildly in the messy streets. Once she falls into the hands of that group of people, what awaits her will be endless darkness and humiliation. She didn't want to be a plaything for the men in the base. She saw a supermarket in front of her, which was well preserved compared to the dilapidated buildings around it. As far as she could remember, there shouldn't be a supermarket here. When did it appear? Moreover, those mutant beasts seemed to be actively avoiding this supermarket, which surprised her very much. Feeling hungry in her stomach, she decided to go over and take a look. However, she had to avoid the mutant beasts around her, otherwise, she would be the first to become their lunch. After some effort, she successfully avoided the ferocious mutant beast, pushed open the door of the supermarket and entered. She looked at the shelves filled with goods and couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, almost thinking she was hallucinating. The items on the shelves are neatly displayed and there are many varieties. How long has it been since she saw so many goods? After the end of the world, it is impossible for something to happen. This supermarket is definitely not simple. What kind of supermarket is this? Lu Rume was very shocked. Suddenly, she saw a man at the cashier counter. The man had a sunny and confident smile, was dressed neatly, had a crew cut, and especially had a pair of deep eyes that made it impossible to see through him. The other party is obviously different from the people in the Doomsday. Who is the other party? For a moment, she forgot that she was being hunted. The four looked at each other and felt the shock in each other's eyes. What shocked Zhang Wei was the woman in front of him. Although she looked very disheveled, she was very beautiful, especially her long legs, which he could play with for a lifetime. Of course, her figure is also very impressive, and she has gained weight in every place where it is necessary. What shocked Lu Rume was something else. He ignored Zhang Wei, walked to the shelf, picked up the snacks and prepared to tear them open and eat them. She tried her best but couldn't tear the thing open, which made her fall into deep thought. How come I can't even tear open a bag of snacks? This supermarket is definitely not as simple as it seems. So she looked at the calm and mysterious supermarket owner behind her. Who are you? Lu Rume asked. Of course it's the owner of this Doomsday supermarket. Zhang Wei replied. Doomsday supermarket? Thinking of this supermarket suddenly appearing on this street, Lu Rume asked, is the food here edible? Zhang Wei nodded, of course you can eat it, but the premise is that you use something to trade, otherwise, you can't take it out of this supermarket at all. Lu Rume frowned and asked, what do I have to pay to take these things away? Zhang Wei replied, of course I pay. Of course, if you don't have money, you can use other things instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Rume clenched the dagger in her hands and shouted angrily, don't even think about it. Seeing the woman's reaction, Zhang Wei also said angrily, what are you thinking? I mean that things like gold, silver and jewelry can also be traded. When Lu Rume heard this, she felt a little embarrassed. She had misunderstood the other party. She suddenly took out the gold necklace from her neck. Although she was a little reluctant, she still placed it on the cashier and asked, this is pure gold. Can I buy something with it? Zhang Wei scanned the gold necklace with the cash register gun. Hey, a pure gold necklace, worth 100,000 yuan, would you like to take it? Zhang Wei was very satisfied as he finally got a business deal. Moreover, a gold necklace is worth 100,000 yuan. This money is too easy to make. He remained calm on the surface and nodded, okay. Lu Rume asked, how much can you buy? Zhang Wei replied, since you are my first customer, you can take as much as you want. Thank you very much. When Lu Rume heard this, she hurried to the shelf and tore open a bag of snacks. This time, she tore open the bag of snacks smoothly and started to eat them ravenously, without any ladylike look at all. Now, she completely believed in this mysterious supermarket and its mysterious owner. She quickly grabbed a bag and filled it with items. Ding, cashier 100,000 yuan. System, complete the first business deal and receive 10 gene points as a reward. System, release a new task. Complete 10 transactions and receive 100 gene points as a reward. He ignored Lu Rumei and began to check the information about himself. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, none. Strength, none 0%. Ability, none. Gene points, 10. The properties panel is not complicated and does not have too many fancy things. By completing the task, you can gain gene points. Gene points can be used to awaken talents or abilities, and can also improve levels and attributes. However, at least 100 gene points are required to awaken talents and abilities. There are only 10 gene points, so he won't use them for now and will use them after he understands more about the situation. If you want to get more gene points, you still need to wait for customers to come and buy things. As for how people in the Doomsday can upgrade their levels, he still needs to understand. A month ago, his parents died in a car accident. After the funeral, he did not go out again. He inherited the family business and continued to run the supermarket. Just a few days ago, the supplier came to collect the payment for the goods, and he asked the other party to give him some more time and transfer the payment after the supermarket made money. Moreover, after my parents passed away, those relatives came one after another to collect debts. Only then did he realize that his parents had owed a huge sum of money, millions, in order to build this house and open this supermarket. After finally assuring his relatives that he would not become a deadbeat and would find a way to repay the debt, he also faced the dilemma of how to repay the debt. Just when he was at the lowest point in his life, he discovered that his supermarket was connected to the world. However, this is a doomsday world, very dangerous, and full of terrifying mutant beasts. Fortunately, this supermarket will not be attacked by mutant beasts, and he is invincible within the scope of the supermarket. Also, because this world is too dangerous, there is no need for him to go out. It would be bad if he died. It's better to just stay in the supermarket and stay quiet. He came here yesterday, but unfortunately, he didn't meet a single customer yesterday. He looked at his supermarket attributes. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Zhang Wei. Supermarket level, 0.1%. Employees, 001. The things in the supermarket cannot appear out of thin air now, so he needs to purchase them from his own world. After the level of the supermarket is upgraded, he can directly spend money to replenish the stock, and there will be more varieties. At this moment, several burly men, holding machetes, pushed open the glass door of the supermarket with ferocious looks. Chapter 2: Recruiting Employees. After the three of them entered the store, they were also stunned by the dazzling array of goods. Boss, this, I'm not dreaming, am I? Bang! A man covered his face and looked at the boss. Boss, why did you hit me? The eldest replied, I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Great. With so much food, we won't have any problems building a base city in the future. Mad, with so much food, we won't be hungry anymore. As they were laughing, they noticed Zhang Wei at the cash register. They were very surprised. They didn't expect that there were people in this supermarket, and it was so clean. In the apocalypse, it is rare to see humans dressed so neatly. Welcome. If you want food in the supermarket, just take out the money and trade. Zhang Wei looked at them very calmly. What? Deal? This supermarket belongs to you? A man looked at Zhang Wei as if he were a fool. In this doomsday, we still have to use money to buy things. Boy, did a woman come in just now? The boss asked fiercely. Yes. Zhang Wei nodded. Where is she? Another man asked hurriedly. You are stupid. Of course it is in the supermarket. Zhang Wei replied. Damn it. How dare you scold me? You're looking for death. When the man heard this, he grabbed the machete and chopped at Zhang Wei. The other men all sneered. Die. Zhang Wei said a word slowly. The next second, the man fell to the ground without any warning, his eyes open in death. This. The two men took a few steps back, looked at Zhang Wei, and said, You are an awakener. Only an awakened person can use such a strange method to kill people without them being seen. The awakened one? Oh, I'm not an awakened person, but I'm invincible in the supermarket. Moreover, they have the right to punish those who attack supermarkets, bosses, and employees. This ability to make your words into law is really good. You too, do you have any objections? Zhang Wei looked at them without any emotion. We are sorry. The two responded quickly. The two men looked at each other and walked towards the door, but the boss secretly took out a pistol and suddenly shot Jiang Wei. Bang! Careful! It was too late, the boss had already aimed at Jiang Wei's head. Kid, you think you're so great just because you're an awakened one, but you still got killed by me. The boss looked at Jiang Wei with a smug look on his face. However, Jiang Wei stood up from his seat unharmed and said, "That's it? This. Run!" The two of them ran away without any hesitation. Certainly. Jiang Wei said a word, and the two of them stood there motionless, pretending to run away. They couldn't move at all, as if they were frozen in place. "Brother, I was wrong, please let me go." The boss begged for mercy. "It's too late. Go to hell." As soon as the words were spoken, the lives of the two men ended. After seeing this scene, Lu Rumei's eyes widened. She never expected that the supermarket owner would be so terrifying. At such a close distance, he can ignore bullet attacks and just say death and the other person will die. What kind of incredible ability is this? Fortunately, I didn't do it before, otherwise. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief and was very glad that she did not go against her boss. Jiang Wei found some things on the three men. Among them there are several crystal-like things, which look extraordinary at first glance. "What's this?" Jiang Wei curiously asked Lu Rumei, who came to him. "This is a crystal core, dug out from the mutant beast." Lu Rumei was very surprised that the other party didn't even know this. "Where did it come from?" "Oh, your levels are increased by absorbing these crystal cores?" Jiang Wei asked. "It's natural, isn't it?" Lu Rumei's big eyes sparkled. "You can see that I'm different from you, so naturally I don't understand the situation here." Jiang Wei replied. "So, you are not from this world?" Lu Rumei was very shocked. She never expected that this boss was so powerful and was not from this world. "Who is the other party? What is your purpose in coming here? No matter who it is, you must never offend them. Can you do me a favor?" Jiang Wei asked. "You said that as long as I can help, I will never refuse." Lu Rumei said very respectfully. "Help me spread the word about the Doomsday Supermarket. As a reward, you can eat some food in the supermarket in the future." Jiang Wei stated his purpose. In order to obtain more gene points and money, he must trade with more people. If no survivors knew about the existence of the Doomsday Supermarket, he would not be able to gain enough benefits in a short period of time. Really? Lu Rumei was shocked when she heard it. "Of course it's true." Jiang Wei nodded. He looked at Lu Rumei. Both her appearance and figure were amazing. In his world, such goddess-level figures are either stars or very aloof people. They would never even look at an ordinary loser like him. Now, in this Doomsday world, the other party is not only very respectful to him, but also very afraid of him. This was something that was simply unimaginable in his world. "Of course I do," Lu Rumei said quickly. Jiang Wei said, "Of course, I have a better way. Not only can I guarantee your safety, but I can also ensure that you will never have to worry about food and drink in the future." Lu Rumei asked curiously, "Tell me about it. If the conditions are not too harsh, I will definitely not refuse." Jiang Wei said, "My supermarket is short of an employee. If you are willing to work there, you can live and eat there. What you need to do is very simple. Just be a supermarket employee here. It's an easy job, right?" Supermarket employee? She never expected that the other party would actually recruit her. In the apocalypse, a safe environment, a place where you can have enough food and the work content is so simple as simply a dream. This dream come true, so how could she hesitate? She quickly said, "Thank you, boss. I will do my best." Jiang Wei was very satisfied, "Of course I have to do it well." He took out a contract and handed it to Lu Rumei. "This is an employment contract. If you violate the terms above, I will fire you." Lu Rumei read it very carefully. The content was simple, without any word games, and each item was written clearly. The content inside states that people cannot be killed in supermarkets at will, and the supermarket has the right to punish customers unless they start the fight first, insult others, damage, steal, or rob items in the supermarket. The means of punishment are also very powerful, that is, these people can be imprisoned, expelled, locked up in a dark room, or even directly eliminated. You cannot betray your boss, be a traitor, or leak secrets about your boss or the supermarket. Otherwise, your contract will be terminated, your memory of the supermarket will be cleared, and in serious cases, you may even be killed. Moreover, the employee was invincible inside the supermarket, which made her stunned and her mouth opened wide. Thinking of the method Zhang Wei had used on those guys before, Lu Rumei had no doubts at all. She had seen it with her own eyes, so she believed it without a doubt. Chapter 3. Thank you, boss. After reading the content, Zhang Wei asked, any other questions? Lu Rumei's face was a little dirty, but her features were still very delicate. She blinked her big, Kazalan eyes, looked at Zhang Wei curiously, and said, after signing this contract, can I really go to your world? Zhang Wei nodded and replied, that's natural. It's like the world before the apocalypse. There are corresponding clauses in the contract. After signing the contract, supermarket employees can indeed return to their world with the supermarket. However, you cannot leak any information about the supermarket or the Doomsday World, otherwise your memory will be erased and your contract will be terminated. Moreover, without the boss's consent, supermarket employees cannot leave the supermarket too far and there are certain area restrictions. After hearing Zhang Wei's answer, Lu Rumei trembled all over and was extremely excited. Only those who have truly lived in the Doomsday will know that the Doomsday World is not a place for human beings to live. At the end of the world, morality and law collapse, and the darkest side of human nature is completely revealed. It is common for people to abandon their wives and children, kill people, and kick someone when he is down just to get a bite to eat. Only those who have experienced darkness know how precious light is to them. Lu Rumei signed the contract without any hesitation. The next second, the contract turned into light and entered the bodies of the two people. Both of them heard the notification that the contract was successfully signed. Although Lu Rumei was surprised, she was still calm when she thought about Zhang Wei's mystery and strength. Zhang Wei extended his hand, welcome to become a member of the Doomsday Supermarket. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei was indeed very grateful to the other party. Let me take you to take a bath first, and then have a meal. I believe you will like it. Zhang Wei said. Eating, is it rice? Lu Rumei couldn't help swallowing. She didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten hot rice. From now on, there will be enough rice, said Zhang Wei. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei was so excited that she couldn't wait to have a big meal. He took Lu Rumei to the second floor and said, this room belongs to my mother. She left a lot of clothes there. Wear them first. I'll buy you some suitable clothes later. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei nodded, looked for a suitable set of clothes in the closet, and then walked into the bathroom. Looking at the familiar shower room, she was filled with melancholy. In order to survive, she didn't know how long it had been since she had taken a shower, let alone a hot shower. In the Doomsday, there is no such thing as life, it's all about survival. After taking a shower, Lu Rumei looked even more beautiful, with her wet hair draped over her chest, making her look very charming. She has a clean oval face and is very delicate. She is naturally charming. Just by standing there, she can catch people's eyes and make people feel good about her. At this moment, she was standing there alive, her bright and charming eyes staring straight at the food on the table. Her throat couldn't help swallowing, and her rosy lips couldn't help licking. You eat first. Those are leftovers. The freshly steamed rice is not cooked yet. Zhang Wei was cooking in the kitchen. This. You are welcome. Thank you, boss. She had forgotten how many times she had said it. The moment a mouthful of leftover rice entered her mouth, she realized how happy it was to feel free. After the apocalypse, this was the fullest Lu Rumei had ever eaten. My belly is so round and I don't want to move at all. She never expected that the boss could actually cook. Moreover, she looked at the house carefully and found that it was tidy, which showed that the boss was a very careful person. After eating and drinking, he now had time to ask Lu Rumei more about the end of the world. Do you have any natural abilities? Zhang Wei asked. Yes, I have a talent, a B-level talent, agility. It gives me a good bonus to my speed. If it weren't for this talent, I would have died countless times. Lu Rumei replied. What is the level classification of talents? Zhang Wei was very curious. From low to high, they are F, E, D, A, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The gap between each talent is quite large. The higher the level of talent, the more abnormal the ability. What about abilities? Dagger proficiency. When using a dagger in combat, it can give me a certain amount of strength bonus. Where did you get your talents and abilities? When the apocalypse began, a bloody rain fell. Some of those caught in it awakened their talents, but most did not. However, after fusing with the crystal core of a mutant beast, there is a very small chance of awakening a talent. I've only heard of this possibility, but I've never seen it. What is your strength division? From low to high, there are level 1, level 2. The highest is level 9, and I'm currently at level 1. Then where does this ability come from? During the apocalypse, treasure chests will appear. They come in white, green, blue, purple, and gold. There's a certain chance that a skill book will appear inside. I got my dagger mastery from one of them. Zhang Wei briefly inquired about the basic situation before the end of the world. This planet is called Red Star. 6 months ago, a red rainfall completely changed the entire planet. Simply put, this doomsday world is a world somewhat similar to a fusion of games. However, there are no zombies here, only countless mutant beasts. The number of mutant beasts is far greater than that of humans, and they are also much stronger than humans. At the beginning, humans could still rely on thermal weapons to defeat these mutant beasts. However, as the mutant beast's strength increased, the threat posed by thermal weapons to them was greatly reduced. This is also the most direct cause of the doomsday outbreak. Today, the strongest mutant beast in the entire Red Star has reached the 3rd level. The strongest human is only at level 2, and they can only rely on some large thermal weapons to resist the attacks of mutant beasts. Today, the nearest base city is called Sangcheng Base City, which is 10 kilometers away. Lu Rumei originally wanted to go back to the base city, but was ambushed by other survivors on the way, so she fled all the way here. Not to mention outside the base city, even inside the base city, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Especially female survivors who act alone are the preferred targets. In addition to the Sangcheng Base City, there are countless large and small bases in the wild, some of which have only a few people, while others have dozens or even hundreds of people. After Zhang Wei understood the situation, he asked, "Do you think that if our supermarket wants to attract business, should we go to Sangcheng Base City to promote it?" Lu Rumei thought for a moment and shook her head. "Boss, I don't suggest letting Sangcheng Base City know of our existence right now. Once they know of our presence, they will definitely take control of the supermarket and prevent others from trading in it. This will be very disadvantageous for our supermarket." Zhang Wei thought it made sense. Although the population of the large base city is large, the other party's power is equally strong. Once they know the existence of the doomsday supermarket, how could they not find ways to control it? He is only invincible in the supermarket. If the opponent does not enter the supermarket, he can't do anything. Therefore, in the short term, it is better not to promote there. It is best to trade with small base cities first. Moreover, for the sake of profit, they certainly don't want more people to know about the existence of the doomsday supermarket, so naturally they won't tell others casually. He can rely on transactions with these people to upgrade the level of the supermarket first. After the supermarket level is upgraded, there will definitely be more functions waiting for him. At that time, he will be able to make corresponding adjustments based on the situation of the supermarket. Chapter 4 Survivor Base. Zhang Wei put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Lu Rumei who was sitting opposite him, and said seriously, "After dinner, I have a task for you to do." Lu Rumei was holding a water cup. When she heard Zhang Wei's words, she paused for a moment, then put the cup down and asked curiously, "What's the mission, boss?" "Just tell me, and I'll do my best to complete it." Zhang Wei leaned forward slightly, folded his hands on the table, and said slowly, "The task is simple, just hand out flyers." When Lu Rumei heard the words "hand out flyers," her eyes widened instantly, her face filled with surprise, and she blurted out, "Hand out flyers?" There was disbelief in his tone. Is it that simple? Handing out flyers at the end of the world? However, this seems to be fine. Zhang Wei nodded gently, his expression very natural, and explained, "It's natural. As you know, our supermarket business is not doing well right now. If we want to improve it, we have to make a deal with the survivors. And handing out flyers is a very direct and simple means of publicity. By distributing leaflets, we can let more survivors know that we have the food and water they need." Zhang Wei paused, observing Lu Rumei's expression, and then asked, "You're familiar with the area around here? There should be a suitable place to distribute flyers, right?" Lu Rumei came back to her senses, thought for a moment, and replied, "Yes, boss, I think we can choose a few small survivor bases to promote them. The people in these small bases have a greater demand for supplies, and the personnel are relatively concentrated, so distributing leaflets should be more effective." Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction, reached out and picked up a thick stack of flyers from the table beside him, handed it to Lu Rumei, and said, "Once you've distributed these flyers, your work for today is done. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe while you're working." Lu Rumei took the flyer and looked down at it. Still a little confused, she raised her head and asked curiously, "Boss, what do you mean by protecting me? I don't quite understand." Jiang Wei leaned back in his chair, folded his arms across his chest, and patiently explained, "While you're working, if you're attacked by someone else, you'll be invincible and no one can hurt you. However, this ability is conditional. You cannot use this invincible state to actively attack others. Once you actively attack others, this ability will be unavailable. Do you understand?" When Lu Rumei heard this, she froze in place, staring at Jiang Wei with shock in her heart. She never expected that Jiang Wei was so mysterious and had such ability. But she did not doubt Jiang Wei's words. After all, she had seen the other party's mysterious power that could make his words come true, and she knew that Jiang Wei was not the kind of person who would joke. She quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely not let you down and will complete this task well." Jiang Wei looked at Lu Rumei's serious expression, smiled and nodded, and said, "That's good. Remember to return to the supermarket before 6 p.m. If you exceed this time, the supermarket will disappear from this world and you won't be able to come back until tomorrow. Also, if you exceed 6 points, your invincibility will disappear. Remember this." Lu Rumei nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, boss, I'll remember that." However, Lu Rumei asked, "Boss, do you need something like gold?" Jiang Wei was very satisfied and said, "That's very good." Lu Rumei smiled and said, "I won't let you down." After saying that, Lu Rumei took a mask from the supermarket, put it on, took a flyer, and headed towards one of the survivors' bases. Jiang Wei took out the crystal cores. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. A first level crystal core can only increase 1 gene point. I don't know how many gene points are needed to improve my strength. He added all his gene points to strength. Character, Jiang Wei. Talent, none. Strength, none 13%. Ability, none. Gene points, 0. 1 gene point can increase experience points by 1%. It seems that if you want to improve your strength, you still need to complete the tasks quickly. He could feel that his physical fitness had improved a lot. Whether it's strength, speed, reaction, or mental state, they are all much stronger than before. Now, he can only hope that Lu Rumei can bring him good news. Lu Rumei hurriedly walked with a flyer in her hand to the outside of a dilapidated residential area. The gate of the community had collapsed long ago, leaving only a few broken doorposts standing crookedly. The surrounding area is overgrown with weeds, and the walls are covered with mottled marks, like scars left by time and disaster. She had just approached the entrance to an underground garage when a smell of dampness and decay filled the air. Suddenly, 2 survivors flashed out from the darkness, holding guns and looking alert. They shouted, "Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? What is your purpose?" The voice echoed in the empty neighborhood with a sense of majesty. "I want to meet your leader, Wang Yun. Just tell me I'm Lu Rumei." Lu Rumei stopped and spoke calmly. "Hold on." When one of them heard that the other party knew his leader, he frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and walked into the underground garage. The underground garage was dimly lit and filled with a pungent smell of gasoline and mildew. Various abandoned vehicles were parked in a haphazard manner, like abandoned steel behemoths. "Chief, there is a woman named Lu Rumei looking for you." The man quickened his pace, came to a somewhat indifferent woman, and said with his head slightly lowered. Wang Yun was tall and strong, and even in this difficult environment of the doomsday, she still maintained a capable temperament. She was wearing a slightly worn but clean and tidy black leather jacket, which tightly wrapped around her slender yet powerful body, highlighting her perfect figure. He paired it with a pair of black tights and a pair of black boots, making him look heroic. Her face has clear contours, and her eyes are cold and deep, as if hiding countless secrets. Under her high nose bridge are tightly closed lips, revealing an aura of majesty without anger. Hearing this, Wang Yun was a little surprised. She raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and asked, "Oh, Lu Rumei, did she come alone?" "I came alone." The man answered quickly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. She and Lu Rumei had met several times in Sancheng Base City. They were not very familiar with each other, but they were not enemies either. Go see what she's doing here. Wang Yun pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the base with steady steps. She wanted to see why Lu Rumei suddenly came to see her. Chapter 5. There is so much food. Are you really Lu Rumei? Wang Yun looked at the woman standing outside the base, her eyes full of surprise. The man in front of me was dressed neatly and wore an Ultraman mask on his face, which seemed out of place in this doomsday environment. You know, in the doomsday, survival resources are extremely scarce and the living environment is extremely harsh. Especially women, who are busy trying to save their lives, it is impossible for them to take a shower, let alone dress so neatly and cleanly. After all, it is not safe inside the survivor base. You have to be on guard against the covetousness of other forces and the attacks of monsters at all times, not to mention walking around outside the base. In Wang Yun's opinion, doing so is simply seeking death. Lu Rumei raised her hand slightly and slowly took off the mask, revealing a familiar face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she looked at Wang Yun with a smile and said, "Wang Yun, it's been a long time since we last met. Would you please come in?" Wang Yun stared at Lu Rumei's face for a few seconds. After confirming that it was correct, she nodded and said, "It's you. Come in and talk." After saying that, she turned sideways and motioned Lu Rumei to enter the base. The two walked one after the other into the dim and dilapidated underground garage. The garage was filled with a smell of damp and decay, and the lights were dim and flickering, occasionally flickering a few times, as if they would go out at any time. The surrounding walls were covered with mottled water stains and mildew, and the ground was littered with various debris and abandoned vehicles. "Tell me what's going on. I don't believe you'll be all right if you come here." Wang Yun found a relatively clean place to sit down, and then spoke directly with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Lu Rumei also found a place to sit down, took out a stack of flyers from her bag, sorted them out, handed them to Wang Yun, and said, "It's simple. I joined a man and am now his employee. He's the owner of a supermarket. His organization is called Doomsday Supermarket. Here's a flyer. Take a look." Wang Yun did not immediately reach out to take the flyer, but frowned and looked at Lu Rumei with suspicion. After hearing this, she didn't believe it at first. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of sneer, and said, "Lu Rumei, we are all very busy. Do you think it's fun to make such a joke? What kind of world is this? Supermarkets? Do you think this is still the peaceful era? The apocalypse has arrived. Where are the supermarkets left? Even if there were, the food inside would have been taken away by the starving survivors. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? There was a hint of sarcasm in Wang Yun's tone. In her opinion, Lu Rumei's words were too ridiculous. "I know you don't believe it, so I came here with sincerity this time." Lu Rumei looked calm. She knew in her heart that it would be difficult to make Wang Yun believe the existence of the Doomsday Supermarket with just a few words. As she spoke, she reached out and gently unzipped her school bag, carefully taking out a piece of bread and a bucket of instant noodles. These two things are rare in the Doomsday, and the bread packaging is clean and tidy. The instant noodle barrel is also very fresh. A school bag of food. This made Wang Yun's eyes widen instantly. "You actually have such a good thing." Wang Yun's face was filled with shock, and her body leaned forward involuntarily, her eyes fixed on the piece of bread and instant noodles, her eyes full of desire. In this doomsday environment, food and water are the basis of survival. She hasn't seen such complete food for a long time. In the Doomsday Supermarket, there are countless things like this. You can have as much as you want. Lu Rumei said with a smile. She looked at Wang Yun's reaction and knew that her actions had aroused the other party's interest. Really? Wang Yun was still a little skeptical. She frowned slightly, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. After all, in her understanding, after the apocalypse, the supermarket would have been looted long ago, so how could there be so much food left? Since I dare to come here, I am definitely not lying. Lu Rumei still looked calm and her tone was very confident. You can send someone there to check and verify whether what I said is true. There's no risk to you. If what I say is false, you don't lose anything. But if what I said is true, then it is great news for you and your base. Wang Yun kept her eyes fixed on Lu Rumei, trying to find any signs of lying in her expression and eyes. She kept thinking and guessing the other party's true intentions. She wasn't sure whether Lu Rumei had some conspiracy or was deliberately setting up a trap to lure her into it. Both of them are beautiful women, but their temperaments are different. Lu Rumei has a graceful figure and lively eyes. There is always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he is the type who is naturally very attractive. She gives people a charming feeling, as if just a slight smile from her can make people's hearts flutter. Wang Yun has a slightly colder temperament. She has an upright posture, cold eyes, and her every move exudes a kind of indifference that keeps people at a distance. She folded her hands in front of her chest, leaned back slightly, and maintained a vigilant posture, which formed a sharp contrast with Lu Rumei. In the doomsday, the importance of food and water is self-evident. They have become the lifeline of survival. In this cruel world, mutant beasts are rampant. The flesh and blood of mutant beasts cannot be eaten at all. Once someone eats it with a lucky mentality, they will fall into an irretrievable situation. In mild cases, they go crazy, lose their minds in a state of madness, and indiscriminately attack everything around them. In severe cases, the body will mutate and gradually turn into a monster that is neither human nor animal, becoming a nightmare for other survivors. As for water sources, the situation is equally dire. The originally clear water source was polluted by the strange red rain. The red rain seemed to carry a curse. Once someone drinks it, their body will begin to change uncontrollably and eventually turn into a horrible monster, heading towards destruction in pain and madness. Because of this, in the doomsday, food and water have become extremely precious and have become important supplies that various forces compete for. Now, we see Lu Rumei bringing news about the doomsday supermarket, which has plenty of food and water. Regardless of whether there is a trap behind this news, Wang Yun cannot ignore it. After all, for her and her base, this may be a hopeful path to survival. Of course, at that moment, an evil thought flashed through Wang Yun's mind. Are we going to kill people for food? After all, Lu Rumei's school bag was bulging with food, so how could she not be tempted? A hint of greed flashed in her eyes, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But soon, she calmed down and reason prevailed. She knew in her heart that if what Lu Rumei said was true, then there must be a powerful force behind the doomsday supermarket. There was absolutely no need for her to offend a force that had endless food. Otherwise, if she angered the other party, she and her base would likely face a catastrophe. Thinking of this, Wang Yun took a deep breath, tried to make his expression look calmer, and then asked. Then if we want to obtain food and water from you, what will we have to pay in exchange? Lu Rumei smiled slightly and replied slowly, our boss's favorite is the crystal core. It is a treasure in the apocalypse and contains special energy. Of course, if there are things like gold, jewelry, jade, antiques, etc., he will also accept them. These things may have been worth a fortune in the past. Although they have no monetary value now, they still have some use in the eyes of our boss. Chapter 6, Ambush. Wang Yun was indeed very surprised. In her opinion, there were actually people who liked things like gold and antiques. At the beginning of the apocalypse, these things did have some value. At that time, order had not yet completely collapsed, and people still had some understanding of the old world. I feel that these things that once symbolized wealth and status may be able to play some role in the chaos. However, as the apocalypse drags on, the situation becomes increasingly dire. When survival becomes a problem, these gold, silver, and jewelry become useless and are not as real as a piece of bread. A piece of bread can fill the stomach and allow a person to live one more day, but gold and antiques cannot be eaten or drunk. Crystal cores are extremely important strategic resources for everyone. Similarly, this is also the hard currency in the doomsday. In this doomsday world where the strong are respected, strength is everything. The crystal core contains special energy that can help people improve their strength. However, if you want to upgrade to the first level of strength, you need to consume too many crystal cores. The higher the strength level, the more crystal cores you need to consume to continue improving. Every crystal core is hard-earned, obtained by the survivors at the risk of their lives from mutant beasts. Wang Yun really can't bear to exchange the crystal cores for food. But it's different with gold, silver, and jewelry. She can just send people to look for them. Even in the base, she still kept some gold. Those were things she had collected before. She originally thought they were useless, but she didn't expect they would come in handy now. Now, if she could use these gold, silver, and jewelry to exchange for a lot of food and water from the doomsday supermarket, to solve the urgent needs of the base, it would be a sure win deal for her. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her head, staring intently at Lu Rumei, and asked, "Can you lead the way? I want to see the doomsday supermarket in person." Lu Rumei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. She nodded and said, "I'm happy to help. Since I dared to come to you, I will naturally take the responsibility of taking you to the destination." Seeing that Lu Rumei agreed so readily, Wang Yun no longer hesitated. She turned around quickly, hurried back to the base, and immediately began to prepare for the relevant matters. With a serious expression, she shouted to her men, "Gather all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the base. Don't leave a single one behind." After hearing the order, the subordinates were confused, but they still took action and searched carefully in every corner of the base. The gold, necklaces, diamond rings and jade that were once put aside now flicker faintly under the dim light, as if telling of the glory of the past. They were all carefully found one by one and put into bulging bags. Afterwards, Wang Yun began to select her entourage. She scanned the crowd in the base and finally selected a dozen people. These people are the elite in the base. They are well trained and agile, and never back down when facing monsters and enemies. Moreover, they are loyal to the base and are a force that Wang Yun can trust. Sister, do you really believe this woman? Why do I feel that this woman has bad intentions? Wang Tang frowned, his face full of worry. He was full of doubts about Lu Rumei's words. Wang Yun stopped what she was doing, glanced at her brother, and said, "No matter what, we have to give it a try. What if it's true? You have to know that what our base lacks most right now is food. If we could have a place where we could get food permanently, we could solve the food crisis." She paused and continued, "This way, we'll have more energy to hunt monsters, obtain crystal cores, and become stronger. In this doomsday, strength is the basis of survival. Regardless of whether this is a trap or not, I'm going to take the risk and give it a try. This is the only hope for our base's survival." Wang Yun knew that this operation was full of risks, but she had to take the risk. There is very little food left in the base. If this continues, they will starve to death without monsters attacking. Sister, I'll take a few people to trade, and you stay outside. If there's any problem, don't worry about me and just leave. Wang Tang thought about it and spoke. He didn't want to put his sister in danger and was willing to take the risk himself. "No, I can't let you take risks. I'm the leader, you have to listen to me." Wang Yun rejected her brother's proposal without hesitation. How could she let her own brother take risks? As the leader, she has the responsibility to protect everyone in the base, especially her family. "Don't argue, just let me do the trade when the time comes." At this time, Li Dagong, who had been standing next to him, suddenly spoke. He was a straightforward man who spoke his mind. "If it weren't for the leader, I would have been killed by others long ago. It's time for me to repay the favor." Wang Yun looked at Li Dagong and knew that he was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. She thought about it for a moment and finally agreed. She patted Li Dagong on the shoulder and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, but you must be careful. If you find something wrong, retreat immediately." Li Dagong said there was no problem. She took these people with her, followed closely behind Lu Rumei, left the base, and headed towards the so-called Doomsday Supermarket. Along the way, everyone remained highly vigilant, keeping their eyes peeled for any movements around them. No matter what, she had to see with her own eyes whether this place really existed and whether there were really endless sources of food and water there. This was related to the survival of the base. They were very careful along the way, walking lightly and scanning the surroundings vigilantly, not missing any slight movement. When they encounter huge and hideous monsters, they will quickly hide. Wait until the monsters leave before continuing forward, and try to avoid all kinds of ferocious monsters as much as possible. However, the accident still happened. Bang! A crisp and sharp gunshot suddenly broke the silent air. Immediately afterwards, one of the team members' body shook violently, and then he slowly fell down. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, staining the ground beneath him red. "Be careful, be alert." Wang Yun was shocked and shouted immediately. She quickly drew the weapon from her waist, squatted slightly, and stared at the direction where the gunshots came from, ready to respond to any attack that might occur at any time. After hearing the order, the other team members also reacted, quickly gathered together, back to back, pointed their weapons around, and took a defensive posture. "Damn it, I knew this woman was unreliable. Tell me, was she someone you arranged?" Wang Tang's anger immediately flared up. He glared at Lu Rumei with anger on his face and shouted angrily. In his opinion, Lu Rumei's sudden appearance and taking them to the so-called Doomsday Supermarket and now they were ambushed were all too suspicious. Lu Rumei frowned, a hint of displeasure on her face, and she said nonchalantly, "Do I really need to do this? Let's first see who the enemy is. If I really wanted to harm you, why would I go to such great lengths?" Wang Yun ignored the quarrel between her brother and Lu Rumei. She suppressed her inner anger and grief and carefully observed the enemy's situation. I saw a group of people slowly walking out from the surrounding ruins, led by a tall man with a fleshy face, who was Dong Hu. Dong Hu not only looks ferocious, but is also very lustful. He is domineering in the doomsday and often robs other survivors of their supplies. He has a very bad reputation. They are not in the same group. Wang Yun said with certainty. Lu Rumei is so beautiful, how could she be with such a bastard? Wang Yun was very confident. Moreover, they and Dong Hu are like water and fire. There had been a conflict before over a resource point, with many casualties on both sides, and they had long been feuding with each other. Plus, Dong Hu coveted her very much. If they meet them in the wild, Dong Hu and his group will naturally attack them without hesitation. Chapter 7 Invincible Shield. It's that bastard Dong Hu again. When Wang Tang saw Dong Hu, his teeth chattered and he was filled with hatred. Last time, he stole the crystal cores of several monsters that we had hunted with great difficulty. Those crystal cores are so important to our base. We all fought so hard to get this, and he snatched it all away. Now he's attacking us again. This is truly despicable. Wang Yun frowned, very calm, and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. They have more people and are more powerful. And judging from their posture, they are well prepared. We can't be careless now. We have to think of a safe way to deal with it first." Lu Rumei stood aside, thinking about the invincible ability that Zhang Wei told her. She felt that this was a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of her attack, so she said, "I'm fast, so I can sneak up on them when they're not paying attention. You guys cover me in secret, and I'll find the opportunity to strike." Wang Yun hesitated after hearing this, but then she realized there was no better solution. She nodded and said, "Be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately." Lu Rumei nodded, adjusted her state, and then slowly began to emerge. Just as she leaned forward, she heard a whoosh and a bullet brushed past her body, bringing up a gust of wind. At the same time, a sudden voice sounded in Lu Rumei's mind. "You are under malicious attack, activate employee work protection measures." Lu Rumei was stunned and her mind went blank for a moment. When she came to her senses, she was surprised to find that a faint light appeared on the surface of her body. The light was soft yet strong, protecting her tightly like an invisible armor. She never expected that the invincible protection that Zhang Wei mentioned would appear in this way. In this doomsday world full of dangers, this magical ability undoubtedly gave her a great sense of security. Boss is truly incredibly powerful and mysterious, Lu Rumei secretly marveled. I must work hard and live up to the boss's trust and this magical ability. Lu Rumei suddenly exerted force with her feet, and her body rushed towards Dong Hu and the others at an extremely fast speed like an arrow. Her figure quickly shuttled through the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Bang, bang, bang. Dong Hu's men soon noticed her movements and fired bullets at her like raindrops. The bullets cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, carrying a deadly threat. However, Lu Rumei's body was extremely flexible. She dodged left and right in the dense rain of bullets, accurately avoiding the trajectory of the bullets. In fact, one bullet still hit Lu Rumei. The moment the bullet touched her body, the faint invincible shield on her body surface instantly lit up. The bullet seemed to hit an invisible wall and was ruthlessly bounced off, leaving no trace. Boss, there's a woman wearing an Ultraman mask approaching us. I don't know where she's hiding now. The man who fired the gun looked around vigilantly and spoke quickly into the walkie-talkie. The woman wearing the Ultraman mask? Could it be Wang Yun? When Dong Hu heard what his subordinate said, he was stunned at first. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Wang Yun and others, and found that it was not Wang Yun. He was a little confused, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, in his eyes, she was just a woman and couldn't cause any big waves. She's just a woman, what's there to be afraid of? Kill her. Capture her, and when I get tired of playing with her, I'll give her to you to play with. Dong Hu said this nonchalantly, with a lewd smile on his lips. Okay. When the man who fired the gun heard Dong Hu's order, an evil smile full of desire immediately appeared on his face. Afterwards, several men, armed with weapons, cautiously groped towards the place where Lu Rumei had just disappeared. They walked lightly, their eyes wide open, not missing any corner where someone might be hiding. Not long after, they saw Lu Rumei behind a dilapidated house. Although Lu Rumei was wearing a strange mask, she was wearing a neat outfit, which still couldn't hide her graceful figure. Oh, you're dressed so beautifully? One of the men's eyes lit up as he looked Lu Rumei up and down, making admiring sounds. Look at this figure, it must be very good. We are in for a treat. Another man echoed this, an obscene expression on his face. Go. As long as they don't kill him, it'll be fine. When the boss has had enough fun, we'll have our share. The leading man waved his hand and gave the order to attack. When they heard this, they pounced on Lu Rume like wolves. Lu Rume stood where she was, staring at the three approaching men with vigilant eyes, but she felt a little unsure. She wasn't sure whether the invincibility shield was only effective against the person who fired the gun earlier. In case the shield has a limited range or is ineffective against other people's attacks, acting rashly may put yourself in danger. However, during the few seconds she observed, she found that there was a faint red light flashing in the eyes of these three people, exactly the same as the previous shooter. On the other hand, Wang Yun and the others did not have any light on them. This made her conclude that these people, like the man who fired the gun, were listed as hostile targets by the system. Thinking of this, Lu Rume no longer hesitated. She kicked the ground with both feet and rushed towards the three people. This time, she gave up on defense and focused all her attention on attacking. She moved like lightning and rushed to one of the men in an instant. Holding the dagger in her right hand, she attacked the man's neck fiercely. Ding ding ding. There was a crisp sound of metal collision, and the man's neck was directly cut by Lu Rume's blow, and blood gushed out. He covered his neck tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, his face full of unwillingness and fear, and then he slowly fell down. At the same time, the attacks of the three people also fell on Lu Rume. The first person attacked Lu Rume's shoulder. The other one brandished a dagger and stabbed at Lu Rume's back. The last one swung an iron rod and hit her feet. However, when these attacks landed on Lu Rume, it was like attacking a very solid object, making only a few muffled sounds and unable to break her defense at all. Instead, a companion died. What kind of supernatural power is this? One of them opened his eyes wide and shouted in shock. I can't even break the defense. Another person echoed this, an expression of disbelief on his face. Just when the two were stunned, Lu Rume launched an attack again. She flashed and appeared beside one of them like a ghost, holding a dagger in her right hand and stabbed him hard in the heart. Puff! The dagger pierced the man's heart directly, and the powerful force instantly pierced his heart. The man's body stiffened, blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he fell straight down. At this time, the last remaining person was horrified when he saw this. He never expected that the woman in front of him would be so powerful, with such ridiculously strong defense and such swift attacks. He knew he was no match for his opponent and that he would die if he continued fighting, so he turned around and ran away. As he ran, he thought to himself, this woman is so tough, I have to tell the boss quickly and let him deal with her. Chapter 8 Shocking. Puff! With a muffled sound, the man's eyes widened as the dagger in Lu Rume's hand pierced his chest. Blood flowed out from the blood groove of the dagger. His body twitched a few times and then fell straight to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. This invincible ability is really too strong. Lu Rume looked at the fallen enemy, feeling the powerful force of this ability in battle, her eyes shining with excitement. She could clearly feel that under the protection of this invincible shield, she didn't need to worry about getting injured at all and only needed to focus on attacking. She thought to herself that even if she was facing a second-level strongman now, she would not be afraid at all. After all, although the second-level strongman is powerful, it is impossible for him to break through this indestructible shield and hurt himself. Thinking of this, Lu Rume squatted down and reached out to feel the bodies of the three people she had just killed. Soon, she took out 3 first-level crystal cores from the pockets of the 3 people. These crystal cores emit a faint light. Although they are small in size, they contain a certain amount of energy and are very precious resources in Doomsday. Lu Rume carefully put away the crystal core. Then, she stood up, her eyes revealing a fierce murderous intent, and attacked other enemies again. You stinky woman, how dare you come here? Go to hell! The man who fired the gun had been hiding in the distance and observing the situation. When he saw Lu Rume rushing towards him like a killer, he was shocked and angry. Without hesitation, he raised the gun in his hand and shot Lu Rume in the foot. In his opinion, as long as he hit Lu Rume's foot, he could restrict her movements. Then he and others could surround her and easily take her down. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet whizzed towards Lu Rume's feet. However, what stunned the man who fired the gun was that Lu Rume did not fall to the ground after being shot as he had imagined. She seemed to be unaffected by the bullet at all, and without even pausing, she continued to rush towards him quickly. How is that possible? The man who fired the gun widened his eyes in horror and muttered to himself. He couldn't understand why the woman was able to remain unharmed after being shot. Before he could recover from his shock, Lu Rumei had already rushed in front of him. Her eyes were cold, and her right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the neck of the man who fired the gun. The man who fired the gun felt his throat tighten and breathing became difficult. He tried desperately to pry Lu Rumei's hands open, but to no avail. Just as he said, "How is it possible?" his eyes gradually lost their luster, his hands fell down weakly, and he died unwillingly. With an invincible protective shield on her body, Lu Rumei can now kill anyone who stands in her way. She moved among the enemies like a ghost, and every move she made carried a deadly threat. In the blink of an eye, she killed more than a dozen enemies. The ground was littered with corpses and the land was dyed red with blood. In the distance, Wang Yun was holding a telescope, closely watching the situation on the battlefield. When she saw Lu Rumei moving freely among the enemy group, easily killing one enemy after another, his eyes widened instantly and his mouth opened unconsciously, as if it was big enough to fit an egg. This, how could Lu Rumei be so strong? Wang Yun muttered in disbelief, full of shock. In her opinion, although Lu Rumei is quite powerful, she is not that strong. Could it be that she is already a third-level expert? Such a bold guess emerged in Wang Yun's mind. You know, in this doomsday world, the third-level strongman is the strongest person. No matter which survivor base he is in, he is like a big boss, possessing absolute authority and strength. But then she shook her head, thinking it was unlikely. After all, it is not easy to reach the third level, and Lu Rumei has not shown any signs of breaking through to the third level before. Not even the second level. It shouldn't be like that, but why is she so strong? Could it be that she has unleashed some powerful ability? Wang Yun frowned, her heart full of doubts, her eyes full of thought. Sister? What's wrong with you? At this time, Wang Teng noticed his sister's strange behavior and couldn't help but ask. See for yourself. Wang Yun did not explain, but silently handed the telescope in her hand to her brother. Wang Teng took the telescope curiously and looked at the situation ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Fuck! How come this woman is so strong? Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Looking at Lu Rumei's sharp skills and powerful strength, Wang Teng's heart was also filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Lu Rumei, whose strength was not much different from his, could suddenly become so powerful. Lu Rumei said before that she had joined the boss of the Doomsday Supermarket. Could it be that all these abilities were given to her by that boss? Wang Yun seemed to have suddenly thought of something and made a bold guess. She had some understanding of Lu Rumei, the proud woman. Lu Rumei has always liked to be alone. No matter who offered an olive branch and wanted to win her over, she never agreed. Before, when Lu Rumei mentioned the supermarket owner, Wang Yun clearly felt a kind of heartfelt awe in her words. That kind of awe is not pretended, but comes from the bottom of my heart. Now, seeing Lu Rumei display such powerful strength, Wang Yun no longer doubted what Lu Rumei said about the Doomsday Supermarket. She knew in her heart that with the strength Lu Rumei had shown now, it would be easy for her to deal with them. His curiosity about this mysterious Doomsday Supermarket grew like wild weeds, becoming stronger and stronger. He was eager to know who the supermarket owner was. He was able to make a strong person like Lu Rumei willingly join him and gain such powerful abilities. We'll go too, and try to wipe out Dong Hu and the others. Wang Yun's eyes narrowed. She knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now Lu Rumei has attracted most of the attention of Dong Hu and others in the front, and has also tied up a lot of enemy forces. If they can successfully deal with Dong Hu and the others, their side will lose a huge powerful enemy and their living space in the Doomsday will become larger. Good. The rest of the people responded in unison. They all picked up their weapons and followed Wang Yun, cautiously approaching Dong Hu and the others. On Dong Hu's side, as time passed, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He frowned, picked up the walkie-talkie, and called his men one by one, but found that many of them could not be contacted. All he heard from the intercom was a series of rustling noises, which gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that they are all dead? A somewhat exaggerated idea suddenly popped up in Dong Hu's mind. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he was shocked. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea. Impossible. That woman is alone. How could she possibly take care of so many people? Dong Hu explained to himself comfortingly. He kept encouraging himself in his heart, thinking that there must be something wrong with his men's walkie-talkies, or they were temporarily unable to respond to him due to some reasons. Just when Dong Hu was paralyzing himself, a woman wearing an Ultraman mask appeared in front of him like a ghost. The woman has a tall and straight figure and a well-proportioned body. She is obviously a beautiful woman at first glance. However, the other party exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. The moment Dong Hu saw her, his pupils suddenly shrank and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Chapter 9. Near the supermarket. Where are my men? Dong Hu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He subconsciously touched the pistol at his waist, his fingers tightly clasped on the gun handle, full of vigilance, and asked anxiously. You've already guessed it, so why bother asking? Lu Rumei folded her hands in front of her chest, her expression indifferent, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a hint of subtle sarcasm. She replied indifferently. When Dong Hu heard this, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He was so heartbroken that he almost bled. These subordinates are the power he has gathered with great difficulty. He spent a lot of time and resources to win over these people. He also let them sleep with many women. I thought I could make a name for myself in this doomsday, but I didn't expect that everything would be ruined by this damn woman. Are you a second-level expert, or a third-level expert? Dong Hu suppressed the anger in his heart and asked through gritted teeth. He tried to find a glimmer of hope from Lu Rumei's strength level. Perhaps this woman just had some special means, and her strength was not really so strong that it was invincible. I am the one who killed you. Lu Rumei's eyes instantly turned cold, like a sharp blade in the cold night, shooting straight at Dong Hu with murderous intent. Go to hell. Dong Hu was completely enraged by Lu Rumei's murderous words. He roared angrily, quickly took out the gun from his waist, held it firmly with both hands, aimed at Lu Rumei and fired continuously. Gunshots exploded in the air, and bullets whizzed towards Lu Rumei. However, what stunned Dong Hu was that these bullets had no effect at all when they landed on Lu Rumei. The bullets hit Lu Rumei, making a ding-dang-dang sound, as if they had hit an indestructible iron plate, and then bounced off to the ground one after another. That's it? Lu Rumei raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a disdainful smile, and sneered in Zhang Wei's tone. During the battle, she felt the same pleasure of crushing her opponent that Zhang Wei once had. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this feeling is so great. Grass. Dong Hu stood there in a daze, not reacting for 3 full seconds. His mind was blank and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand how there could be such a powerful person in this world who could ignore the attacks of bullets. Then he reacted, turned around and ran away without looking back. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to quickly escape from this terrible woman. In his opinion, the pervert who could ignore bullet attacks was definitely a strong man above the 4th level, and he was not able to contend with him at all. Where did Wang Yun find help? Dong Hu ran desperately, feeling extremely regretful. He regretted that he shouldn't have provoked Wang Yun and the others, and even more regretted that he didn't find out Lu Rumei's background in advance. Now, he just wanted to escape from this dangerous place as soon as possible and save his life. Dong Hu, don't run. Aren't you going to deal with us? I'm right here. Wang Yun's voice echoed in the air. At this time, Wang Yun and others had successfully dealt with Dong Hu's other men, and quickly surrounded him from all directions and appeared around Dong Hu. Dong Hu was surrounded from all sides and was completely trapped. Dong Hu looked at the people around him who were staring at him covetously, his face was bitter and his eyes were full of despair. He knew very well that he was doomed today, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope and said hurriedly. Let me go, and I can tell you a secret. This secret may be of great use to you. Bang! However, before Dong Hu could finish his words, Wang Tong raised his hand and fired a shot without hesitation. The bullet hit Dong Hu's head accurately. Dong Hu's body shook and then fell straight to the ground. Wang Tang blew away the green smoke from the muzzle of the gun and said nonchalantly, I'm not interested in your secrets. The secrets of someone like you can't be anything good. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Wang Tang. There was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes, as if questioning why he was so impulsive. Why are you looking at me? Are you going to keep him here? Dong Hu was very cunning. If we keep him here, he might do something weird. Wang Tang didn't think he had done anything wrong. He stiffened his neck and spoke with confidence. You should have listened to what he had to say. Wang Yun sighed helplessly, frowning and feeling a little regretful. After all, what if the secret Dong Hu told them is really useful to them? It would be a bit hasty to kill him now. What a bullshit secret. I think it's just a chance to save his life. Dong Hu was a coward. What secrets are there? They're all lies. Wang Tang answered nonchalantly. He didn't believe Dong who had any valuable secrets. Now that they are dead, no one is too lazy to worry about the so-called secret anymore. After all, the person is gone, so even if there is a secret, it has become a rootless tree and cannot be verified. Leader, dozens of crystal cores. At this time, Li Dagong ran over excitedly with a happy smile on his face. He held a pile of crystal cores in his hand, which flickered faintly in the sunlight. Wang Yun was also very happy looking at these crystal cores. These crystal cores are hard currency in the doomsday. They can improve strength and can also be exchanged for various supplies. However, she did not keep the crystal cores for herself. Instead, she took out half of them and handed them to Lu Rumei, saying sincerely, "Without you, it would be difficult for us to survive this time. This is what you deserve." Good. Lu Rumei did not refuse. She knew very well that she also needed the crystal core to improve her strength. Moreover, she had made great efforts in this battle, so it was only natural that she should take these crystal cores. After seeing the powerful strength displayed by Lu Rumei, no one else had any objections. They all witnessed Lu Rumei's heroic performance on the battlefield and knew that her strength was far superior to their own. Therefore, everyone thought that Wang Yun did the right thing and nodded in agreement. The group walked hurriedly for a long time. They all looked tired, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. That's it. Lu Rumei suddenly stopped and pointed at a house in front of her. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and saw the house standing alone in the middle of the road. It is surrounded by a bustling commercial street, which used to be bustling with people and traffic, but now it is dead silent, with only ruins and wandering monsters left. But this house is particularly different and very conspicuous, and can be seen at a glance. What makes it even more eerie is that the monsters around seem to be full of awe for this house. The monster that was originally wandering and roaring nearby. As long as you get within a certain range of this house, it will actively avoid you. It was as if the house had some invisible power that prevented them from invading, as if the house was a forbidden area in this area. This strange scene adds a very mysterious feeling to the house. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts and curiosity, wondering what secrets were hidden in this house. Chapter 10. How much can I buy? Let's go to the supermarket. With a hint of anticipation, Wang Yun waved her hand and hurriedly walked towards the supermarket with everyone. Along the way, everyone followed Wang Yun closely, their eyes full of curiosity and vigilance, observing the surrounding environment from time to time, fearing that any danger would suddenly arise. Boss, I'm back. Lu Rumei walked to the glass door of the supermarket first, pushed it open gently, and spoke to Zhang Wei, who was sitting behind the cashier counter and watching anime intently. Her voice was clear and loud, and it was especially clear in the quiet supermarket. Zhang Wei, who was immersed in the anime plot, slowly raised his head after hearing the familiar voice and looked at the group of people walking into the supermarket. I saw that this group of people were covered in dust, with tired and alert expressions on their faces. There were quite a lot of them, about a dozen or so. Not bad, not bad. It looks like we can complete the next task today. Zhang Wei was secretly calculating in his mind, but his face was very calm, as if the arrival of this group of people did not cause him much waves. He simply said, "Welcome." Wang Yun and others didn't take Zhang Wei's words to heart at all and ignored him completely. Their attention was instantly drawn to the neatly arranged items in the supermarket. The supermarket shelves were filled with a wide variety of goods. In the food area, there are beautifully packaged bread, biscuits, canned goods, as well as fresh fruits and vegetables, exuding an attractive luster. In the daily necessities area, shampoo, shower gel, toilet paper and other daily necessities are all available. There is even the water source they have always dreamed of, and various beverages, neatly displayed on special shelves. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Although they had heard from Lu Rumei before that the supermarket had everything. But that was just hearsay after all, and I had some doubts in my heart. However, after actually seeing this scene, they were convinced that they were not dreaming and that all this was real. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? At this time, there is actually so much food and water? In the crowd, one person widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. He reached out and gently touched the bread neatly arranged on the shelf. The real touch made him more certain that all this was not an illusion. We are developed, and with so much food and water, we won't go hungry. A middle-aged man was so excited that his face turned red, his hands were clenched into fists, and his voice was trembling. In the doomsday, food and water are the guarantee of survival. With these, they have hope of living. So happy, we are rich. A young girl jumped and danced with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Never go hungry again. Others echoed the sentiment, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy. They seemed to have seen a better life in the future and no longer worried about hunger and thirst. However, the happy mood did not last long. Wang Yun quickly calmed down. She thought of Lu Rumei's terrifying strength. In the apocalypse, who would dare to open a supermarket like this if they don't have the skills? There must be some unknown secret behind this. Moreover, this boss is so mysterious and has hardly communicated with them so far. Where did he come from? What is his purpose? No matter what, Wang Yun knew that she had to remain vigilant in this unknown situation. She turned her head abruptly and shouted, "Don't mess around, be quiet, or else, don't blame me for not warning you if you die." She carried an unquestionable majesty. "Yes, Chief." Everyone responded in unison, a hint of awe in their voices. They are not fools, as long as they think about Lu Rumei's strength. This is enough to know that the boss here is definitely not someone they can afford to offend. If they anger their boss, they might not even know how they died. Wang Yun tried to calm herself down and then came to Zhang Wei. She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, I heard from Lu Rumei that everything here can be traded for gold, silver, and jewelry, right?" Zhang Wei leaned back in the chair at the cashier's counter. After hearing Wang Yun's words, he nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Whether it's gold, silver, jewelry, or crystal cores, you can buy anything from me." His tone was calm, as if this was just a very ordinary thing. The calmer Zhang Wei behaved, the more Wang Yun dared not to be careless. She knew very well that in this doomsday world, to have such a well-stocked supermarket and the owner being so calm and composed, there must be some unknown hidden tricks behind it. Wang Yun took a deep breath, slowly squatted down, carefully placed the bag she was carrying on the ground, then unzipped it and took out all the gold, silver and jewelry in the bag. Those gold and silver jewels sparkled alluringly under the light, including golden necklaces and bracelets, as well as jade pendants and bracelets emitting a warm luster. She placed the treasures neatly on the cashier's counter, raised her head, and asked with a hint of nervousness in her eyes, "How much food can you trade for these gold, silver, and jewelry?" After seeing these things, Zhang Wei was instantly ecstatic. Finally, I don't have to worry about the debt problems in another world anymore. These things are definitely enough for him to pay off. However, he remained calm on the surface, like a bottomless lake without a single ripple. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is this your money alone, or does everyone have a share?" Although Wang Yun didn't know why the other party asked this and was full of doubts, she still answered honestly, "Of course it was put together by all of us." She wondered what the boss meant by asking this question. Are there other rules in the transaction? After hearing this, Zhang Wei was very satisfied. If it's just one person's money, then you can only trade with one person. But if they all have a share, it means that each person represents one transaction and can get more benefits. There are shopping bags here, and each person is allowed one bag. As Zhang Wei spoke, he took out a few brand new shopping bags from under the cash register and placed them on the counter. Good. Wang Yun nodded, turned around and said to the crowd behind her, "Everyone go pick out your things, but each person can only take one bag, don't be greedy." When everyone heard this, they excitedly walked towards the shelves and began to carefully select the food and daily necessities they needed. They all eat high-calorie foods, which are very important to them. It's just that there are so many things in the supermarket and they want everything. Shopping bags are very limited and can only hold so much. It wasn't long before they were all full. Chapter 11, Millions Easily. Among the crowd, there was a young man who could not suppress his inner desire. In the end times, the temptation of food is too great. He looked at the beautifully packaged foods on the shelves, his throat rolled unconsciously a few times, and he reached out his hand as if possessed, wanting to open the package of a loaf of bread and eat it secretly. However, when he grabbed the bag tightly with both hands and tore it hard, he found that he could not tear the small bag open at all. His face flushed red, veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly from excessive force, but the packaging bag was still intact, as if it were under a spell. How is this possible? The young man widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and almost dropped the bread in his hand. He fell into deep thought, his mind full of doubts. What material was this packaging bag made of, and why was it so strong? At the same time, Wang Tang also noticed the mineral water on the shelf. Being thirsty and tired, he really wanted to drink a sip of water. He walked quickly to the shelf, reached out and picked up a bottle of mineral water, held the bottle cap tightly with both hands, and began to twist it hard. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength, his face turning purple, but the bottle cap didn't move at all. Sister, I'm at the first level, but I can't even open a bottle of water. Wang Tang looked at Wang Yun helplessly and frustrated, his eyes full of help. Seeing this, Wang Yun also felt curious. She walked forward, took the mineral water from Wang Tang's hand, and tried to twist the bottle cap. But no matter how hard she tried, the bottle cap seemed to be welded shut and could not be opened at all. She didn't give up and picked up a bag of snacks next to her and tried to tear open the bag, but the result was the same as Wang Tang and the others, she couldn't tear it open either. Don't waste your energy. Without paying or getting my consent, none of you can take anything out of the supermarket. Zhang Wei's voice rang out clearly in the supermarket. His voice carried a powerful majesty, as if ringing a warning bell in everyone's ears. After hearing this, those who were still trying broke out in cold sweat. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and awe. This boss is so mysterious. He even has such ability that he can control the opening of items in the supermarket. I really can't underestimate him. So they didn't dare to make any more small moves. He carefully selected what he needed, filled his shopping bag, and then came to Zhang Wei obediently, ready to make a transaction. Zhang Wei picked up the barcode scanner and scanned the gold, silver, and jewelry. Hey, pure gold bars, worth 500,000 yuan, would you like to take them? Ding, cashier 500,000 yuan. Next. Hey, this jade bracelet is worth 30,000 yuan. Do you want it? Only 30,000 yuan? That's too little. Ding, 30,000 yuan. Hey, a pure gold ring, worth 12,000 yuan, would you like to take it? Ding, the cash register is 12,000 yuan. He scanned a few more things, then said with satisfaction, next. By the time all the gold, silver, and jewelry on the table had been scanned, several million had been deposited into his bank card. This money is so easy to make. Even capitalists would cry when they see this. System, complete 10 trading tasks and receive 100 gene points as a reward. System, release a new task. Complete 100 transactions and receive 1000 gene points as a reward. Wang Yun left in a hurry without completing the transaction. She stood in front of the cashier, carefully took out a few crystal cores from her pocket, placed them on the counter, stared at Zhang Wei, and asked, "Do you need crystal cores?" The crystal core flickered faintly under the light. Zhang Wei raised his head slightly, glanced at the crystal core, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Of course, but you've already traded today. According to my rules, if you want to trade again, come back tomorrow." Wang Yun frowned, feeling a little disappointed. But she can still come to trade tomorrow, she can wait. Zhang Wei suddenly said, "If you can bring more people tomorrow, I can give you more things." The more people you bring, the more things I can give you. The more people there are, the more transactions there will be, and the more benefits he can get. Real. Wang Yun was delighted. Really? Zhang Wei folded his hands over his chest and said firmly, "No problem, I will bring more people to trade with you tomorrow." Wang Yun was very happy when she heard this. "If you can help promote it, I can give you a lot of extra things," Zhang Wei said again. Wang Yun agreed without hesitation and said with a pat on her chest, "Okay, I will help you promote it. Don't worry, I will definitely do it properly." Zhang Wei nodded, took out a stack of flyers from under the cash register, handed them to Wang Yun, and said, "Distribute these flyers to other survivors, and I'll give you a free bucket of hot instant noodles." Wang Yun's eyes lit up. A bucket of hot instant noodles was a rare delicacy in this doomsday world where food was scarce and the environment was harsh. She immediately said, "No problem, I promise to distribute the flyers to every survivor." Zhang Wei's expression suddenly turned serious. He stared into Wang Yun's eyes and said, "Don't try to fool me. If you throw the flyer away, I'll know. If I find out you're playing tricks, forget about doing business with me." Wang Yun's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "Absolutely not. I, Wang Yun, always keep my word and would definitely not do such a wicked thing. Even ordinary food in the supermarket cannot be taken away without his approval." Therefore, she did not doubt Zhang Wei's words at all. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction, then said to Lu Rumei, who was standing beside him, "Boil some water and make them a bucket of instant noodles." "Okay, boss." Lu Rumei responded, turned and walked towards the hot water equipment in the corner of the supermarket and started to get busy. A dozen people gathered around the table with instant noodles, staring at the bucket of steaming, fragrant noodles, their throats rolling up and down uncontrollably and swallowing saliva constantly. In the doomsday, food is extremely scarce. It is a blessing to be able to fill your stomach, let alone smell such an enticing fragrance. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had smelled such a fragrant scent. The aroma of instant noodles, which is so ordinary on ordinary days, is like the most precious treasure in the world at this moment, strongly stimulating their olfactory nerves. Yes, even smelling such a scent is an unattainable luxury in today's cruel doomsday. On weekdays, they can only survive by relying on some inedible leftovers. Those foods were either moldy and spoiled or bland and tasteless. How could they compare to the steaming and fragrant bucket of instant noodles in front of me? Not long after, Lou roommate prepared the instant noodles and gently placed them on the table. These dozen people immediately pounced on the food like hungry wolves, not caring about the scorching temperature. They grabbed the forks with both hands and stuffed the instant noodles into their mouths. They chewed with big mouthfuls, cherishing every bite as if they were tasting the most delicious food in the world. The noodles were chewed and swallowed quickly in the mouth, making a crunching sound. Some people were grimacing from the burns, but were still reluctant to stop what they were doing. They just slowed down a little and then continued to eat voraciously. Soon, they finished all the instant noodles in the bucket, without even a drop of soup left. They were still not satisfied and someone stuck out his tongue. He licked the wall of the barrel in circles, licking every drop of remaining soup clean. The wall of the barrel was licked so shiny that it looked like it had been washed. Chapter 12, Develop in a Sleazy Way, Don't Waste Time. Thank you, boss. We won't forget our promise. Wang Yun led everyone, bowed slightly, and thanked Zhang Wei sincerely. Then, they left the supermarket slowly, looking back every few steps with some reluctance. After leaving the supermarket, Wang Tang was still immersed in the taste of the steaming, fragrant instant noodles he had just eaten, and said with endless aftertaste, "Sister, I wish we could all live a good life like this in the future. We wouldn't have to run around looking for food, and we wouldn't have to worry about starving to death one day." Wang Yun nodded, her eyes revealing nostalgia. She immediately ordered, "That's right, so on our way back, we have to go to those gold shops and collect more gold, silver, and jewelry. At the Doomsday Supermarket, these are all hard currency that can be exchanged for food. This will allow us to trade food more effectively at the Doomsday Supermarket so that we can all have enough food and drink. Also, no one can tell anyone in other base cities about the Doomsday Supermarket." Wang Yun's face suddenly darkened and he gave the order in a serious tone. She knew in her heart that if this matter was known to people in other base cities, by then, there will definitely be more and more people coming to the supermarket, the competition will be more intense, and the food they can exchange for may become less. "But, Chief, didn't you promise that boss to help him distribute flyers?" Li Dagang scratched his head and asked in confusion. He really couldn't understand why the leader, since he had promised others, didn't let anyone tell anyone. Wang Yun raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a wise smile, and replied, "I did agree, but I didn't say when I would help distribute flyers. Now is our good opportunity. We should stock up on supplies while people in other base cities don't know about this supermarket yet. Once we have enough food and become stronger, it won't be too late to consider distributing flyers then. We absolutely cannot miss this good opportunity to stock up on supplies, otherwise it will be too late to cry later." The leader is wise. After hearing Wang Yun's words, everyone gave her a thumbs up, their eyes full of admiration. They felt that the leader had thought everything through, and that by following such a leader, they might really be able to live a good life. Then, without further delay, they groped their way towards the gold shops. Although a lot of gold, silver and jewelry may have been stolen from the gold shop before the end of the world, there must be quite a few left. After all, in the doomsday, everyone is busy looking for food and water. These things are of no value to the survivors, so naturally no one will buy them. Boss, don't expect Wang Yun and the others to really help promote the Doomsday Supermarket. Lu Rumei was sorting the merchandise on the shelves, frowning and saying with a worried look on her face, "If it were me, I would definitely not do such a thankless task in this doomsday environment. Who knows if helping them get publicity will do any good for me? It might even cause me a lot of trouble." Zhang Wei was sitting behind the cashier, leisurely eating sunflower seeds. When he heard Lu Rumei's words, he didn't even look up and replied nonchalantly, "I know. I didn't expect them to do this at all." "Then you'll give each of them a bucket of instant noodles for free?" Lu Rumei stopped what she was doing, turned around, and looked at Zhang Wei with confusion. In her opinion, those instant noodles were precious foods, and it would be such a waste to give them away so easily. "It's just a bucket of instant noodles, what's the big deal?" Zhang Wei still answered nonchalantly, as if the bucket of instant noodles was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. This. Lu Rumei was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She thought of the mountains of supplies in the supermarket. They were just a few buckets of instant noodles. For the boss, he could have as much as he wanted. In this doomsday world, the food in the supermarket is like an inexhaustible treasure, so the boss naturally doesn't care about these buckets of instant noodles. Boss, let alone a bucket of instant noodles, even a piece of moldy bread would have people fighting over it. Lu Rumei thought. She remembered that when she was wandering outside, she almost got into a fight with someone for a piece of moldy bread. At that time, food was life, and people would do anything to survive. A bucket of instant noodles can make people desperate. This is the pain of a full person not knowing the hunger of a hungry person. Lu Rumei sighed softly. She knew too well the importance of food in the doomsday. However, she soon smiled with relief again. She was very grateful that she could be a supermarket employee, so she no longer had to worry about food and could have enough to eat and drink every day. Moreover, the supermarket has solid walls and strict security measures, so she doesn't have to worry about safety issues. There is also a comfortable rest area where she can rest well after a busy day. Compared to those survivors outside who were struggling on the brink of life and death, she was simply living in heaven. Zhang Wei sat alone at the quiet checkout counter of the supermarket. Everything around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. His mind was completely focused on his attribute panel. Looking at the gene point column on the attribute panel, the number has increased to 100 points. These gene points are like keys that can open the door to greater strength for him. Now, it's time to improve our strength. Zhang Wei smiled. He concentrated his mind and began to mobilize the gene points on the attribute panel. As the gene points continued to be consumed, streams of strange energy surged out from the attribute panel and flowed along his meridians into every corner of his body. He only felt that his body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace, and the energy in the furnace kept rolling and merging, transforming his body. His muscles began to bulge slightly, and his lines became smoother and more powerful. The bones also made a slight cracking sound and became tougher. His 5 senses became more acute, and he could clearly detect even the subtle sounds and breaths around him. Finally, when the percentage reached 100%, he felt a roar coming from his body, as if something was completely broken free. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented powerful feeling surged into his heart, and the genetic shackles in his body were successfully broken at this moment. Strength breaks through to the first level. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, clear and unambiguous. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was finally no longer that ordinary person who was powerless. From now on, he had the capital to gain a foothold in this doomsday world. However, the strength of the first level is nothing in the doomsday. Still have to develop slowly. Without sufficient strength, he would never walk in the doomsday. Only a fool would leave the supermarket. Wouldn't it be nice to be invincible in the supermarket? With my current strength, I have a certain ability to protect myself in my own world, but I still need to keep a low profile. He enjoys being powerful. However, he is very clear about a golden saying: develop slowly and don't waste time. Chapter 13. Return to the original world. Boss, do I still need to go out and distribute flyers today like before? Lu Rumei raised her head slightly, blinking her big, bright and watery eyes, her eyes full of expectation and inquiry, and asked. Zhang Wei stopped arranging the shelves and looked at the wall clock. The hands were almost pointing to 6 o'clock in the evening. He gently patted the dust off his hands and said gently, it's getting late. Don't go out today. And you performed quite well today. You were enthusiastic and active when you went out to distribute flyers, and you brought good profits to the supermarket. Hearing the boss's praise, Lu Rumei's cheeks instantly flushed. She scratched her head a little embarrassedly, but couldn't help but smile and said, this is what I should do. I am happy to be able to contribute to the supermarket. Zhang Wei looked at the sensible and hardworking girl in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little more admiration in his heart. He smiled and suggested, seeing you've worked so hard, I'll cook a meal to reward you. Just tell me what you want to eat. Lu Rumei's eyes suddenly lit up like 2 sparkling stars, and she said excitedly, I want to eat vegetables. And meat. In today's doomsday world, eating fresh vegetables and meat is simply a luxury. On weekdays, it's good enough to fill my stomach, how can I dare to expect these things? So when her boss asked her this, she just felt that happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Wei looked at her greedy look and couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, no problem. Just wait for the delicious food. After saying that, he turned and walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Lu Rume found a place to sit in the rest area of the supermarket, took a few apples from the fruit basket next to her, and took them to the sink to wash them carefully. After being rinsed with clean water, the apples appear more rosy and attractive. After washing the apples, she sat on a chair, eating the apples while looking at the neatly arranged shelves in the supermarket. Her mouth basically never stopped moving. Every time she took a bite of the apple, she could feel the sweet juice overflowing in her mouth. She thought to herself that it was such a happy feeling to be able to enjoy food freely. In this doomsday, many people have trouble even having basic food and clothing, but I can eat apples here in peace and have meals cooked by the boss. She knew very well that this happiness was not easy to come by, so she secretly made up her mind that she must not be kicked out of the supermarket, and must work hard and cherish this hard-earned life. Jiang Wei was busy in the kitchen for a long time, and finally the steaming hot dishes were served on the table. The braised pork is bright red in color and exudes an enticing aroma. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables are green and juicy, and look very refreshing. He shouted to Lu Rume, who was sitting beside him, "Dinner is ready." When Lu Rume heard the voice, her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly put down the clutter she was sorting and walked quickly to the dining table. Looking at the table full of food, she couldn't help but sniff hard, a happy smile on her face, and said sincerely, "It smells so good. Boss, your cooking skills are amazing." Jiang Wei smiled and waved his hand, motioning her to sit down and eat. After Lu Rume sat down, the smile on his face gradually faded, his expression became serious, and he looked into Lu Rume's eyes and said, "Remember, after 6 o'clock, the supermarket will return to my world. If someone asks you where you are from, just say you are a supermarket employee. Don't say anything else." Lu Rume was slightly startled, then nodded, her eyes full of concentration. She knew that what the boss was going to say next must be very important. Jiang Wei continued, "Also, do not reveal any news or information about Red Star. Similarly, you cannot tell anyone from Red Star about my world. There are complex rules and dangers between these two worlds. If leaked, it could cause you big trouble and affect me as well." Lu Rume nodded vigorously, her eyes firm as she said, "Don't worry, boss. I don't want to lose such a good life. I have a clear mind and know what to say and what not to say." Jiang Wei was very satisfied when he saw Lu Rume's smart and sensible appearance. He believed that Lu Rume, who had been struggling in the doomsday for so long, would definitely understand the importance of these things and would cherish everything she had now. At this moment, an ID card appeared on the dining table in front of Lu Rume. Jiang Wei pointed at his ID card and said, "This is your ID card from my world. Keep it safe. You might need it in the future." Lu Rume looked at the ID card in front of her with some surprise. She picked it up carefully and looked at it carefully. "The date of birth above is the same as my real one, except that my nationality is shown as Yanhuang country." She felt a little confused, but quickly gave up the idea of asking. She knew in her heart that a smart woman would not ask so many questions. If the boss wanted to say something, he would tell her naturally. If he didn't want to say it, there was no point in asking. She raised her head, looked at Jiang Wei sincerely, and said, "Thank you, boss." After saying that, he carefully put the ID card away. Time seemed to be precisely moved by an invisible hand, and it arrived at exactly 6 o'clock. In an instant, the world outside the supermarket seemed to be under a spell and underwent a tremendous change. The tall buildings that were standing before my eyes just now disappeared without a trace in an instant like a dream bubble, and the monsters that used to wander the streets from time to time also disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a peaceful and tranquil rural scene. In the distance, the scattered farmhouses were emitting wisps of smoke, which slowly drifted away in the breeze. In the fields, the tender green wheat seedlings swayed gently in the wind, as if dancing happily. The stream beside the village gurgles, and the clear water sparkles with silver light under the sunlight. Lu Rume widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She walked quickly to the door of the supermarket and looked carefully at everything outside through the glass door. Then he turned around and asked curiously, "Boss, do you live in the countryside? It's so different out there, it's like a completely different world." Jiang Wei nodded and said slowly, "Yes, I live in the countryside." In fact, Jiang Wei's original life trajectory was not like this. He had been working in other places before, busy with his life every day. Although it was hard work, he also had the dream of taking root in a big city. This supermarket was originally run by my parents with great effort. His parents have been honest and hardworking all their lives. They relied on the meager income from running a supermarket to support his education, hoping that he would have a bright future. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. During a cargo transportation process, my parents were involved in a serious car accident. Both the car and the people were engulfed in flames and were completely destroyed. To make matters worse, his father's driver's license had expired, and according to the insurance company's regulations, this situation was not covered by the claim. This sudden change plunged the already poor family into a desperate situation, and he owed the wholesaler a large sum of money. In order to repay his debts and protect the property left by his parents, he resolutely resigned from his job in another place, returned to his hometown, inherited the family business, and became a supermarket owner. He gets up early and goes to bed late every day, working hard to run the supermarket, hoping to slowly pay off his debts and get his life back on track. Later, by chance, he was surprised to find that his supermarket could inexplicably connect to the doomsday world of Red Star. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. But after repeated verification, he had to accept this incredible fact. Since then, his life has changed dramatically because of this wonderful connection. Chapter 14: A Drop in the Oxen. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang suddenly in the silent room. Zhang Wei put down the goods he was sorting, walked quickly to the table, picked up the phone, and said politely, "Uncle Wang, what can I do for you?" On the other end of the phone, Wang Yi's voice was a little hesitant and embarrassed, and he slowly said, "Xiao Zhang, I know your parents passed away not long ago. It might be a bit sudden to bring this up with you now, and I feel bad about it." Zhang Wei frowned slightly, vaguely guessing Wang Yi's intention, but still listened quietly. Wang Yi continued, "But, Uncle Wang, it's not easy for me either. Business has been tough lately, and I'm really short on cash. Could you please give me some money first so I can get through this difficult time? After all, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, so the pressure is not small." Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Uncle Wang, this is what I should do. You were willing to give me some goods when I was in the most difficult time. I will always remember this kindness. I will now transfer all the previous payments to you." When Wang Yi heard this, he was a little surprised. He originally thought that Zhang Wei would refuse on the grounds that he was short of money, or just give a small part of the payment. I didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so straightforward. He quickly said, "Xiao Zhang, if you're short of money, you don't have to give it all at once. Just give a small portion. Don't put it too hard on yourself." Zhang Wei smiled and said, "It's okay, Uncle Wang. I invested some money in stocks before, and it has increased several times today. I still have enough money on hand. In the future, the supermarket business will depend on you taking care of it and delivering more goods to me." When Wang Yi heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Zhang Wei could not only pay off the payment for the goods in one go, but also be so knowledgeable about the ways of the world. He quickly said, "That's easy, easy. Xiao Zhang, you're such a good kid. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. Uncle Wang will definitely do his best to help you." Zhang Wei responded, "Okay, thank you Uncle Wang first." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei opened his mobile banking app without hesitation, carefully checked Wang Yi's account information, and after confirming that it was correct, he transferred all the overdue payments. After the payment was successfully made, he sent a WeChat message to Wang Yi, "Uncle Wang, the payment has been made." Not long after, Wang Yi replied, "I have received the message. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, please let me know directly." Zhang Wei simply replied okay and went back to his work of tidying up the supermarket. A few $100,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Zhang Wei, who now has a net worth of millions. It is really nothing. After operating for this period of time, the profits brought by the supermarket's connection to the doomsday world have greatly improved his financial situation. The door of the supermarket slowly opened with a creaky sound. Lu Rumei was quick to respond and immediately went over to him. With a warm smile on her face, she politely asked, "Sir, what do you want to buy? I can help you find it." The old man was stunned by Lu Rumei's enthusiasm. He first looked Lu Rumei up and down. Then he turned to look at Zhang Wei and asked with a smile, "Xiao Wei, is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. Look at her appearance. You're so blessed." Zhang Wei felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He scratched his head, a blush appeared on his face, and he quickly explained. "Uncle Hu, please don't talk nonsense. This is an employee of my supermarket, not my girlfriend." When Hu Bo heard this, he laughed heartily and said, "Hey, I thought it was your girlfriend. This girl is so beautiful, like she walked out of a painting." The few of them chatted for a while, and then Uncle Hu picked out a pack of cigarettes that he usually smoked, paid for it, and slowly left the supermarket. After Uncle Hu left, Jiang Wei pulled Lu Rumei aside and said seriously, "People who come here to buy things are basically our neighbors on this street. We all know each other very well. Some people need us to deliver goods to their homes when they have happy events, such as wedding banquets. When the time comes, just sell the items according to the prices on the shelves. Don't make any mistakes. Also, some neighbors might try to bargain with you. Just give them a discount based on the situation. Don't be too rigid." Jiang Wei then went on to talk a lot about the supermarket. For example, the daily purchasing time, which products sell quickly, the preferences of surrounding neighbors, etc. He also mentioned the personality traits of some people around him, so that Lu Rumei could understand them as soon as possible so that she could do her job better. Fortunately, the Doomsday world where Lu Rumei lives has many similarities with the world where the Yanhuang Kingdom lives before the Doomsday. Whether it is cultural customs, social structure, or written language, they are all similar. So it was not difficult for Lu Rumei to understand this information. Lu Rumei is also very smart. She stared at Jiang Wei with her eyes fixed and her ears perked up. She listened carefully to whatever Jiang Wei said, never saying a word of irrelevant nonsense, and never took the initiative to ask about Jiang Wei's personal matters. She knew in her heart that the most important thing for her now was to familiarize herself with the job as quickly as possible and not cause trouble for her boss. The supermarket has a fixed business hours. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Wei will pull down the shutter door on time and end the day's business. In rural areas, there are not many people. Most of the people who come to the supermarket to shop on weekdays are nearby neighbors. The customer flow is relatively stable and not large. Moreover, Jiang Wei no longer relies on people in this world to make money. Ever since the supermarket was able to connect to the Doomsday world of Red Star, he has accumulated considerable wealth through the trade of materials between the two worlds and is basically no longer short of money. For Lu Rumei, last night was the most peaceful sleep she had had in a while. In the Doomsday world, she lives in fear every day. Not only do you have to be constantly vigilant against monster attacks, but you also have to worry about whether someone with ulterior motives will break in at night, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Now, she was lying on a soft and comfortable bed, surrounded by a quiet and peaceful environment. This sense of security made her feel at ease for the first time in a long time. The next morning, sunlight gently poured into the room through the window. Lu Rumei slowly woke up, stretched herself, and felt her body relax. She got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and tidied herself up briefly. When she walked out of the room, she saw Jiang Wei had finished his work in the kitchen and the dining table was filled with steaming hot breakfast. "Boss, I'm sorry, I can't cook." When Lu Rumei saw this scene, she felt a little guilty, a blush appeared on her face, and she said embarrassedly. Before the apocalypse, she was not good at cooking and usually relied on takeout or simple meals. Now that she was at Jiang Wei's place, she couldn't help but feel guilty when she saw the breakfast he had worked so hard to prepare but couldn't help. Jiang Wei smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, sit down and eat. I don't force you to cook. Come and try it and see if it suits your taste." On the dining table, the porridge was steaming, the fried eggs were golden, the fried dough sticks were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the buns were emitting an enticing aroma. These foods, which are very common in the world of Yanhuang country, are something that Lu Rumei misses. In the Doomsday world, having a hot meal has become a luxury, let alone such a hearty breakfast. Lu Rumei couldn't wait to sit down, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. She ate with gusto, and every bite seemed to be a taste of long-lost happiness. Chapter 15 Trading Again. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wei subconsciously looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The hands were moving in an orderly manner. Lu Rumei had always been curious about the supermarket's connection to the Red Star world, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Boss, when will the supermarket be connected to the Red Star world?" Jiang Wei put down his bowl and chopsticks and replied slowly. "Every day, it's connected at a fixed time, 10 o'clock sharp, and it will last until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time, it will automatically return to our current world." Lu Rumei blinked her eyes full of inquiry, and asked curiously, "After the supermarket is connected to the Red Star, what will happen if someone from our world comes in to buy something? Will there be any difference?" Jiang Wei smiled and patiently explained, "Of course, it's still operating normally. When they enter the supermarket, they just take what they want from the shelves like any other customer. I'll pick out my stuff, pay at the cashier, and leave. It's nothing special." When Lu Rumei heard this, she thought this situation was really strange. "But aren't we from the Red Star? Doesn't that mean they won't see anyone when they enter the supermarket?" Lu Rumei asked curiously. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "You can see that we can leave a projection in that world, which is exactly the same as our original body, with no difference in memories or habits. Once we return to that blue planet, the memories of the day's projection will be integrated into our bodies." Lu Rumei said, "How magical." However, she also knew in her heart that she only needed to do her job well at the moment and did not need to understand too many complicated details. Zhang Wei got up, put on his coat and prepared to go out. He walked to the door, pushed out his e-scooter, and planned to go to the market to buy some fresh vegetables and meat. The market was nearby, and he soon bought a lot of things. When it was exactly 10 o'clock, the clock hands pointed to that number on time. In an instant, the environment outside the supermarket seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand and completely changed. They once again came to a commercial street outside of Red Star. This commercial street has long lost its former prosperity, and the environment outside is still dilapidated. The buildings on both sides of the street were in ruins, and the walls were covered with bullet holes and cracks. In the ruins, monsters of various shapes were rampant, emitting blood-curdling roars and rampaging through the streets. Lu Rumei took a deep breath, her eyes became firm, and she said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, I'm going to distribute flyers. I will definitely bring you another batch of survivors to trade with today. With new deals, our supermarket business will definitely be better." Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei and nodded, with an expression of trust on his face. He was not worried about Lu Rumei's safety. After all, after spending some time together, he understood Lu Rumei's abilities and cleverness. "Well, go early and come back early, be careful on the road, and I will make you something delicious at noon as a reward," Zhang Wei said with a smile. "Okay." Lu Rumei smiled happily. She quickly took out a school bag and carefully put the flyers and some things she had prepared in advance into it. He picked up a handy weapon, checked it, then left the supermarket with his school bag on his back and started today's publicity work. Not long after, the door of the supermarket was opened. Zhang Wei looked up and saw a group of people walking in. There were quite a lot of people, crowding at the door, and then slowly walking into the supermarket. Zhang Wei looked closely and found that it was Wang Yun and others who had come yesterday. He didn't expect them to come so early. Zhang Wei was very happy to see so many people. Each transaction costs one person, and he believes that the level of the supermarket will be improved soon. Among these people, many are visiting the supermarket for the first time. When they saw the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket, their eyes widened instantly, their mouths opened slightly, and they swallowed unconsciously. There are so many things. It's like a dream. A thin young man couldn't help muttering to himself, his eyes full of shock. "That's great. We don't have to go hungry anymore. There's so much food, it's enough to last us for a while." A middle-aged woman's hands were shaking slightly with excitement, and her eyes were scanning the shelves eagerly. It's all food, and there's so much drink, it gives me something to look forward to." Another young man rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes flashing with greed, and his feet unconsciously moved towards the shelf. However, just when they were getting carried away, Wang Teng stood out from the crowd. He was tall and strong, with an aura of majesty on his face. He glanced around, and his murderous eyes were like a cold sharp blade, instantly calming down those who were ready to make a move. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to do anything excessive. Seeing this, Wang Yun quickly straightened her clothes, stepped forward quickly, and said respectfully to Zhang Wei, "Hello, boss. We are here to buy something. After we went back yesterday, everyone is looking forward to coming back today." Zhang Wei nodded slightly and said calmly, "Well, there is a new rule today. I need you to use some of your crystal cores to purchase goods. Of course, considering your situation, each person can buy 2 bags, no more." When Wang Yun heard this, she nodded quickly and said, Okay, boss, I'm ready." As she spoke, she quickly took out a handful of crystal cores from the cloth bag she was carrying. Those crystal cores emitted a faint light and sparkled with a strange luster under the light. In addition, she took out a large pile of gold, silver and jewelry and placed them all on the cash register, piling them up like a small mountain. "Boss, do you think this is enough? If not, I'll find another way." Wang Yun asked cautiously, with a hint of worry in her eyes, fearing that Zhang Wei would be dissatisfied. "That's enough. Take the bag and fill it." Zhang Wei nodded, took out enough shopping bags from the cabinet under the cash register and handed them to Wang Yun. Wang Yun took the bag with both hands, turned around and said to the crowd behind her, "Everyone, listen carefully. Each person takes 2 bags. Don't take more than that. Be quick when picking things out, don't dilly-dally. After explaining some precautions, she took her people to start picking things out in the supermarket. When the newcomers saw the shelves filled with all kinds of delicious food, their appetites were instantly aroused. They stared at the beautifully packaged snacks and fragrant bread, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They started to plan in their minds to sneak a bite to satisfy their cravings. A young man took advantage of the fact that no one around him was paying attention, quickly picked up a bag of potato chips, and tore the packaging bag with both hands. But what he didn't expect was that the packaging bag seemed to be under a spell and could not be torn open no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth and increased his strength. His fingers turned white from the effort, but the packaging bag remained intact. Another person set his sights on a can of canned fruit. He picked up the can and used all his strength to twist the lid. His face flushed red, but the lid seemed to be grown on the can and did not move at all. Another person wanted to drink some water, so he picked up a bottle of mineral water and tried to twist the cap with both hands, but the cap seemed to be welded and could not be twisted open. They tried several times but failed, and they couldn't help feeling a little panicked. At this moment, they suddenly remembered what the leader had said before. The leader repeatedly emphasized that they must abide by the rules in the supermarket and not act recklessly. Thinking of the mysterious look of supermarket owner Zhang Wei, everyone gave up the idea of stealing food and started to choose things properly, not daring to make any small moves. Chapter 16, 5 Million Wealth Income. Boss, I've already made my selection. Wang Yun spoke. Zhang Wei started collecting money. Hey, a platinum ring, worth 5,000 yuan, would you like to take it? Ding, cashier 5,000 yuan. Hey, a century-old antique, worth 200,000 yuan, would you like to take it? Ding, cash register 200,000 yuan. Today's transaction went exceptionally smoothly, and the gains were greater than ever before. After settlement, he gained more than 5 million in wealth. These treasures, whether gold, silver, jewelry or other valuable items, made Zhang Wei very satisfied. And also harvested a lot of crystal cores. Crystal cores can be used to enhance one's own abilities. After the transaction was completed, Wang Yun did not rush to leave. She hesitated for a moment, but mustered up the courage to ask, "Boss, do you have any weapons for sale? Our base is in desperate need of weapons to strengthen its defenses." Zhang Wei leaned against the cashier counter, thought for a moment, and then said, "I can think of a way to get swords and knives for you. I have some channels to get them. However, as for firearms, I don't have any for now." After hearing this, a look of regret flashed across Wang Yun's face. In her mind, guns have always been powerful and reliable weapons, vital to the defense of the base. But having sword-type weapons is better than having none, so she nodded and said, "That's fine. Having sword-type weapons is better than just waiting. So when will they be available?" Zhang Wei spread his hands and said, "I'll check the situation over the next 2 days and get it for you as soon as possible. You can send someone to trade every day. If there is stock, I will notify you as soon as possible." Wang Yun's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly, saying, "Okay, boss, thank you very much. I will come here every day to trade with you." Food is very important in the doomsday, so she naturally wants to buy more food. She never had too much of this kind of thing. Even if she can't finish it all, she can trade it with other survivors, or take in more people to strengthen the base. Without a gun, she was still a little worried. However, she could try to trade food for weapons with other survivors, but this method of transaction was risky and unsafe. The survivors are of varying quality, and they might suddenly turn against each other during the transaction and steal food and weapons. However, she really had no choice. Firearms were relatively important weapons for the base and were related to the safety of many survivors in the base. She had to find a way to buy them. "Goodbye, boss," Wang Yun said. "Welcome to come again next time." Zhang Wei also replied. They are mutually dependent. He needs to sell things to make money. The other party needs food. After they left, Zhang Wei looked at his supermarket information. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Zhang Wei. Supermarket level, 0.42%. Employee, Lu Rumei 11. The supermarket upgrade is coming soon. If Lu Rumei could attract more survivors today, the supermarket would probably be able to be successfully upgraded to level 1 tomorrow. He is very much looking forward to whether there will be any special changes after the supermarket is upgraded. He took out the crystal cores and began to absorb them. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, none. Strength, level 10%. Ability, none. Gene points, 37. These gene points cannot improve any strength at all, so they can only be saved for now. Lu Rumei set off towards a small base. She walked quickly, thinking about how to bring more deals to Zhang Wei as soon as possible. However, just as she passed by an abandoned factory area, she suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps all around. Then, several people quickly emerged from the surrounding ruins and quickly surrounded her. "Stop, or I'll kill you." A cold and threatening voice exploded in the air. Several people instantly appeared in front of Lu Rumei, surrounding her in a triangle. The leader was a man named Ji Fan. He had a tall and straight figure, an extremely cold face, and his eyes revealed a decisive and fierce look, as if he had experienced countless life and death battles. Two women stood beside him. One of the women was pure and beautiful. Although he was exhausted at the moment, his face showed a little fatigue. But you can still see her delicate facial features and outstanding temperament. It is not difficult to imagine that she must be a school beauty in the school. The other woman looked like a white-collar worker in society. She was dressed in a smart professional suit, mature and sexy, with a capable look in her eyes, revealing a shrewd and decisive look. Lu Rumei was surprised, but quickly calmed down. She looked at Yi Fan and asked tentatively, "Are you Yi Fan?" Yi Fan was slightly stunned and looked at Lu Rumei, who was wearing the Ultraman mask. Although he couldn't see her face, Yi Fan could be sure from her slender figure and lively eyes that she was a beautiful woman. Moreover, the other party was dressed so neatly and cleanly, and dared to walk alone in the wild, which made him feel a little puzzled. What was her purpose? "Oh, you know me?" Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. "Of course I know him. The name of Thunder Swordsman Yi Fan is quite famous in Sangqing Base City." Lu Rumei looked calm and spoke casually, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Yi Fan's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at Lu Rumei, trying to guess her background from her every subtle expression and movement. Lu Rumei took out a flyer from her bag and handed it to Yi Fan, saying, "Our boss opened a doomsday supermarket nearby. It has everything you need: food, drinks, and daily necessities. We have everything. I believe you are definitely interested. Going there to trade will only benefit you." Hearing this, the people around Yi Fan looked at each other. Then he looked at Lu Rumei as if she were a fool, his eyes full of suspicion and vigilance. That expression seemed to ask, "Are we fools to believe such words?" Lu Rumei didn't care about their strange looks and said calmly, "I know you don't believe it. If I were to hear such news suddenly, I would also have doubts. But we do have countless sources of food and water. As long as you can pay the price, these things can be yours." After saying that, she opened the backpack on her back and showed the contents to Yi Fan and others. The school bag was filled with various foods, including compressed biscuits, canned food, bread, and several bottles of mineral water. So much food! The innocent school beauty Chu Yenran couldn't help but scream in surprise. She hadn't seen so much rich food for a long time, and was filled with desire and shock. Female white-collar worker Mu Qingqing frowned. She was not as simple as Chu Yenran. She looked at Lu Rumei warily and said coldly, "Why did you come to us? In these doomsdays, people are treacherous. Aren't you afraid that we might kill people and rob them? Or are you actually sent by the enemy to set up this trap and catch us all in one fell swoop?" Chapter 17. Who sent? You are right to be suspicious. In these last days, it's always better to be cautious. Lu Rumei's expression was calm, but her tone was full of confidence. "But, to be honest, if I wanted to deal with you, why would I use a trap? I could just attack directly." "Huh, you seem quite confident. Then I want to see what strength you have that makes you so confident." Mu Qingqing was already wary of Lu Rumei, and after hearing what she said, her suspicion grew even stronger. She immediately stopped hesitating and took the initiative to attack Lu Rumei. Yi Fan did not stop him either, as he also suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. After all, he had quite a few enemies, and who knew who sent them? It's better to be safe. Mu Qingqing's eyes flashed, and she appeared in front of Lu Rumei in an instant. She didn't know when a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. With a flash of cold light, she stabbed Lu Rumei's shoulder fiercely. However, Lu Rumei did not dodge at all. She just stood there quietly, allowing Mu Qingqing's dagger to attack her. Bite. A crisp metallic collision sound was heard. Mu Qingqing only felt that her dagger was like stabbing into an indestructible piece of steel. Not only did it fail to hurt Lu Rumei, but it also made her palm numb. What kind of supernatural power is this? Mu Qingqing widened her eyes, her face full of surprise, and the dagger in her hand stopped unconsciously. Even Yi Fan, who was standing by, was very surprised. He stared at Lu Rumei closely, his eyes full of scrutiny. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak woman actually had such special abilities. You know, Mu Qingqing is a second-level strongman. Under the full-force attack, even a third-level strongman dared not ignore it. But this woman's ability was enough to completely resist it, which really shocked him. Have you heard of the indestructible body of diamond? Lu Rumei raised her head slightly and spoke proudly, with a hint of pride in her tone. I just don't believe that I can't break your supernatural power. Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth, a spirit of not giving up surged in her heart. She attacked again, and the dagger in her hand was like raindrops, attacking Lu Rumei one after another, using all her strength in each blow. It was a pity that she attacked more than 10 times, but each time it was like stabbing into a solid wall, without any effect at all. Lu Rumei still stood there steadily, without even moving a step. Sister Mu, that's enough, stop it. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly spoke out to stop it. He also discovered that Lu Rumei was really not simple. The other party possessed such special abilities that were enough for her to walk sideways in the doomsday. If such people are truly enemies, there is really no need to resort to conspiracy or trickery. If you confront them head-on, they may not be your opponents. Yi Fan turned his eyes away from the flyer and looked at Lu Rumei with a probing look in his eyes. He asked, "What price do I need to pay to buy the food in your hand?" Lu Rumei smiled slightly and replied calmly, "Our boss has a rather unique taste. He likes gold and silver jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Of course, his favorite thing is the crystal core. In the eyes of our boss, these are all currencies that can be exchanged for supplies." After hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but frown, with an expression of incomprehension on his face. In this doomsday world, survival is the top priority, and food, water and weapons are the most practical things. There are actually people who collect these seemingly useless gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. However, no matter what, he did have a great interest in this mysterious, doomsday supermarket. A few people gathered together and looked at the flyer carefully again. They found that the location of the supermarket marked on the poster was not far from them, just near the commercial street. When did a new house appear on the commercial street? Mu Qingqing looked at the location and house on the poster with surprise on her face. She used to often hang out near the commercial street and was very familiar with the environment there, but she had never heard of such a house. Our boss is extremely mysterious and has extraordinary means. There is nothing he can't do, except what you can't imagine. Lu Rumei raised her chin and said proudly, as if showing off her boss's power. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, thinking that this was a rare opportunity, and said, "Okay, let's go with you to take a look. Maybe this supermarket can really bring us unexpected gains." Yi Fan. Mu Qingqing spoke hurriedly, her face full of worry. She felt that it was not a good idea to go there rashly. What if this was a trap? They would be in danger. There's nothing wrong with that. To be honest, with her defensive ability, even if I use all my strength, I might not be able to break it. If she really wanted to harm us, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to deceive us. If she had just attacked us directly, we wouldn't have been able to fight back. Yi Fan was still very confident in his intuition. He could feel that the other party had no ill intentions at all and did not even take them seriously. Mu Qingqing listened to Yi Fan's words, although she still had some concerns in her heart. But I also know that Yi Fan has always been meticulous. Since he said so, there must be some truth to it. So, they stopped talking, packed up their things, and headed towards the doomsday supermarket. Lu Rumei knew in her heart that there must be many survivors in the base where Yi Fan was. It would be difficult to make them believe what she said about the supermarket just by talking about it. However, she knew very well that only if they went to the supermarket in person and saw the supplies in the supermarket with their own eyes would they truly believe her words. So, she didn't say anything more, just gestured to Yi Fan and others, and then led a few people towards the supermarket. Along the way, everyone had their own thoughts. Yi Fan, Mu Qingqing and others looked around vigilantly, fearing that they might encounter any danger. Lu Rumei walked briskly, unconcerned about the dangers around her. Soon, they saw the doomsday supermarket. It was a brand new building that stood out among the dilapidated surroundings. It's just like what the poster said. There's an extra house for no reason. Mu Qingqing widened her eyes, her face full of surprise, and she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Yi Fan also frowned and became even more curious about this supermarket. He looked carefully at the exterior of the supermarket and found that the doors and windows were very sturdy, giving people a sense of security. Several people walked towards the supermarket, and their footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet street. After opening the door, a warm breath hit me in the face, forming a sharp contrast with the cold outside. The supermarket is brightly lit and the shelves are filled with a dazzling variety of supplies. Lu Rumei smiled and said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, I'll bring 3 people with me." Zhang Wei was standing behind the cashier counter sorting goods. He looked up when he heard the sound. He saw that there were only 3 people. Although he felt a little disappointed and thought that there were too few people, he didn't care. After all, these 3 people are also potential customers and may be able to bring in more business. "Welcome, this is my supermarket. It has everything you need. Just take whatever you need. However, each person can only buy 1 bag of supplies per day." Zhang Wei answered enthusiastically with a kind smile on his face. Chapter 18, More than 100 people. Oh my god, I must be dreaming, there really are so many supplies here. Chu Yanran widened her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, her mouth slightly open, and she couldn't help but exclaim. She reached out and gently touched the food on the shelf beside her, as if to confirm whether all this was real. This woman really didn't lie. There are really countless supplies here. Mu Qingqing was also very shocked. She clenched her hands unconsciously, and her eyes revealed vigilance and thought. She has experienced a lot and knows very well that in the doomsday, resources are extremely scarce. Anyone who can possess so many supplies is definitely not an ordinary person. The other party is really too mysterious. This house suddenly appeared, and the mountains of supplies in it. There is also the behavior of the other party actively looking for people to trade with. These things all show that the owner of this supermarket is definitely not an ordinary person and should not be underestimated. Yi Fan is also a very calm person. No matter what happens in his daily life, he can remain calm. However, at this moment, facing this incredible scene, he frowned, his eyes full of solemnity. Then, he walked respectfully to the boss, bowed slightly, and said, "Boss, I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Yi Fan. I want to confirm whether the supplies here can really be purchased freely. You can call me boss, or you can call me Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei sat on the chair behind the cashier counter, crossed his legs, and said calmly, "Of course, you can buy whatever you want here, but each person can only buy 1 bag of things per day." After hearing this, Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully and said, "In other words, the more people there are, the more things they can buy." "Yes, that's exactly the point." Zhang Wei stood up, put his hands on the cashier counter, leaned forward, looked at Yi Fan and said, "Because this is a new store opening, I'll give you a special price. 1 bag of food only requires 1 first-level crystal core. When more people buy it in the future, the price will definitely go up. After all, in this doomsday, he is the only one in the supermarket and he has the final say on prices. Supplies will be consumed, so he has no worries about no one buying them." "Boss, I'm new here and not very familiar with the rules here." Yi Fan lowered his head slightly, a sincere look on his face, and a hint of expectation in his voice. "Can you please be flexible and let me buy a few more bags? I promise you, I'll bring a group of people over to buy them later, and I won't let you suffer any loss." Zhang Wei leaned against the cashier counter, his arms folded across his chest. With a scrutinizing look in his eyes, he asked, "Oh? I'd like to hear it. How many people can you bring in to buy things?" Yi Fan straightened his back, looked at Zhang Wei confidently, and answered without hesitation, "No less than 100 people, I still have some people in the base. As long as I take the things back, everyone will definitely be willing to come to you to buy things." Zhang Wei was surprised and his eyes widened slightly. He didn't expect that this guy was so capable that he could bring so many people to buy things. He thought to himself that it seemed that the man named Yi was not a simple guy, and he might be able to bring him a lot of business. So, Zhang Wei nodded, a barely perceptible smile on his face, and replied, "Okay, I can give you this opportunity. But I want you to promise that these people will come to me to buy something every day. They can't fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. Only in this way can my business last long." In fact, even if Zhang Wei didn't say it, Yi Fan knew in his heart that this was a great opportunity for him to expand the scale of the base and enhance his strength. He quickly said, "No problem. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely do it." As long as I have enough supplies, I can quickly expand and take in more survivors. By then, your business will surely get better and better. As long as there are enough supplies, he can allow the survivors in the base to live a relatively stable life and attract more people to join. And this boss is his biggest guarantee at present, so he must cooperate well and buy more supplies at this stage to lay a solid foundation for future development. Yifan no longer hesitated and quickly took out some crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the cashier counter. Then he walked to the rice shelf, picked up 2 bags of rice, and strode out of the supermarket. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing and Chu Yanran each picked out what they needed and left the supermarket with Yifan. Zhang Wei picked up the crystal core and used it with satisfaction. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. Zhang Wei leaned back on a recliner in the corner of the supermarket, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. With a look of approval on his face, he said to Lu Rumei, who was standing beside him. "Well done. I didn't expect you to find such a big client for me. Judging from Yifan's attitude, if we can have a long-term cooperation, my supermarket's business will definitely be good." Lu Rumei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sweet smile, and responded, "Boss, mainly because I have heard of his name before. In these apocalyptic times, he is a well-known figure. Not only are they strong and capable of handling any danger with ease, but they also have a good reputation and treat survivors well. They will do their best to provide shelter and help everyone. Because of this, there are many people willing to follow him. But, to be honest, I never thought that his power would grow to over 100 people. It's also good luck that I can bring him here today." As Lu Rumei spoke, she recalled what she had heard about Yifan before. No matter what, Zhang Wei was quite satisfied with Lu Rumei's work today. He stood up, stretched, and said, "It's almost noon, don't rush out. Come have lunch with me first. When the supermarket's business gets better and more customers come, you won't have to go out to distribute flyers anymore. When the store gets busy, I'll have to rely on you to help run it." Lu Rumei quickly waved her hand, her eyes full of sincerity, and said, "It's okay, boss. With your invincible ability protecting us, this supermarket is stable. I'm not tired at all. Besides, distributing flyers is not a difficult task for me. I will be happy if I can attract more customers for you." Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei, and the admiration in his eyes became more and more obvious. He thought to himself, who wouldn't like a beautiful, smart, capable employee who was so proactive at work? He said, "Okay, with a capable assistant like you, my supermarket will definitely become more and more prosperous." Chapter 19: Tobacco and Alcohol Agency. Zhang Wei had just finished lunch and was sitting behind the cash register, leisurely sorting out the account book. Suddenly, the supermarket door was pushed open and a group of people rushed in like a tide. It was Yifan and his group who hurried over. The supermarket, which was originally quite spacious, suddenly became very crowded. People were shoulder to shoulder, and the noisy conversations and footsteps mixed together, making the entire supermarket a mess. Seeing this, Yifan frowned and immediately realized that this would not work. He quickly stood in front of the crowd and shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. Let's not crowd. Come one by one and line up properly, otherwise no one will be able to buy anything." When everyone heard Yifan's voice, they gradually quieted down and began to line up slowly according to his instructions. Yifan straightened his clothes, walked quickly to Zhang Wei, with a hint of apology on his face, and said, "Boss, I've brought some people here, but we're a bit pressed for time, and I don't know if these things are enough." As he spoke, he took out a large bag of gold, silver, jewelry, and some antiques from behind him and placed them on the cash register. Zhang Wei glanced at the bag and roughly estimated its value in his mind. Later, he discovered that one of the antiques was worth more than 2 million. He was very satisfied, nodded, and said, "Okay, everyone has a bag of stuff, and when it's full, come here to trade. Everyone, hurry up and don't waste time." Okay. Yifan nodded quickly, his eyes revealing eagerness and anticipation. He knew in his heart how important these supplies were to him and his men. Then, Yifan turned around and said loudly to his men behind him, "Everyone listen carefully, everyone take a shopping bag. Go to the supermarket and pick out what you need. Once your bags are full, come over here to check out. Be quick." After hearing Yifan's instructions, the subordinates took action, picked up shopping bags, and rushed to the shelves of the supermarket. After his men started picking things up in the supermarket, Yifan stood in front of the cashier, rubbed his hands, and said to Zhang Wei with a slightly flattering smile on his face, "Boss, can you give me a pack of cigarettes? I've been busy all this time, and my mouth has no taste, and my heart feels empty." "No problem." Zhang Wei was quite straightforward. He turned around and took out a pack of cigarettes from the shelf behind him, took out a cigarette and handed it to Yifan, and then took out a lighter to light it for him. Yifan took the cigarette, leaned close to the flame and took a deep breath. The smoke swirled in his lungs and then slowly exhaled. A satisfied look appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "Thanks a lot, boss. I haven't been able to take a puff for a month. This stuff is becoming increasingly rare in the apocalypse. Sometimes you can't even buy it if you have a crystal core." Zhang Wei leaned against the cashier counter, flicked the ash off his cigarette, and replied, "As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can have as many as you want in the future. With me, as long as you have crystal cores, you can have anything you want." Yifan was silent for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, can we work together individually? Look, I have quite a few people under me, and I'm sure I can bring you a lot of stable business in the future." Zhang Wei listened and shook his head without hesitation. His eyes became sharp and he said, "That's impossible. I opened a shop to do business. The more people I have, the better. Business thrives when there are more people, and my supermarket can only stay open for a long time. If anyone wants to block my business, I don't mind making him disappear." Yifan looked at Zhang Wei's serious expression and did not doubt the truth of his words. After all, in the doomsday, anyone who can afford to open such a supermarket and have so many supplies is definitely not a good person. Yifan nodded and hurriedly explained, "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I mean, can you give me the monopoly on tobacco and alcohol? I have some channels and contacts outside, and I can maximize the value of these things. Let's cooperate. I promise I won't let you suffer any loss." Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the cash register with his fingers, thought for a moment, and said, "Then how much can you offer me? Don't just talk big, you have to show me something practical." "We'll split the profits in half," Yifan said without hesitation. "You've seen my influence outside. I have a way to sell these cigarettes and alcohol at a good price, and I can guarantee sales. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Zhang Wei lowered his head slightly, folded his hands across his chest, and fell into a brief period of contemplation. He knew that Yifan's cooperation proposal had certain risks, but if he could really open up the tobacco and alcohol market, it would be a significant boost to his supermarket business. Of course, this risk is nothing to him. "It's just some cigarettes and alcohol, nothing to me." After a moment, he raised his head, nodded firmly, and said, "Okay, I can let you try first. However, let's be frank. If you can't deliver on your promise, then this matter is off the table. Don't even mention any cooperation in the future." When Yifan heard this, a bright smile instantly appeared on his face. He patted his chest and said confidently, "Boss, just relax. Since I, Yifan, dare to say this, I must be absolutely sure that I can do it. I, Yifan, always keep my word and will never let you down." Zhang Wei nodded slightly and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. I hope you can let me see your strength." As he said that, he turned and walked into the supermarket's warehouse. After a while, he took out 20 cartons of cigarettes and 20 boxes of wine and stacked them neatly in front of the checkout counter. Yifan raised his right hand, with an antique ring on his finger. He moved slightly, and a strange light flashed on the ring. Immediately afterwards, the 20 packs of cigarettes and 20 boxes of wine disappeared in an instant as if they were grabbed by an invisible big hand, apparently being stored in the space ring. Zhang Wei saw this scene, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have a space ring. This thing is a rare thing in the apocalypse." Yifan smiled, a hint of pride on his face, and said, "It's just luck. I got it when I opened the treasure chest before. In this doomsday, luck is also a kind of strength." In fact, Yifan deliberately revealed the space ring in order to prove his ability to Zhang Wei and let Zhang Wei know that he had enough strength and means to complete the cooperation. For Zhang Wei, although these cigarettes and alcohol have certain value in his supermarket, they are indeed not worth much money compared with the entire supermarket business. He thought to himself that if Yifan could really open up the tobacco and alcohol market, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. After all, he always likes to cooperate with strong and capable people so that both parties can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. Chapter 20 Supermarket Upgrade. System, supermarket level upgraded to level 1. System, the supermarket has unlocked a new feature that allows you to choose where to land. The higher the level, the more times you can land it will each day. Currently, the number of times you can land it will each day is 1. System, supermarket level upgraded to level 1. A crisp mechanical prompt sound exploded in Jiang Wei's mind. As the second prompt sounded, Jiang Wei saw in his mind that the entire supermarket had undergone tremendous changes, and a layer of light golden halo suddenly emerged in the supermarket. Jiang Wei felt the floor beneath his feet tremble slightly, and the goods on the shelves made a tiny clattering sound, as if they were being gently moved by an invisible hand. He raised his hand to block the blinding light, squinting to see the entire building distorted in the light and shadow, the walls reassembling themselves like a flowing sand painting. When the light faded, Jiang Wei's breathing suddenly stopped. The originally narrow 3-story building has been completely transformed. The space on the first floor has doubled horizontally, the distance between shelves has become wider, and the aisles are large enough to accommodate 2 shopping carts running side by side. He saw that the originally cramped corner platform had disappeared, replaced by a brand new shopping elevator that led to the second floor. The metal handrails shone coldly under the light. In addition to the shopping elevator, there is also a home elevator that can reach the 3rd floor and above. You know, his house didn't have such an elevator before, only stairs. Nowadays, with the upgrade of supermarkets, these have appeared. Moreover, the entire supermarket looks brand new, as if it has been renovated. It is very clean and tidy, giving people a good feeling. When his consciousness looked towards the second floor, he saw a blank space of 300 square meters. Like the first floor, there were countless shelves here, neatly arranged. However, there were no items on it, so it was obvious that he needed to purchase them. Jiang Wei discovered that the original living area on the second floor had been moved to the 3rd floor. 3 new doors have been added on both sides of the corridor on the 3rd floor. 2 of them are suites with private bathrooms, and the other is obviously a reserved storage room. He looked at the new master bedroom door and found that the bay window had doubled in size, and the morning light was pouring onto the floor through the newly installed double-glazed glass. Jiang Wei looked at the top of the spiral staircase and raised his head to look at the newly added 4-story attic. The sloping skylight cuts the sunlight into diamond-shaped spots of light. There are several wooden boxes printed with supermarket equipment piled up in the attic. The most eye-catching one is the brand new central air conditioning outdoor unit in the corner. The supermarket layout in front of him was automatically updating. The originally gray second floor area had become an editable blank template, and a prompt box popped up below. Please select the functional area of the second floor, fresh food area, clothing area, electrical appliances area, custom. He ignored all this for the time being and looked at the supermarket's information. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Jiang Wei. Supermarket level, 10%. Employee, Lu Rumei 12. Function, arrive at will. Random descent, each time you descend into another world, you can choose any place to descend. Number of times, 1. The changes after the supermarket level was upgraded far exceeded expectations. Not only were the functional modules unlocked one by one, but the building itself also grew quietly as if it were cast by magic. Jiang Wei stood behind the cashier counter, looking at the customers walking between the shelves, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the system interface. The narrow passage that originally required one to pass sideways is now wide enough for 3 shopping carts to pass side by side, and even the ceiling has been raised by more than 2 meters. At this rate of upgrade, it might not be too long before this small building breaks through the clouds and is upgraded to a truly high-end commercial city. After all, every system upgrade comes with building expansion, and right now, this supermarket is only level 1. Did this supermarket use growth enhancers? Someone in the crowd shouted, and the whispers suddenly broke out. Several people were standing in front of the cold storage cabinet rubbing their eyes. They remembered that there were piles of yogurt here just now, but now it has become a double-door constant temperature cabinet, and real-time temperature data is even flashing on the glass curtain wall. Look at the wall. The girl with the ponytail suddenly pointed to the ceiling. The originally exposed concrete beams and columns were at some point wrapped in silver-gray metal plates, with faint blue LED light strips flowing through the gaps. With this kind of decoration style, I would believe it's the lobby of a 5-star hotel. Yi Fan walked up to Jiang Wei, his Adam's apple rolled twice before he spoke. Boss, did you do this? Jiang Wei's tone was as calm as if he was discussing the weather. With the increase in customer traffic, it's natural to adjust the layout. As more people come in the future, I will continue to expand the scale of the supermarket. The crowd suddenly fell silent for a moment. This supermarket owner's methods are really outrageous. After all, which supermarket expansion would cause the load-bearing walls to automatically shift? This strange method made them more certain that the supermarket owner was a man of great powers. In the eyes of everyone, this strange method made them feel even more awe. This kind of boss has very special methods and must not be offended. Although everyone was whispering, they all chose their items in an orderly manner and went to the checkout counter to pay. Zhang Wei didn't let them leave, and they didn't dare to leave. Chu Yanran's fingers gripping the shopping basket tightened unconsciously, her eyes always glued to the figure behind the cashier counter. Zhang Wei looked no different from an ordinary shop owner as he lowered his head to collect the cash. But the sound of the shelves automatically moving when the supermarket expanded was still vibrating on her eardrums. I don't know who this supermarket owner is. Chu Yanran looked at Zhang Wei, who had a calm expression and was full of curiosity. Mu Qingqing, your hands are shaking so much that you can't even hold potato chips. Yi Fan nudged the girl next to him with his elbow, but his eyes did not move away from Zhang Wei. Mu Qingqing suddenly retracted her hand that almost knocked over the drink rack, and a taste of rust rose in her throat. The moment when a crack of light appeared in the supermarket ceiling. She clearly saw dense mechanical lines emerging on the back of the shelf. Those lines were slowly wriggling, like some living thing moving under the skin. This kind of person is too mysterious and must not be offended. I even attacked his employees before. I'm scared just thinking about it. Mu Qingqing's voice was stuck in her throat, filled with fear. This kind of ability is not something humans should have. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Mu Qingqing smiled bitterly. Yes, fortunately this boss is just doing business and not for anything else. We must not be disrespectful in the slightest. Yi Fan also nodded, full of respect. To offend Zhang Wei would be tantamount to seeking death, so he would never do such a stupid thing. After this group of people finished their transactions, Zhang Wei looked at the panel. Mission: complete 100 transactions and receive 1000 gene points as a reward. Release mission: complete 1000 transactions and receive 10,000 gene points as a reward. Looking at the rewarded gene points, he was very happy. With so many gene points, it should be enough for him to break through to the second level. Chapter 21: Breakthrough to Level 2. He took a deep breath, looked focused, and slowly allocated the gene points in his hand to the strength attribute column. Every injection of gene points can cause a slight ripple on the progress bar of strength improvement. As his gene points continued to be consumed, he noticed that for every 10 gene points added, his strength experience value only increased by 1%. This discovery made him frown slightly and he began to think quickly in his mind. At this rate of growth, a full 1000 gene points would be required to break through to the second level. The stronger the strength, the more gene points are needed. He muttered to himself, a serious look in his eyes. He knew very well that improving his strength was not easy. If improving strength was easy, then in the cruel world of Red Star, there wouldn't be only a few strong survivors who could reach the third level. Nowadays, most people in this world are still at the first and second level of strength. However, this did not make him retreat, but instead aroused the fighting spirit deep in his heart. He gritted his teeth and continued to add the remaining gene points to his strength. As time passed, the gene points continued to decrease, while the strength experience points were slowly rising. Finally, when the final percentage reached 100%, the system's prompt sounded clearly in his mind. System: strength breaks through to the second level. In an instant, a tremendous and powerful force surged out from deep within his body like a surging tide and instantly spread throughout his body. He felt as if his muscles had been reforged, each one filled with explosive power. When he lightly clenched his fist, his knuckles made a cracking sound. His bones also became tougher, as if they had been tempered by thousands of hammers and could withstand stronger impacts. The 5 senses have also been greatly enhanced, the field of vision has become wider, and subtle changes in the surrounding environment can be clearly captured. The hearing becomes more acute, and even the faintest sounds in the distance can be heard clearly. His sense of smell has also become more sensitive, and he can accurately distinguish various complex smells in the air. Not only that, his reaction speed and body coordination have also made a qualitative leap. As soon as an idea of an action flashes through the mind, the body can respond quickly, and the movement is smooth and natural without any lag. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new power in his body, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. He knew that he had officially entered the second level of strength and had even greater power. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Wei's mouth corners slightly raised, and a smug look appeared on his face. It's not easy for others to reach the second level. It takes a lot of time and energy, but I can achieve it easily. He folded his arms across his chest, his eyes filled with pride. Looking back on this period of time, I didn't go out of the house and just stayed comfortably in this supermarket. As long as other people come into the supermarket to shop, he can gain a lot of wealth and his strength will increase accordingly. This feeling, anyone who has experienced it will know, it's simply wonderful. He couldn't help but mutter softly. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the supermarket's information panel. Supermarket level, 15%. Looking at the slowly growing progress, he frowned slightly. He knew in his heart that it was not an easy task for a supermarket to upgrade to level 2. However, he soon felt relieved and was not in a hurry now. After all, as the reputation of the Doomsday Supermarket gradually spreads, more and more survivors will surely come here to trade. By then, wealth and power will come rolling in. Just then, he remembered that Jifan and others had already bought things and left. He hurriedly looked at his harvest. The wealth gained was more than 20 million, and there were more than 100 crystal cores. Among them, there is also a second-level crystal core emitting a faint light. He picked up the second-level crystal core, played with it in his hands, and began to think. The first-order crystal core can only increase 1 gene point, and I don't know how many gene points the second-order crystal core can increase. He absorbed the crystal core with great anticipation. System, absorbing the second-order crystal core, gene points plus 10. It's actually 10 o'clock. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up and he felt pleasantly surprised. The gene points of the second-order crystal core are actually 10 times that of the first-order crystal core. Similarly, a second-level monster is definitely not comparable to a first-level monster. He muttered to himself. He knew very well that in the Doomsday world, the gap between levels of strength was huge. A second-level monster can defeat dozens of first-level monsters at the same time. This is the crushing power of strength. If a first-level warrior encounters a second-level monster, he's basically doomed. He shook his head, feeling a little sorry for those first-level powerhouses. However, he also knew. Unless a first-level warrior possesses talent or powerful skills, or has a large number of people and can rely on tactics or equipment to win, it is difficult for them to survive against a second-level monster. Having reached the second level of strength, the threat of firearms has been greatly reduced for us. He clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force within him. Only heavy weapons with relatively high lethality can pose a fatal threat to us. Despite this, Zhang Wei understood that he needed to keep a low profile. The threat of ordinary firearms to second-level strongmen is only reduced, but it does not mean that they cannot kill them. If you are shot in the head or in a fatal area, you will die. So, he has nothing to be proud of. His strength has only reached the second level now, which is still far behind those second-level strongmen who have talent, skills, and rich combat experience. Although I don't need to fight those people, I still want to obtain talents or skills. He was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew clearly how important talent and skills were in the Doomsday world. Moreover, he will have to practice more in actual combat in the future. With Lu Rumei around, he can ask her for advice on practical combat. The other party was able to survive the Doomsday, so he must be very powerful. Moreover, after the supermarket is upgraded to level 1, it can add 1 more employee. He wouldn't just hire random employees, at least they wouldn't be worse than Lu Rumei. Gene points allow me to awaken my talents. A minimum of 100 gene points is required to awaken. He looked at his current number of gene points and had a goal in mind. Next, he wanted to work hard to accumulate gene points and awaken his talents and skills. So he used all the crystal cores. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, none. Strength, level 20%. Ability, none. Gene points, 158. His gene points exceeded 100, so he began to awaken his talents. Chapter 22 Perception Talent. System, awaken F-level talent perception. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, detailed information about this talent appeared in front of Zhang Wei's eyes. Perception, F-level, can sense subtle changes in the surroundings. The stronger the strength and mental power, the wider the range of perception. Zhang Wei was slightly stunned, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he looked at this talent helplessly. He had been looking forward to awakening an extremely powerful talent that would instantly increase his strength. However, this perception talent did not achieve the effect he expected. However, he quickly calmed down and thought about it carefully. Although this talent is not as powerful as imagined, it is not completely useless. In the doomsday world, danger is everywhere. Being able to sense subtle changes in the surroundings may allow you to detect danger in advance at a critical moment, so that you can prepare for it in advance and save your life. 100 gene points obviously can't awaken a very powerful talent. Zhang Wei sighed softly, knowing that if he wanted to obtain more advanced talents, he would need to consume more gene points. This is like investing: the more you invest, the greater the return will be. I don't know how many gene points are needed to obtain an SSS level talent. There was a hint of curiosity and yearning in Zhang Wei's eyes. He remembered what Lu Rumei had told him before, that SSS level talent was the most powerful talent, and only a few people in the world possessed it. Such a powerful and almost heaven-defying talent would definitely require a huge amount of gene points to awaken, which is simply not something he can obtain now. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. Zhang Wei shook his head and brought his thoughts back to reality. He knew very well that one should eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Since it is impossible to obtain advanced talents now, I will set a small goal first and improve my strength to the 3rd level. He recalled the previous upgrade from level 1 to level 2, which consumed a full 1000 gene points. According to this rule, if you want to increase your strength to the 3rd level, you must consume 10,000 gene points. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for him at the moment. This requires completing the tasks issued by the system. Zhang Wei clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. He knew that the tasks issued by the system were an important way to obtain gene points. Only by continuously completing tasks can you accumulate enough gene points to upgrade your strength to the 3rd level, thus having stronger survival ability in this cruel doomsday world. Only when he has enough strength can he walk out of the supermarket and explore the world. It would be impossible for him to leave the supermarket until he was strong enough. As long as there are more than 100 people coming to the supermarket to shop every day. Judging from the current speed of gene point acquisition and task completion, it won't take too long for Zhang Wei to successfully complete the system task and break through to the 3rd level. Lu Rumei walked up to Zhang Wei, her face beaming with smiles, and said excitedly, "Boss, look, the supermarket is twice as big as before. Now it's not only more spacious, but every area is tidy and beautifully decorated. Guests will definitely be impressed when they come in." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a vision for the future, and said, "Well, this is just the beginning. As more and more customers come, the supermarket will continue to expand. After we return to Blue Star, we must hurry and buy more things. The shelves on the 2nd floor are still empty. We need to put the goods on the shelves as soon as possible to enrich the variety of goods in the supermarket so that it can look better." Lu Rumei nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and said, "Boss, you're right. I just went upstairs to take a look. The rooms have been expanded a lot. The layout inside is like a new renovation. It makes people feel comfortable just looking at it. I like it very much." Zhang Wei smiled after hearing this and said, "Life will get better and better. As long as we work hard to run the supermarket, our future will definitely be good." Lu Rumei clenched her fists and encouraged herself, "So, I have to work harder and better. Boss, I'll go out and distribute flyers now to attract more customers to our supermarket." Zhang Wei nodded in agreement and instructed, "Okay, let's stick to the old rules. You must be back before 6 o'clock. There are a lot of monsters out there right now. Although you are capable of dealing with them, you still have to remember the time." "I understand, boss, don't worry." Lu Rumei responded crisply. Then, she skillfully put on the iconic Ultraman mask, carried a bag full of flyers and simple daily necessities on her back, and strode out of the supermarket with weapons tightly grasped in her hands. After walking out of the supermarket door, she keenly noticed that there were several monsters wandering outside the supermarket. Lu Rumei's eyes flashed and she quickly rushed forward. Relying on the defense mechanism given to her by Zhang Wei, she waited until the monster attacked her and activated the invincible shield. Afterwards, she quickly dealt with these monsters with her agility and skilled fighting skills. She squatted down, skillfully dug out the crystal core from the monster's body, and put it into the small bag she carried with her. Then she turned and walked away to continue her task of distributing flyers. Lu Rumei walked briskly, her eyes like a sharp hawk, constantly scanning the surroundings. As she moved forward, she kept an eye on the movements of the monsters around her. Once she found her target, she would hunt it down without hesitation. In this way, her speed in obtaining crystal cores was quite fast. She thought to herself that as long as she absorbed 100 more crystal cores, she would be able to successfully break through to the second level. When she thought about the upcoming improvement in her strength, her eyes were full of anticipation. Just then, her eyes locked onto a second-level monster. It was a huge, mutated lizard, dragging its heavy body and slowly wandering around, occasionally making low roars, as if declaring its territory. It's a level 2, mutated lizard. Lu Rumei muttered softly. If it were in the past, facing such a powerful second-level monster, she would definitely hide as far away as possible and would not dare to confront it head-on. But now, her strength has improved significantly. Facing this mutated lizard, she is not afraid at all. Instead, her eyes are shining with excitement. She rushed towards the mutated lizard without hesitation. She did not rush to attack, but waited patiently for the monster to attack. When the mutated lizard sensed her approach, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on her with its sharp claws, activating its invincibility mechanism. She then seized the opportunity and began to actively attack. During the battle, Lu Rumei didn't need to be distracted by defense at all. She was well aware of her current abilities. Although the monster's defense was strong, her attack was even more fierce. Moreover, the attack of this mutated lizard was like a tickle to her. No matter how frantically the monster attacked her, it could not cause any substantial harm to her. Lu Rumei nimbly moved between the attacks of the mutated lizard, and the weapon in her hand accurately hit the monster's vital points again and again. As time went on, the mutated lizard's movements became slower and slower, and the wounds on its body became more and more numerous. In the end, this once invincible second-level monster collapsed to the ground powerlessly and died completely at the hands of Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the fallen, mutated lizard, grinning happily. This kind of cross-level monster hunting is so exciting. Not only can I obtain a large number of crystal cores, but I can also improve my combat ability. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 23 Amazing Strength. Look at this person. He's incredibly powerful. Who on earth is he to be able to ignore the attacks of a level 2 mutated lizard? In a hidden corner, several survivors were hiding carefully. They accidentally saw the whole process of Lu Rumei's battle. They were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. These people are very clear about the strength of the mutated lizard. In the Doomsday world, this second-level monster is extremely ferocious. Not only does it have amazing defense, but its attack power is also terrifying. Even a second-level strongman may not be able to deal with it easily. It often requires several or more second-level strongmen to work together to be sure of killing it. Yet, this seemingly weak woman before him was actually able to single-handedly kill a mutated lizard. This powerful strength was completely beyond their understanding, leaving them feeling extremely shocked and awed. At this moment, Lu Rumei, who was cleaning up the spoils, seemed to notice something. He turned his head suddenly, his eyes like lightning looking towards where the few people were, and shouted coldly, "Who? Come out!" Several people were frightened by the sudden shout and trembled all over. They knew that running away was useless in the face of such a strong man, and might even anger the other party and bring about fatal disaster. So they looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and walked out anyway. "Boss, we are just passing by, we have no ill intentions." Several people nodded and replied hurriedly, their eyes full of fear and anxiety, for fear of causing Lu Rumei's misunderstanding. Lu Rumei looked them up and down, then asked, "Which base are you from?" "There are only 3 of us, and we haven't joined any base." One of them answered cautiously, with a look of helplessness and loneliness in his eyes. In the Doomsday world, without the protection of a base, they can only wander around and live a precarious life. Lu Rumei nodded, took out a few flyers from her backpack, handed them to them, and said, "I'm an employee of the Doomsday supermarket. You can bring gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, or crystal cores to the place listed on the flyer to purchase supplies. Our supermarket has a wide range of products that can meet many of your needs." When they heard this, they were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It's the end of the world, and there are still people opening supermarkets? To them, this was simply an incredible thing. However, they did not doubt Lu Rumei's words. After all, with the strength Lu Rumei had just demonstrated, killing them would be just a matter of waving her hand. There was no need to go through so much trouble to deceive them. Okay, we'll definitely go check it out." Several people nodded quickly, not daring to hesitate or neglect in the slightest. Lu Rume didn't explain any further and turned and left, leaving the few survivors standing there, looking at her departing back, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Is what she said true? A big man scratched his head, his face full of disbelief and his eyes revealed deep doubt. In this doomsday world, survival has become a problem, and opening a supermarket seems like a fantasy to him. No matter what, we have to go and see if this supermarket is real. Mo Ruifeng said with a frown. He knew in his heart that they had no other choice. We haven't eaten for several days. If we can't find food, we're going to starve to death. As he spoke, he touched his shriveled stomach, which was making a rumbling sound of protest. The feeling of hunger followed him like a shadow, making his legs feel weak with every step he took. That makes sense. Anyway, I still have a few gold bars in my bag from before, so I might as well try my luck there. The other person patted his bulging backpack, with an expression of helplessness yet expectation on his face. Before the end of the world, gold bars were priceless, but now, in this world of scarcity, he had no idea whether he could exchange them for food. After they had discussed it, they walked towards the location marked on the flyer. Along the way, they carefully observed their surroundings and were always alert to possible dangers. Every time they walked a distance, they would stop to check the direction, for fear of taking the wrong path. After a long time, they stopped and looked up at the house in front of them. The house looked exactly like the one on the flyer, even the house number matched. This is it. I never thought there would be an extra house here. Mo Ruifeng widened his eyes in surprise, his mouth slightly open, his face full of shock. The sudden appearance of such a brand new house in this doomsday ruin is really too abrupt. Full of curiosity, they involuntarily quickened their pace and slowly walked into the supermarket. As soon as they approached, they heard faint singing coming from the supermarket, which made them nervous, wondering what would be waiting for them inside. Welcome to the Doomsday Supermarket. As they slowly approached the bright glass door, it seemed to have a spirit and automatically opened slowly to both sides. At the same time, a clear and pleasant sound rang in their ears. This is also a new feature added after the supermarket upgrade, aiming to provide customers with more convenient and considerate services. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? As soon as they stepped into the supermarket, their eyes widened and their mouths opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could be stuffed in. They stared blankly at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, all in extreme shock. In this doomsday world, they had not seen such rich and diverse supplies for a long time, and the scene before them seemed like an unreal dream. There really are supplies, and so much of them. That woman really didn't lie to us. After Mo Ruifeng was shocked, he became excited. They looked at each other and became happy. Finally, they didn't have to go hungry anymore. Do you have money? Zhang Wei was sitting behind the cashier counter. He raised his head, glanced at the three people calmly, and asked. Someone. The big man was startled by the sudden voice. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly asked, Who are you? I'm the owner of a supermarket. Zhang Wei replied calmly. Thinking of the powerful strength Lu Rume had shown before, the three of them had no doubt that the supermarket owner in front of them also possessed unfathomable strength. After all, in this perilous apocalypse, who would dare to open a supermarket without sufficient financial resources? That would undoubtedly be courting death. You collect gold bars, right? One of them came to his senses and hurriedly took out a few gold bars from his bag. These gold bars were priceless before the apocalypse, but now they are covered in dirt and look a bit shabby. He carefully wiped the dirt off the gold bars with the corner of his clothes, and then placed them solemnly on the table. Chapter 24 Collecting Gold. One person can carry one bag. Zhang Wei sat behind the cashier counter with a calm expression. He reached out and picked up 3 bags with the supermarket logo on them and handed them to them. Okay. The 3 of them nodded and bowed quickly, took the bag with both hands, their eyes flashing with excitement, and ran towards the shelves impatiently and began to pick things quickly. While they were choosing, they started to have evil ideas. One of them secretly stuffed the selected items into the bag he was carrying. But the strange thing is that those things seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and could not be put in. He tried several times, sweat beads appeared on his forehead, but it was still no use. The other big man took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, picked up a bag of food, opened his mouth and bit it, trying to steal a bite. However, the food bag seemed to be made of a special material. His teeth ached from biting it, almost breaking it, but he couldn't even tear a hole in it. A few of them glanced at each other secretly, then looked at Zhang Wei, who had a calm expression, as if everything was under control. Suddenly I felt a chill rushing from the soles of my feet to my forehead, and cold sweat instantly broke out on my back. Let's behave ourselves, Emo Ruefeng said in a trembling voice, his eyes full of fear. In this doomsday world, they have seen too many people die because of greed. At this moment, they deeply realized that the supermarket owner in front of them was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. That makes sense. I feel like if we do anything out of line, we won't be able to leave this supermarket. Another person also felt a deep fear and echoed. The three of them didn't dare to have any more bad thoughts. They honestly put the things they had selected into the bag given by Zhang Wei. Only when the bag was full did they carefully come to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked calm as he picked up the cash register gun slowly and swept it lightly over the gold bars on the table. They only saw a flash of white light before their eyes, and the gold bars disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never existed. Now, they were even more certain that this boss was no ordinary person, and they felt even more in awe of him. Boss, can we leave now? Emo Ruefeng asked cautiously with a trembling voice. After experiencing the weird and awesome things in the supermarket, he was filled with fear and just wanted to leave this place that made him feel so stressed. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, took out a stack of flyers from under the cashier counter, handed them to Emo Ruefeng, and said, "Please help me distribute these flyers. If you can bring in some customers, I can give you some food." Real. When they heard this, their eyes lit up instantly and their faces were full of surprise. In this doomsday world, food is the hope of survival, and being able to get extra food is a great thing for them. Do I need to lie to you? Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows and asked back. Okay, I'll definitely help. Boss, can we still come and buy things tomorrow? Emo Ruefeng hurriedly patted his chest to assure him, and then asked anxiously. He thought to himself that if he could come to this supermarket to buy things frequently, his future life would be much more secure. You're more than welcome to come and shop every day, as long as you can afford it. The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. See you tomorrow, boss. Several people said in unison, then quickly turned around and hurriedly left the supermarket. After they left the supermarket, they could no longer suppress their inner desires and could not wait to tear open the food packages in their hands and start eating voraciously. It smells so good. One of them had his mouth full and spoke incoherently. They hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time, and every bite made them feel extremely satisfied. They devoured the food in no time at all. Touching their bulging stomachs and having something to eat, they felt so happy, as if they had returned to the peaceful era before the end of the world. Let's go find some gold, silver, and jewelry. Emo Ruefeng licked his lips, his eyes revealing excitement and anticipation. He knew very well that with gold, silver, and jewelry, he could exchange them for more food and supplies in the supermarket. I know a villa area. There must be some good things left by the rich there. The other person's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. Before the end of the world, the villa area was inhabited by rich people, and there must be a lot of valuable things hidden there. After they finished eating, they didn't delay for a moment and ran quickly towards the villa area. Villa area. Emo Ruefeng and a few others finally arrived here. The villa area in front of me was in ruins and overgrown with weeds. The window glass of many villas was broken, making a crunching sound in the wind. But they didn't care about these things. Their eyes were full of anxiety and greed. They couldn't wait to sneak into the villa and carefully search for valuables. They searched room by room, leaving no corner untouched. Suddenly, one of them shouted in surprise, "There is a basement here." When everyone heard this, they immediately gathered around. Emo Ruefeng carefully opened the door of the basement, and a stale smell hit him in the face. In the dim light, they found that the room was filled with boxes of various sizes. When I opened it, I saw a large amount of gold inside, which was shining alluringly in the dim light. Several people were immediately overjoyed, their eyes filled with greedy joy, and they put the gold into the bags they brought, and soon the bags were full. Just when they were filled with joy and wanted to leave the villa, suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard. Then they were surrounded by a group of people. This group of people all had unfriendly expressions, and their eyes revealed ferocity and vigilance. "Brother, don't kill us, we are just passing by here, we have no ill intentions." Emo Ruefeng's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out instantly. He quickly put on a smile, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and spoke anxiously. One of them, as thin as a monkey, looked at them with sinister eyes and asked indifferently, "What are you guys doing here?" "We are here to look for gold." Emo Ruefeng hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Then he took the gold he found out of the bag and put it on the ground. It's a pity that this group of people don't care about gold at all. The skinny monkey glanced at the gold on the ground with disdain, curled his lips, and thought to himself, "This thing is completely useless in the doomsday. If it were useful, they would have taken it away long ago. Why would it be the turn of these guys? What are you looking for these things for?" The skinny monkey frowned and asked in confusion. "We found a man who said he could trade gold for food, so we came." Mo Ruefeng didn't dare to hide it and answered honestly. He knew in his heart that playing tricks in front of this group of people would only make him die faster. Ha ha ha. After hearing Mo Ruefeng's words, the people around him instantly burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty villa area, sounding particularly harsh. What a fool! It's the end of the world, and there are still people trading gold for food. I'm afraid they're crazy. That's right, can gold be eaten in this broken world? Ha ha ha. Everyone was talking at once, their faces full of ridicule and disdain. Chapter 25. Go to the supermarket. Brother, it's true. This is the flyer that the boss gave us. Mo Ruefeng's face flushed with anxiety. He frantically took out a flyer from his pocket and handed it to the skinny monkey, his eyes full of pleading. Also, we just exchanged a lot of food from him. The food in the school bag is our filial piety to all the elder brothers. Please spare our lives. He tightly grasped the strap of his school bag, feeling reluctant to let go, but now he had no choice but to let it go in order to save his life. When they heard that there was food, the eyes of the people around who were originally laughing suddenly lit up. Like a hungry wolf seeing its prey, his eyes were fixed on the school bag in Mo Ruefeng's hand. The skinny monkey looked at Mo Ruefeng suspiciously, ignored the flyer, snatched the school bag, and opened it carefully. When he saw the bag full of food, his eyes suddenly lit up, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly handed the bag to another person. Brother Long, it really is food, and a lot of it. Skinny Monkey said excitedly, his voice trembling with excitement. The man called Brother Long was originally leaning on a worn sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, with a nonchalant look on his face. Hearing what the skinny monkey said, he slowly straightened up and walked over slowly. He was a burly build, with a long scar on his face, and his eyes revealed a fierce and calm look. Brother Long took the school bag and looked carefully at the food inside: bread, canned food, mineral water, everything. He couldn't help but be very surprised, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Oh, there really is someone who needs to trade gold for food. How interesting. It seems that this boss is a bit unusual." However, as a gangster, he was not overwhelmed by the sudden news, and he was still thinking calmly about the reasons. He didn't quite believe what Mo Ruefeng and the others said. After all, in this doomsday world, people's hearts were unpredictable and anything outrageous could happen. But looking at the trembling and terrified looks of the people in front of him, he also knew that these people did not have the courage to deceive him. If they really dare to play tricks, they probably won't even be able to get past this level. He winked at a younger brother next to him, who understood and hurried forward to take the flyer from Mo Ruefeng, then handed it respectfully to Brother Long. Brother Long took the flyer and squinted his eyes to look at it carefully. The flyer had the words Doomsday Supermarket printed in large letters, and the location of the supermarket and some simple slogans were detailed below. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and he said, "Doomsday Supermarket, it's really interesting. To be able to open a supermarket in the apocalypse and even advertise it so loudly, the guy behind this must be really powerful and able to stand firm in this chaotic world. Or he's just a madman or a fool, dreaming unrealistic dreams." He raised his eyes to look at Mo Ruefeng, his gaze scrutinizing, and asked, "Is this the food you traded for gold?" Mo Ruefeng nodded quickly, his face full of anxiety, afraid that Brother Long would not believe him, and hurriedly said, "We didn't believe it at first either. We thought it was ridiculous. It wasn't until we saw the supermarket, and saw with our own eyes that it was filled with all kinds of supplies, and traded gold for food, that we finally believed the Doomsday Supermarket really existed. Brother Long, if you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." Brother Long frowned, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. He knew in his heart that although what Mo Ruefeng said sounded a bit strange, since they didn't seem to be lying, maybe this Doomsday Supermarket really had some tricks. There's a lot of supplies in the Doomsday Supermarket. We have everything you need, including food, drinks, and daily necessities. We only traded a small amount. Seeing that Brother Long didn't express his opinion immediately, Mo Ruefeng quickly added, gesturing with his hands unconsciously, "It's precisely because we want to trade more supplies that we chose to come here to look for gold. Otherwise, what would we do with this stuff? We can't eat or drink it. His face was sincere and his eyes were full of expectation, hoping that Brother Long would believe what they said. Brother Long folded his hands in front of his chest, glanced at the younger brothers around him, and then said to the skinny monkey, "Distribute the food among the brothers so that everyone can fill their stomachs first. Then bring some more gold and go to this doomsday supermarket. I want to see what this supermarket is all about." When the skinny monkey heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, his face was full of smiles, and he quickly responded, "Okay, Brother Long, I'll do it right away." After saying that, he swiftly took out the food from his school bag and began to distribute it to the younger brothers around him. "Thank you, Brother Long." Upon hearing this, the other brothers all showed happy smiles on their faces. They took the food and thanked Brother Long profusely. In this doomsday, food is the hope of survival. Having something to eat is a great thing for them. They didn't care about their image and quickly stuffed the food into their mouths, eating it voraciously. In a short while, the food was eaten up. Then they hurriedly put all the gold they had found into bags and carried them on their shoulders. Under the leadership of Mo Ruefeng, they marched towards the doomsday supermarket in a mighty manner. Along the way, everyone was whispering about this mysterious doomsday supermarket, their hearts full of anticipation but also a hint of caution. After a long while, Skinny Monkey suddenly pointed ahead and shouted in surprise, "Brother Long, there really is a brand new house right in the middle of the commercial street. It's in the exact same location as described on the flyer." Brother Long looked in the direction of the skinny monkey's finger and saw a brand new building standing in the middle of the commercial street, which was particularly eye-catching among the dilapidated buildings around it. His eyes were cold, his brows slightly furrowed, and after thinking for a moment, he said to the skinny monkey, "Take a few people in to check it out first. If there's any problem, give a warning in time. Don't let our brothers get caught in it." "Okay, Brother Long, don't worry." The skinny monkey patted his chest and said confidently, "Brother Long, I can lead the way." Mo Ruefeng said, "No, you can just stay here. We don't need you." Brother Long glanced at them and said nothing more. "Brothers, follow me." Afterwards, the skinny monkey picked out a few people who were armed with guns and looked quite skilled, and walked cautiously towards the doomsday supermarket. Mo Ruefeng smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, he hoped the supermarket would kill these people. However, he also knew very well that if they did business in an honest and upright manner, the boss probably wouldn't take action. Brother Long and others were always on guard as they watched the skinny monkey getting farther and farther away. As long as something is wrong, they will launch an attack, kill everyone inside, and see what is going on inside. Chapter 26, Just Treat Us Like Farts. As the glass door of the supermarket slowly opened with a slight creak sound, Shoho and others rushed in impatiently. As soon as they stepped in, they were stunned, their eyes widened, and they looked at everything in the supermarket with greedy eyes like hungry wolves. The supermarket shelves were filled with countless foods and water. Boxes of bread and canned goods are neatly arranged, barrels of mineral water are piled up like mountains, and there are all kinds of snacks and supplies, exuding an attractive luster. Brother Monkey, what those guys said is absolutely right. There really is an endless amount of food and water in the supermarket. One of the younger brothers was so excited that his voice changed, he pointed at the shelf, and his body was shaking slightly. "Ha ha ha ha. We're rich, we don't have to go hungry anymore." Another younger brother threw his head back and laughed, his laughter full of ecstasy, as if he had already seen a life of plenty in the future. "Damn, this much food is enough to keep us fed for a long time. From now on, we will be the most well-off group of people in this apocalypse." The skinny monkey rubbed his hands, his face full of greed. After Skinny Monkey and his companions entered the supermarket, they laughed unscrupulously, and their laughter echoed in the empty supermarket. They were so immersed in the joy of finding supplies that they completely relaxed their vigilance. At this moment, Zhang Wei's voice suddenly rang out, "Do you have money?" The sudden sound startled several people. They didn't expect that there was someone else in the supermarket. Who? Several people became nervous in an instant, turned around abruptly, and pointed the guns in their hands at Zhang Wei's head, their fingers tightly gripping the triggers, their eyes full of vigilance and ferocity. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei didn't care about the black muzzles of the guns and remained calm. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, "Since you are here, you know the rules." "I rule you, uncle." One of the guys had a bad temper and didn't take Zhang Wei seriously at all, so he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the supermarket, shaking the items on the shelves slightly. The bullet whizzed towards Zhang Wei. However, what shocked everyone was that the bullet hit Zhang Wei, but Zhang Wei did not appear to be dead. The bullet seemed to hit an invisible barrier and bounced off. Zhang Wei was fine and still stood firmly in the same place. He slowly stood up, his eyes turned cold, and he said in a stern tone, "Dare to break the rules, die." Before Zhang Wei finished speaking, the man who fired the gun suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of fear, and fell straight to the ground, dead. This. When the skinny monkey saw this extremely strange scene, he was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open. He couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. Damn it! You dare to kill my brother? You're courting death. The other man's eyes instantly became bloodshot and wide open, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He suddenly raised the AK in his hand and pulled the trigger frantically. The AK made a series of d-d-d-d sounds, and bullets continued to rain down on Zhang Wei. For a moment, there was a burst of gunfire and flashes of flames in the supermarket. The items on the shelves were shaken and fell to the ground, creating a mess. Unfortunately, when the other party had used up all their bullets and the gun chamber emitted a clicking sound of empty chamber, Zhang Wei was still standing in front of them safely. He stood tall and straight, with a calm and indifferent look, as if the intensive bullet attack just now was just a breeze to him. Do you want to continue? Zhang Wei looked at the other person quietly, his eyes as calm as a bottomless lake, without a trace of ripples. I. The two men's faces instantly turned to extreme fear, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads, and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. They couldn't understand how this seemingly ordinary person in front of them could possess such terrifying abilities. The man who fired the gun was so frightened that he no longer cared about anything else and turned around to run away. Certainly. Zhang Wei uttered a word softly. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible power. After that, the man who fired the gun kept running away and was fixed in place. He lifted one foot off the ground, his hands still in a running position, but his body seemed to be nailed down and he could do nothing. Big, brother, I didn't recognize the great man. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. The man who fired the gun was sweating all over, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. His face was filled with fear and his voice was trembling violently. He finally realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Brother, I was wrong. I apologize. Seeing this, the skinny monkey was so scared that his face turned pale and he fell to his knees. He slapped himself in the face again and again, using all his strength in each slap, just hoping that the other party would let him go. Die. Zhang Wei did not hesitate at all and directly sentenced the man who fired the gun. The man also fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. After hearing the gunshots, Brother Long and others rushed over and saw their men fall down, and were shocked. Zhang Wei casually glanced at Brother Long and others outside the supermarket and ignored them. He waved his hand casually, and the traces of damage caused by gunfire immediately returned to their original state, as if they had never been damaged. The two dead bodies also disappeared from the spot in an instant. This scene made Shouho, Longbo and others break out in cold sweat and tremble all over. They finally understood that the person in front of them was someone they could never contend with. Brother Long stood at the door of the supermarket, his eyes flickering. After weighing his options over and over again, he finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, put on a flattering smile, and walked quickly into the supermarket. Brother Long saw Zhang Wei sitting aside with a calm expression. He hurriedly trotted forward and came in front of Zhang Wei. He first bowed respectfully, then nodded and bowed. He said with a smile on his face, "Brother, I'm so sorry. Those ignorant people under my command offended you. You are a magnanimous person, so please don't bother with us little people." As he spoke, Brother Long reached into his pockets, fumbled around for a while, and then took out a handful of crystal cores. There are quite a lot of these crystal cores, and they are shining with different lights under the light. A closer look revealed that there were actually several second-level crystal cores, emitting even more intense energy fluctuations. Brother Long held the crystal core in both hands and carefully handed it to Zhang Wei with a very humble attitude. Although he felt very distressed, there was no other way but to apologize. Zhang Wei sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and didn't even lift his eyelids. He just glanced at the crystal core handed over by Brother Long and said slowly, "Since you're quite sincere, I won't bother with you this time. However, if it happens again, you can experience the consequences." When Brother Long heard what Zhang Wei said, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Chapter 27 Domination of Doomsday. Impossible, there absolutely won't be a next time. Don't worry, big brother, this won't happen again, right? He hurriedly bowed repeatedly, his head almost touching the ground, and kept talking. The men behind Brother Long were so frightened that they dared not even breathe because they had witnessed Jiang Wei's powerful methods before. Hearing Brother Long's question, everyone nodded quickly and answered in unison, "Yes, yes, there won't be a next time. We absolutely won't dare to do it again." Jiang Wei nodded slightly and reached out to collect the crystal cores on the table one by one. These crystal cores were given by Brother Long and his men as compensation for their losses, so they naturally could not be included in the transaction. If you want something, you can buy it with gold, silver, jewelry, or crystal cores. This is the rule, and no one can break it. After putting away the crystal core, Jiang Wei looked at Brother Long and spoke in a calm tone but with unquestionable majesty. When Brother Long heard this, he nodded hurriedly, a flattering smile on his face, and said, I know. Don't worry, big brother, I've already made preparations." After saying that, Brother Long quickly turned around and winked at his men behind him. Several men understood and immediately poured out all the gold that had been packed in the bag beside them. The gold emitted a dazzling glow under the light and piled up in front of Jiang Wei, forming a small mountain of gold. Jiang Wei looked at the mountain of gold in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. This gold is enough for him to earn a large sum of money. He looked calm, his eyes expressionless, and said calmly, "The rule here is that each person can only buy one bag of things per day. If you want to buy more, you can invite more people to come and buy. I also welcome you to come and buy something from me every day." When Brother Long heard this, he was slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He really didn't expect that this place called Doomsday Supermarket would have such special rules. However, Brother Long knew in his heart that the person in front of him was not someone he could easily provoke. Even though he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to show any disrespect and quickly replied with a smile on his face, Okay, I understand. Let's start getting the things now." "Well, go ahead." Jiang Wei nodded slightly, his face still showing that indifferent expression, as if everything was under his control. At Brother Long's signal, everyone took action, quickly picked up shopping bags, and started picking things in the supermarket. From the beginning, these people were just as dishonest as the previous evil-minded people. One of them took a pack of biscuits from the shelf while Jiang Wei was not paying attention and prepared to put it in his backpack. He also glanced at Jiang Wei from time to time, fearing that he would be discovered. Another person was even more excessive. He stood in the snack area, staring at the tempting snacks, and when no one was paying attention, he reached out to tear open a bag of potato chips. There was another person who was sneaking between the shelves. When he saw a bottle of drink, his eyes lit up and he quickly stuffed the drink into his clothes, trying to get away with it. But what they didn't know was that Jiang Wei could guess what they wanted to do. No matter what little tricks they tried, they all failed without exception. For some reason, the biscuits that I secretly stuffed into my backpack just wouldn't go in. No matter how hard someone tries to tear the packaging of potato chips, they can't steal them. The drink stuffed into the clothes seemed to have life and returned to the shelf by itself. This. What a strange method. This boss is simply not a human being. This supermarket is too weird. After several twists and turns, these people finally realized that trying to be clever in front of Jiang Wei would not work. After that, they no longer dared to make any small movements. They all picked things very carefully and put the selected items into the shopping bags carefully. After their shopping bags were full, they lined up and came to Jiang Wei one by one. Afterwards, everyone saw Jiang Wei slowly pick up the cash register gun and lightly sweep it across the gold bars on the table. A magical scene happened. The gold bars that were originally placed on the table disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had never appeared. This scene made everyone present stare with eyes wide open, their faces filled with shock. They looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. This cash register gun can actually take away gold bars directly? One of them couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Yeah, this is too weird. Who is this boss? Another person echoed, a hint of fear in their voice. Thinking of the various mysterious methods Jiang Wei had always displayed, although they were full of doubts and curiosity, they did not dare to ask any more questions. After all, the boss in front of them was extremely powerful, and they dared not offend him easily. It was not until Jiang Wei nodded slightly, indicating that they could leave, that they felt relieved and walked cautiously towards the supermarket entrance one by one. The number of gold bars they took this time was quite large, and when they were piled on the table, they looked quite spectacular. But Jiang Wei doesn't care about all this. In his eyes, he will take as much as he can. Hey, pure gold bars, worth 500,000 yuan, would you like to take them? Ding, cashier 500,000 yuan. Hey, pure gold bars, worth 500,000 yuan, would you like to take them? Ding, cashier 500,000 yuan. Brother Long stood aside, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, Brother, we will come again tomorrow. Jiang Wei raised his head, glanced at Brother Long, and said, The Doomsday Supermarket opens at 10 a.m. every day and closes at 6 p.m. You won't be able to see it at other times, so don't make a wasted trip. Brother Long nodded quickly, as if he was afraid of missing out on some important information, and then asked, As long as it's gold, silver, and jewelry, you can buy supplies here, right? Yes, isn't it clearly stated on the leaflet? If you want to buy more things, you can arrange for more people to come and buy them. As long as they follow the rules, I welcome every guest. Jiang Wei nodded. He never cared about the other party's identity or background. As long as they did not break the rules of the supermarket, he would do business with them. After hearing this, Brother Long's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly said, Brother, I will definitely bring more people to buy tomorrow, and I will definitely not let you down. Brother Long knew very well that this was a rare opportunity to get rich quickly. In the Doomsday world, supplies are the guarantee of survival. As long as there are enough supplies, his power will surely grow stronger and stronger, and he will be able to occupy a place in the end times. Remember, everyone who comes here to buy something is my customer. If you dare to intercept my customers and disrupt my business, you will suffer the consequences. Jiang Wei seemed to see through Brother Long's thoughts, his face darkened and he spoke in a serious tone. When Brother Long heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had indeed just had this thought. He thought that if he could monopolize the purchasing power of this supermarket, he would dominate the end of the world. Or you can snatch the gold, silver, and jewelry from other customers on the way so that you can buy more supplies. But now that Jiang Wei had warned him, he realized how stupid his idea was. Such a mysterious boss is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. I dare not, how dare I disturb you while you are doing business, isn't this courting death? Brother Long quickly put on a smile and waved his hands. Chapter 28 I have no interest in money. After leaving the supermarket, the respect and flattery on Brother Long's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a fierce and serious look. He stopped, turned around, and scanned the group of Shouho with a sharp gaze, shouting, Remember this, don't offend this boss. His voice echoed in the empty streets with unquestionable authority. The men were startled by the sudden roar, and they all stopped and listened carefully. If anyone dares to offend the boss and prevents me from buying supplies, I will kill him. As Brother Long spoke, he pulled out a pistol from his waist, playing with it in his hand, his eyes revealing a strong murderous intent. The skinny guy in his group looked at the gun in Brother Long's hand, and their faces turned pale instantly. They knew Brother Long's temper very well and knew that he was not joking. Brother Long, we will definitely not offend him. Skinny Monkey was the first to react, and he nodded and bowed quickly. Given the boss's immense skills, we wouldn't dare to offend him even if we had 10 times the courage. Another subordinate quickly agreed. He was still frightened when he thought of the mysterious abilities Jiang Wei displayed in the supermarket. We must behave properly and not make any mistakes. Others also expressed their opinions, with a slight tremor in their voices. They all knew very well that in this doomsday world, supplies were everything. And this boss has the supplies they have always dreamed of, which is their hope of survival. What's more, this boss is impossible to kill. If they dare to take action, they will be the only ones to die. I've heard what the boss said. From now on, focus on collecting gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade. Seeing that his men had expressed their opinions, Brother Long nodded with satisfaction and began to give orders. These things may not be very useful in the apocalypse, but to the boss, they are hard currency for exchanging for supplies. Collect more, and we can exchange them for more supplies. Also, search for more survivors. As long as we have enough manpower, we can expand our sphere of influence and stockpile countless supplies. By then, we will be able to live freely in the apocalypse and no longer have to be afraid of others. Brother Long became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen the scene of himself dominating the world in the future at Doomsday. Brother Long is right, we will do as you say. The subordinates nodded repeatedly. They knew that if Brother Long's plan succeeded, they would also benefit from it, so they had no objection at all. Brother Long, what should we do with these two people? Skinny Monkey suddenly pointed at Mo Ruifeng and his companions standing next to him and asked. Brother Long then noticed Mo Ruifeng and the other man standing beside him. He looked them up and down and asked, Would you like to join us? Emoru and his companions exchanged a glance, and without the slightest hesitation, they nodded and said, "Yes, yes, of course we are willing." They know very well that in the doomsday, joining a strong team will greatly increase the chances of survival. Very good, from now on we are brothers. As long as I am here, I will ensure that everyone has enough food and supplies. Brother Long was very satisfied with the attitude of the two men. He patted them on the shoulders and began to further implement his plan. The transaction with Brother Long and others increased his wealth by another 20 million. He can now say without hesitation, "I don't like money, I have no interest in money at all." System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the second order crystal core, gene points +10. After absorbing the crystal core, he looked at his information. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, F, Perception. Strength, level 20%. Ability, none. Gene points, 101. One step closer to breaking through to the third level. He sat in front of the cashier counter of the supermarket, his chin supported by his hands, his eyes looking towards the second floor, lost in thought. Right now, in the doomsday environment, food is undoubtedly the most critical material for people's survival. However, after careful consideration, he found that the space on the first floor was spacious enough. It is fully capable of storing sufficient quantities of various food supplies to meet daily sales needs. In this case, the shelf space on the second floor cannot be left idle. It must be put to good use and used to sell other things. He thought that his supermarket currently mainly sold food, and the product categories were relatively limited. If we can add some other types of goods for sale, we may be able to attract more customers and our business will be more prosperous. For example, fruits and vegetables. In the apocalypse, fresh fruits and vegetables are scarce, so if supermarkets could provide them, they would definitely be very popular. Thinking of this, he felt that the second floor could be planned as a clothing sales area. After all, in the apocalypse, although survival is the top priority, clothes are also essential. People not only need to dress warmly, but also have a change of clothes. Moreover, as time goes by, the existing clothes will definitely become worn out and damaged, and the demand for clothes will definitely increase. He believed that there would be many people who needed clothes in the apocalypse. After making up his mind, he immediately picked up the mobile phone beside him, opened the browser, and began to carefully search for information about the garment factory. He knew that by cooperating directly with garment factories, he could cut out the middleman who made a profit from the price difference. Although he is not short of money, saving costs is naturally a good thing in business. Moreover, working directly with factories can better control the quality and supply of goods. In addition to garment factories, he also thought about food. He plans to cooperate directly with reputable domestic food factories, such as White Elephant and Waha. The food produced by these manufacturers is of guaranteed quality and has a good reputation, and is highly recognized by consumers. This will also support these national enterprises, which is the best of both worlds. While searching for relevant information, he was thinking in his mind. As the supermarket business becomes more and more prosperous, there will definitely be more and more customers, and the demand for various products will be huge. At that time, by cooperating directly with these manufacturers, we can ensure a stable supply of goods, meet the needs of customers, and enable our supermarkets to obtain greater profits in the doomsday market. He quickly entered the keywords into the search engine, and soon found a clothing factory very close to him. This is a clothing factory located in the county town. It has a good reputation online, and many consumers have reported that its clothes are of excellent quality and comfortable to wear. With a hint of expectation, he clicked into the official website of the clothing factory. After the page is loaded, what comes into view are various clothing samples with novel styles and diverse styles. He browsed carefully, from everyday casual wear to business formal wear, each design was unique and ingenious. The details were also handled very well, which made him have a better impression of this garment factory. While browsing the web, he also noticed some information about the owner of the garment factory. It turns out that this boss has a conscience. Not only does it strictly follow regulations to pay sufficient medical insurance and social security for employees, so that employees have no worries, but it also has established a number of reward and subsidy mechanisms. As long as employees perform well at work, they can receive additional bonuses and benefits, which greatly improves their work enthusiasm. What made him admire him even more was that the boss often generously donated money and supplies for disaster relief when major disasters occurred. In those difficult times, his good deeds brought warmth and hope to the people affected by the disaster. Seeing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of respect in his heart. Such a conscientious boss is really rare in today's materialistic society. Chapter 29, Simply Shameless. However, when he continued to dig deeper, he found that the garment factory seemed to be in some trouble. The webpage vaguely mentioned that the factory seemed to be involved in a lawsuit. After careful research, he finally figured out the reason. It turned out that the garment factory was in a stalemate due to problems with the capital chain. It may be that the recent market environment is not good and orders have decreased, resulting in difficulties in recovering funds. Or perhaps too much capital was invested in the process of expanding production scale, resulting in problems with capital turnover. Zhang Wei sat in the chair, tapping the table with his fingers, lost in thought. He knew very well that at this critical moment, if he could reach a cooperation with this garment factory, it can not only help the other party solve financial problems and overcome difficulties, it can also introduce clothing supplies to its own supermarket, achieving a win-win situation. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, quickly picked up his mobile phone, found the contact information of the clothing factory on the website, and decided to call the other party to discuss cooperation matters. Chen Yusin, the owner of Xingxing Garment Factory, just finished a call with the court. She slowly put down her phone. Her delicate face was full of worry, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed endless anxiety and helplessness. She knew in her heart that if she could not pay back the money, the factory would face the cruel reality of bankruptcy and liquidation. This, Xingxing Garment Factory, is the only property left by my parents, carrying their life's hard work and dreams. Since taking over, she has been strictly following her parents' business philosophy, carefully managing the garment factory, taking every step cautiously and firmly. Originally, the garment factory's business was not booming, but it was still stable. Although I can't make a lot of money, it's not difficult to maintain daily operations, pay employees' salaries and various expenses. The machines in the factory run in an orderly manner every day, the employees perform their duties, and everything goes on as planned. However, there are always unexpected events. As several large partners suddenly terminated their cooperation with them, Xingxing Garment Factory was like a ship that lost its direction in a storm and fell into trouble in an instant. The order volume dropped sharply, the factory's revenue plummeted, and capital turnover became difficult. Some people suggested that she lay off employees and reduce expenses, which might help her survive a little longer. But she really didn't want to do that. Most of the employees in the factory are old employees who have followed their parents through all the ups and downs to get to where they are today. Each of them works diligently and dedicates their youth and sweat to this factory. She is well aware of the importance of these employees to the factory. They are not just employees, but more like members of this big family. In order to enable employees to maintain a basic life, production has never stopped even though the factory is currently facing huge difficulties. Chen Yusin is still very confident in the quality of the products in her factory. Every piece of clothing has undergone strict control from material selection, cutting to sewing, and the quality is definitely not inferior to those big brands. But the reality is cruel. Today's market competition is extremely fierce. In order to save costs, many businesses would rather choose cheap clothes from other small factories than the high-quality clothes from her factory. They only see the immediate benefits, but ignore the quality and reputation of the clothes. In addition, the overall economic environment is not good now, business is becoming increasingly difficult, and people's consumption concepts have also changed greatly. Many people are no longer willing to spend money on clothes. As long as the clothes are wearable, they are fine and no longer pursue style and quality. This has led the entire clothing industry into a vicious cycle, with fewer and fewer orders and more inventory. Now, there is a pile of clothes in the factory, like a small mountain. These clothes are all produced with real money, and each one embodies the hard work and sweat of the employees. But now, they have become a heavy burden. The supplier has filed a lawsuit in court, demanding that she repay the money as soon as possible. If the money can't be repaid, the factory will really go bankrupt. Is it really going to come to this? Chen Yusin murmured helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes. She recalled the careful management of the factory by her parents when they were alive, and the days when she worked hard with the employees. Now, she was about to ruin the business left by her parents, and the guilt and self-blame in her heart surged like a tide. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I couldn't keep the Star Garment Factory going. As she spoke, she could no longer hold back her tears. The cell phone suddenly rang on the desk, and the shrill ringtone was particularly abrupt in the silent office. Chen Yusin was frowning as she looked at the piles of account books and collection notices. When she heard the ringtone, she subconsciously glanced at the caller ID. Her brows instantly furrowed even tighter, her face full of disgust and resistance. It was obvious that she didn't want to answer the call. But after hesitating for a moment, she took a deep breath, slowly picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Shannon, what's going on?" Chen Yusin's voice was cold and distant, with a hint of suppressed anger. Xiaonanchen's slightly complacent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Uxin, I know you are in trouble now. As long as you are willing to marry me, I can immediately inject 1 million into your factory to help you solve your current difficulties. With this money, the factory can start running again, and those suppliers will not push you anymore." When Chen Yusin heard this, she immediately became furious and her eyes widened with anger. He yelled into the phone, "Xiaonan, don't think I don't know. It was you who deceived my partners and made them stop cooperating with me, you despicable villain. You're so shameless that you'll do anything to achieve your goals." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The scene of the partners suddenly terminating the cooperation and the difficulties the factory was facing now kept appearing in her mind. It must be Xiaonan who was behind all this. Now, he even has the nerve to propose to me. It is obvious that he is taking advantage of the situation and wants to get my clothing factory. Xiaonan said calmly, "Yusin, I don't know who told you these lies, but I definitely didn't do this. Now I'm the only one who can help you. Look at your current situation. The bank has refused to lend you money because of the financial situation of your factory. Suppliers are constantly demanding payment and threatening to sue us. Workers' wages are almost unpaid, and people are panicking. Now, what other options do you have? Do you really want to watch the factory close down and leave hundreds of workers looking for new jobs and facing unemployment?" He paused, then continued, "I'll give you 3 days to consider it. I believe you will make a wise choice. When the time comes, the factory will be revived, and you can continue to be your boss. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" After saying that, Xiaonan hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Yusin's response. "Asshole." Chen Yusin angrily slammed the table so hard that her hands hurt, but she was completely unaware. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. She didn't expect Xiaonan to be so despicable and use such means to force her to submit. But now the factory as plight makes her feel extremely anxious and helpless, and she doesn't know what to do. Chapter 30 The Second Employee. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. The phone in the office rang rapidly. Chen Yusin was already upset by Xiaonanchen's previous threats. When she heard the ringtone, she grabbed the phone without a second thought and started cursing into the receiver. "Xiaonan, I'm telling you, even if the Xingxing garment factory goes bankrupt, you can't expect me to marry you. Just give up on this idea." "Zhang Wei?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then a strange voice came. Chen Yusin was stunned for a moment before realizing that she might have made a mistake. "You're Chen Yusin, the owner of the Xingxing garment factory, right? My name is Zhang Wei, and I'd like to buy some clothing from you. I'm wondering how we can work together," Zhang Wei said on the other end of the phone. Chen Yusin was stunned again. When she heard that the other party wanted to cooperate in buying clothes, her originally dim eyes instantly brightened up and a burst of joy surged in her heart. After all, the factory is in a difficult situation now, and every order may become a life-saving straw. But soon, she became alert again. Recent events forced her to be cautious. She asked suspiciously, "Are you not sent by Xiaonan?" She had fallen into such a trap once and would not be fooled again. Xiaonan had used tricks to harm me before, and now he might send someone to set a trap for me again. When Zhang Wei heard this, he roughly understood what was going on. He hurriedly explained, "Boss Chen, I don't know any Xiaonan. I just really want to buy some clothes. If you don't believe me, I can't help you. But if you want to sell it, then sell it. If not, I'll find someone else." Chen Yusin bit her lip, still feeling a little hesitant. But thinking about the current situation of the factory, she really didn't want to miss any possible opportunity. She took a deep breath and said, "Our garment factory is naturally happy to do business, but the business world is full of mixed people these days. To be on the safe side, we have to pay first and deliver the goods first. Also, we need to collect a deposit first and sign a contract to protect the rights and interests of both parties." Zhang Wei thought for a moment on the other end of the phone and replied, "No need for a contract. I'm always decisive in my work. I will personally come to your factory to purchase the clothes and pay the full amount directly when the time comes. Are you satisfied with this?" I'm also afraid of trouble and don't want to argue about the contract. Chen Yusin didn't expect that the other party would be so direct. She was a little surprised and a little skeptical, but since the other party paid the full amount, there was no problem. She quickly said, "Okay, then. When will you come? I'll send you the address. Call me when you arrive." Zhang Wei said on the phone, "I'll be in the county town tonight. How about meeting at 8 o'clock? It shouldn't interfere with your other plans, right?" Chen Yusin thought about it for a moment and felt that the time was appropriate, so she responded readily, "No problem, I'll wait for you at the Longhu Hotel tonight. This phone number is my WeChat. You can add it and I'll send you the detailed address so it's convenient for you to contact me when you arrive." "No problem." Zhang Wei responded briefly and ended the call. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei was not idle. He knew very well that he could not just focus on the clothing business, but had to expand his business channels. So he picked up his phone again and called many food managers one by one. He gave a detailed introduction to the situation in Yulong town where he was located over the phone, emphasizing that there were currently no agents in the town and that the market potential was huge. After hearing this, the food managers thought this was a good opportunity and expressed their willingness to learn more. After some exchanges, the two sides reached a preliminary intention of cooperation. However, they also made it clear that a special person would come to Yunlong town to discuss the specific details of the cooperation with Zhang Wei, and would also communicate in detail on matters such as the contract terms. "Boss, I'm back." Just then, Lu Rumei came back exhausted. There was a group of people following behind her. These people were all dirty, their clothes were tattered, they were skinny, and their faces were full of fatigue and hunger. It was obvious that they had not eaten a full meal for a long time. Their eyes were fixed on the things in the supermarket, and their eyes revealed desire. But when they thought of the terrifying strength Lu Rumei had shown before, they became very restrained and did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of the supermarket, looked at these people, and nodded with satisfaction. He found that these people were very well-mannered. They silently took out some gold and silver jewelry from the bags they carried with them and placed them neatly on the ground. This is the currency they used to exchange for food and other supplies. Then he waved his hand, indicating that these people could take their bags and go into the supermarket to shop. These people then walked into the supermarket carefully and began to pick out what they needed. "Boss, I have something to tell you." Lu Rumei hurriedly walked up to Zhang Wei with a girl. There was a hint of nervousness on her face, as if she was worried that Zhang Wei would refuse. Zhang Wei stopped what he was doing, looked up at Lu Rumei, and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me." Lu Rumei pointed to the girl next to her and said, "This is a girl I used to know. Her name is Wang Yuyan. She used to be very introverted and well-behaved. I always thought she died in the apocalypse. I didn't expect to see her again today. I'm so lucky." As she spoke, Lu Rumei turned to look at Wang Yuyan, her eyes full of heartache, then looked at Zhang Wei and said uneasily, "Boss, I can guarantee that she will work hard and be very obedient. She won't cause you any trouble. Please accept her." Only then did Zhang Wei turn his gaze to Wang Yuyan. She was skinny, her clothes were dirty and torn, and her hair was messy. She was very nervous and trembling all over, and it was obvious that she was very worried that Zhang Wei would reject her. Although Wang Yuyan's face was covered with dirt and her specific appearance could not be seen clearly, her general outline was still correct. Zhang Wei was thinking to himself that the supermarket business was growing bigger and bigger, and there were more and more things to deal with every day, so more manpower was really needed. Even if I am not in the store sometimes, I can manage the supermarket business in an orderly manner with the help of these people. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Well, in that case, I'll take you in. But you have to do your job well. If you don't do it well, I will show no mercy and will kick you out directly." When Wang Yuyan heard this, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She knelt down with a plop and said in a tearful voice, "Thank you, boss. Thank you for taking me in. I will definitely work hard and will never be lazy." Zhang Wei quickly said, "No need to kneel. From now on, everyone in this supermarket should behave uprightly and have confidence. As long as you work hard, I will take care of anything that happens to you." Wang Yuyan nodded vigorously, a happy smile on her face, and said, Okay, thank you, boss. I swore in my heart that I must perform well, never let my boss down, and never let my boss drive me away. From now on, I must work hard and cherish this hard-won opportunity." Zhang Wei asked Lu Rumei to take Wang Yuyan to take a shower, change clothes, and eat. At that time, he will sign an employee contract with the other party. As a result, the supermarket was fully staffed again. Chapter 31 I Can Do Anything. When Wang Yuyan slowly walked out of the simple bathroom, the slightly loose clean clothes on her body were the ones that she had searched for a long time before finding and were relatively suitable for her. She gently shook her still damp hair, took a deep breath, and mustered up the courage to come before Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei raised his head and his eyes fell on Wang Yuyan, and his heart couldn't help but move slightly. Before, I just thought that this girl looked a little timid, but now after taking a closer look, I found that her facial features are really delicate, and there is a gentle temperament between her eyebrows. However, long-term malnutrition made her originally round cheeks become sunken, and her body looked extremely thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. Zhang Wei didn't say much, but silently picked up a contract that had been prepared long ago from the table and gently pushed it in front of Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan's eyes fell on the contract, where the big words Doomsday Supermarket were clearly visible. She knew in her heart that this was the only life-saving straw she could grasp in this doomsday. Without any hesitation, Wang Yuyan picked up the pen with trembling hands and signed her name on the contract. Just as she signed her name, two soft rays of light suddenly lit up from the contract, turning into streams of light and penetrating into the bodies of Zhang Wei and Wang Yuyan respectively. Wang Yuyan only felt a warm current flowing through her body, and it seemed that an invisible connection had been established between her and this doomsday supermarket. She knew that from this moment on, she had officially become a member of the supermarket and had a place to stand in this doomsday. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wang Yuyan's voice was choked with sobs, and tears of excitement flashed in her eyes. She knew too well the significance of this job. In this apocalypse full of dangers and unknowns, she finally found a safe haven. Here, she no longer had to live in fear every day like before, worrying that a terrifying monster would suddenly jump out from a corner and tear her to pieces. There is no need to worry about being targeted by people with bad intentions and becoming their food. Not to mention being forced to use one's body in exchange for meager food and endure humiliation and pain. Lu Rumei felt a little reluctant when she saw Wang Yuyan's appearance. She walked forward, took Wang Yuyan's hand, and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to eat something. You must be starving." Wang Yuyan followed Lu Rumei to a corner of the supermarket, where there were several buckets of instant noodles and a few sausages. Lu Rumei skillfully opened the instant noodle bucket and poured in hot water. After a while, the tempting aroma of the instant noodles spread. Wang Yuyan's stomach growled uncontrollably. She hadn't had a full meal in a long time. When she took the instant noodles handed to her by Lu Rumei, she couldn't wait to take a big bite. The hot noodles and rich soup spread in her mouth, making her squint her eyes. Taking another bite of the delicious ham sausage, she felt that this was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. At this moment, she truly felt that this was the life a normal person should live. Seeing that Wang Yuyan successfully became an employee of the Doomsday Supermarket, the people around her were full of envy. In this apocalypse, food and water are the most precious things. Becoming a supermarket employee means never having to worry about hunger again, which is undoubtedly a huge temptation. In the crowd, a woman in her 30s had a hint of envy in her eyes. She deliberately wiped the thick stains on her face with the back of her hand, trying to make herself look neater. Then she mustered up her courage and walked quickly to Zhang Wei. She bent her body slightly, a flattering smile on her face, and asked with a trembling voice, "Boss, you see, I can do anything. Whether it's cleaning, sorting goods, or other odd jobs, I can do it well. And I promise to be extremely diligent and absolutely obedient to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Besides, I learned a lot before the apocalypse and know a lot, especially about taking care of others. Can you let me stay too?" As the woman spoke, she observed Zhang Wei's expression, her eyes full of anticipation. However, Zhang Wei just gave her a cold look and ruthlessly refused. "No. Boss." The woman was unwilling to give in and wanted to say something else. "If you don't want to buy anything, then leave." Zhang Wei interrupted the woman directly, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone. The woman opened her mouth and wanted to argue again, but when she saw Zhang Wei's cold expression, she swallowed the words back. She sighed helplessly and turned to choose the goods. After a while, the group of people picked out what they needed, went to the counter to check out, and then left the supermarket one after another. At this time, Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei had already eaten and drunk their fill. They wiped their mouths and came to Zhang Wei together. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yuyan and said seriously, "From now on, I may not be in the supermarket for a lot of time, so the cashier work will be handed over to you. You have to study hard. Each person and each bag of food needs to be worth about 100,000 yuan before they can take it away. No matter what it is, the cash register gun can scan it and tell you the value of that item. If it's an antique or something, you can keep it for now without using the cash register gun. Zhang Wei taught them how to sell things. Anyway, he has the final say on the price. We charge whatever he sets. Lu Rumei nodded vigorously, patted her chest and said, "Boss, don't worry, we will definitely manage the supermarket well and will definitely not let any problems occur in the supermarket." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, then his eyes fell on Wang Yuyan, frowned and said, "Wang Yuyan, you are not even at the first level now, you are too weak. In this apocalypse, you can't survive without strength. As an employee of the Doomsday Supermarket, how can I survive if I don't even have the ability to protect myself when I encounter danger?" As he spoke, Zhang Wei handed some of the unused crystal cores to Wang Yuyan and said, "Take these and absorb them first." Although these crystal cores cannot allow you to directly advance to the next level, they can greatly improve your physical fitness and give you some self-protection ability. Wang Yuyan's hands were shaking with excitement. She carefully took the crystal core, her eyes full of gratitude, and said, "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength." Although she knew that the effectiveness of these crystal cores was limited, Wang Yuyan knew that this was the boss's care for her and an opportunity for her to become stronger. As Wang Yuyan held these crystal cores in her hands one by one, she began to absorb the weak energy circulating in her body. Soon, she felt streams of warm current flowing out from the crystal core and flowing along her meridians to all parts of her body. Her physical condition was also changing rapidly, and her originally weak body gradually became stronger. Chapter 32, Become Bigger and Stronger, Create Greater Glory. At first, Wang Yuyan's face looked pale and haggard due to long-term malnutrition, with sunken cheeks, chapped lips, and timidity and fatigue in her eyes. Her hair was dry and rough, casually draped over her shoulders. She looked thin, pitiful, and lifeless. As the crystal core energy was slowly injected, Wang Yuyan felt a warm power spreading throughout her body. This power was like a gurgling stream, nourishing her dry body. Her cheeks gradually flushed, her originally sunken cheeks became fuller, and her skin became smooth and delicate, as if covered by a layer of soft luster. The cracked lips became rosy and plump, and the corners of the mouth unconsciously rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Her hair also underwent noticeable changes under the nourishment of this energy. The originally dry and rough hair became soft and smooth, with a faint luster, as smooth as black satin. In terms of temperament, before absorbing the crystal core, Wang Yuyan always lowered her head, avoided glances, and did not dare to look people in the eye. She also always hunched her shoulders when walking, giving people a timid feeling. After absorbing the energy of the crystal core, her eyes gradually became brighter, and her timid expression disappeared, replaced by a calmness and confidence. Her back straightened, her shoulders no longer slumped, and she seemed to have been reborn. In terms of appearance, Wang Yuyan's originally dry and rough hair gradually became soft and shiny, and the ends of her hair were slightly curled, adding a bit of agility. Although her figure was still slender, her muscle lines became tight and well-defined. She was no longer as frail as before, as if she could be blown down by a gust of wind. Instead, she looked lighter and more agile. His originally hunched back straightened, his steps became light and powerful, and his whole body exuded a confident and tenacious temperament. She was completely different from the timid, malnourished girl she used to be. Is this the power of the crystal core? It's truly magical. Wang Yuyan stared at her hands in disbelief, and gently stroked her cheek. The smooth and delicate touch made her almost unrecognizable. The skin, which was originally sallow and rough due to malnutrition, now became white and shiny, as if shrouded in a soft halo. That's normal. Once you break through to the first level, the changes will be even greater. Lu Rumei couldn't help laughing when she saw Wang Yuyan's surprised expression. She patted Wang Yuyan's shoulder and continued, "The crystal core is a good thing. When our strength increases in the future, there will be many benefits." Zhang Wei stood aside, watching the huge changes in Wang Yuyan, and felt very satisfied. Wang Yuyan now has bright and confident eyes and an upright posture. She is completely different from her previous thin, timid, and lifeless appearance. He couldn't help but nodded, thinking that this was what a human being should be like. "I'm going to the county town to discuss something tonight." Zhang Wei suddenly said, "Also, when I come back, I'll buy you some suitable clothes. Not only do the clothes you have now not fit you well, they are also not pretty enough." Upon hearing this, Lu Rumei quickly asked, "Boss, do you need my protection? The situation in the county is complicated and there might be some danger." Jiang Wei shook his head and said, not for now. I've already contacted Wang He and he'll ship a batch of goods over. When the time comes, I'll leave the connection to you. I trust you to do the job, and I'm sure you'll get it done properly. Lu Rumei nodded vigorously and replied confidently, Boss, don't worry. I can definitely handle this little thing. Connecting goods isn't that difficult. All we have to do is count the quantity and variety. It's not a difficult task. Wang Yuyan also hurriedly said, I'm the same. I'm sure I can do it. Boss, just go and talk about things with peace of mind. We'll be watching over the supermarket. Jiang Wei nodded and said, okay, I'll go cook. I'm really hungry after all this time. Wang Yuyan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she quickly said, Boss, let me do it. I can cook. I used to cook at home, and my cooking skills are pretty good. Jiang Wei thought it would be a good idea to let the new employee show off his skills, so he nodded and said, okay, then I'll try your cooking skills. If you cook well, I'll give you all the food in the supermarket from now on. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Wang Yuyan said this confidently, then quickly walked to the kitchen and started to get busy. Looking at Wang Yuyan's back as she walked into the kitchen, Jiang Wei was secretly calculating in his heart. We hired an employee who can cook. From now on, he doesn't even have to cook anymore. This is a pleasant surprise. However, he still felt that the supermarket needed to be upgraded as soon as possible. Only when the level of the supermarket is upgraded can the scale of the supermarket be expanded and more potential employees like Wang Yuyan be recruited. Then the development of the supermarket will surely be able to reach a higher level. It was already 5 o'clock, and there was only an hour left, so no guests would come. Jiang Wei returned to the Blue Star world in advance. In an instant, the scene outside the supermarket changed drastically. The original apocalyptic-style buildings disappeared, replaced by the rural-style scene of the small town of Blue Star. In the distance are farmhouses scattered around, with smoke rising from the roofs. Nearby are patches of lush green farmland, and occasionally you can see a few farmers working in the fields. At this time, the supermarket gradually became lively, and people came to buy things one after another. Lu Rumei is like a hard-working little bee, shuttling back and forth between the warehouse and the shelves. She skillfully moved boxes of goods out of the warehouse and then carefully put them on the empty shelves, her movements quick and orderly. Ah Wei, when did you recruit such a beautiful girl? I didn't believe it when Uncle Hu told me about it before. At this time, an aunt named Li Tsuihua with gray hair and a kind smile on her face walked into the supermarket. As soon as she saw Lu Rumei, her eyes lit up and she approached Jiang Wei curiously and asked. Jiang Wei, tidying up the cash register, replied with a smile, it just happened in the past few days. I plan to develop the supermarket well. I will recruit more employees in the future and strive to make it bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Ha, you have some ideas. Aunt Li is waiting to see you make the supermarket more and more prosperous. After hearing this, Li Tsuihua laughed heartily. After buying what she needed, she left with a satisfied smile. Not long after Li Tsuihua left, another villager, Zhang Shilan, walked into the supermarket. Chapter 33. Is this your girlfriend? When he saw Lu Rumei, his eyes widened instantly and his face was full of shock. He really couldn't understand how such a beautiful girl could come to work as an employee in a supermarket in this small town. Xiao Wei, where did you get this pretty girl? Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Shilan couldn't help but ask, glancing at Lu Rumei from time to time. Uncle Lan, don't talk nonsense. She's not my girlfriend. She's an employee at the supermarket. Zhang Wei quickly explained. Oh, does she have a boyfriend? If not, I can introduce my son to someone. My son is an honest man with a stable job. Zhang Shilan suddenly had an idea in his mind, thinking that it would be great if he could introduce such a beautiful girl to his son. Zhang Wei listened and replied helplessly, Uncle Lan, forget it. She has very high standards and won't look down on you. Besides, she is fully focused on her work right now and doesn't have the energy to do that. All right. Zhang Shilan was a little disappointed, but still didn't give up. It's such a pity that such a pretty girl works as an employee in a supermarket. After buying the cigarettes, he was thinking about asking his son to come to the supermarket, just in case they fell in love. Wang Yuyan was busy in the kitchen for a long time and finally prepared a table of food. On the dining table, the tempting braised pork is shining with oil, and the green vegetables are juicy and green, exuding a fresh scent. There was also a bowl of steaming tomato and egg soup. The sweet and sour taste filled the air. Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei were attracted by the fragrant aroma and slowly walked to the dining table. After they sat down, they began to taste the food. Wang Yuyan stood aside, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, a hint of worry in her eyes, and she said softly, "I haven't cooked for a while, so my cooking skills might be a little rusty. If there's anything I didn't do well, please tell me and I'll try to improve it later." Zhang Wei picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. Then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's very well done. The taste is just right. It's fat but not greasy, and lean but not dry. From now on, cooking will be left to you. With you here, we will have a great time." When Wang Yuyan heard this, her worries were instantly swept away. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she quickly replied, Okay, I will definitely work harder and strive to make more delicious dishes." During the meal, Zhang Wei didn't eat much. He just casually ate a bowl of rice and put down his chopsticks. However, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan ate with gusto and had great appetites. In a short while, they had finished most of the food on the table. Zhang Wei looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. He stood up and said, "I'll leave the supermarket to you. I'm going to go take a shower and then go out. I have some things to take care of today." "Okay, boss, don't worry. We will keep a good eye on the supermarket and nothing will go wrong." Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan nodded quickly. After Zhang Wei went upstairs, he walked into the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. After washing, he changed into clean clothes, went downstairs to the roadside, and called a ride. Sitting in the car, Zhang Wei looked at the flashing neon lights outside the window and thought in his heart. He felt that his life was gradually stabilizing and the supermarket business was doing well, so it was time to buy a car. This will make it much more convenient to go out and do things in the future. However, he was a little worried. Is there anyone selling cars at night? Normally, 4S stores should be closed at night. Thinking of this, he asked the driver to drive towards the county town. The distance between Yinlong Town and Baida County is not far, and the road conditions are quite good. Zhang Wei sat in the car, watching the street scene receding outside the window, thinking about what he would say when they met. The driver had skilled driving skills and the vehicle was driving smoothly on the road. In less than half an hour, he had successfully arrived at the county town. The county town is brightly lit and bustling with activity. Following the detailed instructions sent by Qin Yusen, Zhang Wei navigated through the intricate streets and finally arrived at the Longhu Hotel. This hotel is elegantly decorated and quite famous in the county. Zhang Wei walked into the hotel, asked the waiter about the location of the private room, and then followed the instructions to go to the room. The moment he gently pushed open the door of the box, his eyes were instantly attracted by Qin Yusen sitting inside. Qin Yusen is a very beautiful woman. She dressed up carefully today. Her long, shiny black hair fell on both sides of her shoulders like a waterfall, with the ends slightly curled, making her look particularly charming and attractive. She wore delicate light makeup, and her eyebrows were long and neat, perfectly outlining her delicate facial features. Her eyes are bright and lively, like a clear spring, as if they contain endless stories. Under the small nose is a pair of rosy lips, with the slightly upturned corners of the mouth showing a faint smile. She was wearing a simple yet elegant dress in a soft and warm color that made her skin look even fairer. The whole person exudes a gentle and intellectual temperament, which makes people unable to help but take a few more glances. At this time, Qin Yusen was sitting quietly in the box. When she saw Zhang Wei come in, she stood up with a hint of surprise on her face. After Zhang Wei pushed the door open and stood in front of Qin Yusen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The Zhang Wei in front of her was much younger than she had imagined. He was handsome, with an upright posture, and exuded an air of competence. Qin Yusen quickly adjusted herself, took a step forward, and said with a proper smile, "Hello, I'm Qin Yusen, the owner of Xingxing Garment Factory. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Wei also politely extended his hand, gently shook hands with Qin Yusen, and replied with a smile, "Hello, I am Zhang Wei." After exchanging greetings, the two sat down together. As soon as she sat down, Qin Yusen couldn't contain her curiosity and asked first, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask what business you are in?" Zhang Wei leaned forward slightly and answered seriously, "I run a supermarket business. They're looking to buy a batch of clothing, and I can tell you the order volume will be huge." Supermarket? When Qin Yusen heard this answer, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knew that while supermarkets did sell clothes, sales of such clothing were usually relatively limited. What Zhang Wei said about the large volume of orders in the later period was somewhat beyond her expectations. However, Chen Yusin is a veteran in the business world after all, and she did not dwell too much on this issue. Instead, he immediately asked curiously, "Mr. Zhang, how many clothes do you need to buy in the early stages? Also, do you have any specific requirements regarding the style, design, material, and season of the clothing?" Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, thought for a moment, and then said, "I'm not sure about the initial purchase quantity yet, but it shouldn't be small. As for the requirements, there aren't too many restrictions. The only thing is that the clothes must be durable and easy to move around in. Women's clothes like skirts are not necessary." He knew very well that the clothes he purchased were intended to be provided to those people in Red Star who were surviving in a doomsday environment. In such extremely harsh conditions, the durability of clothing is the primary consideration. As for whether it is beautiful or not, or what the style is, it is not taken into consideration at all. After all, in doomsday, the most important thing is to have a sturdy and durable piece of clothing to save your life. Moreover, in that kind of environment, women wearing skirts would undoubtedly bring themselves great inconvenience and danger, which is no different from seeking death. Chapter 34 The Only Savior. Chen Yusin listened quietly to Zhang Wei's request, her heart full of doubts and curiosity. She really couldn't understand why customers had such specific requirements for clothes, emphasizing only durability and being completely indifferent to design and novel styles. However, she has been in the business world for many years and knows that as a businessman, the most important thing is to meet the needs of customers and provide them with high-quality services. Asking too many questions may not only result in no answers, but is also likely to cause customer dissatisfaction, leading to the loss of the business. So she nodded slightly, her eyes revealing professionalism and confidence, indicating that she had fully understood Zhang Wei's needs. Zhang Wei once again elaborated on his requirements in detail, making it clear that he did not need children's clothing, only styles that were suitable for normal city dwellers to wear. Even underwear for men and women was needed. While listening attentively, Chen Yusin quickly thought about the existing clothing styles and inventory situation in the factory. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, she quickly took out the price list of the clothing factory from her bag and studied it carefully. Considering that Zhang Wei's requirements were relatively simple and did not involve too many complicated processes and design costs, she decided to give him a certain discount on the price. She picked up a pen and carefully revised the prices on the price list, writing every number neatly. After finishing the modification, she handed the price list to Zhang Wei and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is the price list of our garment factory. Since your requirements are relatively simple, I can lower the price a bit. Please see if it's appropriate." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Wei very nervously, and her hands folded together unconsciously. In her business experience, customers usually bargain over prices, and some people with ulterior motives even make more excessive demands because of her appearance. She was prepared to deal with various situations. If Zhang Wei still had price requirements, she was willing to lower the profit again as long as it could make the deal. Zhang Wei took the price list, glanced at it quickly, and said without hesitation, "No problem, just follow the price listed here." Is this enough?" Chen Yusin was stunned, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that Zhang Wei would agree to her quotation so readily. Not only was there no bargaining, there wasn't even a word of unnecessary nonsense. This was completely different from the clients she had encountered before, and she was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Chen Yusin still had doubts in her heart. The other party agreed too readily, which made her a little worried. After all, in the business world, this situation was too abnormal, and she was afraid that there were hidden dangers that she had not noticed. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then asked nervously, "Well, Mr. Zhang, since you've agreed to the price, shall we settle the bill as you said before, cash on delivery?" Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. He nodded and said, "That's right. I don't like to owe people money. Also, I've learned from some sources that your garment factory has recently encountered some operational difficulties." When Chen Yusin heard this, her heart tightened slightly. She didn't expect that the other party actually knew the situation in the factory. She was about to open her mouth to explain when Zhang Wei continued. "When running a business, everyone encounters difficulties sometimes. This is normal. I firmly believe that your factory has sufficient capabilities to overcome this hurdle. Since I choose to cooperate with you, it must be because I believe in your quality and your attitude towards work. How about this? To increase our mutual trust in cooperation, I can sign a contract with you now and then transfer you a deposit of 1 million. With this deposit, you can arrange production more easily. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, Chen Yusin was both moved and surprised. She didn't expect that Zhang Wei not only had no concerns about the difficulties in the factory, but was so ready to propose signing a contract and paying a deposit. She quickly stood up, leaned forward slightly, and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. All the staff of Xingxing Garment Factory will not let you down. We will strictly follow your requirements and complete your order with guaranteed quality and quantity. After Chen Yusin finished expressing her gratitude, she quickly continued. Mr. Zhang, my factory has already produced a batch of clothing a while ago, and it meets your requirements in every aspect. Don't worry, this batch of clothes won't take long to produce. I can guarantee that they will all be produced within 3 months. Our factory has always been very strict in quality control, and the practicality has been tested many times, so there is definitely no problem. Do you want to go to the factory and see these clothes in person? Zhang Wei lowered his head slightly and thought for a moment. He felt that an on-site inspection would make him feel more at ease, so he raised his head and said, Okay, let's go and take a look. Thank you, thank you. When Chen Yusin heard Zhang Wei agree, a bright smile immediately broke out on her face and she thanked him repeatedly. Then she raised her hand to signal the waiter to serve the food. The two chatted about business matters while enjoying dinner. Considering that they had to go to the factory later, they did not order any alcohol to avoid unnecessary trouble such as drunk driving. Chen Yusin picked up the drink in front of her and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, I'll use the drink instead of wine to toast you. Thank you for giving our factory this opportunity to cooperate. Zhang Wei also picked up his drink, clinked glasses with Chen Yusin, and said, You're welcome. I hope our cooperation will go smoothly. After finishing the meal, Chen Yusin stood up and said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, let's go to the factory now. As the two walked out of the hotel, Zhang Wei said helplessly, I didn't drive here. I was planning to buy one today, but it's late at night, and I guess the 4S stores are closed. After hearing this, Chen Yusin immediately said, Is that so? Then you can take my car. It's on our way. The two got in the car. Chen Yusin sat in the driver's seat. While starting the car, she was still full of curiosity about Zhang Wei. She thought to herself, how could a small-town supermarket possibly consume so many clothes? The volume of orders is truly astonishing. However, she knew very well that in the business world, if the client did not tell her, she should not ask too many personal questions. So she just focused on driving towards the factory. As long as she can successfully clear out this batch of goods in the warehouse, she can revitalize the entire factory. Therefore, she must treat Zhang Wei as a customer well and cannot make any mistakes. This is the only thing that can save her factory now. Chapter 36 Happy Cooperation. After arriving at the Xingxing Garment Factory, Chen Yusin enthusiastically took Zhang Wei on a personal tour of the entire factory. At this time, the factory was quiet because there were no orders and the workers did not need to work overtime at night. Chen Yusin introduced the various areas of the factory as she walked, from the cutting workshop to the sewing workshop, and then to the final ironing and packaging area, explaining each link in great detail. Zhang Wei listened carefully and nodded from time to time to show his understanding. Afterwards, Chen Yusin brought Zhang Wei to the warehouse. The warehouse is filled with packaged clothes, neatly stacked in piles, waiting to be shipped. Zhang Wei looked at the clothes and asked curiously, Boss Chen, I see these clothes seem to have been packed up and should be shipped away. Why are they parked here? Chen Yusin sighed softly, her eyes revealing helplessness and anger. She did not hide anything, but told the whole story in detail. Mr. Zhang, this is what happened. There's a man named Xiao Nantian. He wants to set up a scheme to destroy my factory and force me to marry him. He used some tricks to cancel our factory's original orders. Now these clothes can only be piled up here and cannot be shipped out. After hearing this, Zhang Wei frowned slightly, a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he said, This guy is truly despicable. He actually used such despicable means to destroy other people's businesses. It's truly despicable. Don't worry, I don't know any Xiao Nantian, and I'm not in the same group with him. You don't have to worry about me being sent by him to trick you. I don't want to be associated with a guy like him. Zhang Wei continued, his tone full of disdain for Xiao Nantian. Chen Yusin lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and apologized, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I did think you were also sent by Xiao Nantian. Because your cooperative attitude is so straightforward, I was a little suspicious. I didn't expect you to really want to cooperate with our factory. I was really judging you by my own selfishness. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, It's okay. I understand your concerns. How about this? I want all the clothes you have. Just give me a price. Ah, this. Chen Yusin widened her eyes, deeply moved, but she still hesitated and said, Mr. Zhang, although I appreciate your willingness to help me, many of the clothes here don't meet your requirements. You don't have to help me like this. I can't cheat a customer like you just for this one business. Zhang Wei smiled nonchalantly and said, It's okay. To me, these are just a few pieces of clothing. They're nothing at all. Besides, since I've decided to take it, I won't regret it. Let's just leave it at that. Zhang Wei knew clearly that it was just money, and he was not short of money at all. What's more, these clothes have huge value in his eyes. He can exchange them for more than 100 times the profit, so it is impossible for him to lose money. Zhang Wei knew that this clothing purchase was just the beginning. His future purchasing plans do not stop there. Quilts, shoes, vegetables, fruits, drinks, etc., as long as they are daily necessities, are on his shopping list. After all, the client base he faces is all the survivors in Red Star. Moreover, as far as he knew, in Red Star, those people could only do business with him, and there were no other competitors at all. This means that his business will only grow bigger and stronger in the future. As for wealth, in his eyes it was nothing more than a string of constantly jumping numbers and meant nothing at all. What he values more is establishing stable business relationships and the ability to control resources in this special environment. Chen Yusin's eyes were red, tears of emotion flashed in her eyes, and she said with a choked voice, Thank you, thank you. On behalf of myself and the entire factory, I would like to thank you for your kindness. Your timely help will be remembered by everyone in our factory. Zhang Wei waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Don't thank me. Even if I don't do business with you, I will do business with others. It's just that I chose you among so many choices. Don't take it too seriously. Just do your business well. Chen Yusin did not dare to delay for even a moment and immediately handed the price list of this batch of goods to Zhang Wei. This price was naturally a discount she made after careful calculation based on the original price. She hoped to repay Zhang Wei's help with the utmost sincerity. Zhang Wei took the price list, glanced at it briefly, nodded, and said, Okay, give me your account number. Chen Yusin hurriedly told Zhang Wei the factory's account information. Afterwards, Zhang Wei directly opened the mobile banking app and operated his fingers skillfully on the screen. After a while, he transferred the money to Chen Yusin. Not long after, Chen Yusin felt her phone vibrate. She quickly picked up the phone to check and saw that the money had arrived in her account without a penny missing. Mr. Zhang, if you have any orders in the future, you must give priority to cooperating with us. All our factory staff will do their best to make every order a success and will never let you down. Chen Yusin said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. There is something you need to do. Zhang Wei looked at Chen Yusin and said slowly. Chen Yusin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She thought about why Zhang Wei had cooperated so readily before, and wondered if there was some other hidden secret. But she still pretended to be calm, smiled, and asked, Just tell me, no matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to complete it. Help me contact the driver to ship this cargo back. I don't want it to be piled up here. Zhang Wei said. Ah, is that all? Chen Yusin was embarrassed immediately, her face turned red, and she felt very embarrassed. She was just having wild thoughts, thinking that Zhang Wei would make some excessive demands. What do you think you mean? Do you want me to do it myself? I don't have the time or energy for that. Zhang Wei asked back with a teasing smile on his face. No, I misunderstood you, Mr. Zhang. I'll arrange it right away. Chen Yusin said quickly, and then immediately contacted the driver and workers, asking them to come and move the goods quickly, and try to deliver the goods to the place designated by Zhang Wei tonight. Zhang Wei was also very satisfied after seeing that the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Chen Yusin then asked, Do you need to place an order later? Zhang Wei nodded and said, Of course. For now, let's place orders for 1 million per month. I can sign the contract and pay the deposit first. Chen Yusin nodded and said quickly, Okay, I'll go and sign the contract right away. Please wait. After a while, Chen Yusin finished the contract. Zhang Wei took a look at it and after finding no problems, he signed the contract with Chen Yusin. It's a pleasure to work with you. Both were very satisfied. Chapter 37 Don't give me the nice guy card. Mr. Zhang, where are you going next? I'll drive you there. Chen Yusin smiled and invited warmly. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, I'm going to buy a car tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to go out and do things. It's not a big deal to always have to take a taxi or bother others. When Chen Yusen heard this, her eyes lit up and she quickly said, Mr. Zhang, I know some bosses who sell cars. I wonder if you have any specific requirements for a car. I can contact them and ask them carefully for you. Maybe I can find a suitable one for you. Zhang Wei folded his arms over his chest and said, Yeah, that's fine. I don't have too high requirements for the car. As long as the quality is good and it's comfortable to drive and sit in, that's fine. As for the price, I don't really consider it. As long as the car is good, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. If you have money, you should enjoy it. Now that he has no shortage of money, he naturally wants to buy a good car. Okay, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll contact you right away. As Chen Yusen spoke, she took out her cell phone from her bag and started making a call. While she was on the phone, she was communicating with the person on the other end about Zhang Wei's needs, and from time to time she was writing something down in a notebook with a pen. After a long time, Chen Yusen put down the phone and said to Zhang Wei, Look, Mr. Zhang, there's going to be an auto show in a few days, co-hosted by more than a dozen automakers. Also, there will be many high-end cars at the auto show, all of which can be traded directly. If you can wait, why not go and have a look at it at the auto show? There will be many models and choices there, and you might be able to find one that you're particularly satisfied with. Zhang Wei thought about it and thought this was a good suggestion, so he nodded and said, Okay, let's come back in a few days. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any new models that are suitable. Mr. Zhang, when we were having dinner earlier, I didn't have time to drink with you because I was busy discussing business. Now that we've pretty much finished discussing things, why don't we go get a late-night snack to catch up on what we've done? I'll just treat it to a welcome dinner for you. Chen Yusen extended the invitation again. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, No need. I can go back with these goods. I still need to arrange the follow-up matters for this batch of goods, so I won't waste your time. No, Mr. Zhang, I must take you back myself. You've helped our factory so much today, how can I just let you go back by yourself? Chen Yusen's attitude was firm and her eyes were full of sincerity. Seeing that Chen Yusen was so persistent, Zhang Wei couldn't refuse anymore and agreed. After the goods were loaded, Chen Yusen asked the truck to follow her car. Chen Yusen skillfully opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. While adjusting her seat and rearview mirror, she said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, please sit tight. We're going back to Yunlong Town now. Then, the car started slowly and drove towards Yunlong Town. As they were chatting, the car stopped steadily in front of Zhang Wei's house. Chen Yusen followed Zhang Wei out of the car and looked up at the building in front of her, feeling very surprised. She originally thought that what Zhang Wei meant by going back was going back to a certain residence, but she never expected that Zhang Wei actually opened a supermarket in his own home. She looked at the somewhat special exterior of the supermarket and couldn't help wondering, can a supermarket like this sell so many clothes? After all, clothes are not common daily necessities in supermarkets. The consumer groups and sales models are very different. However, she was very tactful and did not ask too many questions. She just directed the porters to move the clothes to the place designated by Zhang Wei. Boss, you're back. Just then, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan heard the noise and immediately walked out of the supermarket quickly. Both of them had friendly smiles on their faces and were obviously very familiar with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei smiled and pointed at Chen Yusen beside him, introducing them, This is Wang Yuyan, and this is Lu Rumei. They are both employees of my supermarket. The normal operation of the supermarket is thanks to them. Chen Yusen looked at the two girls in front of her and was very surprised. She never expected that there were two such beautiful girls in Zhang Wei's supermarket. She subconsciously looked at herself and couldn't help comparing herself in her mind. No wonder the other party didn't seem to care about me before. It turned out that the girl in the supermarket was much prettier than me. However, Chen Yusen quickly adjusted her mood and introduced herself with a smile. Hello, my name is Chen Yusen, and I'm the owner of the Xingxing Garment Factory. These clothes are made in my factory. I'm honored to meet you today. After the two sides met, they exchanged a few brief greetings. At this moment, Lu Rumei's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the clothes being carried in and couldn't help asking, Boss, are there any women's clothes in there? Chen Yusen quickly responded with a smile, Yes, and there are quite a few. They are all new models and very fashionable. You will definitely like them. As she spoke, she took the initiative to step forward and carefully selected 2 sets of clothes from one of the bags. Go try it on and see if it fits and if you like it. After seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Zhang Wei smiled and spoke. Thank you, boss. The two happily took the clothes and skipped back to their room to change. Chen Yusin watched Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan happily leave, her heart filled with curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, are these two just employees of your supermarket? Zhang Wei nodded, with a hint of doubt on his face, and replied. Of course they're just employees. What else do you think they are? Do you think they're my relatives, or have some special relationship? Chen Yusin quickly shook her head and explained, nothing. I just felt that their attitude towards you was particularly respectful, and there was a sense of intimacy in their eyes, so I was a little curious. Zhang Wei smiled and began to explain, I took them in when they were in the most difficult time. At the time, they were desperate, without jobs and no place to live. I felt sorry for them, so I provided them with jobs and also provided them with food and shelter. So, they are naturally very grateful to me, and it is only right that they respect me. After hearing this, Chen Yusin looked at Zhang Wei with a hint of admiration in her eyes and said, You are such a good person. You lend a helping hand to others when they need it most. This is not something that most people can do. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then showed a stunned expression and replied with a wry smile. Forget it, don't give me the nice guy card. I'm not as good as you think. I did this because I felt sorry for them, but also because I thought that with 2 more employees, the supermarket would run better. It's a mutually beneficial thing, I guess. Chen Yusin thought Zhang Wei was a very interesting person. He did not feel complacent because of the praise he received, nor did he deliberately create a perfect image. He was not at all artificial. In Chen Yusin's opinion, such people are very real and make people feel very comfortable when interacting with them. There is no hypocrisy or sense of distance. After a while, Chen Yusin felt that it was time for her to leave, so she said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, I'll be leaving first. I'll pick you up in person at the auto show, and then we'll go together to see if there's a suitable car. Zhang Wei didn't refuse, nodded and said, okay, thank you for your help, we'll contact each other then. Chapter 37 The boss is so lucky. After Chen Yusin left, the staff did not slack off at all. They immediately took action and started to sort out the scattered clothes. They have clear division of labor. Some are responsible for sorting clothes, while others carry heavy packages and travel back and forth between various areas. Some clothes were neatly placed in the display area on the 2nd floor and rearranged according to style, color and size, ready for tomorrow's business. Other clothes that are older in style or do not need to be displayed for the time being are carefully placed in the warehouse and neatly stacked. Time passed quietly in the busyness. When the workers finally finished their work, they were all exhausted and out of breath, with sweat on their foreheads. Zhang Wei saw this and felt very grateful. He turned to Lu Rumei beside him and said, Lu Rumei, go get some mineral water to quench the thirst of these hard-working workers. Lu Rumei nodded, walked quickly to the supermarket's storage room, and came back soon with a box of mineral water. She handed bottles of mineral water to the workers with a kind smile on her face. The workers took the mineral water, wiped the sweat from their foreheads and cheeks with their sleeves, and said gratefully, thank you, you are so thoughtful. At this moment, a worker looked up inadvertently. After seeing the handsome Zhang Wei, he turned to look at the beautiful Lu Rumei standing beside him, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh, the boss is so lucky to have such a beautiful boss lady. When Lu Rumei heard this, her face instantly turned shy. She quickly waved her hand and replied, I'm not the boss's wife, I'm just an employee of the supermarket. When the other party heard this, he was very surprised. His eyes widened and he muttered, such a beautiful girl is not the boss's wife? The boss looks very young. Is he married? A worker came over curiously and asked. Lu Rumei glanced at Zhang Wei and saw that he didn't object, so she said truthfully, not yet. I still don't have a girlfriend. Girl, you are so beautiful, it's strange that your boss is not attracted to you. The workers looked at each other, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Zhang Wei noticed the atmosphere was a little tense, so he quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Everyone, stop joking around, let's get down to business. As he spoke, he took out some money from his pocket and said, Thank you all for coming to help so late at night. It's not easy for you all. I will give each of you a subsidy of 100 yuan as a reward for your hard work. When the workers heard this, they quickly declined, saying, No, we also get paid by boss Chen Yusin. We can't take this money. Zhang Wei said sincerely, It's okay. These are extra gifts from me. You earn your money through your own physical labor, and every penny is hard-earned. Just consider it a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Zhang Wei was determined and walked up to each worker without saying anything, handing them 100 yuan. The workers looked at the money in their hands and were deeply moved. Thank you, boss. The boss is such a nice guy. Boss, if you have any problems in the future, you can call us and we will be there at your beck and call. A worker said, patting his chest. Zhang Wei nodded and replied with a smile, of course. Everyone, please leave your phone number. We will definitely need to trouble you with many things in the future. The workers took out their cell phones and left their contact information with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at the phone number in his hand and thought to himself that in the future, the supermarket's transportation, sorting and other work could perhaps be handed over to these reliable workers. Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan stood quietly by, their eyes falling on Zhang Wei from time to time. Looking at Zhang Wei's busy figure and his attitude towards employees, they both agreed in their hearts that Zhang Wei was indeed a rare good person. Looking back at when they first arrived at the supermarket, they were just two desperate girls. It was Zhang Wei who took them in as employees without hesitation. In the process of getting along with each other, they truly felt that Zhang Wei really just treated them as employees and did not have any improper thoughts or ideas towards them. He treated them with great respect. Whether it was work arrangements or daily communication, he treated them as normal girls and gave them the equality and care they deserved. They knew very well that in the world of Red Star, there were all kinds of people and many women. As long as Zhang Wei shows the slightest sign of wanting a woman, even just a few words, countless beautiful women will line up, crying and begging Zhang Wei to take them in. After all, Zhang Wei is the only one who has enough food and has incredible means. Following him, life will definitely not be bad. However, Zhang Wei did not do so. He devoted all his attention to his business and did not take in too many others or help anyone in particular. He is like a precise businessman and a very rational person. He has a clear idea of what he should and should not do. He is rigorous and serious at work, and generous and kind to his employees, never stingy with the respect they deserve. Such people make people feel extremely relieved and at ease. Wang Yuyan lowered her head slightly, lowered her voice, and said to Lu Rumei beside her, Sister Lu, the boss is such a good person, you must not miss him. Think about it, we have such a stable and good life now, all thanks to him. If he hadn't taken us in, we might still be wandering around and suffering outside. Although Wang Yuyan is young, she is thoughtful and has a good impression of Zhang Wei in her heart. However, she is a smart and sensible person who knows what to do and what not to do and will not do anything that exceeds her status. After all, if Sister Lu Rumei had not brought her to this supermarket and provided her with a place to stay, she would never have been able to live such a good life now. Therefore, she was very much looking forward to Lu Rumei and Zhang Wei being together. In her opinion, this was the best outcome. When Lu Rumei heard Wang Yuyan's words, her cheeks flushed slightly. She sighed softly and said, The boss is indeed a good person. Although I have a good impression of him, I am more in awe and admiration for him. I don't want my boss to think I'm an unscrupulous woman trying to get to the top through unfair means. Lu Rumei has her own ideas and principles. Precisely because Zhang Wei is a good man and a person worthy of respect, she cannot deceive Zhang Wei and commit herself to him in an inappropriate way because of certain factors. She knew in her heart that if she did this, given Zhang Wei's personality, he would definitely fire her without hesitation. By then, not only will I lose this hard-earned job, it might also cause Zhang Wei to fire me, which would be bad. She secretly thought in her heart that if Zhang Wei really had a good impression of her, she believed that with her sincerity and true heart, she would be able to achieve a happy ending with him and establish a beautiful relationship. When Wang Yuyan heard that Lu Rumei had her own plans, she said no more. Now she just wants to live a peaceful life in the supermarket, and no longer have to live the doomsday life of hiding, living in fear, and going hungry. This ordinary life is the best life she imagined in the end of the world. She absolutely cannot lose it all because of her own wrong thoughts. Chapter 38, Repay the Money. Let's put the clothes on the shelves later. Zhang Wei looked around, thought for a moment, and said, These clothes won't sell very well in a short period of time. Although the customer flow in supermarkets is relatively stable at present, customers will not suddenly buy large quantities of goods such as clothes, which are not urgently needed. Let's focus on other products that need to be replenished and displayed first. After hearing this, Lu Rumei hurried forward, holding a delivery note in her hand, and said, Boss, this is Wang Yi's delivery note. I've carefully counted the items on it. The quantity, style, and specifications are all correct. Jiang Wei nodded, took the delivery note and took a look at it. After confirming that it was correct, he picked up his mobile phone and transferred the payment to Wang He. After the transfer was completed, he took a screenshot and sent it to Wang He, adding a message, "The payment has been transferred, please check." Not long after, Wang He sent a message of thanks, "Boss Zhang, thank you so much. I didn't expect your supermarket business to be so good recently. The shipment volume is much larger than before. It really surprised me." Jiang Wei simply replied, "It's all thanks to everyone's support. It's a pleasure to work with you." At this time, it was already late and the sky outside was gradually getting dark. Jiang Wei looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late, let's start closing the store." As he spoke, he and Lu Rumei began to pack up the things in the store, turn off the electrical equipment, and pull down the rolling shutter. After closing the store, Jiang Wei did not rest immediately, but sat at the desk in the store and began to sort out the next work. He knew very well that if the supermarket wanted to run better, it would need to contact many suppliers. In addition to the clothing suppliers we currently cooperate with, we also need to expand the supply of fruits, vegetables, shoes, and other categories. To ensure the freshness of fruits and vegetables, we need to work with suppliers who have stable planting bases. For shoes, there should be a variety of styles and the quality should be guaranteed. While Jiang Wei was thinking in his mind, he wrote down the information of the suppliers he needed to contact on a piece of paper. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, his brows furrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Oh, right, I have to find a way to get some controlled knives. But this thing is not easy to get. You can only buy it directly from those craftsmen who specialize in making cold weapons, or from people who have intangible cultural heritage, as a collection or as a hobby. The knives made by these people have exquisite craftsmanship and guaranteed quality, and they can also avoid some unnecessary troubles." As for hot weapons, Jiang Wei rejected it without even thinking about it. He knew in his heart that hot weapons were something that he absolutely could not touch. If he really did do business in this area, he would be courting death. He never thought of doing such an illegal thing. He just wanted to make some money honestly so that he and the people around him would have enough to survive, and he didn't have any big ambitions. Oh, and there's also money from relatives. Jiang Wei suddenly slapped his head and remembered the debts his father owed and the money he borrowed from relatives. He picked up his phone and sent messages to his relatives one by one, "Dear relatives, I have a little more money recently. Please come to me tomorrow with the IOU to get the money. Let's pay back the money and get the IOU back, so everyone can feel at ease." He is rich now, but he doesn't want to owe his relatives money anymore. Because his father was in debt, relatives came to him every few days to ask for money, which made him very annoyed. Now that he is finally able to pay off his debts, he only hopes that he can have a more peaceful life in the future and have fewer disputes with his relatives. These relatives were very surprised. They didn't expect Jiang Wei to take the initiative to ask for the money back. They were naturally very happy and agreed to go to the supermarket tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Wei was still asleep when he was awakened by a sudden ringing of the phone. He reached out for his phone in a daze, squinted his eyes to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Who could it be so early? He was wondering in his heart, and looked carefully at the incoming call reminder. It turned out to be his uncle. When Jiang Wei's parents were alive, they borrowed 20,000 yuan from his uncle to build a house. Ever since his parents passed away, his uncle has been asking him for money every few days, leaving him no time to make money. Although he should repay the money, his uncle was so anxious and had no sympathy for his situation. It would be a lie for Jiang Wei to say that he had no complaints. "You came so early, are you worried that I might cheat on him?" Jiang Wei was speechless for a moment, as he knew his uncle too well. But he didn't say much. He pressed the answer button and said to the other end of the phone, "Uncle, wait a moment, I'll get up soon." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wei rubbed his sleepy eyes and started to get dressed. When he got dressed and went downstairs, he heard a clear voice, "Good morning, boss." Jiang Wei looked in the direction of the voice and found it was Wang Yuyan. He was really surprised and said, "So early? You are really hard-working, little girl." Wang Yuyan smiled shyly and said, "I'll get up early and make breakfast for you." "What would you like to eat, boss?" "I'll make it for you." Jiang Wei waved his hand and said, "Whatever, just do as you see fit." After saying that, he walked straight to the cashier counter and pressed the button that controlled the supermarket's rolling shutter door. The rolling shutter door slowly rose and was only half open when the figures of my uncle and aunt appeared at the door. They couldn't wait to walk into the supermarket. "Jiang Wei, just woke up," Uncle said with a smile on his face. "Yeah, just got up." Jiang Wei responded with a barely perceptible coldness in his tone. Uncle, auntie, you're here quite early. Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? He asked deliberately. We are used to getting up early and we don't have much to do at home, so we came a little early. The uncle replied with an embarrassed smile. In fact, he knew that Jiang Wei had contacted other relatives to repay the money. Firstly, he was afraid that Jiang Wei did not have enough money to pay back and that he would not be able to get the money. Secondly, if I see that Jiang Wei has paid off his debt, I would also like to know how this guy made so much money in such a short time. If possible, they would naturally want to participate. Jiang Wei was too lazy to argue with his uncle's family about this matter, so he said directly. Since you're here, uncle, give me the IOU. I'll pay you back on behalf of my parents, and we can settle this account soon. Okay. The uncle responded quickly, and as he spoke, he carefully unzipped the wallet he was carrying and took out the neatly stored IOU. He spread out the IOU in his hand, but his hand was clenched tightly and he did not hand it directly to Jiang Wei. His eyes were still staring at Jiang Wei vigilantly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Wei would suddenly reach out and snatch the IOU away. Look, it clearly says 20,000 yuan. The uncle's face was full of smiles as he spoke with a grin. Chapter 39 My Fiancé. Jiang Wei glanced at him and asked calmly, Do you know how to use WeChat? Yes, I will. The uncle nodded hurriedly, took out his mobile phone immediately, quickly operated his fingers on the screen a few times, and handed the payment code to Jiang Wei. The uncle seemed to want to come closer to look at Jiang Wei's phone. Jiang Wei noticed his move and calmly put the phone aside and said, Uncle, what are you looking at? Seeing this, my aunt quickly took over the conversation and said, Well, Jiang Wei, although the interest is not mentioned on the IOU. But in fact, your parents said that they would give some interest when the money is repaid. After all, the money has been lent out for some time. Jiang Wei knew that his aunt wanted more money, but he was too lazy to argue about these things and said directly. How about this, I'll give you 21,000 yuan, and that'll pay off the interest. Is that okay? Yes, absolutely. Uncle and aunt's eyes lit up instantly, their faces filled with excitement, and they spoke in unison. Jiang Wei said no more and directly transferred 21,000 yuan to them on his mobile phone. Uncle and aunt stared at the screen of their mobile phone without blinking. After confirming again and again that the money had arrived, they reluctantly handed the IOU to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei looked at his uncle and aunt who were still standing there, showing no intention of leaving. He frowned slightly and asked, Anything else? After hearing this, the two of them showed an embarrassed expression on their faces. After looking at each other, the uncle said, Well, uncle, can I ask, what have you done recently to make so much money? When Jiang Wei heard this, he immediately understood what they were planning. He felt annoyed, but still answered patiently. Nothing. I used to know someone when I was working, and we were very close. He's become very rich recently, so I borrowed some money from him to get through this difficult time. When the two heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on their faces. It turned out that he had borrowed the money from others. They originally thought that Jiang Wei made so much money by doing other businesses, and they were wondering if they could find some way to make money from him. However, no matter what, they have already received the money, and they feel more at ease. Suddenly, a rich fragrance drifted over and penetrated into their noses. The two of them sniffed at the same time and began to mutter in their hearts, Since we are here and there is a ready-made meal, we might as well eat it before leaving. What are you cooking? It smells so good? Uncle couldn't help but speak, glancing towards the kitchen from time to time. My aunt quickly chimed in, We left in such a hurry when we got here that we didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Jiang Wei, we don't eat much, so why don't we just eat here before we leave? As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them walked towards the kitchen without waiting for Jiang Wei to answer. Jiang Wei looked at their backs and was speechless. He knew very well in his heart that he understood the thoughts of these two people more than anyone else. But then again, they are his relatives after all, and he is helpless most of the time. If I just drive them away, I will seem too petty and too unkind. It's just breakfast, he is not that stingy. Ha! There's an outsider here? As soon as my uncle and aunt walked into the kitchen, they saw Wang Yuyan busy at work. Their eyes widened instantly, and their faces were full of surprise. Especially when they saw Wang Yuyan's appearance clearly and found that she was so beautiful, they were shocked. The uncle couldn't help but nudge the aunt with his elbow and whispered, When did this guy get such a beautiful girlfriend? When my aunt heard this, she felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Their own son is still single. His job is not stable. Every time he mentions finding a partner, he looks impatient. It is difficult for him to find a girlfriend, let alone such a beautiful one. After such a comparison, they immediately felt a little jealous. You are. Wang Yuyan heard the noise, turned around, and saw two strangers. A curious look appeared on her face, and she asked softly. The uncle quickly put on a smile and said, "We are Jiang Wei's uncle and aunt. I didn't expect that Jiang Wei would have such a beautiful girlfriend like you. It's really enviable." As he spoke, he looked Wang Yuyan up and down, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. Oh, it turns out to be uncle and auntie. You misunderstood. I am not Jiang Wei's girlfriend. Wang Yuyan quickly waved her hands and explained, a slight blush on her face. Oh, you are not Jiang Wei's girlfriend. Hearing this, my uncle and aunt were very shocked. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. After a moment of silence, the old couple's faces showed happy smiles again. The uncle quickly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Wang Yuyan was about to speak when she saw Jiang Wei walk in. Jiang Wei saw the scene and understood the general idea in his heart. He walked forward and said, "Uncle, aunt, this is Wang Yuyan. Although she is not my girlfriend, she is my fiancée." Wang Yuyan was stunned and was about to open her mouth to refute, but when she saw Jiang Wei's look, which seemed to carry a hint, she immediately understood something. So she said nothing, just lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and stood there shyly. Ah, it's my fiancé. The old couple's eyes, originally full of expectation, dimmed in an instant, and the smiles on their faces quickly disappeared like mist blown away by a cold wind, replaced by disappointment that was difficult to conceal. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. I had originally hoped that this girl and Jiang Wei were not an engaged couple, so that my son might still have a chance. Now all hope is shattered. Just when the old couple was feeling disappointed and the atmosphere was a little awkward, they heard light footsteps coming from upstairs. The sound seemed like drum beats beating on the old couple's hearts, again and again, arousing their curiosity. Then, a girl slowly walked down the stairs like a fairy from a painting. She is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. There seems to be a sea of stars hidden between her eyebrows and eyes. Every line is exquisite and just right, just like the beautiful outline carefully drawn by a meticulous painter. Those eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, sparkled with lively light, as if hiding countless unknown stories. Under the small and straight nose is a slightly upturned cherry mouth. A faint smile naturally appeared at the corners of her lips, just like a flower blooming in spring, delicate and charming. Chapter 40. We are happy. The old couple looked at each other and murmured in their hearts at the same time. The one busy cooking in the kitchen is your fiancée. The one coming down from upstairs, who is as beautiful as an angel, can't be her. Uncle couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he stepped forward, put on a smile, and asked, "Jiang Wei, who is this girl with the logo that looks like she walked out of a painting? Why is she living here?" Jiang Wei didn't even think twice and immediately replied, "Her name is Lu Rumei, and she's also my fiancée." Lu Rumei? She had just woken up from her sleep and her head was still dizzy. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw an elderly couple looking at me with eyes full of inquiry and doubt. Before she could figure out the situation, she heard Jiang Wei say that she was his fiancée, which completely confused her. I kept wondering, what on earth happened? How come when I woke up, I became Jiang Wei's fiancé? When the old couple heard this, their expressions changed instantly. Their faces, which were originally smiling, seemed to be covered by dark clouds and they immediately became unhappy. The uncle frowned and said angrily, "Jiang Wei, you have to have a basis for lying. Just now you said that girl was your fiancé, and now you say that another girl is also your fiancé. Do you think we are fools? We are so easy to fool?" My aunt also chimed in, her hands on her hips as she said loudly, that's right, there's no way such a thing could happen. You're lying so poorly." Jiang Wei, however, remained unmoved and said seriously, "I'm not lying to you. They are all my fiancés." My aunt's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She shouted, "You're kidding. How can a man have two fiancés? This is just a fairy tale." Lu Rumei's mind worked quickly after hearing this. I immediately understood that Jiang Wei was using me and Wang Yuyan as shields to deliberately anger the old couple. She felt funny in her heart, but pretended to be nonchalant on the surface. Under the surprised and puzzled gazes of the crowd, she walked towards Jiang Wei openly, hugged him, and said coquettishly, "Honey, who are these two old guys? Why are they so fierce? They scared me to death." Jiang Wei praised Lu Rumei's cleverness in his heart, but pretended to be helpless on the surface and said, It's my uncle and aunt. I don't know why they are so angry. Maybe they are still angry after waking up today. The old couple really couldn't understand. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Could it be that these two girls are really Zhang Wei's fiancées? How is this possible? What's so good about Zhang Wei? How could he be favored by two such beautiful girls? This was completely beyond their comprehension and they couldn't react to it for a while. I don't believe it. The uncle frowned, shook his head like a rattle, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Exactly. These two girls are so beautiful. Even those glamorous stars on TV pale in comparison to them. How could they possibly be willing to become your fiancés? If you tell anyone about this, who would believe it? The uncle seemed to suddenly realize something, and his tone was full of doubt. If a girl said this, she might still be skeptical. But now there are two of them, and she is convinced that Zhang Wei definitely has bad intentions and may be planning something bad. I am Zhang Wei's fiancé. I didn't lie to you. Seeing this, Wang Yuyan took a few steps forward and stood in front of the old couple. Then she stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Zhang Wei on the face in front of them. How could you both be Zhang Wei's fiancé? This is impossible. This is totally illogical. The old couple opened their eyes wide, their mouths slightly open, their faces full of disbelief. I'm happy with it, what's it to you? Lu Rumei hugged Zhang Wei tightly, her chin slightly raised, a smug look on her face, and looked at the old couple provocatively. That's right, I'm happy with it. I just like Zhang Wei, and I'll marry him in this life. Wang Yuyan also agreed, her eyes full of determination, and her hands subconsciously held Zhang Wei's arm. The old couple looked at Zhang Wei with women on both sides. On the left is the gentle Wang Yuyan, and on the right is the quirky Lu Rumei. The key point is that these two girls are so beautiful. The fire of jealousy in my heart suddenly rose up and my eyes were about to burst into flames. Zhang Wei, you're very good. Do you know that what you're doing is illegal? You're playing with the feelings of two girls. The uncle was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Zhang Wei with trembling fingers and his voice changed. Uncle, you have to understand that bigamy is illegal. I'm not married and don't plan to get married, so what's the law? In today's society, love is free. We can get along however we want. You don't need to worry about it. Zhang Wei refused calmly, without a trace of panic on his face. I just don't believe that they would be willing to follow you even if they don't marry you. No girl would want that. You must have deceived them. My aunt folded her hands over her chest and said angrily. No, I'm really happy with it. Lu Rumei blinked and spoke with a relaxed look, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. That's right, what's the point of a marriage certificate? We just need to be together. It doesn't matter whether we get married or not. Love can't be maintained by a piece of paper. Wang Yuyan also hurriedly spoke, her eyes full of love for Zhang Wei. The old couple were so angry that their faces turned blue and red, like a color palette. They couldn't stand the scene anymore. Finally, with their faces livid, they left the supermarket without looking back, muttering, "This is really outrageous. This is outrageous. I don't want to stay here another second." They feel that they have gained a new understanding of the world. The old couple were so angry that their faces turned blue, and they left the supermarket in a hurry and angrily. Zhang Wei felt so relieved. The anger that had been pent up for a long time suddenly dissipated, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. He turned around and looked at Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei beside him. He deliberately put on the posture of a big boss, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said, "You two did a great job just now. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Wang Yuyan's eyes sparkled as she quickly said, "I want to stay in the supermarket forever. It's like my second home. I'm so happy to be busy here every day." As she spoke, she reached out and gently tugged at the corner of Zhang Wei's clothes, looking playful and cute. Lu Rumei was not to be outdone. She put her hands on her hips, raised her chin and said, "Me too. Even if you chase me away with a broom, I won't leave. I'm staying here." Zhang Wei burst out laughing at their words, waved his hand, and said, "You haven't done anything against the law, why should I chase you away? Besides, if I drive you away, who will work for me? The supermarket business is getting better and better now, and it will definitely be even busier in the future. If you still expect me to manage it alone, I will be exhausted." Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei were stunned at first, then they reacted, looked at each other, and couldn't help but giggle. The laughter was clear and pleasant, echoing in the supermarket. After this incident, they, who were originally a little reserved, found that Zhang Wei was not as difficult to approach as they had imagined. Before, they always had a sense of awe towards Zhang Wei, just like they were awe-inspiring gods, and they were very careful in what they said and did. But now, they think Zhang Wei is just a normal man. He has the same joys, sorrows, anger and happiness as ordinary people, so you can interact with him in a normal way without being so cautious and nervous. Chapter 41 Fruit Business. After breakfast, before the clock pointed to 9 o'clock, people had already gathered in the open space outside the supermarket. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of the supermarket, his eyes sweeping over these familiar yet unfamiliar faces. They were all his father's brothers, his mother's sisters, and some were good friends of his parents when they were alive. Although they would occasionally contact each other on weekdays, this was the first time that they all appeared in front of him like today. "Xiaowei, I'm here." The first one to speak was my aunt, who was wearing an old coat that had become a little pale from washing, and had a look of concern on her face. "Xiaowei, how did you make so much money recently that you can actually pay it back?" Second uncle asked immediately, his eyes full of curiosity. After all, it was only a few months since his parents passed away. Zhang Wei was worried about paying off his debts before, but now he can come up with money to pay off his debts, which makes him very confused. If it's too difficult, just wait a while. I'm not in a hurry. My third uncle waved his hand, seemingly magnanimous, but there was still a hint of expectation in his eyes. They chatted with each other and gathered around. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and repeated what he had told his uncle before. He said he had a good friend who lent him a helping hand when he was in the most difficult time and lent him some money so that he could pay off his parents' debts first. After hearing this, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, while others were half believing and half doubting. But no matter what, as long as they can pay back the money, they are too lazy to investigate where Zhang Wei got the money from. Without further ado, they pulled out IOUs from their bags. Some of these IOUs were borrowed from Zhang Wei's parents during their lifetime to finance the supermarket, build a house, etc. Some of them were forced to be written by Zhang Wei after they saw that his parents had passed away and Zhang Wei could not afford to pay off his debts. Zhang Wei took the IOUs and carefully examined them one by one. Every IOU used to be like a heavy stone weighing on his heart. Now, he finally has the ability to move these stones one by one. He transferred the money to them one by one according to the amount on the IOU. After paying off each family, he took the IOU from their hand and burned it in the brazier without hesitation in front of everyone. Watching the IOU gradually turn into ashes in the fire, Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, more and more relatives and friends came to repay the debt, and Zhang Wei had paid back most of the money his parents owed. The remaining few are working in other places. When they come back one day, they will come to see Zhang Wei again. Among these people, some are more considerate of Zhang Wei. They looked at Zhang Wei's young face, thought of the pressure he had endured these days, and couldn't help but say, "Xiaowei, you're paying so much money right now. It's too much of a burden. If it really doesn't work out, we can talk about the rest of the money when we get back." But Zhang Wei just smiled. He was not short of money at all. Hundreds of thousands are just a small amount of money to him. He didn't want to make these relatives and friends feel uncomfortable because of this small amount of money, so he insisted on returning the money to them. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Zhang Wei was about to pack up his things when Zhang Shixi came up and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiaowei, if you need any help, just come to me," Zhang Shizai said sincerely. He is Zhang Wei's cousin and has always had a good relationship with Zhang Wei's parents. When Zhang Wei's parents passed away, Zhang Shishir took out 10,000 yuan without saying a word and stuffed it into Zhang Wei's hand, asking him to handle the funeral for his parents. Under such difficult circumstances at that time, the 10,000 yuan was undoubtedly a timely rain, and Zhang Wei was filled with gratitude. Moreover, Zhang Shi lent the most money to Zhang Wei's parents, a full 100,000 yuan. This money was originally intended for their son to get married. But at that time, Zhang Wei's parents were short of funds due to building a house and opening a supermarket, and they really couldn't come up with so much money, so they shamelessly borrowed the money from Zhang Shixi. Zhang Wei has always been grateful to Zhang Shi, so when he transferred the money to repay the debt, he deliberately transferred an extra 10,000 yuan. He knew in his heart that if he transferred too much, Zhang Shishir would definitely not accept it given his personality. So, he deliberately kept Zhang Shizai until the end to pay back the money. Zhang Shizai took out his mobile phone to check the transfer record, and was stunned when he saw it. He raised his head, frowned, and looked at Jiang Wei with confusion. Xiao Wei, something's wrong. Why are you turning so much? Jiang Wei had already thought of an excuse. He smiled and replied, Uncle, consider this 10,000 as interest. I paid interest to others when I paid them back just now. You can't pay less. Zhang Shiji immediately put on a serious face when he heard this, waved his hand, and said firmly, It's not easy for you either. It's great that you can pay back the money. I've been friends with your parents for so many years, how can I ask you for interest? You must take this 10,000 back. Jiang Wei knew that Zhang Shizai was just such a person, righteous, honest, and sentimental. An idea struck him, and he quickly said, Uncle, I really don't lack money now. Besides, I still need your help with something. This extra 10,000 is my reward for helping you in advance. Zhang Shizai was still a little hesitant after hearing this. He looked at Jiang Wei with concern in his eyes. Xiao Wei, what can I do for you? Tell me clearly first, then I can decide whether to accept the money or not. Jiang Wei smiled and said, Uncle, I remember you've been in the fruit business for a long time. You must have a lot of experience after so many years. Zhang Shizai nodded and replied, Yes, I've been in this business for over 10 years. I deal with fruit every day and can tell the quality of fruit with my eyes closed. What's the matter? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Jiang Wei leaned forward and said seriously, It's like this, Uncle. I plan to open an area in the supermarket specifically for selling fruit. But I know nothing about the fruit business. From purchasing channels and selecting fruits to pricing and selling, I don't know anything about it. So, I'd like to ask for your help. Zhang Shizai frowned when he heard this, waved his hand and said, I'm not saying anything mean, but selling fruit in this small town isn't going to be very useful. There are only so many people in town, and their spending power is limited. We can't sell much fruit, and it easily rots on our hands. You should just focus on running your supermarket and stop messing with the fruit business. Jiang Wei naturally understood Zhang Shizai's concerns, and he quickly explained, Uncle, don't be so hasty to deny it. I'm not going to sell my fruit to people in small towns. I've planned this a long time ago. I've contacted some major clients from other places. They have a huge demand for fruit, and if I can provide a stable supply, the volume will definitely be huge. So, I'll have to trouble you to help transport the fruit in the future. Chapter 42 The Long-Awaited Survivor. Zhang Shizai was a little surprised when he heard this, but he was still a little hesitant. Well, okay, how much fruit do you want? I'll help you transport it for free. Just think of it as your uncle helping you. Jiang Wei quickly shook his head when he heard this. That won't do, Uncle. You have to make money from your fruit business to support your family. How can you help me transport it for free? Just sell it to me at the price you normally sell it to retailers. You can't make a penny less than what you're supposed to make. Zhang Shizai quickly waved his hands. That won't work. If I sell it to you at this price, I can still make a lot of money, but you will lose a lot of money. How about this? I'll just earn the transportation fee, and consider it as helping you bring some goods along the way. Jiang Wei knew that Zhang really cared about him, but he didn't want the other party to suffer any loss. There are very few people like Zhang Shizai who are so honest and considerate of others. He also wants to help the other party earn more, as a token of his appreciation. Jiang Wei insisted, Uncle, listen to me. It's not easy for you to do this business. If you only make money from the transportation fee, it would be a big loss. If you sell it to me at the normal price, I'll feel at ease. Besides, there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. If you lose money, I will feel bad. Zhang Shizai couldn't persuade Jiang Wei, and seeing his firm attitude, he had no choice but to agree. Okay, you are such a real kid. Then I'll do as you say, but don't complain about the high price of fruit when the time comes. Jiang Wei smiled and nodded. Uncle, don't worry, I definitely won't. Then it's a deal. From now on, all the fruit matters will depend on you. Zhang Shizai nodded and said, Okay. Jiang Wei leaned forward slightly and said anxiously, Uncle, can you send some fruit today? I'm in a hurry to open this shop. Zhang Shizai frowned and asked, What kind of fruit do you want? How much? You have to give me an exact number so I can go and get some. Jiang Wei thought for a moment, then counted on his fingers and said, Fruits, bananas, grapes, these common fruits, let's start with 500 kilograms of each. I wanted to stock up on enough goods on the first day so that customers would have more choices. Zhang Shizai was completely stunned when he heard this. He widened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face, and pointed at Jiang Wei and said, You really have never been involved in the fruit business. How can you buy fruits like this? Fruit has a short shelf life. If you can't sell it, it will rot quickly and you'll lose a lot of money. We have to purchase goods based on sales volume and market demand. We can't just buy so much at once. Zhang Wei, however, looked confident. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle, just listen to me. This is only the amount of fruit I want for the first day. I'll want more in the future. I have already negotiated with those big customers from other places. They have a huge demand. As long as I have enough supply, I will definitely have no trouble selling it." Zhang Shizai looked at Zhang Wei's determined eyes. Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything after all because Zhang Wei insisted. So, he sighed and said, "Okay, since you are so sure, I will help you this time. But if you can't sell it, don't blame me for not reminding you." After saying that, he turned around and drove his pickup truck, ready to go to the fruit wholesale market to help buy fruit. Seeing Zhang Shi driving away, Zhang Wei felt relieved. After settling the fruit business, he finally had one less thing to worry about. Next, he can focus more on other things in the supermarket. As for other details, he can take his time and there is no need to rush. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the changes in the house. He had been worried that others would find it strange and cause a series of problems. After all, after the supermarket was upgraded, the appearance and interior layout of the house are now very different from before. However, judging from the reactions of his uncle, aunt, and the relatives who came today, they didn't think there was anything unusual. Everyone came to pay back or get money, exchanged a few words and left. No one noticed the changes in the house at all. Even those people who normally come to the supermarket to buy things didn't notice anything different about his house. They went into the supermarket as usual, picked out items, paid and left, as if his house was just like that in their impression. Zhang Wei secretly rejoiced in his heart. This was really a good thing and could save a lot of trouble. If someone asked him about the changes in the house, he really wouldn't know how to explain it. Time quietly came to 10 o'clock. The familiar supermarket sign has quietly turned into 4 eye-catching characters, Doomsday Supermarket. At the same time, the scenery outside the supermarket has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally peaceful and tranquil street scene disappeared, replaced by the Doomsday scene presented by Red Star. The sky was gray and filled with thick haze. Ruins-like buildings could be seen everywhere, and all kinds of dilapidated debris were scattered on the streets, as if telling of the disaster that had happened in the past. At the location where the Doomsday Supermarket was supposed to appear, several groups of people had already gathered there. The number of people in each group cannot be underestimated. The smallest group has dozens of people, and the largest group has as many as 100 or 200 people. They were standing or sitting, scattered around, keeping a certain distance from each other, their eyes full of vigilance. They came from different forces or groups, and on normal days they might have various open and covert struggles for resources, territory, etc., but at this moment, they were all very restrained and no conflict occurred. This is mainly because it is unnecessary. Now, they all know about the existence of the Doomsday Supermarket, and they all know that they can buy supplies here that are extremely scarce in a Doomsday environment. In the face of common interests, there is no need to fight over trivial matters. Moreover, they are also well aware of Zhang Wei's mystery and power. If a conflict occurs and Zhang Wei becomes jealous of them, it will not be a good thing for them. Once you are included in the unwelcome list, you may not be able to enter the Doomsday Supermarket to shop in the future, and the probability of surviving the Doomsday will be greatly reduced. So, they were all smart people. They neither communicated with each other nor had any conflicts. They each occupied a place and waited quietly for the supermarket to appear. With a slight spatial fluctuation, the new Doomsday Supermarket suddenly appeared out of thin air in the place where there was originally nothing. A group of people who were watching their surroundings vigilantly, when they saw the supermarket appear, they all smiled or showed expressions of shock on their faces. Many people came here for the first time and were full of curiosity about this supermarket. Then they walked towards the supermarket in an orderly manner. They have been waiting here for a long time, waiting for the Doomsday Supermarket to appear. Now, when they see the supermarket really appear in front of them, they line up very orderly and enter one by one. Faced with this mysterious supermarket and the mysterious Zhang Wei whose abilities are unknown, none of them dared to act recklessly on his territory, and they all carefully abided by the rules here. Chapter 43, Buying Frenzy. Boss, we're here. Wang Yun led a group of people into the supermarket. Her originally cold and arrogant face was replaced with a gentle smile the moment she stepped through the threshold. She walked straight to Zhang Wei behind the cashier counter, her tone full of respect. This sudden change made many people around look surprised. You know, in the eyes of everyone, Wang Yun has always been that arrogant, cold, and unapproachable person. She rarely smiles in front of outsiders, let alone such a respectful attitude. At this moment, her attitude towards Zhang Wei undoubtedly added a bit of mystery to Zhang Wei in everyone's hearts. Zhang Wei sat behind the cashier, his expression indifferent. He glanced at Wang Yun and then said calmly, "Well, everyone who comes is a guest, but my supermarket has its rules. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for being rude. You guys go in and choose your things." Wang Yun nodded quickly, a flattering smile plastered across her face. "Of course, I've already told them. They won't cause any trouble, don't worry." As she spoke, she winked at Wang Tang behind her. Wang Tang understood what he meant and quickly stepped forward, dumping the heavy bag of gold, silver, and jewelry in his hand onto the cash register with a clatter. Those gold, silver, and jewelry sparkled alluringly under the light, attracting the attention of people around. Zhang Wei just glanced at it calmly and said, "From now on, distribute these equally to everyone. Once you've chosen your items, come and check out. I'll also be stocking the supermarket with fruits and vegetables, so the variety will continue to grow. By the way, the clothes on the second floor are already on the shelves. You can go and pick out what you need." Wang Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this, as if he had thought of something. He quickly asked, "Boss, do you have any weapons?" Zhang Wei frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "Like I said, there are definitely no hot weapons. They are strictly controlled. I dare not touch them here. However, as for cold weapons, I'm already preparing them. They should arrive within 3 days. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." When Wang Yun heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She quickly turned around and said to the group of people behind her, "I heard you all, right? Go in and choose your things. Don't make trouble. Follow the rules when shopping. If anyone dares to break the rules, don't blame me for being rude." "Yes." A group of people responded in unison, then picked up shopping bags and began to pick out what they needed in the supermarket. Afterwards, Brother Long, accompanied by a group of his men, strode to the cashier counter with smiles on their faces. He bowed slightly and said with a hint of flattery in his tone, "Boss, I've brought quite a few people with me this time, and I prepared a lot of gold bars, a huge, heavy box." As he spoke, Brother Long patted the box carried by one of his men beside him, making a dull sound. Then, he lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "There are even quite a few antiques here, all old items. They must be of great value to you. Can you please be flexible and let us buy more things? I promise to find more goodies for you in the future. As long as you ask, I, Brother Long, will go through fire and water to get it for you." Zhang Wei sat behind the cashier counter, tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. He knew in his heart that he was currently eager to improve his strength, and improving strength would require consuming a large number of crystal cores. It is not a bad thing for him that these people want to buy more things. He can take this opportunity to collect more crystal cores. If you want to buy more, that's fine. Zhang Wei raised his head, his eyes swept over Brother Long, and said slowly, "But the second bag of things will require crystal cores. If you're willing, I don't mind. This is the deal." When Brother Long heard this, he was slightly stunned, then lowered his head, frowned, and quickly calculated in his mind. Although crystal cores are precious, the supplies in the supermarket are equally important to him, especially those that can enhance his strength. After a moment, he raised his head, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll use the crystal core to buy it. As long as I can buy good things, the crystal core is worth it." Seeing that Brother Long agreed, Zhang Wei nodded, reached out and picked up the microphone, and said to the people who were picking things in the supermarket, "Dear customers, in order to meet your needs, I will now explain the transaction rules again. The first bag of items can still be traded for gold, silver jewelry, and antiques. This is a benefit for everyone. But starting from the second bag, you must trade it for a crystal core. The third bag requires 2 first-level crystal cores to trade, and so on. The upper limit is 10 crystal cores. Also, this rule is only valid for today. If you want to purchase more items in the future, the price will increase according to the number of crystal cores you need. Everyone, please think carefully and make your selection quickly." After hearing Zhang Wei's words, the crowd who were originally picking out things suddenly quieted down, and then turned their gazes to their leader with questions and expectations in their eyes. Wang Yun stood in the crowd, frowning slightly, and quickly calculating the number of crystal cores on her body in her mind. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said to her subordinates behind her, "Everyone buy 3 bags. I only have so many crystal cores on me. Don't hesitate, these supplies are very important to us." After taking these supplies back, they will be able to earn more crystal cores, and their strength will be improved faster. So, it is quite cost-effective for them. At the leader's slight nods and glances, the crowds who were originally waiting were talking in low voices on the side immediately took action as if they had received an order. They quickly found shopping bags from every corner of the supermarket. Their movements were skillful and anxious, as if they were afraid of missing something if they were a step late. Zhang Wei stood behind the cashier counter and watched the scene, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he took the time to replenish a lot of stock yesterday evening. Yesterday, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan moved boxes and bags of goods to the shelves in preparation for the possible shopping spree that might occur today. It seems now that all these efforts have not been in vain. There are still quite a lot of things in the supermarket, so there is no need to worry about them being sold out for the time being. Crowds of people were walking around in the supermarket, their eyes fixed on the goods on the shelves. They mainly choose those things that can be stored for a long time and are easy to eat. The bread exudes a faint wheat aroma, the biscuits are neatly arranged in the packages, the cans reflect the metallic luster under the light, and the instant noodles come in all kinds of flavors. Chapter 44. He became the person he hated the most. Of course, there is also rice, which is the first thing they choose to buy. Rice, in particular, seems to have a special magic that attracts everyone's attention. Zhang Wei had already bought a lot of rice yesterday. He put bags of rice on the shelves, thinking that it could meet the demand for a while. But unexpectedly, when the people brought by the leaders today saw the rice, they immediately surrounded it as if they had seen a treasure. They scrambled to get bags of rice off the shelves and put them into their shopping bags. Of course, the rice Zhang Wei sells comes in small packages of 1 kilogram per bag. This small package is easy to carry and store, and is perfect for those who may need to move at any time. Of course, the most important reason was that he didn't want to sell big bags of rice. He asked Lu Rumei to store any rice weighing more than 2.5 kilograms in the warehouse. From now on, he will only sell small bags of rice. He used to hate unscrupulous businessmen who always raised prices, sold inferior goods as good ones, and took advantage of customers. But now, when he saw these people scrambling to buy rice, he had a different feeling in his heart. He became the person he hated the most, adjusting the sales strategy of products for the sake of profit. He now understood that he did not hate unscrupulous businessmen before, but because he was not an unscrupulous businessman at that time. Standing in different positions, your thoughts and actions will naturally be different. There are a lot of new faces in the supermarket today. There are men and women, old and young, and they are dressed differently. Zhang Wei doesn't care where they come from or how they get the news. He welcomes everyone who comes to his supermarket to shop. In his opinion, with one more customer, the supermarket can upgrade faster. Those who had chosen their items quickly took action and lined up in front of the checkout counter. The team was loose at first, but as more people joined, it soon became orderly. Everyone was carrying large and small bags of goods, their eyes full of anticipation, just waiting to pay and take the things home. At this time, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan were still busy sorting out their clothes upstairs. The clothing area upstairs had just been updated, and they had to hang and sort the clothes one by one. Therefore, Zhang Wei still needs to be responsible for the cashier at the cashier counter. Zhang Wei skillfully operated the cash register while watching the customers in the supermarket. He now clearly felt that the supermarket was short of staff. In the past, when there were fewer customers, he could handle it alone, but as more and more people came to buy things, the work in the supermarket became more and more arduous. Take stocking for example. Every day after the goods on the shelves are bought by customers, they have to be replenished in time, otherwise the shelves will be empty. But now there are not enough people to stock the goods, and the replenishment speed can never keep up, which gives him a headache. He thought that after the supermarket was upgraded, he would have to quickly recruit employees and increase the number of people responsible for stocking the supermarket. He also felt that there were a lot more people coming to the supermarket today than usual. He was secretly looking forward to it, wondering whether today's lively scene could help him upgrade the supermarket's level to level 2. He had heard from the system before that when the supermarket level was upgraded, more types of goods would be unlocked and the supermarket area would be expanded, which would definitely be a good thing for his business. If that's possible, that would be great, and his supermarket would usher in a new stage of development. Hey, pure gold bars, worth 100,000 yuan, would you like to take them? Ding, cashier 100,000 yuan. Damn, a jade bracelet, worth 60,000 yuan, would you like to take it? Ding, cash registers 60,000 yuan. Oh, a 500-year-old porcelain vase, worth 5 million yuan. Would you like to take it? Suddenly, an antique porcelain with exquisite shape and antique charm appeared in front of him. This porcelain vase has smooth lines and exquisite patterns, and it is obviously a priceless treasure. Zhang Wei thought about it and realized that he was no longer short of money. The supermarket's daily turnover was considerable. This money was enough for him to maintain the operation of the supermarket and live a good life. Therefore, he also planned to collect this antique as a decoration. He thought, don't rich people all like to collect antiques and put them in their homes as decorations to show off their status and taste? He wanted to learn from them too. So he did not accept it, but carefully put the antique aside. In addition to the antiques that Zhang Wei selected for collection, Zhang Wei also obtained a lot of crystal cores in the transaction. Each crystal core can be converted into 1 gene point. Although this number of gene points seems insignificant, Zhang Wei knows that small amounts add up to a lot. As long as he continues to accumulate crystal cores and convert them into gene points, it will be like small streams converging into rivers, which will still provide him with considerable help on the road to improving his strength. Brother Long's men were very efficient. In a short while, they had finished purchasing all the items allowed in the supermarket, and then quickly gathered around Brother Long. Brother Long strode up to Zhang Wei, a smile plastered on his face. He nodded and said, "Boss, we bought a lot of things here today. We'll come back tomorrow. Besides, I promise to bring more people to shop tomorrow. You have so many good things here that they will definitely be satisfied." Zhang Wei likes people who know how to handle things and know how to handle things. Although he was delighted in his heart, he pretended to be calm on the surface. He just nodded slightly, said 3 times in a row, and then said, I'll wait for you. Seeing Zhang Wei's response, Brother Long smiled even brighter. He waved vigorously at Zhang Wei and said loudly, "Boss, see you tomorrow." After saying that, he turned around. After turning around, Brother Long's expression instantly became stern. His eyes, which had originally been filled with smiles, now turned cold. He looked at his men with an intimidating look and said in a low and powerful voice, "Return to base." A group of people heard the order and immediately took action. They carried bags full of supplies and left the supermarket in a mighty manner. Along the way, these men looked at the mountains of supplies around them, and they all knew in their hearts that they could have so many good things thanks to Brother Long's ability. They were naturally more obedient, no one had any objections, and they walked towards the base. At this moment, Yi Fan, along with a group of people, also arrived late from outside the supermarket. When he saw that there were already quite a few people in the supermarket, he didn't care much. "Boss Shang, I'm here again." Yi Fan smiled. "Looks like there's good news." Zhang Wei looked at the other party and was very surprised that he could bring so many people here. There are at least hundreds of people here. Yi Fan is really capable. Chapter 45 32nd Order Crystal Cores. Yi Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. He looked at Zhang Wei sincerely and said, "Can we talk alone? I have something I want to discuss with you." Zhang Wei nodded gently, then picked up the microphone beside him and said clearly into it, "Lu Rumei, come down for a moment." Not long after, a sound of light footsteps came from upstairs. I saw Lu Rumei, wearing a beautiful long dress, walking down slowly from upstairs with elegant steps. The long skirt she was wearing was of novel style and bright color, and it looked brand new at first glance. In addition, she has a stunning appearance, fair skin and delicate facial features, which makes countless people present shine. However, these survivors all knew that Lu Rumei was a supermarket employee. Although they couldn't help but have some evil thoughts in their hearts when they saw Lu Rumei's stunning appearance, no one dared to be presumptuous. After all, in this special environment, everyone knows that Zhang Wei, the supermarket owner, is not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to mess around is simply courting death. "Boss, what's the matter?" Lu Rumei walked up to Zhang Wei and asked softly. Zhang Wei glanced at her, then ordered, "You come to the cashier, I have something to discuss with Yi Fan." "Okay." Lu Rumei responded sweetly, then took over the cashier job from Zhang Wei and began to operate it skillfully. At the same time, Yi Fan turned around and said to the group of people he brought with him, "You all start shopping in the supermarket properly and don't cause me any trouble." After hearing Yi Fan's words, those people nodded, then walked into the supermarket in an orderly manner and began to pick out goods. Zhang Wei looked at everyone and then told them the rules of today's event. Yanran, Qingqing, you two will be responsible for dividing the gold, silver, and jewelry among them and letting them pay when they check out. As for the crystal cores, you will collect them separately. After listening to this, Yifan quickly gave instructions. Yan Ran and Qingqing, who were standing nearby, nodded quickly and said, "Okay, we understand." After Zhang Wei arranged everything, he turned around and said, "Let's go over there and talk." As he spoke, he brought Yifan to a tea table not far away. When others saw this scene, their eyes were filled with envy. But they also know in their hearts that not everyone can be personally received and have a private chat with the supermarket owner like this. In this supermarket, Zhang Wei has absolute authority and status, and they can only abide by the rules and shop well. Zhang Wei skillfully operated the kettle, put water on the base and pressed the switch. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Yifan and said, "If you have something to say, just tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense." Yifan stared at the tea leaves that Zhang Wei was preparing to brew, his eyes full of desire. He swallowed and said, "Let me have a sip of tea first. I haven't tasted the flavor of tea in half a year. The way I live, I'm almost done with that." When Zhang Wei heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Tea, which seemed very ordinary to him, had become a luxury that they could hardly enjoy in Red Star. If you think about it, this is normal. In today's doomsday environment, they can hardly solve the most basic problems of food and clothing, and clean and safe drinking water, not to mention the slightly luxurious enjoyment of drinking tea. Not long after, the kettle made a beep sound and the water boiled. Zhang Wei picked up the tea can, scooped out an appropriate amount of tea leaves with a teaspoon and put it into the teapot, then picked up the kettle and started brewing tea. According to convention, the first cup of tea should be poured out, because this brewing is mainly to wash away the dust and impurities on the surface of the tea leaves. Just when Zhang Wei was about to pour out the first cup of tea, Yifan, distressed, quickly reached out to stop him and said, "Don't waste it. Let me drink it. This first cup of tea is also a treasure to me." Zhang Wei smiled helplessly and had to slowly pour the first cup of tea to Yifan. Yifan carefully took the teacup, holding it in his hands as if it were a beloved treasure, his eyes fixed on the tea in the cup. He blew the hot air gently, and when the tea cooled down a little, he took a sip, then closed his eyes and said intoxicatedly, "It's the smell, it's so fragrant, it makes me feel alive again." Zhang Wei looked at Yifan's exaggerated look and couldn't help but say, "You are exaggerating too much. It's just a cup of tea. Why do you enjoy it so much?" Yifan smiled bitterly, opened his eyes, and said, "Yes, what you see is nothing special is so precious to us. You have no idea that we worry about having something to eat and a sip of clean water every day just to survive. How can we even think about something like drinking tea?" At this time, some survivors in the surrounding supermarkets heard Yifan's words and nodded in agreement. They have been experiencing such difficult days and know that their current life is hard-earned. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Yifan was still immersed in the fragrance of tea, Zhang Wei reminded him again. Yifan finally came back to his senses, straightened his expression, and said, "The batch of cigarettes and alcohol I took from you before has all been sold out. This is the profit." As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag from his pocket. When he opened it, there were 32nd level crystal cores inside. Zhang Wei was surprised. He really didn't expect that Yifan could make so much profit from selling those cigarettes and alcohol. It seems that Yifan is indeed capable in sales. In today's environment, he can find suitable buyers and sell things smoothly. It seems that you have a talent for business. Zhang Wei showed a very satisfied smile on his face. As he spoke, he swiftly collected the 32nd level crystal cores that Yifan handed over and put them into the package. Yifan scratched his head, smiled modestly, and said, "It's just so-so. It's mainly because you have the source of goods. If I didn't have these hot-selling goods like yours, I wouldn't be able to sell anything no matter how talented I am. So, it's because of you that I was able to achieve this." Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of scrutiny in his eyes, and said, "You don't just want to talk to me about cigarettes and alcohol, right? If you have any other ideas, just say it." Seeing that Zhang Wei had seen through his purpose, Yifan stopped hiding it. He sat up straight and said seriously, "Yes, I want to have a deeper cooperation with you. I want to purchase a large quantity from you and then sell it to people elsewhere. Think about it, this can also bring you huge profits, you won't lose anything at all. So, I want to hear your ideas and see if we can reach a cooperation." Yifan was actually unsure. After all, Zhang Wei, the supermarket owner, was extremely mysterious, and he didn't know whether Zhang Wei would agree to his conditions. Moreover, this large-scale procurement cooperation involves many aspects, and he was afraid that Zhang Wei would have concerns. Chapter 46. I also hid my spatial ability. Jiang Wei nodded and did not refuse immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, I can give you some of the goods and see how your methods are and how much profit you can bring me. After all, business depends on actual results. If you can bring me considerable profits, then long-term cooperation will not be a problem." Jiang Wei knew clearly that Yi Fan had outstanding abilities. The previous batch of cigarettes and alcohol showed his sales ability, which could bring him a lot of crystal cores. He had no reason to refuse such a cooperation opportunity. Moreover, in this doomsday environment, having an additional sales channel would also allow him to earn more crystal cores. After hearing what Jiang Wei said, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly said, "Great, Boss Zhang, I mainly want a large amount of water and rice, wheat, flour, and other things. Many places are short of these basic living supplies right now. If we can get the supply, we will definitely have no trouble selling them." Jiang Wei frowned and asked curiously, "Food and water?" "That's no problem. I have plenty of stock here. However, how much can you pack? These supplies are not a small amount. If you can't take them away, it will be very troublesome to cooperate. Besides, if we want to transport it to other places for sale, it may not be possible in a short period of time. Do you have the ability to do so?" Yi Fan looked around and made sure that no one was around before lowering his voice and whispering, "I actually have a hidden spatial ability, but not many people know about it. I can use my spatial ability to transport supplies. The amount I can carry is much greater than you can imagine. Also, I can use my space capabilities to transport things to distant bases for trading, so you don't have to worry about selling them." Jiang Wei was indeed surprised when he heard this, and his eyes widened involuntarily. He didn't expect that Yi Fan had such ability. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could this guy be the chosen one of this world? His surname is Yi, he is surrounded by beautiful women, he has the means and abilities, and he is very talented. No matter how you look at it, he looks like the protagonist in a novel. However, Jiang Wei quickly came to his senses. He thought to himself that even if he was the chosen one in this world, he still needed to rely on himself to cooperate. "I have the resource of the supermarket, so no matter how powerful Yi Fan is, he has to cooperate with me to get the supply. So, he has nothing to envy. No matter how powerful the chosen one is, he cannot compare to him who has a cheating system. In that case, I'll wait for your good news." Jiang Wei folded his hands over his chest and said with an expectant look on his face. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly responded, "Of course, cooperation between you and me is definitely a win-win situation. I assure you, I will definitely not affect your business. I plan to take the items to other faraway bases to sell. Supplies are scarce in those places, so the prices can be higher. This way we can both earn more crystal cores, and both of us can gain the greatest benefit." Jiang Wei nodded slightly, and was quite optimistic about the prospects of this cooperation. He said, "I'll leave this matter to you. I'll take you to the warehouse now. You can see which goods you need and how much you need. You'll have an idea of what you need." Yi Fan nodded vigorously, then picked up the teacup and drank the remaining tea in the cup, with an unsatisfied look on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Wei smiled and said, "If you like tea, I'll give you a few bags. I also have some different varieties of tea here. You can take them home and enjoy them slowly." When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes instantly brightened up a bit, and he asked with a slightly embarrassed look, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhang, but could you give me the kettle as well?" "Even if I don't have a kettle, I can't make tea." Jiang Wei smiled brightly and said, "Sure, it's just a kettle. Consider it a gift for our cooperation." "Thank you, Boss Zhang. You are so generous." Yi Fan hurriedly thanked him. Then, the two of them walked towards the warehouse, one in front and one behind. Along the way, Jiang Wei briefly introduced Yi Fan to the storage situation of the goods in the warehouse. When he arrived at the warehouse, Yi Fan closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to use his spatial ability. The rice in the warehouse seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand and quickly disappeared from the spot. In a blink of an eye, half of the rice stock in the warehouse was collected into the space. Then he turned his attention to the water source. He collected buckets of water and water from several large water tanks one by one. In the doomsday world of Red Star, the value of water is no less than that of food. In some cases, the value of water is even greater. After all, people can go without food for a few days, but not drinking water for a few days will be life-threatening. Moreover, clean water is a scarce resource in the end times. But for Jiang Wei, there is always as much water as he wants. However, after he returned to Blue Star, he still had to find a way to purchase a batch of buckets, otherwise it would be troublesome to have water but no place to store it. It's a pleasure working with you, Boss Zhang. I'll definitely be back tomorrow. These things are all hard currency, so they won't be a problem to sell. Yifan's face was filled with a confident smile, and he spoke in a very firm tone. Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and responded, "Well, I hope everything goes well." After that, the two of them returned to the coffee table, sat down again and continued to make tea. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the two of them sipped tea while chatting casually. Time passes quietly without us noticing. After a long time, the beautiful and dignified Chu Yanran came to the two of them with light steps. She nodded politely to Zhang Wei first, then looked at Yifan and said softly, "Brother Yi, our people have bought everything." Yifan was slightly startled after hearing this, and then he couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It feels like we've only been chatting for a while, and you've already bought everything." He put down the teacup in his hand, thought for a moment, and then said to Zhang Wei, "Boss Zhang, can you help me get a few watches? They should be sturdy and durable." In the apocalypse, the concept of time is also very important. Having a watch can be very convenient. Zhang Wei nodded readily and said, "No problem. Apart from firearms, you can ask for anything else you need. As long as I can get it, I will definitely get it for you." After hearing this, Yifan was delighted and began to tell in detail what he needed. As he spoke, Zhang Wei carefully wrote down everything in the small notebook beside him. Yifan mentioned more than a dozen things, ranging from daily necessities to some special tools that might be used in the end times. "Thank you very much, Boss Zhang. I'll take my people back first. I'll come back to pick it up when the things arrive." Yifan stood up, bowed to Zhang Wei and said, "Okay, be careful on the road." Zhang Wei also stood up and sent Yifan to the door. "Goodbye." Yifan took his men and left the supermarket with big strides. Chapter 47, Stronger and Not Bald. Mission: complete 1,000 transactions and receive 10,000 gene points as a reward. Release mission: complete 10,000 transactions and receive 50,000 gene points as a reward. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Zhang Wei's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He quickly called up his attribute panel and looked at it carefully. Character: Zhang Wei. Talent: F. Perception. Strength: level 20%. Ability: none. Gene point: 10,132. Looking at the more than 10,000 gene points, Zhang Wei felt a strong sense of excitement in his heart. Now, he finally has enough gene points to improve his strength to the 3rd level. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of strength, he will be able to become one of the top strongmen in Red Star. However, Zhang Wei also knew. Those strong men who have already broken through to the 3rd level not only have a high realm. He also possesses powerful talents and abilities, and has incomparably rich combat experience. Perhaps I can be on par with them in terms of realm. But there is still a big gap in talent, ability, and combat experience. However, let's improve my strength first. As long as I keep getting stronger, I will be able to catch up with them one day. Zhang Wei secretly encouraged himself, then walked towards the room upstairs resolutely. Walking into the room, Zhang Wei took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, silently gave instructions in his mind, and added 10,000 gene points to his strength. System: gene points 10,000, strength breakthrough to level 3. As the gene points were consumed, a powerful energy instantly surged out from deep within his body, quickly spreading throughout his body like a surging tide. Zhang Wei only felt that his body was tightly wrapped by an invisible force, and every cell was shaking violently. The bones made a slight cracking sound, as if they were undergoing a reshaping process. The originally fragile bones became harder and denser, with a greatly increased density, as if they were injected with some mysterious metal substance, giving them stronger ability to withstand impact. Under the impact of this energy, the meridians continue to widen and strengthen, becoming tougher and more elastic. Blood flows happily in the widened meridians like a rushing river, delivering a steady supply of nutrients and energy to all parts of the body. Organs are also undergoing wonderful changes. The heart beats more vigorously, and each beat can pump a large amount of blood to the whole body, providing the body with sufficient oxygen and energy. The lungs expand wider, allowing breathing to flow more easily and taking in oxygen from the air more efficiently. The functions of organs such as the liver and kidneys have also been significantly improved, and the detoxification and metabolic capabilities have been greatly enhanced. At the same time, Zhang Wei clearly felt that his strength was growing rapidly. He clenched his fist lightly, and the muscles in his arms tensed instantly, as if containing infinite power. He tried to punch the air. Although he didn't hit anything, the wind from his fist carried a fierce momentum, as if it could tear the air apart. The reaction speed also becomes extremely fast. Reactions that once took time to make can now be completed almost instantly. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, a tiny object flew past at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Wei subconsciously reached out and grabbed the object steadily. He was shocked. He didn't expect that his reaction speed had reached this level. There has also been a qualitative leap in speed. Zhang Wei kicked his feet lightly and rushed out like an arrow, leaving a trail of afterimage in the room. He only felt that his body was extremely light, and every step he took could cover a long distance, as if there was wind under his feet. And his perception ability also saw a drastic improvement in this breakthrough in strength. Originally, his perception range was limited to a small area around him, as if covered by an invisible barrier, and he could only perceive the movements within this small space. But now, this barrier has been completely broken, and the perception range has expanded several times. The originally vague and hazy boundaries of perception became clear and distant, as if his perception tentacles could extend to a wider world. Not only that, the acuity of perception has also reached a whole new level. The tiny airflow changes in the surrounding air that were originally imperceptible were now clearly presented in his perception. Just like a gentle breeze blowing by, he can accurately sense the direction and speed of the airflow, as well as the subtle breath carried in the airflow. Even the airflow fluctuations caused by a small insect vibrating its wings in the air cannot escape his perception. What is even more amazing is that he can also sense the faint breath of life hidden in the dark. Those who were originally hiding in the corners and trying to conceal their whereabouts were now exposed under his perception. He could clearly sense the strength and location of these life auras, and could even judge the other person's emotional state based on the fluctuations of the life auras. Especially his own perception talent, which became even more powerful with the help of this breakthrough in strength. This talent is like a seed that is infused with powerful energy, and it begins to take root, sprout, and grow vigorously. Originally he could only sense movements within a certain distance nearby, but now he can sense movements farther away. The distance of that perception seemed to have no limit. As long as he wanted, he could include a large area around him into his perception range. At this moment, he was in the room, but he could clearly sense the situation of those people on the first floor. He was like a bystander with a god's perspective, and everything on the first floor was under his control. He could see every movement and expression of those who were shopping on the shelves. Someone is carefully selecting goods, his eyes fixed on the items on the shelves, and his fingers gently touching the packaging of the goods, trying to feel the texture of the goods. Some people tried to tear open the packaging bags and looked around, afraid of being seen. Some people tried to unscrew the drink bottle, but they couldn't do it even with all their strength. What's worse, some people try to hide things inside their clothes, with flickering eyes and furtive movements, but they just can't do it. He could clearly sense the various expressions on their faces: powerlessness, shock, surprise, and fear. When those people showed fearful expressions due to their guilty conscience, Zhang Wei could clearly capture these subtle changes in their expressions through his perception. The changes in the eyes are also the most obvious. My eyes, which were originally a little nearsighted, seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, and I always saw things blurry. But now, this veil has been completely removed, and the eyes have become bright and sharp, like two shining stars. His vision improved significantly, and even the subtle textures on distant objects were clearly visible in his eyes. It was as if he was standing on top of a tall building, able to clearly see the situation around the supermarket, and even see the tiny veins on the leaves, as if he was using a high-powered telescope. Moreover, his eyes became extremely adaptable to light. Whether in bright sunshine, with the sunlight pouring down like a golden waterfall, his eyes would not feel stinging or blurred by the strong light, and he could still see everything around him clearly. Even in the dim room, with only a faint light flickering, his eyes were able to adapt quickly, like night vision goggles, and he could see every corner of the room clearly. Zhang Wei stood quietly in the middle of the room, feeling the tremendous changes taking place in his body, with an indescribable joy welling up in his heart. He knew clearly that he had become stronger, and this strengthening was not only an improvement in strength, but also an all-round transformation. He touched his head and found that he had become stronger and was not bald. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and the warm water poured down, soaking his body. As the water continued to flow, the impurities discharged from the body due to the breakthrough in strength were carried away bit by bit, and the pungent smell of sweat gradually dissipated in the air. He picked up the shower gel, squeezed some into his palm, gently rubbed it into rich foam, and then applied it evenly on his body. The fine foam wrapped around his body, bringing a refreshing feeling. He carefully washed every inch of his skin, feeling the double care of the water and foam. After washing, he turned off the faucet and gently dried his body with a towel. Then he slowly walked to the mirror, his eyes fell on himself in the mirror, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. I saw that he in the mirror exuded a unique charm at this moment. His eyebrows were thick and long, like two sharp swords, slightly raised, with a bit of heroic spirit. Her eyes are bright and lively, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, deep and charming, as if hiding endless secrets. His high nose bridge is as straight as a mountain, adding a sense of three-dimensionality to his face. The lips are beautifully lined, with the corners of the mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint, confident smile. He couldn't help but say, "What a handsome boy." Those young handsome guys, Cohen and the like, are no match for him at all. Looking further down, his figure has undergone a drastic change. His originally thin body has now become muscular. The broad shoulders are like a solid mountain, giving people a feeling of calmness and reliability. The muscles on his arms are clearly defined, and his biceps bulge high, as if containing infinite power. With a slight clench of his fists, he can feel the tension of the muscles and the surge of power. His chest was broad and solid, and his pectoral muscles were like two hard shields, rising and falling rhythmically with his breathing, demonstrating his masculinity. The abdomen is flat and firm, and the 8 abdominal muscles are neatly arranged like carefully carved works of art. Each muscle is full of strength and beautiful lines. The waist is slender and powerful, forming a perfect proportion with the broad shoulders and thick chest, showing a unique masculine charm. Her legs are long and straight, the thigh muscles are firm and elastic, the calf lines are smooth, and the ankles are slender. Every step she takes is full of strength and confidence. He couldn't help but turn around in front of the mirror, admiring his new body from every angle, his heart filled with surprise and satisfaction. I glanced down and saw, it was really majestic. Chapter 48 Supermarket Level Upgraded to Level 2. System, Supermarket Level Upgraded to Level 2. System, Supermarket unlocks new feature arsenal. As the supermarket level increases, the host can consume gene points to directly purchase various weapons. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Zhang Wei was delighted and immediately felt a mysterious power surging in the supermarket. The entire space began to tremble slightly. Then, in front of Zhang Wei, the entire supermarket slowly emerged in the form of a shadow. He was surprised to find that the area of each floor of the supermarket was expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original space suddenly became extremely spacious, with the area of each floor reaching 500 square meters. Not only that, the floor structure has also changed. An entrance to a basement quietly appeared in a corner of the supermarket, and a brand new supermarket escalator meandered down from the entrance, as if inviting people to explore the unknown underground space. The supermarket's decoration style has also been completely renewed, and it is more luxurious and grand than before. The chandelier on the ceiling emits a soft and bright light, illuminating the entire supermarket like daytime. Brand new shelves are neatly arranged. The material of the shelves looks more sturdy and durable, and the surface has a faint luster. The layout of the supermarket has also been optimized, with more exits and entrances. The original cashier area was relocated to the exit, and 5 new cashier counters were added at once. Each checkout counter was equipped with advanced cash register equipment, and he could also feel Lu Rumei looking at the changes in the supermarket with a look of shock on her face. However, after the shock, she quickly started working the cashier again. The survivors around were also shocked after seeing the changes in the supermarket and were very curious about it. It was hard for them to imagine that the supermarket could become so big in an instant, and its layout was more beautiful than before. They talked about the mysterious boss Zhang Wei and became even more in awe of him. What surprised Zhang Wei the most was that the supermarket also added a special fresh food area. Huge fresh food tanks are neatly arranged, but there are currently no fish, shrimp or other fresh food in them. It's just a matter of time. Once he contacts the suppliers, these fresh products will definitely be transported and put on the shelves. However, as exciting as these changes are, the most crucial one is the newly added arsenal. Arsenal, in front of a separate room in the basement. This room is the display area of the arsenal. With a thought, he opened the door slowly. Entering the room, there are various weapon display racks. Although the display shelf is currently empty, Zhang Wei can already imagine the spectacular scene when it is filled with various powerful weapons in the future. Moreover, he has complete control over this room and can close it at will. In this way, even if he returns to Blue Star, he doesn't have to worry about this mysterious weapons depot being discovered by outsiders. In addition to the changes in space and layout, the supermarket was upgraded to level 2 and also gave Zhang Wei some magical abilities. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could teleport within the supermarket. As long as he had a thought in his mind or an idea flash through his mind, his body would instantly appear anywhere in the supermarket. This free-flowing way of moving makes his movements in the supermarket extremely convenient. What's even more amazing is that not only can he teleport himself, he can also use his mind to teleport others to any place in the supermarket. In addition, he also has the ability to talk to anyone in the supermarket at will. This efficient communication method makes supermarket management easier. He looked at the supermarket's information panel. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Zhang Wei. Boss Lady, none. Supermarket level, 21%. Employees, Lu Rumei, Wang Yuyan 210. Function 1, arrive any number of times 05 times. Function 2, weaponry. Now, the level of Doomsday Supermarket has been successfully upgraded to level 2. As the level increased, a series of changes followed. What made Zhang Wei most happy was that the number of employees increased to 10 at one time. You know, before this, there were only Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan in the supermarket. On weekdays, the two of them are responsible for the cashier, organizing the shelves, and restocking the goods. There will be more work that needs employees to do in the future, and relying on them is far from enough. Zhang Wei also knows that the supermarket needs more manpower to share the work. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and decided to use his new ability to write with his mind. He concentrated his mind and the content of the notice for recruiting supermarket employees appeared in his mind. Afterwards, 2 notices appeared out of nowhere at 2 conspicuous locations at the entrance and exit of the supermarket, and were firmly affixed to the wall. Then he cleared his throat and said loudly to everyone in the supermarket, "Everyone, due to the expansion of the supermarket, the business volume has increased significantly, and now we need to add 8 employees. This recruitment is open to both men and women, and anyone aged between 18 and 40 can apply. However, we do have some basic requirements. First of all, no bad habits, such as alcoholism and gambling, are allowed. There can't be any personality flaws. You can't lose your temper easily, get into conflict with others, make things difficult for others, or engage in intrigue among employees. The most important thing is to be loyal to the supermarket and be able to strictly keep the supermarket's secrets. Also, you need to be hardworking and diligent, and be able to complete your daily tasks conscientiously. We don't have any special requirements for your abilities, as long as you have a positive work ethic. Once you pass the assessment and become a qualified employee, you can sign an employee contract. As our employee, food and accommodation are provided, and your life safety is guaranteed. Of course, the supermarket doesn't pay any salary at the moment, but it will provide other benefits. If you're interested, you can sign up directly and I'll do the screening." After hearing the news, the supermarket was in an uproar, and countless people showed expressions of shock and surprise. What? The Doomsday Supermarket is adding 8 more employees. Oh my god, this is such great news. It's gospel for those of us struggling in the apocalypse. A ragged man shouted excitedly. If I could become a supermarket employee, I wouldn't have to run around every day just to find a little food. No longer have to worry about being attacked by terrifying monsters in the middle of the night, nor do you have to be afraid of being suddenly killed while walking on the street. With the protection of the supermarket, I can live a stable life. A young girl murmured with hope in her eyes. I must find a way to become a supermarket employee, just like Lu Rumei and the others, so I can have enough to eat every day. I have clean clothes to wear, a safe and comfortable place to live, and I don't have to worry about any other messy things. Another middle-aged man said with longing on his face. Boss, I want to apply for a job. I'm strong and can do any job. A burly man squeezed to the front first and shouted loudly. Boss, do you think I can do it? I may not be very strong, but I am careful, conscientious, and responsible. I will definitely do a good job. A thin woman hurriedly followed suit, her eyes full of anticipation. In an instant, countless people began to rush to sign up, wanting to become a member of the supermarket, and the scene was extremely lively. Inside the supermarket, the crowd surged like a tide. Xiaoyu stood among them, like a pearl lost in the world, attracting great attention. She was extremely beautiful, with eyebrows as dark as distant ink and a pair of lively eyes like the deep water of a lake, revealing her charm and intelligence in the rippling light. The nose bridge is high and delicate, which perfectly outlines the three-dimensional effect of the face. Her lips are rosy and plump, and when they are slightly raised, there is a faint smile, as if hiding endless tenderness and charm. Her temperament is even more outstanding, and her every move shows elegance and grace. It seems to have an innate nobility, like a star shining under the spotlight, and even in this dilapidated doomsday environment, it is difficult to conceal its brilliance. Her upright posture, light steps, and every movement seemed to be carefully choreographed, with a unique rhythm that made people unable to help but focus their eyes on her. In the apocalypse, beauty is often a burden, especially for a girl like her who possesses a star-like temperament and appearance, making her more likely to become the target of others' covetousness. Those people with evil intentions, like sharks smelling blood, were eyeing her covetously, trying to take her for themselves to satisfy their own selfish desires. Xiao Yu was well aware of her situation. She had seen too many women with outstanding looks but no financial protection, who eventually became playthings of others and lived a life worse than death. They were used as bargaining chips, humiliated at will, their dignity ruthlessly trampled upon, and their lives were like candles in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. If she had not been extremely lucky and entered Wang Yun's survivor base in desperation, she would probably have been stuck in the quagmire and unable to extricate herself. So, when she heard the supermarket owner's job requirements, a flame of hope instantly ignited in her heart. How she longed to become a supermarket employee and get rid of the fear and anxiety that followed her like a shadow. No need to worry about starving, no need to wander around, and no need to be afraid of becoming the object of others' abuse. She secretly vowed that no matter how great the difficulties were, she would strive for this opportunity. Even if she failed in the end, at least she had bravely taken this step. There are many people who share the same idea as Xiao Yu, especially women. Many women who thought they were good-looking stood in the crowd, their eyes full of envy and longing. They look at people like Lu Rumei who can proudly work in the supermarket. The employees who wear beautiful clothes, eat all kinds of delicious food, and live a stable life are secretly competing in their hearts, hoping that they can become one of them. As a result, many women began to dress up carefully. They combed their hair gently with their hands, trying to make every strand smooth and manageable. She sorted out her worn-out but clean clothes, hoping to show her best side. It's like participating in an important talent show, hoping to get the favor of Zhang Wei, the judge. Whether men or women, they all have the same goal in mind at this moment. That is to become a member of the supermarket. They stared at Zhang Wei closely, their eyes full of anticipation. It was as if Zhang Wei was the ray of light in their dark lives, able to rescue them from this endless abyss. Chapter 49 Test Space. Zhang Wei stood aside, looking at the group of expectant people in front of him, and already had a plan in mind. He began to screen the applicants based on the system's functions. The system is like a precise instrument that can quickly analyze each person's basic information, past experience, and whether they meet the supermarket's recruitment requirements. After some screening, Zhang Wei picked out a group of qualified targets. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Those who can hear my response below have passed the first screening. For those who haven't passed, I will also give a unified reply." He then responded with the names of those who had passed the test. As for those who failed, Zhang Wei told them the results through telepathy. When those who failed to meet the requirements heard the news, disappointment and reluctance appeared on their faces. How they wish they could ask themselves where they failed, if there is anything they did not do well enough, and whether there is any chance to make amends. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei ignored them. Although they felt helpless, they also understood that the decision-making power lay with Zhang Wei. They had no way to change the result and could only accept the reality silently. Zhang Wei stood in front of everyone with a calm expression, quickly forming seals with his hands. Following a flash of light, those who passed the test felt a flash before their eyes, and their bodies were instantly wrapped by an invisible force, and then they were all teleported to the basement. When everyone steadied themselves and saw the surrounding environment clearly, they were all very surprised. They whispered to each other, their faces full of disbelief, and their eyes turned to Zhang Wei, admiring his methods even more. You know, it is not something that ordinary people can have such a powerful and precise means of transmission. At this moment, a piece of paper and a pen suddenly appeared in the air in front of them. The paper is as white as snow, and the pen has a faint luster. Zhang Wei crossed his arms and said calmly, "Everyone, fill in the form according to the above requirements." Everyone looked at each other, then picked up their pens and began to carefully read the questions on the paper. The questions were all strange. Some asked what they were most afraid of. Some asked them about the most memorable thing in their childhood, and some questions even had nothing to do with the application requirements, such as asking them what their favorite color was. However, no one hesitated too much and wrote down the answers according to their own ideas. After filling out the form, Zhang Wei took the paper and quickly scanned the contents. Following the system's prompts, he began to carefully select those who were unqualified. He just lightly tapped his finger, and those who were judged unqualified were enveloped by a force. Zhang Wei looked at them expressionlessly and said, "You are eliminated." Without giving them any chance to explain, Zhang Wei formed a seal again and teleported them directly back to the first floor. Those who were eliminated looked depressed and disappeared into the basement before they could say anything. At this time, there were not many people left, only about 20 people. Zhang Wei glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw Wang Yun. He was slightly startled, a puzzled look on his face, and said, "Why are you applying for a job?" Wang Yun spread her hands and said calmly, "Can anyone apply?" Zhang Wei didn't bother to pay attention to so much, and replied casually, "Of course, as long as you meet the requirements, you can become a supermarket employee." Afterwards, Zhang Wei cleared his throat, his expression turned serious, and he said, "Next, I will teleport you to a different dimension. In this space, all your memories of this place will be temporarily sealed. Whether you can pass the test and become a supermarket employee depends on your own performance. Of course, there will be no danger during this process. If anyone wants to give up, they can raise it now." After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he glanced at everyone's faces. Seeing that no one stood up to object, he prepared to proceed to the next step. At this moment, Wang Yun suddenly raised her hand and asked, "I wonder what we need to do in that space. How do we pass the test?" Others also want to know what the specific process is like. Zhang Wei glanced at her and patiently explained, "You don't need to do anything special there. I will give you scores based on the events you trigger and your performance during them. The higher the score, the greater the probability of becoming an employee. Conversely, if you don't even reach 80 points, you are not qualified to become a supermarket employee." After hearing Zhang Wei's explanation, everyone nodded to show that they understood. Seeing this, Zhang Wei no longer hesitated and waved his hands. With a flash of dazzling light, he teleported them to the secret realm of employee assessment. This is also the ability given to him by the system, through which he can better select suitable employees. Zhang Wei flashed and entered the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, he had a thought and, relying on the special abilities granted by the system, he sped up the flow of time here a lot. In this way, the test process can be greatly accelerated, which will help to end the test faster and screen out suitable personnel. The environment in the secret realm presents a doomsday scene, with a gray sky, cracked earth, and ruins everywhere. Those testers who entered the secret realm, except for forgetting everything about the supermarket, all other senses and thinking were the same as normal. Zhang Wei casually cast his gaze at one of the testers. The tester was walking on a dilapidated street when suddenly a noise came from the front. He walked forward quickly and saw a group of people with ferocious faces and weapons bullying a woman. Those people were talking dirty, saying all kinds of foul language, and even reached out to pull the woman, wanting to grab her and take her back to enjoy her. The tester's brows furrowed instantly, and an angry expression appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and tried to rescue the woman. However, he did not take his own strength into consideration, nor did he carefully analyze the gap between the enemy and us. Those who bullied the woman were obviously a group of habitual criminals. Not only were there a large number of them, but they were all strong and powerful. After the tester rushed forward, he quickly fell into a passive position and was beaten by the opponent without any ability to fight back. In the end, he was knocked to the ground by the opponent and lost his life. Zhang Wei looked at this scene, shook his head slightly, and secretly evaluated in his heart. Although this person still has a bottom line and good intentions, and dares to stand up at the critical moment, he is too impulsive and does not consider the consequences at all. With the death of the tester, his test ended prematurely. With a flash of light, he was teleported back to the first floor of the supermarket. Zhang Wei didn't linger for long and turned his attention to the next tester. The tester was currently in the wilderness, surrounded by a desolate landscape. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was his enemy. A hint of hatred flashed in the tester's eyes, but he was smart enough not to conflict with the other party immediately. He hid behind a huge rock, his brain working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. After a while, he came up with a way to attract powerful monsters and destroy his enemies. So he moved cautiously, deliberately making some noise, which attracted a huge and hideous monster. After being attracted, the monster immediately attacked the tester and his enemy. Seeing this, the tester's enemies turned pale with fear and tried to escape. But the monster was extremely fast and soon caught up with him. The tester was secretly delighted to see that his plan was successful, but before he could be happy for too long, the monster discovered him while attacking its enemy. The monster pounced on the tester without any discrimination. The tester fought hard, but was ultimately no match for the monster and was eventually killed by it, leaving both sides injured. Zhang Wei looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It was a pity. If he hadn't died, he could still continue the test and maybe he would have a chance to be selected later. Afterwards, many people triggered various events that led to their deaths and were eliminated one by one. In the test space, the team that originally had more than 20 people had fewer and fewer people left. Some test takers chose to escape when they encountered danger, but because of their inappropriate methods, they were eventually eliminated. Some test takers failed to stick to their principles when faced with the temptation of interests and were eliminated. In the end, there were less than 10 people left in the entire test space. Chapter 50 The Third Employee. Zhang Wei continued to observe the performance of the test takers in the secret realm. Not long after, his attention was attracted by another person. This person triggered several tests in succession and successfully passed each one. This is an extremely beautiful girl, with delicate features that look as if they were carefully carved. Even in this doomsday environment full of ruins and dangers, she still exudes a very good temperament, and her every move is elegant. In the apocalypse, it is extremely rare to be able to preserve this kind of temperament and not be treated like an object to be bought and sold and abused. Zhang Wei thought to himself that this kind of person must be extremely lucky or have a strong person protecting him all the way. Or their own strength is very strong, enough to deal with various dangers. He looked up the other party's information with great interest. The information showed that the girl was called Xiaoyu, and she was once a singer and was born in a privileged family. No wonder she has such an outstanding temperament. She must have lived a pampered life before the end of the world. Zhang Wei also learned from the information that Xiaoyu was indeed lucky. After the doomsday broke out, she met Wang Yun and successfully became a member of Wang Yun's base. In the base, she has always kept herself clean and tried hard to adapt to the doomsday environment. Although she did not have strong strength, she relied on her wisdom and meticulousness to help Wang Yun manage all the affairs in the base, and shared a lot of pressure for Wang Yun. Zhang Wei looked at Xiaoyu's performance in the test and was quite satisfied with her. She was able to rely on her beauty and wisdom to get through those tests safely. She truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Xiaoyu herself has an outstanding appearance. Zhang Wei himself didn't mind having a beautiful female employee who could sing in the supermarket. So, Zhang Wei had an idea and ended Xiaoyu's test ahead of time and restored her memory. Xiaoyu only felt a flash of light in front of her eyes, and the surrounding scenery began to become clear. When she regained her memory and saw Zhang Wei standing in front of her, a hint of nervousness flashed in her eyes, and she quickly asked, "Boss, did I pass the test?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied calmly, "I passed. However, since I'm going to be a supermarket employee, there are many things I need to pay attention to. The supermarket has its own rules. If you can't do that, I will still expel you from the supermarket and let you fend for yourself." After hearing this, Xiaoyu felt both excited and nervous. She knew very well how hard it was to get this job, so she quickly said, "Don't worry, boss. I'm smart and I know what to do. I will definitely abide by the supermarket's rules and do my job well." "That's good." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. He knew in his heart that those who were not smart and did not know how to judge the situation would have been eliminated in these layers of tests long ago. At this moment, a contract appeared in front of Xiaoyu out of thin air. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, picked up the contract and looked at it carefully. She read the terms of the contract word by word, not missing any details. After reading it, she picked up the pen and signed her name without hesitation. The moment she signed her name, the contract turned into a ray of light and entered her body. At this point, Zhang Wei's Doomsday Supermarket also welcomed its third employee. Zhang Wei looked at Xiaoyu, who was still a little reserved, and smiled slightly, saying, "I'll take you to Wang Yuyan and ask her to take you to take a shower and change into clean clothes. From now on, you can use the food, drinks, and clothes in the supermarket as you like as if they were your own home." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with surprise when she heard this, and she said excitedly, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely cherish this opportunity." Zhang Wei nodded, said nothing more, and just waved his hand gently. A flash of light passed by, and Xiaoyu felt that the scene in front of her eyes changed instantly. When she came to her senses, she had already arrived in front of Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan had already received Zhang Wei's message. She looked at Xiaoyu, who was a little embarrassed, with a gentle smile on her face and said, "You must be Xiaoyu, right? Now that you've become a member of the supermarket, we're a family from now on. Don't be so nervous, just relax." Xiaoyu was still a little nervous and excited. She unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes with both hands and said quickly, "I've just become a supermarket employee and I'm not familiar with everything here. There are many things I need to ask you." Wang Yuyan patted her shoulder and comforted her. "I just came a day earlier than you. There's nothing to worry about. The boss is a very good person. As long as we don't make any mistakes, nothing will happen. You can live in the supermarket with peace of mind. It's very safe here." Wang Yuyan turned and walked towards the stairs, saying as she walked, "I'll take you upstairs." After the supermarket was upgraded, there are many more rooms upstairs, and the facilities inside are very complete. You can choose any room to live in, and that will be your little home in the supermarket. Xiaoyu finally felt relieved after hearing this. She quickly followed Wang Yuyan's steps and said sincerely, "Thank you, Wang Yuyan. I feel much more at ease with you around." As Xiaoyu slowly walked out of the bathroom, she had already changed into a set of clean and tidy clothes. Wang Yuyan took a closer look and couldn't help being surprised. Before, Xiaoyu's face was covered in dust, and her clothes were worn and dirty, but even so, Wang Yuyan felt that Xiaoyu must be good, and could vaguely see that she had a good foundation. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu, who had changed her clothes at this moment, showed her full appearance and temperament, which was much better than she had imagined. Especially since Xiaoyu had just finished taking a shower, her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders. There are still a lot of water stains on it, dripping down along the hair, looking like a lotus emerging from the water, fresh and charming. Even Wang Yuyan, a woman, couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart filled with amazement. Wang Yuyan suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "I feel more and more that you look like a star from the past, Xiaoyu, you are not that Minghua singer, are you?" Xiaoyu was slightly startled, then nodded gently, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and replied, "I didn't expect you to recognize me. Minghua is indeed my stage name. I am no longer the singer who shone brightly on the stage. I am just an ordinary person trying to survive in this apocalypse." After hearing this, Wang Yuyan was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. She took a step forward, took Xiaoyu's hand, and said excitedly, "You don't know, we used to be your fans. Especially among our student group, you are very popular among us. Every time your new song comes out, everyone rushes to buy the album and listens to it over and over again in the dorm. I was just wondering if it was someone with the same name, but I didn't expect it to be you. Besides, you're not any worse in real life than on TV. You're even prettier. I'm so happy to be able to work at the supermarket with you. We'll be colleagues from now on." Seeing Wang Yuyan so excited, Xiaoyu smiled even more. She said with a smile, "When I have time in the future, I will sing for you again so that you can relive the feeling before." Wang Yuyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 51. Two Soldiers. Zhang Wei continued to observe the performance of the test takers in the secret realm. Not long after, his attention was attracted by two figures. These two people made him very satisfied. He retrieved the information of the two people and checked it carefully, and found that they were female soldiers in their lifetime. After the doomsday broke out, they did not retreat at all, and fought side by side with other comrades, constantly resisting the monsters that were pouring in like a tide. During the battle, they also actively treated many survivors and did their best to protect others. However, as the number of monsters increased and food and water became increasingly scarce, the order of the apocalypse completely collapsed. Some of their former comrades died, some were separated, and they also experienced betrayal by survivors, siege by enemies, and hunting by monsters. In the repeated life and death tests, their comrades fell one after another, and in the end, only the two of them were left supporting each other. Perhaps it was fate that both of them awakened their talents and their strength was at the second level. They had heard other survivors talk about the Doomsday Supermarket and thought it might be a place where they could survive, so they came to take a look. After arriving here, they happened to hear that Zhang Wei needed to recruit employees. Without any hesitation, the two decided to apply immediately. They have experienced too many things in the Doomsday, seen the ugliness and beauty of human nature, and understand that in such a cruel environment, only the strong and decisive can survive. Therefore, both of them are the type of people who are decisive and ruthless in doing things, and they do not have the so-called saintly heart. In Zhang Wei's opinion, this kind of person is exactly what he likes most. He hated those people who were too virtuous and would help others without regard for their own safety when encountering a little problem. They wanted to be a good person, but often ignored their own situation and the darkness of human nature. However, in the apocalypse, that kind of saintly saint should have died long ago. Those who have survived to this day have already seen the darkness and complexity of human nature. So, Zhang Wei thought about it and teleported the two people directly in front of him. At the same time, the memories of the two were quickly restored. After seeing Zhang Wei, they were surprised. One of them frowned and asked doubtfully, "Did we pass the test, or were we eliminated?" Zhang Wei looked at them, a smile on his face, and replied, "Congratulations, you have successfully applied for the job." The two men didn't show any surprise. One of them asked calmly, "I want to know, will you force us to do something we don't want to do? Although we want to find a place to survive, we also have our bottom line." Zhang Wei knew what they were worried about. To be honest, their worries were unnecessary. Although the two of them are not bad looking, every other person in the supermarket is much prettier than them. Zhang Wei didn't say much, but took out the contract from the Doomsday Supermarket from the space and handed it to them, saying, "Everything you're worried about is written in the contract. If you agree, you can sign it. If you don't think it's suitable, I'll send you away and let you continue to look for a place that suits you." The two took the contract and read it carefully. The contract guarantees their safety, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In the supermarket, they don't have to worry about being threatened by monsters and enemies, and they can also have a stable supply of food and water. However, there are also many restrictive clauses in the contract. They cannot leave the supermarket without the boss's permission, which means that their range of activities is greatly restricted. To a large extent, it also restricts their freedom. After reading the contract, the two looked at each other and felt a little hesitant. But then think about it, in the end times, where is the freedom? It is a great blessing to be able to find a safe place without being threatened by monsters. The two knew very well that after Zhang Wei displayed his unimaginable ability, if he really wanted to do something to them, with their current strength, they would have no power to resist at all. In this doomsday world, strength is everything, and Zhang Wei obviously possesses power that is beyond their reach. So, after a brief consideration, the two of them picked up the pen at the same time and signed their names on the contract. One of them is called Lu Huanxin and the other is called Yu Lingyu. Lu Huanxin has a round face, exuding a healthy aura. Because she was a soldier before, long-term training has made her physical fitness far superior to ordinary people. In addition, he is now a second-level strongman. Even if supplies are scarce in the Doomsday and he cannot eat a full meal every time, he will not starve. This also makes her not as delicate as other women, but very capable. Her every move reveals a vigorous and decisive temperament, and she has very good skills. As for Yu Lingyu, his expression was always rather cold, and there was even a hint of world weariness in his eyes. The pain she experienced was like a nightmare, destined to be unforgettable for her. The betrayals, fighting, and separations of life and death have all carved deep scars in her heart. Both women are tall, over 1.7 meters, and both come from military backgrounds. Their long military career has made them talk less and less, and they don't show their emotions. Even if they become supermarket employees, they just want to have an environment where they can live a good life and don't care about other things. People like them have built a high wall in their hearts. It is difficult for anyone to enter their hearts, and it is also difficult for anyone to make them open their hearts. They remain highly alert to everything around them, fearing that they will be hurt again. Zhang Wei didn't care what they thought. For him, as long as the two of them could complete their daily work in the supermarket and not violate the supermarket regulations, that was enough. He looked at the two of them, smiled and said, "Welcome to become a member of the supermarket. I hope you can live a stable life here." The two of them just nodded lightly to show that they understood, without much expression on their faces. Afterwards, Zhang Wei had an idea and sent the two of them to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan saw the two new colleagues and greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome, we're a family from now on. I'll take you to pick out some suitable clothes first, and then we'll go choose a room. After that, you can take a shower, relax, and finally have a good meal." The two nodded and said coldly, "Thank you." Wang Yuyan felt that the two of them were rather cold and didn't like to communicate much. She also understood the other party. There were too many people like this in the Doomsday. Having said that, Wang Yuyan led the two of them towards the clothing area. As soldiers, they wanted to know everything about this place, so they asked Wang Yuyan a lot of questions. Wang Yuyan answered one by one, without hiding anything, nor was there any need to hide anything. After hearing Wang Yuyan's evaluation and respect for Zhang Wei, they felt a little relieved. Chapter 52: Procurement of an Arsenal. Today, the supermarket staff has expanded to 5 people. He can hire 5 more employees. After some consideration, Zhang Wei finally pulled Wang Yun in front of him. The moment Wang Yun regained her memory, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she asked happily, "Boss, have I passed the test and can I become a member of the supermarket?" Zhang Wei did not answer directly, but looked at her calmly and said slowly, "Are you willing to give up the base city you built with so much effort? It's a place you put so much effort into." Wang Yun listened, a look of helplessness and sigh appeared on her face, and she said softly, "If I say I'm reluctant, that would be a lie. I can't let go of the things in Base City and the people who fought alongside me. But I also understand that Base City will always be Base City. It can't exist forever. If I hadn't been forced into a desperate situation by monsters and cruel reality, I wouldn't have wanted to build a base city. Being the boss of a base is far from as glorious as it appears on the surface. It is extremely difficult. Every time I open my eyes, I have to think about everyone's safety, afraid that monsters will attack and everyone will be hurt. I also have to worry about everyone's food and water. In the apocalypse, these are the basis of survival. I also have to constantly improve my strength, otherwise I won't be able to protect everyone. The most important thing is to always be on guard against internal conflicts. People's hearts are unpredictable. Sometimes we even have to be wary of betrayal from those in the base. These days are really too difficult and too painful. In comparison, with a supporter like you, living and working in a supermarket is the most comfortable and stable." Zhang Wei listened to Wang Yun's story and understood her situation. If it weren't for the collapse of the Doomsday Order, no one would want to live a life without hope and future. He nodded slightly and said, "You really meet my requirements, especially since you used to be a very strong financial director. Although Doomsday Supermarket doesn't require the same meticulous financial management as a regular business, its future development definitely depends on professional talent like you. However, I still need to confirm. If you are willing to give up the base, I don't mind you becoming a supermarket employee." Wang Yun's tense nerves relaxed instantly upon hearing this. She quickly said, "That's great. I'm willing to give up the base and join the supermarket." Zhang Wei looked at her, his expression becoming serious. He continued, "What about all the people in your base? How do you plan to resettle them?" Wang Yun had already made plans. She answered seriously, "Don't worry, boss. I've already discussed this with my brother in detail. I'll let him take over the base and become its boss. Although my brother can be impulsive at times, he's a man of integrity and has considerable abilities. With the help of others, I believe he can manage the base well. Also, the base has now solved the problem of water and food. It is no longer as scarce as before. Management is much easier than before. They don't need to expand their influence or fight for territory. They just need to survive. So, I don't need to worry about all this. I believe they can handle it." When Zhang Wei heard her say this, he nodded slightly to show his agreement. But he still said earnestly, "Although I agree that you join the supermarket, there are still many issues of principle that I need to clarify with you. You can't reveal the supermarket's secrets to your brother just because you're a supermarket employee. The existence of the supermarket and other circumstances are top secret information and cannot be disclosed. We cannot use supermarket resources to support them without authorization. Supermarkets have their own rules, and these rules are the basis for ensuring the normal operation of supermarkets. I can't break my rules just because of one person. If every employee does this, the supermarket will be in chaos. This is not a question of money. I just want the supermarket to be a place with rules and order, where everyone can live and work in peace." Wang Yun also understood Zhang Wei's painstaking efforts. She nodded quickly and said seriously, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely abide by these rules. I won't do anything that will harm the interests of the supermarket." Since Wang Yun has expressed her attitude so sincerely, Zhang Wei will naturally not refuse her from becoming a member of the Doomsday Supermarket. Wang Yun successfully passed the test and officially became the 6th employee of the supermarket. Just like he did with new employees before, Zhang Wei quickly sent her to Wang Yuyan, asking Wang Yuyan to help her familiarize herself with the supermarket environment and arrange subsequent related matters. As for the remaining people, Zhang Wei carefully evaluated them and found that none of them met his requirements. So, without any hesitation, he sent all the remaining people back to the first floor of the supermarket. Although those people were full of regret for not being able to become supermarket employees and lost the opportunity to have a stable and well-paid job, they did not dare to act recklessly in the supermarket. After all, they are well aware of Zhang Wei's strength and the rules of the supermarket. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the supermarket, the consequences will be something they cannot afford. After arranging these people, Jiang Wei opened the supermarket's management interface and changed the number of recruited employees to 4. He knew that the supermarket's current staffing was not perfect and there was still a lot of work that needed to be done. Now that the supermarket has 6 employees, the heavy workload of stocking goods no longer needs to be placed entirely on Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei. Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei had previously been responsible for stocking and sorting goods in the supermarket, and now with the addition of a clothing area on the second floor, they are extremely busy. Now with the addition of new employees like Wang Yuan, their work pressure has been greatly reduced. However, Jiang Wei also understood that the current number of 6 people was far from enough. The supermarket has now grown to 3 floors. Although the basement is not in use for the time being, the supermarket will definitely expand in the future and will need more employees to maintain its operations. Therefore, if there are suitable candidates, he still needs to recruit the other 4 employees as soon as possible. The supermarket now has 3 floors of space. The basement is currently idle because there are not many goods in the warehouse and it is impossible to fill the entire basement. Jiang Wei feels that the shelves on the first floor are sufficient to meet the supermarket's current operational needs. As for the future use of the basement, he plans to wait until the supermarket grows to a certain scale. Or when new needs arise, we can make further plans and arrangements. It's not too late to wait until later. Jiang Wei also has his own considerations regarding the supply of goods in the supermarket. The survivors of Red Star now mainly rely on food. After all, in the doomsday, food is the most basic guarantee of survival. However, there is even less demand for other aspects, especially daily necessities. On the one hand, it is because the survivors are still struggling to survive and do not have much energy to pay attention to daily necessities. On the other hand, daily necessities are consumed relatively slowly in the doomsday, and the existing inventory can last for a while. Therefore, he does not need to purchase such things for the time being. As for the fruit, Jiang Wei has arranged for Zhang Shi to transport it. Zhang Shizai has been in the fruit business for a long time. The first batch of fruits is already on the way and he believes it will be delivered to the supermarket soon. Jiang Wei doesn't worry about the fruit going bad at all, because the fruit in his supermarket can be preserved forever as long as it is on the supermarket shelves. This is a unique feature of his supermarket and also his huge advantage in the doomsday. With a thought, he was instantly teleported to the place where the arsenal was placed. The shelves of the arsenal in front of me seemed empty. He knew it was time to buy some weapons. He walked to the control console and gently pressed the start button. Soon, the purchase list appeared on the screen in front of him. Countless weapons and equipment were densely packed on it, and the variety was so rich that it was dazzling. He only needs to consume gene points to carry out purchasing operations. After carefully checking the purchase list, there are cold weapons such as common knives, swords, axes, etc. There are also hot weapons such as pistols, rifles, rocket launchers, etc. There is also armor, ranging from light armor to heavy battlesuits. Even communication equipment and other things are available. What surprised him even more was that there were some weapons and equipment on the list that he had only seen in movies. As long as you have enough gene points, you can buy all the new weapons that are full of science fiction and powerful. He continued to study the purchase list in depth and found that ordinary cold weapons were very cheap and could be purchased with only 1 gene point. Although these cold weapons seem ordinary, they can also play a good role in some special scenarios. However, the more powerful the cold weapon, the more expensive the gene points required. Some high-quality and well-made cold weapons are no cheaper than those powerful hot weapons. After all, powerful cold weapons have extremely high requirements in terms of materials, craftsmanship and design, and their power should not be underestimated. The levels of these weapons and equipment are divided into 9 levels from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Each level of weapons and equipment has obvious differences in performance, power, and durability. Each type of equipment has a different price. Take cold weapons for example. The prices of cold weapons of the same quality but different types can differ by several times to hundreds of times. For example, an ordinary dagger and a sword with a unique shape and special material, even if they are of the same quality, will have very different prices due to their craftsmanship and rarity. The survivors in Red Star can also get equipment from some treasure chests. However, those numbers are too small. In the doomsday environment, which is full of dangers and challenges, the survivors have a huge demand for weapons. Whether it's for self-defense, hunting, or fighting monsters, weapons are essential. However, the equipment obtained from the treasure chests cannot meet the huge demand at all. Chapter 53 I'm not happy at all. Based on the knowledge he gained about weapons from Lu Rumei, he carefully considered it in his mind and gradually formed a preliminary plan. Now he is very clear about the current situation and his own needs, and does not need to exchange for too many advanced weapons. On the one hand, the number of gene points required for advanced weapons is huge and the cost is too high. With his current gene point reserves and acquisition speed, it is not cost-effective to exchange them for high-level weapons. Secondly, he didn't want weapons with too high lethality to appear in Red Star. There are not many survivors, and in this doomsday environment, every life is extremely precious. Moreover, he is well aware of the human nature of greed, infighting, and fighting for territory. Once they are allowed to purchase too many advanced weapons, the already fragile order is likely to be broken, conflicts among survivors will escalate sharply, and population consumption will definitely increase. He did not want too many survivors to be killed or injured, not only because of humanitarian considerations, but more importantly, a decrease in the number of survivors was not a good thing for him. The survivors are potential customers of his supermarket. Without them, how can he get what he needs through trading with them? If a large number of survivors die, the supermarket's business will be affected, which will not benefit him at all. Based on the above considerations, he has no plans to exchange for weapons above E level for the time being. He checked the number of his gene points, which was only 101. In order to further expand his arsenal, he took out the crystal cores he had collected before and converted them into gene points through the system. He then began to purchase weapons and equipment. System, Gene Point 1, purchase an F-class steel knife. A steel knife with a metallic luster appeared on the shelf of the armory. Although the blade was not sharp, it was thick enough to be very effective against ordinary monsters. System, Gene Points 5, purchase an F-class pistol. System, Gene Points 10, purchase an F-class submachine gun. System, Gene Points 10, purchase an F-class bulletproof vest. System, Gene Points 5, purchase an F-class chest protector. System, Gene Point 1, purchase an F-class walkie-talkie. He purchased all his gene points into weapons and equipment. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons in the arsenal, it finally doesn't seem so empty anymore. Various weapons and equipment are neatly arranged on the shelves, waiting for others to come and buy them. He then began to put price tags on the weapons. He thought about it carefully and felt that it was reasonable to sell 10 first-level crystal cores for the steel knife, with a purchase price of 1 gene point. In a doomsday environment, collecting crystal cores also requires a certain amount of time and effort. Moreover, the steel knife is a practical melee weapon for survivors. The price will not make them feel too expensive, and it can also allow them to make a certain profit. He only earned 9 gene points for a steel knife. How was it expensive? If you think it is expensive, you should think about your reasons. Is there any awakening talent? Have you tried hard to hunt monsters? Have you found a way to earn crystal cores? The purchase price of a pistol is 5 gene points, and it is not a big problem to sell it for 100 first-level crystal cores. The lethality and ease of use of a pistol are higher than those of a steel knife, so the price should naturally increase accordingly. Moreover, the survivors will certainly be willing to pay this price in order to better protect themselves in the doomsday. The submachine gun that costs 10 gene points to buy is sold at a very favorable price of 300 first-level crystal cores. The submachine gun has powerful firepower and can turn the tide of battle at critical moments. For some powerful survivor groups, this price is completely acceptable. However, these are not the point. The point is that he also sells bullets. He knew in his heart that these guns themselves were nothing. Without bullets, they were just a pile of scrap metal and would be completely useless. Bullets are a long-term and stable source of business. He also confidently believed that he was a very kind businessman, so he would not make more money from bullets, but would just make 5 times the money. After all, the consumption of bullets is huge. The survivors need to keep buying guns to ensure the normal use of them. In this way, he can ensure his own profits without making the survivors feel that the prices are too outrageous. Alas, I am too kind. Not only do I provide these weapons and equipment to the survivors, but I also only make a small profit. Dear customers, I have good news for you. A new arsenal has been added to the supermarket's basement. It has everything, including cold weapons, hot weapons, armor, communicators, and all kinds of bullets. We have everything we need. But the quantity is limited, first come first served, so hurry up and you'll get it. Zhang Wei transmitted the message onto the speaker, and the loud voice instantly echoed in the supermarket. All of a sudden, the eyes of the survivors who were originally selecting items in various areas of the supermarket or preparing to leave suddenly brightened up. For those who are struggling to survive in the doomsday, weapons are their second life. In this dangerous world, monsters may appear at any time. With weapons, they can better deal with monsters and have a greater chance of survival. They knew very well the importance of weapons. The next second, they all swarmed towards the basement like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Everyone walked hurriedly, their eyes full of anxiety, fearing that if they were a second late, those precious weapons would be snatched away by others. They rushed to the arsenal, and as soon as they stepped in, they were attracted by the dazzling array of weapons and equipment on the shelves. Some people widened their eyes with excitement, while others couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the weapons. "Boss, what weapons do you have here? Please introduce them to me," a burly survivor asked loudly, his eyes full of expectation. "Boss, do you have this type of bullet here? I was short of this type of bullet for my previous gun." Another survivor pulled a bullet from his pocket, shook it in his hand, and asked anxiously, "I want a pistol. With a pistol, I'll be more confident when I encounter monsters in the future," a younger survivor said excitedly. When they entered the arsenal and saw the various weapons and equipment on the shelves, they were all very excited and talked about them in a flurry. However, when they saw the prices of these weapons, they were all stunned, and the excited expressions on their faces instantly froze. For most people, these weapons are still very expensive, and some people don't even have a crystal core. As they looked at the high price, the excitement on their faces gradually turned into helplessness and bitterness. "Boss, are these weapons only sold for crystal cores? Can they be exchanged for other items?" Someone couldn't help but ask, with a hint of luck in his eyes. "That's natural. Weapons and equipment are hard to come by, so they're definitely only selling crystal cores. In this apocalypse, crystal cores are the real currency. If you don't have a crystal core, I'm sorry, but wait until you get one." Zhang Wei stood aside, his hands folded across his chest, and answered slowly. Although they felt very sorry, there was nothing they could do. They could only sigh helplessly and turn around to prepare to collect enough crystal cores first. After all, without crystal cores, we can only look at these weapons but not get them. "Boss, do you have such bullets?" At this moment, a survivor squeezed out from the crowd, took out a bullet and asked. "This bullet looks a little special, and its caliber is larger than that of ordinary bullets." Zhang Wei took the bullet, examined it carefully, and then said, "Of course there is, but your bullet is of a large caliber and has great power, so it must be expensive. After all, the production process of this kind of bullet is complicated and the materials are hard to find." The other party asked nervously, "As long as it's available, it's fine. How much do you want to sell it for?" "Boss, give me a fair price." Zhang Wei calculated in his mind that although the purchase price was 100 bullets for one gene point, he couldn't help but want to make 20 times the profit from this special bullet. So, he replied calmly, "1 crystal core, 5 bullets." The other party was stunned for a moment, his eyes slightly widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. 5 pills each. "This is too expensive." Zhang Wei nodded and said confidently, "Yes, that's the price. This bullet is powerful and limited in quantity, so the price is naturally higher." "How many do you want?" The other party gritted his teeth and had a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. So, he made up his mind and said, "Give me 50. He thought that with 50 bullets, he would have the confidence to hunt more monsters and earn more crystal cores, and then he would be able to buy more bullets. "Okay, happy shopping." Zhang Wei showed a satisfied smile on his face. He reached out to take a second-level crystal core handed to him by the other party and said with great satisfaction. When the other party heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, "Happy, happy." After turning around, he looked helpless and muttered softly, "I'm not having any fun at all. This price is killing me. Boss, I want a pistol and 100 bullets." A burly survivor with sharp eyes spoke first. He leaned forward slightly with his hands on the counter, looking very anxious. In his opinion, the pistol is an important weapon to protect himself and the team in the doomsday, and the bullets are the guarantee of continuous fighting. "I want a steel knife." Then, a thin survivor spoke. Cold weapons like steel knives are sometimes more reliable than hot weapons, especially when you run out of bullets or need to approach monsters quietly. "I want 2 steel knives." Another survivor quickly interrupted. He looked like he was purchasing supplies for the team. 2 steel knives meant that there were 2 people in the team who could play a role in close combat, increasing the chances of survival. "I still want 2 walkie-talkies." A survivor who was dressed a little shabby but clean and tidy said. He understood the importance of communication equipment in a doomsday environment. 2 walkie-talkies allowed team members to stay in touch and transmit information in a timely manner. The survivors put forward their demands one after another, and the voices rose and fell, making the entire arsenal very lively. Zhang Wei stood behind the counter, busy in an orderly manner. He carefully checked each person's order, took the corresponding weapons and equipment from the shelf behind him, and handed them to them one by one. "Here are your pistol and bullets, take them." Zhang Wei handed a pistol and a bag of 100 bullets to the first survivor. The other party quickly took it, checked it carefully, nodded with satisfaction, then took out a bunch of crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "This is your steel knife." Zhang Wei handed another steel knife to the second survivor. The other party took the steel knife, waved it twice, felt the weight and feel of the steel knife, smiled, and also took out the crystal core to trade. Chapter 54. Customers treat him like a god. In this way, Zhang Wei handed the things to them one by one, and at the same time harvested a bunch of valuable crystal cores. The crystal cores were piled up in a small pile on the counter, flickering with a faint light. After the transaction was completed, Zhang Wei looked at the crystal core on the counter and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He collected these crystal cores and exchanged them all for gene points. As the crystal cores disappeared, the number of gene points displayed on the system interface continued to increase. With these gene points, Zhang Wei immediately began to replenish the inventory in the arsenal. He carefully selected various weapons and equipment in the system mall, and purchased new goods rationally based on the previous purchases of the survivors and demand forecasts. He knew in his heart that this was a virtuous cycle. The more weapons and equipment he sells, the more crystal cores he will earn. The more crystal cores he has, the more gene points he can exchange for, and thus replenish his inventory. Every piece of weapon and equipment in the arsenal is clearly priced and neatly displayed on the shelves. The clear price tags also make it easy for every customer to know the value of these things. Moreover, the supermarket has a unique protection mechanism, so it doesn't matter even if Zhang Wei is not personally there. After all, you can't take anything out of the supermarket without paying for it. If someone tries to take the items away by force, they will automatically return to the supermarket. He doesn't worry about robbery or anything like that happening. He is the only one who takes away other people's share, but no one else takes away his share. He's still robbed openly. They also have to cooperate obediently. At this time, Wang Yun brought Wang Teng to the basement. They walked straight up to Zhang Wei. "Boss, my brother wants to buy weapons and equipment. Can you give me a discount on the price?" Wang Yun smiled with a hint of anticipation. She hoped that Zhang Wei would give her some discount because of their acquaintance. Zhang Wei folded his arms over his chest, thought for a moment, and then replied, "I can get a discount on bullets, but not on other things. Bullets have a large profit margin, and he sets the price based on costs and market conditions. If he gives a moderate discount, there will be no loss for him." He knew that bullets were consumables and that the survivors would continue to buy them, so selling at a low profit but in large quantities could also bring in good profits. "Can." Wang Tong listened from the side and nodded without hesitation. He knew very well the importance of weapons and equipment in this doomsday. As long as he could buy suitable weapons, he could accept a slightly higher price, not to mention that there were discounts on bullets. Afterwards, they entered the arsenal. The dazzling array of weapons and equipment on the shelves dazzled Wang Tong and Wang Yun. Wang Teng excitedly shuttled between the shelves, carefully selecting weapons. He picked up a pistol, weighed it, pulled the bolt and checked it, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Then he picked up a steel knife, swung it twice, and felt the sharpness of the blade. Wang Yun helped choose protective gear and communication equipment. She hoped her brother could get all-round protection. In addition to weapons and equipment, Wang Tang also bought a lot of bullets. Wang Tang looked at the mountain of bullets and felt full of confidence. With these weapons, he was confident that he could hunt more monsters and obtain more crystal cores. "Sister, I'm leaving." Wang Tang packed up the selected weapons, equipment and bullets, put them on his back, and prepared to go hunting monsters. "Chief, we will assist Wang Tang." Li Dagong and others gathered around. They were all members of Wang Tang's team. At this moment, they all expressed their willingness to fight side by side with Wang Tang. "I believe in you, just be careful and be safe." Wang Yun looked at them, her eyes full of concern. She knew the outside world was full of dangers, but in order to survive, they had to go out and take risks. Wang Yun waved goodbye to them, watched their backs gradually disappearing into the distance, and silently prayed for their safety. Jiang Wei stood aside, watching this scene, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He looked at Wang Yun and asked, "What do you think would be a good place to store my basement? Right now, the arsenal only takes up a small portion of the space, and I'm not sure what to put in the rest of the space." Wang Yun thought for a moment and said seriously, "For the survivors now, it's nothing more than a few things: food, water, and weapons. You already have weapons, and as for water, there's no shortage of it from the taps in the supermarket, but as for food, the current selection may not be rich enough. Once everyone can meet these basic needs, it won't be too late to consider other things." Jiang Wei also agreed very much. He nodded and said, "Later, I plan to sell some meat and fruit. This way, the survivors will have enough choices and nutritional supplements. If we keep eating the same monotonous food, our physical fitness and nutrition will not improve. Every survivor is his potential customer, so he naturally has to consider the customers. The customer is God, no, the customer treats him as God." Wang Yun agreed with Jiang Wei's idea and continued, "These are all food. It would be better to make some meat products that can be eaten directly, which will also be convenient for everyone to buy. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone's time is precious and they don't have that much energy to prepare food." Jiang Wei nodded again. He already had a plan in mind. He can look for some food factories to cooperate with and purchase some prepared dishes such as roast duck and roast chicken to sell. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't eat pre-prepared meals. Those things have a lot of additives and don't taste as good as freshly made ones. But here, feeding these survivors is the most appropriate option, which can not only meet their needs but also save their time and energy. Wang Yun once worked as a financial director in a large company. Her years of work experience have enabled her to accumulate rich business experience, and her business acumen and planning ability must be very strong. It is for this reason that even in such a cruel environment as the end of the world, she can still rely on her own wisdom and leadership to become the leader of a base and lead a group of survivors to survive in difficult times. Jiang Wei runs this supermarket. As the business gradually expands, he becomes increasingly aware that the supermarket needs someone like Wang Yun who can take charge of the overall situation. After all, he can't stay in the supermarket all the time. Once he goes out for something, the daily operation and management of the supermarket may be in chaos. Although Lu Rumei and others have their own abilities, they are not suitable for doing such things in terms of overall planning and handling complex affairs. Everyone has their own abilities and strengths. For example, Lu Rumei may be better at handling some unexpected minor situations, while Wang Yun has a more macro perspective and decision-making ability. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei looked at Wang Yun and said, "Wang Yun, I believe you are still capable. I've noticed that you're very organized and have your own ideas when it comes to handling things. I'm temporarily appointing you as store manager, responsible for the daily management of the supermarket." Chapter 55 Supply Issues. Wang Yun was slightly startled, then looked at Jiang Wei seriously, waiting for him to continue. Jiang Wei continued, "Later, I hope you can accurately set a price standard for each item based on the situation at the end of the world. There are more and more things in supermarkets now, and customers are often confused about the prices when they are shopping. Also, it's difficult to define the money of doomsday, and it's hard to judge how much a crystal core can buy. This requires professional planning. You are a highly educated person, familiar with the apocalypse and understand the prices of goods during that time. You are the most suitable person to handle this matter. This will also make it easier for them to choose items and allow everyone to have a clear understanding of the prices of various items." These were the things Jiang Wei had originally planned to do, but although these things seemed simple, they were actually very complicated. The value of different items will fluctuate as the doomsday environment changes. For example, weapons may be more valuable when monsters are frequent, while food prices will soar during periods of scarcity. It is not easy to formulate a pricing system that is both reasonable and acceptable to customers. After hearing this, Wang Yun weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She knew very well that this was a good opportunity to demonstrate her abilities and talents. Only by demonstrating your value can you be reused. So, she didn't refuse and said, "No problem, I will definitely work hard. I will set pricing standards based on market demand and the overall trend of doomsday prices to ensure fairness and rationality." Jiang Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, "What kind of manpower do you need? You can tell me and I can help you find it. There should be quite a few capable people among the survivors. We can recruit them and contribute to the development of the supermarket." Wang Yun thought for a moment and replied, "Well, we'll talk about this later. I also need to think about it carefully. Setting the price standard is just the first step. The subsequent supermarket affairs require a detailed plan. Everything needs to be carefully considered and not sloppy. Only in this way can you avoid being disappointed. Jiang Wei nodded and said, just leave it to you. I have no objection. At this time, he had already sensed that Zhang Shizai, who was in the Blue Star world, had arrived at the supermarket entrance with a cart of fruits. He let Wang Yun go and do her own thing, and he sent a message to Wang Yuyan, asking her to take over the cashier job in place of Lu Rumei. Afterwards, he brought Lu Rumei back to Blue Star. Xiaowei, the fruit has been delivered to you. I'll move it inside for you. Zhang Shizhan said. Okay, just move it to the supermarket. Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei came to the supermarket entrance and prepared to move the goods. Hey, Xiaowei, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. After seeing Lu Rumei, Zhang Shi was stunned for a moment, but soon he thought of something and smiled at Jiang Wei. She is a supermarket employee, her name is Lu Rumei. Jiang Wei replied. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Lu Rumei took the initiative to say. Okay, just leave this heavy work to us. You're a girl, so don't do it. Zhang Shizhan said. It's okay, I'm very strong. If you don't believe me, just look. Lu Rumei walked forward, picked up the fruit, and moved it into the supermarket very easily. With her second-level strength, it was too easy for her to move these things. Zhang Shi was indeed surprised, but didn't say much. Several people quickly moved the fruits into the supermarket. After Jiang Wei carefully calculated the amount of fruit purchased, he asked, Uncle Zhang, you pay me according to the purchase price. This way you don't make a penny. This won't work. Zhang Shizhan said, it's not easy for you right now. How can I really give you the selling price? I've already included the shipping fee, which is enough. Jiang Wei took out his cell phone and transferred the money to Zhang Shizai, adding 500 yuan more. If it's too much, Zhang Shizai will definitely not take it. If it's too little, he can't let Zhang Shizai suffer a loss. He didn't set up his stall today, so this loss must be made up. After the transfer was successful, Zhang Shi frowned and said, Xiaowei, you transferred too much money. Jiang Wei raised his head and said sincerely, Uncle, I'll have to trouble you to make a few more trips to help me transport more fruits. Why don't you just deliver fruit to me from now on? I'll give you an extra 500 yuan for each cart you take. What do you think? When Zhang Shi heard this, his eyes widened, his face full of confusion, and he asked several questions in succession. He looked at the fruit samples he had purchased piled in the corner and said in shock, Are you sure? Can you sell all this fruit? In today's environment, everyone is struggling to survive, and fruit isn't a necessity. If it rots, it's a huge loss. You're just throwing money away. Besides, the freight for this truck is too much. You'll lose a lot of money like this. I can't even make 500 yuan selling fruit in a day. You have to take this money back. Zhang Wei, however, looked confident, with a slight smile on his face. He patted Zhang Shi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, uncle. If I ask you to transport it, you go ahead and transport it. Just fill up the cart, the more the better. I know this fruit will sell. If you don't pull for me, I'll have to ask someone else to pull for me, and then they'll make all the money. Lu Rumei, who was standing by, also stepped forward and said to Zhang Shi with a smile, Uncle Zhang, the boss will naturally have a channel to sell it to you, so don't refuse. The boss always has a plan for everything he does. Just do what he says, and there will be no problem. Zhang Shi scratched his head, still somewhat skeptical. But looking at the confident eyes of Jiang Wei and Lu Rumei, it was difficult to say anything more. He nodded in confusion and said, Okay, I'll go get some more fruit, but don't blame me if you can't sell it. Zhang Shizai still wanted to refuse the freight for a whole truck from Jiang Wei, but Jiang Wei insisted on paying it. Zhang Shizai had no choice but to agree. After saying that, he turned and drove away. After Zhang Shi left, Jiang Wei looked at the newly added fruit display area in the supermarket, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said, Supermarkets are finally adding more fruit, and this is just the first step. We'll need to add more and more types of food, such as meat and fresh vegetables. You'll be busy then. We need to run supermarkets better and better so that survivors can have more choices. Lu Rumei's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Life like this is truly fulfilling. It's far happier than fighting monsters in the apocalypse. I used to live in fear every day, not knowing when I would encounter danger. Now I can work peacefully for the supermarket and feel very at ease. Jiang Wei nodded and said, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Red Star and take a look. After saying that, he took Lu Rume back, and the two of them were instantly teleported back to the Red Star. Chapter 56. The speed is too fast. The supermarket on Blue Star is still doing business, but only Zhang Wei and his clones remain. These clones are controlled by the system and can handle some simple daily affairs, such as collecting money and replenishing goods. However, except for Zhang Wei, who can return to Blue Star at any time, Lu Rume and the others cannot return here on their own initiative. They can only come here through Zhang Wei's teleportation. When Zhang Wei and Lu Rume appeared in the supermarket space of Red Star with a bunch of fruits, Wang Yuyan and her group, who were originally busy with their own things, were instantly attracted by the pile of brightly colored fruits that exuded a sweet aroma. Wang Yuyan's eyes suddenly lit up, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement, and she shouted loudly, "Boss, our supermarket finally has fruit." She walked quickly to the pile of fruits and gently picked up a bright red apple with both hands, as if she was holding some rare treasure. Zhang Wei looked at everyone's expectant and excited expressions and said with a smile, "If you want to eat some fruit, feel free to take it. We will definitely provide you with enough fruit in the future. I will continue to ship fruits here so that everyone can eat them." When Wang Yun, Xiaoyu and others heard this, they stared at the fruit and couldn't help swallowing. Wang Yun reached out first, picked up an apple and prepared to put it in her mouth. "Wash it before eating." Seeing this, Zhang Wei quickly reminded. Wang Yun waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "Boss, I'm happy just having something to eat. Why would I care about anything else? In this apocalypse, being able to eat fruit is like a dream. Who cares about whether it's clean or not?" The others nodded in agreement, knowing full well how precious food was in this cruel doomsday environment. When you can't even get enough to eat, are you still afraid of getting dirty? Even moldy bread is too expensive for many people to eat, let alone such fresh fruit. Lu Rume looked at everyone wolfing down the food and had an idea. She picked up some fruit, walked to the sink nearby, and began to wash it carefully. After washing, she took the washed fruit, walked up to Zhang Wei, and said, "Boss, you eat too." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that Lu Rume was very sensible and knew how to take care of others. He reached out and took an apple, took a bite, and the sweet juice spread in his mouth, making him unable to help but take another bite. When the others saw this, they realized that they were only concerned with their own food and ignored Zhang Wei. They looked at each other, feeling a little guilty, and decided that they must be more careful next time and not be so rude. Then they started to move the fruits to the fruit area of the supermarket. Everyone divided the work and cooperated with each other. Some were responsible for moving the fruit boxes, while others were responsible for placing the fruits neatly on the shelves. At this time, the survivors of the supermarket had already left, and after a period of sales, the shelves in the supermarket were also much emptier. The shelves that were once full now only have a few items left, looking a bit deserted. However, as these fruits are put on the shelves, Lu Rume and others will move the goods out of the warehouse, and the supermarket shelves will be filled again. Zhang Wei sat in the office, his fingers operating quickly on the communication equipment, and soon contacted Wang He. After the call was connected, he said directly, "Wang He, I need you to transport another batch of goods to me. The quantity is quite large, including instant noodles and bread. Please arrange it as soon as possible." When Wang He heard this, he was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened and his face was full of shock. He subconsciously glanced at the calendar and said in disbelief, "It's only been a day, Zhang Wei, and you want so many things? This is equivalent to half of the inventory in his warehouse. How on earth does he sell things? This sales speed is too fast." Zhang Wei, on the other end of the phone, raised his lips slightly and said confidently, "Don't worry about why I want so much. I have my own channels anyway. Besides, I can prepay you half of the purchase price. This business is a sure win for you. There's no reason for you to refuse such an order." Wang He heard this and realized that it was true. Zhang Wei had already prepaid half of the payment for the goods, which was real benefit. If he rejected this order, he would never find such a good business. So he quickly said, Okay, I'll contact the workers to start delivering the goods to you." Because Zhang Wei needed so many goods at once, he had to quickly contact the supplier to ship him a batch of goods, otherwise he would be out of stock. After hanging up the phone, Wang He didn't dare to delay for even a second and immediately started to get busy. He first called the workers and arranged for them to prepare the transport vehicles as soon as possible, and then began to contact various suppliers, urging them to ship the goods as soon as possible. Zhang Wei put down his communication equipment and fell into deep thought. He knew in his heart that relying solely on Wang He's supply would not allow his supermarket to have a stable supply of goods. After all, Wang Yi's warehouse is limited in size and the inventory is not necessarily stable. Once an emergency occurs, there may be a shortage of stock. He looked at the billions of dollars in his bank card and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Once, he thought that this money was a huge fortune, but now, he thinks that this money is nothing more than that. So, he decided to start contacting the suppliers and get the goods directly from the factories. He picked up his communication equipment and began searching online for the contact information of major suppliers. After finding suitable manufacturers, he called them one by one and expressed his hope to establish long-term and stable cooperative relationships with them. Our supermarket is developing very well now, and the supply of goods we need is sufficient. Furthermore, I can pay cash on delivery and am even willing to pay a deposit first. As long as you can guarantee the quality of the goods and the stability of the supply, our cooperation will definitely last long. Zhang Wei said on the phone. Since the quantity of goods he wanted was quite large, it was a considerable order for the manufacturer. Therefore, most manufacturers have shown their willingness to cooperate. However, some manufacturers still don't trust him, fearing that he is a scammer or will not be able to pay for the goods on time. If you're worried, you can send someone over to my place and we can sign an agreement or an agency contract. That should put your mind at ease. Zhang Wei explained patiently. In this way, Zhang Wei was very busy communicating with manufacturers one by one. I was so busy that I didn't realize it. The whole day had passed. He stretched. Although the process was a bit cumbersome, it would be worth it as long as it could solve the supermarket's supply problem. Chapter 57 Beautiful Girl. Zhang Wei stood behind the cashier counter, his eyes scanning today's accounts, and he was secretly delighted. Today's turnover is quite impressive, especially the trading volume of crystal cores, which has increased significantly compared to the past. He absorbed all these crystal cores without hesitation and converted them into gene points. Then he turned around and looked at Xiaoyu, Lu Huanxin, Yu Lingyu and Wang Yun who were busy in the supermarket. It's time to reveal some secrets about Blue Star to them. He cleared his throat, gathered the 4 people around him, and began to slowly explain the fact that he was not from this world. When the 4 heard this, they all showed surprise on their faces, but they quickly regained their composure. They were well aware of Zhang Wei's mystery and extraordinariness. Although they were curious about his origins, they also understood that some things were not something they could easily touch. Seeing this, Zhang Wei nodded secretly in his heart, and then reminded them what to say and what to keep secret. The 4 of them were smart and nodded to show that they understood. At this moment, the scenery outside the supermarket suddenly changed. The originally desolate and dilapidated doomsday scene was instantly replaced by a peaceful and tranquil rural scenery. Xiaoyu opened her round eyes wide, leaned against the window, and looked at the outside world with curiosity. For those who have lived in the shadow of doomsday for a long time, such a world without monster invasions and full of vitality is undoubtedly a dream come true. How magical! Is this the world where the boss lives? Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaimed. The other 3 also gathered around, their eyes flashing with curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. But they soon remembered Zhang Wei's previous advice not to leave the supermarket casually. So, even though their hearts were full of desire to explore, they still stayed in the supermarket and admired the beautiful scenery outside through the window. Just then, several trucks slowly drove into the supermarket's view. Wang Yi jumped out of the car and looked at the huge supermarket in front of him, feeling a little surprised. He had never noticed before that Zhang Wei's family had built such a large supermarket. Zhang Wei, the goods have been delivered. Wang Yi shouted loudly and walked towards the supermarket. He walked into the supermarket and was stunned by the scene before him at first sight. He didn't expect that a supermarket in the countryside could be built so spacious and bright. Then he comforted himself by saying that the supermarket might have always been this big, but he just hadn't noticed it before. However, when he actually walked into the supermarket, his eyes were instantly fixed on the 6 beautiful figures in front of him. The last time he came, the beauty of Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan was like shining stars, which shocked him. But this time, there were 4 more equally stunning women. Xiaoyu has a slender figure, skin whiter than snow, and her eyes and eyebrows are full of agility and gentleness. Her every move is full of elegance, as if she is a fairy walking out of a painting. She exudes a star-like aura that is out of touch with the world, making people unable to help but take a few more glances at her. Lu Huanxin and Yu Lingyu stood side by side. Both of them were tall and had stern expressions. There was a coldness in their eyes that kept people at a distance, yet they also inadvertently revealed a hint of heroism. Lu Huanxin was dressed in simple tights, and her neat short hair made her look more capable. Yuling Yu was wearing a long dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, but it could not conceal her heroic spirit, as if she could draw her sword at any time and protect the peace of the area. Wang Yun, on the other hand, stood aside coldly and arrogantly. Her temperament was like the winter plum blossom in the cold winter, aloof and tough. Her eyes were deep, as if hiding endless stories, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. It seems that he is indifferent to everything in this world, but he has his own bottom line and principles that he sticks to. Wang He stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time, secretly marveling at how many stunning beauties were hidden in this supermarket. However, just when Wang He was secretly speculating in his heart that the other 4 people should be customers who happened to visit the supermarket. But they said in unison, in clear and pleasant voices, "Boss, the supplier is here with the goods." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "You are all supermarket employees?" Several people nodded, with a faint smile on their faces, and replied, "Yes, what's the problem?" Wang He was very puzzled. These women were more beautiful than each other, with outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament. They were just like stars on TV. No, in his opinion, they are even more dazzling than celebrities. How could a woman like this be willing to stay in the countryside and be an ordinary supermarket employee? With their looks and temperament, they won't have trouble finding a decent and high-paying job wherever they go, right? What's more, as long as they are willing, there will definitely be plenty of rich people willing to spend a lot of money to support them and let them live a life of luxury. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Wang Yi said it's okay 3 times in a row, trying to hide his inner surprise and confusion, but in his heart he was full of admiration for Zhang Wei. He really couldn't understand what methods Zhang Wei used to recruit so many beautiful women to be willing to work for him. This method is too powerful. Just then, Zhang Wei walked out from the back room of the supermarket. When Wang Yi looked up, he found that Zhang Wei seemed to have become much younger and more handsome than before. He looked radiant and energetic. "Brother Wang, thank you for your hard work," Zhang Wei said with a smile, his tone full of kindness and enthusiasm. No, seeing your business is so prosperous is also very beneficial to me," Wang Yi responded with a smile, his eyes full of envy and admiration. No matter who Zhang Wei sells his products to in the end, his supermarket business is booming now, which is undoubtedly a good thing for him. "Go and move the things in." Zhang Wei turned around and said to Lu Rumei and others. "Okay, boss." Lu Rumei and the others responded with a smile and turned around to prepare to move the goods. "Wait, Xiaoyu, don't go there. Just watch in the store." Zhang Wei suddenly called Xiaoyu again, with a hint of concern in his tone. He knew that Xiaoyu didn't even have the strength of the first level, and her physical fitness was the same as that of a normal woman. There was no need to ask her to move those heavy goods. "Yes, boss." Xiaoyu responded with some disappointment, blaming herself in her heart for being so useless that she couldn't even carry some heavy goods. When Wang He saw this scene, he was speechless. This Zhang Wei is too unkind to women. He actually lets female employees move goods? Normal men will hold them in their hands, and would like to give them sweet words and everything they have. But Zhang Wei was not only very casual with them, he even made them do such odd jobs. The main thing is that these beautiful girls are so happy. There was even a beautiful girl who was unhappy because she didn't go to move the goods? Oh my god, did I see that wrong? Or has this world become something I don't recognize? Chapter 58, Knowing How to Advance and Retreat. Wang He was originally sitting bored on a chair at the entrance of the supermarket, casually looking around. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a scene not far away. I saw Lu Rumei and several other beauties standing next to a truck. They skillfully lifted boxes of goods from the truck. The box looked heavy, but these beauties looked relaxed and walked steadily into the supermarket, as if they were holding only a few light feathers in their hands. Wang Yi's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief, his mouth slightly opened, and he exclaimed. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, how come these beauties are so strong? Normally speaking, most girls are delicate, but the strength of these girls in front of me is beyond imagination. It's okay to be beautiful, there are many beautiful girls in this world, but it's rare to find someone who is both beautiful and so strong. Wang Yi couldn't help but compare it in his mind. The guys in his store who were carrying goods all year round did this heavy work every day, so they naturally had to be quite strong. But compared with these beauties, they seem to be a little inferior. Are girls nowadays so strong? Wang Yi muttered to himself, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. However, he quickly turned his attention to Zhang Wei. In his opinion, Zhang Wei is still the most powerful one. Zhang Wei is not only able to recruit these beauties to his side, but also make them willingly work here. This is not something that ordinary people can do. You know, to make employees work for you wholeheartedly, you need to have unique charm and ability. Wang Yi stood up from his chair, walked slowly to the tea table and sat down, but his eyes never left Lu Rumei and others. I saw them moving the goods with great speed and quick movements, without any dragging of feet. Finally, Wang Yi couldn't help but ask, Zhang Wei, where did you find these employees? They're all so strong, even stronger than the guys in my shop. Zhang Wei was sitting nearby, taking a sip of tea. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, he replied calmly, they chose to be my employees. I didn't recruit them. When Wang Yi heard this, his eyes widened even more, and an expression of appeared on his face. He looked at Zhang Wei speechlessly. He thought to himself, why can't I encounter such a good thing? Who would believe this? But Wang Yi also knew that it was not good to ask too many questions about some things, as there might be some hidden secrets that were inconvenient to talk about. So he just curled his lips and didn't ask any further questions. Wang Yan held the delivery note tightly in her hand, counting the goods one by one with a focused look. Sometimes she squatted down to carefully check the quantity, and sometimes she stood up to make marks on the list. After a busy period, she confirmed that everything was correct, then came to Zhang Wei and said in a clear voice, Boss, the inventory is complete. I checked it carefully and there is nothing wrong. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his face expressionless. He picked up the phone beside him, quickly operated the screen with his fingers for a few times, and then said, the transfer has been completed, please check it. Wang Yi heard about the transfer and quickly took out his mobile phone to check the account information. After confirming the payment, he smiled and said quickly, Zhang Wei, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will arrange it as soon as possible and ensure that the goods are delivered on time. Zhang Wei nodded again, looked at Wang Yi calmly, and said, in that case, send double the supplies tomorrow. When Wang Yi heard this, his eyes widened instantly, his face was full of disbelief, his mouth opened slightly and made a 0 sound. Then he couldn't help but say, Zhang Wei, you're kidding, right? You suddenly want double the amount. I'm a bit caught off guard. Wang Yi was speechless and was wondering in his heart that this request was too sudden. Zhang Wei's expression remained calm, and he replied calmly, I'm not kidding. I'll give it to you if I ask you to. I don't owe you any money, so what are you afraid of? Wang Yi looked at Zhang Wei's calm expression. Although he felt a little uneasy, he suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously, do we need such a large amount of supplies every day? If so, I have to prepare in advance. Zhang Wei shook his head slightly. Wang Yi felt disappointed when he saw this. He had originally thought that if he could have such a large order for a long time, his business would be stable. Zhang Wei seemed to see through Wang Yi's thoughts and said slowly, there will definitely be more and more in the future, but your current wholesale store is too small to handle such a large quantity. When Wang Yi heard this, his eyes lit up again and he quickly said, Zhang Wei, I can do it. I will definitely expand the scale of my wholesale store. As long as you can give me this opportunity, I will definitely not let you down. He knew in his heart that if there was such a large demand for goods every day, he would not need to do business with other people at all. He could make a lot of money just by cooperating with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at the excited Wang Yi calmly and said slowly, I have contacted many food manufacturers and will take the initiative to cooperate with them. Just do what you're supposed to do in the future. Don't get too excited. Just focus on the task at hand. Wang Yi wanted to say something else, such as asking Zhang Wei who he was going to sell so many goods to and how big the order volume would be in the future. However, he looked at the calm and composed Zhang Wei, and thought of Zhang Wei's style of doing things. After thinking about it, he finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He felt that Zhang Wei was too mysterious. With so many goods, who was he going to sell them to? And looking at Zhang Wei's confident look, it seems that everything is under his control. It is better not to offend such people easily. And even if I transport so much goods every day, I can still make a lot of money in a month. So, he was very tactful and quickly said, that makes sense. I will deliver double the quantity tomorrow. By the way, Zhang Wei, I can lower the price a bit for you as a token of my sincerity for our long-term cooperation. What do you think? Zhang Wei said casually, it's up to you, as long as the quality of the goods is good and the price is right. Seeing that Zhang Wei agreed, Wang Yi was overjoyed and said quickly, okay, no problem. Then I'll go back first. I have to go back quickly to make sure the goods can be delivered on time tomorrow. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied to see that Wang Yi was so understanding. If Wang Yi asked him questions or kept begging him, he would not hesitate to cooperate directly with the manufacturer in the future. It was because of his long-term friendship with his parents, and the fact that he was a conscientious businessman and had good character, that he wanted the other party to make more money. If a person is too greedy, then it is too late. Fortunately, Wang Yi is smart and knows how to advance and retreat. Chapter 59 Awakening Ability Swordsmanship. Ever since Lu Rumei and the others came to the store to help, Zhang Wei clearly felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. Lu Rumei and her colleagues can handle all the big and small matters in the store in an orderly manner, which allows Zhang Wei to have more time for himself. That night, after dinner, Zhang Wei returned to his room as usual. The room was simply furnished with a bed, a desk and a chair, with some miscellaneous items on the desk. He sat at the desk, his eyes falling on a document on the table, which recorded all his current information. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, F, Perception. Strength, level 30%. Ability, none. Gene point, 4,654. Looking at the number of gene points displayed in the data, Zhang Wei's heart moved. After this period of hard work, he has accumulated quite a few gene points. Recalling that he had consumed 100 gene points and successfully awakened an F-level talent, Perception. Since acquiring this talent, his ability to perceive the surrounding environment has been greatly enhanced, bringing a lot of convenience to his life. As the supermarket level continues to improve, Zhang Wei has a deeper understanding of the talent and ability system. He knew clearly how many gene points were needed to awaken talents and abilities of different levels. Currently, the gene points he possesses can allow him to awaken a D-level talent at most. D-level talent requires the consumption of 1,000 gene points. Although the price is high, Zhang Wei feels that with his current strength and needs, the D-level talent may bring him greater improvement. As for C-level talent, it requires more gene points, a full 10,000 points. Zhang Wei knew that with his current gene point reserves, it was far from enough to awaken his C-level talent, so he could only put it aside for the time being. However, the gene points required to awaken abilities and talents are different. An F-level ability only requires 10 gene points to awaken, which is relatively easy. C-level abilities, on the other hand, require 1,000 gene points, which is less than a C-level talent, but still a significant number. Zhang Wei sat in the chair, thinking about which direction he should improve next. After some consideration, he decided to try awakening his ability first. After all, the awakening of abilities has more choices compared to talents, and he is currently in urgent need of some practical abilities to enhance his strength. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei no longer hesitated and silently gave the system an instruction to awaken his ability. System, Gene Points 1000, Awaken C-Rank Ability Swordsmanship. In an instant, a strange power surged into Zhang Wei's mind. It was as if a huge treasure trove of knowledge appeared in his mind, and countless sword fighting techniques, understandings, attack methods, etc., came to him like a tide. These memories were not only clearly engraved in his mind, but also deeply embedded in his muscle memory. Zhang Wei felt as if he had become a master in using a long sword. He practiced those sword techniques over and over in his mind, as if he had practiced them countless times with a long sword. That's a pretty good ability. This way, I'll have a lot of attack methods. Zhang Wei's mouth corners slightly raised, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He clenched his fists lightly, feeling the newfound strength in his body, his heart filled with joy. He can currently awaken 3 C-level abilities. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. In this world full of unknowns and dangers, mastering more skills means more protection. Of course, Zhang Wei would not miss this good opportunity to improve himself. He decided without hesitation to continue awakening his abilities so that he would have more means to deal with various situations. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and mentally gave the system instructions to awaken his ability for the second time. System, Gene Points 1000, Awaken C-Rank Ability Flame Palm. In an instant, a powerful and unfamiliar memory flooded into Zhang Wei's mind like a surging tide. He only felt a sudden headache, but he quickly adapted to the onslaught of information. In this memory, he clearly understood the usage and principles of the flame palm. At the same time, Zhang Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that he had the ability to communicate with the fire element between heaven and earth. This means that his attacks can be attached with fire attributes, making ordinary attacks more lethal. Although this ability does not allow him to directly control flames and create a sea of fire at will, it is already very good for him at the moment. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to verify this new ability. He slowly stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to release the energy in his body. As the energy surged, the air around him seemed to become hot, and traces of fire elements began to gather in his hands. After a while, flames ignited on his hands, as if they were on fire, emitting a scorching heat. The flame jumped and flickered, as if telling of its power. Jiang Wei could clearly feel that the temperature of the flame was extremely high, but strangely, his hands were not affected at all, and were not burned by the high temperature. He opened his eyes and looked at the blazing flame in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. With this method, we won't need a lighter to light fires anymore. Jiang Wei smiled and muttered to himself. He imagined that when he was camping outdoors in the future, he could easily light a campfire with just a wave of his hand. That scene must be very cool. Moreover, in battle, this flaming palm can also become his trump card, giving the enemy unexpected blows. Jiang Wei did not pause at all and continued to awaken the next ability without hesitation. System, Gene Points 1000, Awakening C Rank Ability 8 Trigrams Body Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wei felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then he seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious spiritual world. In this world, there is a light mist all around, and you can vaguely see some ancient Bagua patterns flashing with light. His body began to move up quickly and uncontrollably. At the beginning, the movements were relatively slow, and each step seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, appearing a bit awkward. But as time went on, his movements became smoother and faster. He clearly felt that his body seemed to have some kind of mysterious connection with the surrounding Bagua patterns. Every step you take corresponds to the direction and changes of the 8 trigrams and has a special meaning. In this spiritual world, he kept repeating the exercises of his body movements. From the initial clumsiness to the later proficiency, every movement seemed to have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a slight buzzing sound and the scene in front of him began to blur. Jiang Wei suddenly opened his eyes and felt a new power surging in his body. He subconsciously moved his body quickly, and in an instant, his body was like lightning, moving quickly across the room. The tables, chairs, and sundries in the room seemed to move in slow motion in his eyes. He easily avoided all obstacles with such a speed that even he was surprised. Chapter 60, Protective Chi. Now, he possesses the abilities of swordsmanship, flame palm and 8 diagrams body skills, and his strength has been greatly enhanced. He was secretly delighted, but not satisfied, because he knew that he could still awaken one last ability. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei concentrated his mind again and gave the system the command to awaken the last ability. System, Gene Points 1000, Awakening C-Level Ability Body Protection Chi. Another new ability appeared, and Jiang Wei felt dizzy. Then, a large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tide. He seemed to be in a space surging with energy, surrounded by colorful energy flows. He began to take in this information carefully and understood how he should use his energy to form a force of energy outside his body to protect himself. Following the guidance in his mind, he slowly closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to mobilize the energy in his body. At first, he could only feel a weak energy flowing in his body, but as he continued to try and adjust, the energy gradually became stronger. He imagined this energy flowing out of his body and forming a transparent shield around him. Slowly, he really felt an invisible force gathering on his body surface. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, he could clearly feel its presence. He tried to wave his fist lightly, feeling the sense of security brought by the protective energy. He knew that from now on, he had an extra layer of protection in battle. Jiang Wei checked his remaining gene points, and the screen clearly showed that there were 654 points left. He frowned slightly, thinking about how to make rational use of these gene points to further enhance his strength. After thinking for a moment, he felt that his current perception talent was quite good. This talent can help him detect potential dangers and abnormal situations in advance, allowing him to prepare for them in advance. So, he stopped hesitating and decided to improve the quality of this talent. He silently gave instructions to the system in his mind. System, Gene Points 500, F level talent perception quality increased to E level. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Wei felt a warm current flowing through his body. Then, he discovered that his perception of his surroundings had undergone a drastic change. The sensitivity of perception has been greatly improved, and some subtle movements that were originally only vaguely perceived have now become extremely clear. The perception distance has also greatly increased. Originally, it could only perceive the situation within a few meters around it, but now the range has expanded to more than 10 meters. Within this expanded range of perception, no matter what happens, he can perceive it as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. This feeling of God's vision made him very satisfied. He seemed to have become the master of this area, and no movement could escape his perception. Moreover, even if danger really occurs, he can rely on the Bagua body skills he has mastered to respond quickly and avoid danger in an instant. However, Zhang Wei also clearly realized that the only thing he lacked now was practical experience. Although he possesses many powerful abilities, in real combat, how to flexibly use these abilities and how to deal with various attacks from the enemy still requires accumulating experience through actual combat. This is actually easy to solve. Lu Rumei, Wang Yun, Lu Huanxin and Yu Lingyu in the supermarket are all at the second level of strength. By engaging in actual combat exchanges with them, you can not only improve your combat experience, but also avoid causing unnecessary harm due to the huge gap in strength. He can achieve the goal of improving combat experience by just finding anyone. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei checked his information again. Character, Zhang Wei. Talent, E, Perception. Strength, level 30%. Abilities, C Swordsmanship, C Flame Palm, C 8 Trigrams Body Movement, C Protective Chi. Gene points, 254. After looking at the information, Zhang Wei had a clearer plan in mind. Nowadays, the third floor and above of the supermarket are residential areas, and many rooms are empty. There are more than a dozen rooms on the second floor alone, and each room is very large, fully meeting daily living needs. Considering that with the development of the supermarket, there will definitely be more and more employees, more training grounds will be needed. Therefore, Zhang Wei decided to transform the sixth floor into a special training ground. With a thought, he instantly appeared on the sixth floor. Standing in the middle of the empty floor, he closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and began to control the layout of the entire sixth floor through his thoughts. Under his manipulation, the walls began to move, the ground began to change, and various training facilities gradually appeared. A moment later, the entire sixth floor had been transformed into a standard training ground. There is a spacious fighting area with a soft mat on the ground and protective fences around it. Zhang Wei looked at the renovated training ground with satisfaction, his heart full of anticipation. He knew that from today on, this would become an important place for him to improve his practical experience. Zhang Wei closed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and began to sense the location of Lu Rumei and the others. Within his perception range, the figures of Lu Rumei, Wang Yun, Lu Huanxin, and Yu Lingyu emerged clearly. At this moment, they are all busy in the supermarket's shelf area, placing each item neatly on the shelves. The next second, Zhang Wei's figure appeared not far from Lu Rumei like a ghost. Lu Rumei was concentrating on arranging the goods when she suddenly felt a presence beside her. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Zhang Wei. Boss. Lu Rumei quickly stopped what she was doing and greeted him with a hint of confusion in her eyes, wondering why the boss suddenly appeared here. I want to ask you a favor. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei and said seriously. What's up? Lu Rumei asked curiously, wondering how she could help her boss. After all, the boss is usually very capable and rarely needs their help. I have too little practical experience, and I want you to help me improve it. Zhang Wei directly stated his purpose. He felt that as Lu Rumei was a person of the second level of strength, sparring with her would allow him to accumulate a lot of practical experience. Sure, when? Lu Rumei agreed without any hesitation. In her opinion, it is her honor to be able to help her boss. Right now. Zhang Wei didn't want to waste time, he was eager to improve his practical skills. Okay. Lu Rumei nodded, a hint of excitement in her eyes. She also wanted to know how strong her boss was. The next second, Zhang Wei's mind moved, and an invisible force wrapped around him and Lu Rumei, instantly teleporting them to the sixth floor. Chapter 61 Improving Combat Experience. Here it is. Lu Rumei looked around curiously and saw that the space was spacious, the walls around it gleamed with a metallic luster, and the ground was paved with an unknown material that looked very solid. Various training facilities are arranged in an orderly manner, like a professional training base. This is the sixth floor. From now on, this will be our training room. When you have nothing to do, you can train here and improve your strength. Zhang Wei explained. Don't worry about overpowering the force. Even if you attack with all your might, this house won't be damaged at all. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei's surprised expression and added another sentence. For houses that have been modified by the system, there is no need to worry about any damage even if there is a nuclear bomb attack. Very good. Lu Rumei nodded, very satisfied. She has always felt that she is still lacking in actual combat. Now that she has such a good training ground, she can come here to train frequently in the future. Zhang Wei walked to the weapon rack and took out two weapons from it. One was a sharp long sword, the blade flashing with cold light. The other was a short knife with an extremely sharp blade. He walked up to Lu Rume, threw a dagger to her, and said, "Attack with all your strength. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. Only by attacking with all your strength can I improve my combat experience." Lu Rume took the dagger, held it in her hand, felt the touch of the handle, nodded, and said, "Okay, boss. Then I won't be polite." As she spoke, she assumed a fighting stance, her eyes sharpening as she prepared to attack at any moment. Lu Rume's eyes flashed, and her body moved like an arrow from a bow, launching the first attack. The dagger in her hand flashed coldly under the light, and stabbed towards Zhang Wei's shoulder as fast as a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. The speed was so fast that it caused a slight sound of breaking wind, as if even the air was being cut by the sharp blade. Zhang Wei only felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes, and subconsciously wanted to dodge sideways. However, although he usually possessed the strength of the third level, due to his lack of combat experience, his movements were a little slow in the face of this sudden attack. The sharp tip of the knife still grazed his shoulder, and with a swish sound, his clothes were instantly cut. Fortunately, in the special environment of this supermarket, Zhang Wei did not suffer any substantial harm, only his clothes were torn. But even so, this knife made him realize that there is a huge gap between strength and actual combat ability. Although he is one level stronger than Lu Rume, without the tempering of actual combat, it would be like having a sword but not knowing how to wield it, and it would be difficult for him to exert his due combat effectiveness. Seeing Zhang Wei's shoulder was cut, Lu Rume immediately put away the knife and shouted seriously, "Boss, you need to react faster. Don't hesitate. In combat, every second counts. When you see an attack, you must react immediately. Don't give the enemy a second chance to attack. They won't give you time to breathe." Zhang Wei took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and concentrate. He stared at Lu Rume, nodded, and motioned her to continue. Lu Rume narrowed her eyes slightly and moved forward again. This time, she changed her attack method. She just shook her wrist slightly, and the short knife drew a shadow in the air. She first made a feint and then stabbed straight towards Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei fell into the trap and subconsciously raised his hand to block. The moment he raised his hand, Lu Rume's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She turned around quickly, her body as agile as a nimble civet cat. The dagger took advantage of the force of turning and chopped towards Zhang Wei's waist from another tricky angle. The knife was fast and fierce. If it hit Zhang Wei, even if he would not be injured, he would be in a miserable state. Zhang Wei was prepared this time. The moment Lu Rume turned around, he hurriedly performed the Bagua body technique. He moved his feet quickly and retreated like lightning, brushing past the dagger that was coming at him and successfully dodging the attack. He steadied himself, secretly rejoicing in his heart, and at the same time became more determined to improve his practical experience. "Not bad, boss. This skill is used at the right time." Lu Rume watched Zhang Wei successfully dodge her attack with a hint of approval in her eyes, but then she changed the subject. "But don't just think about hiding, you also need to look for opportunities to counterattack. Fighting isn't just about dodging. Only by combining offense and defense can you seize the initiative." As she spoke, Lu Rume attacked again. She turned her wrist quickly and the dagger fell towards Zhang Wei like raindrops. The offensive was continuous, and each knife strike was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if to completely submerge Zhang Wei in the knife shadow. While Zhang Wei was dodging, his brain was working rapidly, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. He stared at Lu Rume's movements, not missing any details. Finally, he found an opening, used his swordsmanship, and stabbed Lu Rume's chest with the sword in his hand. The sword was fast and accurate, with a sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to Lu Rume's vital point. The corners of Lu Rume's mouth rose slightly, as if she had anticipated Zhang Wei's counterattack. She moved her body lightly to the side, flashing like a ghost, and easily dodged the sword. At the same time, she stretched out her left hand, grabbed Zhang Wei's wrist like a pair of pliers, and pulled hard. Zhang Wei only felt a huge force coming, and his body instantly lost balance. He staggered forward a few steps and almost fell to the ground. "Boss, when you attack, you can't just think about going straight, you have to be flexible." Lu Rume released Zhang Wei's wrist and patiently instructed. "Use your body movements and moves in coordination to make it difficult for the enemy to figure out your attack patterns. For example, you can use your body movements to change your position while drawing your sword, making it difficult for the enemy to predict the direction of your attack. Also, if your wrist is grabbed, you must respond promptly, such as using your other hand to attack the enemy, or using your body to twist and turn to break free. You can't just let the enemy do whatever they want. Although your swordsmanship is very sophisticated, it cannot be too rigid. You need to use it flexibly. Different combat situations require different responses. We can't always follow a fixed routine. Lu Rumei continued, her eyes full of seriousness. Zhang Wei steadied himself, took a deep breath, and secretly took note of Lu Rumei's words in his heart. He understood that although he had mastered many abilities, he still had great deficiencies in applying them in actual combat. He adjusted his state again, his eyes became firm and sharp, and he took the initiative to attack. This time, he first used the Bagua body technique to quickly approach Lu Rumei. I saw him moving his feet quickly, his body moving like a ghost, and in an instant he came close to Lu Rumei. Then, he used the flame palm, and a blazing flame instantly ignited on his palm, and he slapped it towards Lu Rumei with a burning breath. The flames jumped in the air, as if to devour everything. Chapter 62 Boss, I like you. Lu Rumei felt the high temperature from the flame palm, her face changed slightly, and she did not dare to be careless. She quickly leaped back and swung her dagger. A cold light flashed on the blade and a blade of energy was slashed out. The sword energy was like a white streak of light, heading towards the flame palm, trying to offset the power of the flame palm. The flaming palm and the sword energy collided with each other, making a loud noise like thunder. The heat wave spread out, and the surrounding air was distorted by the heat. Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei were both shocked by this force and took a few steps back, but neither of them stopped. They adjusted their posture again and prepared for the next round of confrontation. Boss, this flame palm is quite powerful, but you must be careful to control the energy output and not waste too much energy on useless things. Also, when performing the fire palm, you must also pay attention to the enemy's movements to prevent them from taking the opportunity to counterattack. Lu Rumei said as she avoided the heat wave. Zhang Wei nodded and continued to fight with Lu Rumei. In the following battle, Lu Rumei kept changing her attack methods. Sometimes it was a quick attack, sometimes it was a slow fight, sometimes it was a close combat, and sometimes it was a long-range attack, which made Zhang Wei overwhelmed. But Zhang Wei was also constantly learning and growing. He gradually adapted to Lu Rumei's attack rhythm and began to be able to deal with it more calmly. When Lu Rumei launched another powerful attack, Zhang Wei did not choose to dodge, but instead used the body protective chi, and a layer of transparent shield instantly appeared on his body surface. The dagger hit the shield, making a crisp sound, but it could not break through the shield's defense. Boss, the timing of using this protective energy is perfect. However, you can't keep it on all the time, as it will consume a lot of energy. It should be used at a critical moment, such as when the enemy launches a fatal attack. Lu Rumei said. Zhang Wei withdrew his protective chi and took advantage of the moment when Lu Rumei was speaking to suddenly launch a counterattack. His long sword pierced Lu Rumei's throat like lightning. Lu Rumei was slightly startled, but reacted extremely quickly. She quickly dodged sideways and at the same time used her short knife to block Zhang Wei's long sword. The two were in a stalemate. Boss, you've made great progress. You can seize every opportunity to counterattack. However, during a stalemate, you must pay attention to the use of strength and don't let the enemy find a loophole. As Lu Rumei spoke, she shook her wrist, forcefully knocking Zhang Wei's sword away, and then launched another attack. The two of them fought back and forth continuously. As time went on, Zhang Wei's combat experience became richer and richer, his attacks became sharper and his defense became tighter. Lu Rumei also constantly adjusted her coaching methods based on Zhang Wei's progress, allowing Zhang Wei to improve his strength faster. After 1 or 2 hours of high-intensity combat training, Zhang Wei gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle. With the help of his perception talent, he could keenly capture the subtle flaws in every attack of Lu Rumei, as well as subtle changes in muscles when the body moves, so as to make predictions and responses in advance. At this moment, Lu Rumei launched another attack, and the short knife stabbed at Zhang Wei from a tricky angle like a nimble snake. Zhang Wei's eyes focused, and his perception talent was activated instantly. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and he could clearly see the trajectory of the dagger. He dodged the attack easily by moving to the side, and at the same time changed his pace to quickly close the distance between him and Lu Rumei. Seeing that her attack missed, Lu Rumei was about to change her tactics, but she didn't expect Zhang Wei's counterattack to come so quickly. Zhang Wei seized the opportunity, activated the spiritual power in his body, and performed the flame palm. A raging fire instantly ignited on his palm, and he blasted towards Lu Rumei with scorching heat. Lu Rumei felt the heat wave coming towards her and was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a loud bang, Zhang Wei's flame palm hit Lu Rumei hard. The flames instantly enveloped her, and her clothes burned quickly under the high temperature, but in the blink of an eye, they were burned clean. Fortunately, the supermarket employees were invincible in the supermarket, and Lu Rumei was not hurt at all, but she was extremely embarrassed at the moment. She subconsciously covered the key parts of her body with her hands, and her cheeks instantly turned red, like ripe apples, and the blush spread all the way to her ears. Her eyes were full of shyness. She didn't dare to look directly into Zhang Wei's eyes. She lowered her head slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if telling of her shyness and uneasiness. Zhang Wei didn't expect such an outcome. He was stunned when he saw Lu Rumei, who was naked and shy, and a blush appeared on his face. He stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Rumei still lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, no. It's okay, it's me, I didn't dodge. Her hands were tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, her body was trembling slightly, and she obviously had not yet recovered from the sudden embarrassment. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Both of them stood there, neither of them spoke. Only the flame that had not yet been extinguished was dancing gently, as if witnessing this awkward and delicate moment. Lu Rumei seemed to have mustered up all her courage and pounced on Zhang Wei. Her hands tightly grasped the corner of Zhang Wei's clothes, her body trembling slightly, her voice trembling and shy. Boss, I know you're a good person. You're always very kind to us employees and always take care of us. Having said this, she paused and took a deep breath, as if to cheer herself up, and I know you don't have a girlfriend, and you have never had a girlfriend. I like you, can I be your girlfriend? After Lu Rumei finished speaking, her whole face turned extremely red with shame, like a ripe peach, so red that it was about to bleed. She was a very beautiful girl, with delicate facial features that looked as if they were carefully carved, eyebrows like distant ink, eyes like stars, a high nose bridge, and rosy lips. Coupled with her curvy figure and exquisite curves, both her appearance and figure are top-notch. For a woman like this, I wonder how many suitors are willing to go crazy for her and be her suck-ups willingly. Now, she was completely naked, and the clothes she had just put on had slipped down a little because of the sudden movement, revealing a large area of white skin. Those big watery eyes were full of anticipation and shyness, looking straight at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei is not Lu Xiaohui. Faced with such a beautiful woman taking the initiative to speak, how could he hesitate? Woo! Zhang Wei did not answer Lu Rumei, but directly proved his idea with actions. He lowered his head slightly and kissed the other person's cherry lips. This kiss, like drywood meeting fire, instantly ignited the passion in the hearts of both of them. Lu Rumei was stunned at first, her eyes widened instantly, as if she didn't expect Zhang Wei to be so direct. But soon, she was infected by the passionate kiss and began to respond to Zhang Wei. Her little mouth responded to Zhang Wei's request clumsily, awkwardly but passionately, as if she wanted to convey all her emotions to the other party through this kiss. Although neither of them had any experience in this area, they seemed to have a natural instinct for this kind of thing. As the kiss deepened, their breathing became faster and their heartbeats became faster. Zhang Wei's hands unconsciously touched Lu Rumei's back. Her skin was fair and smooth, without any excess fat, and as delicate as silk. Zhang Wei's heart moved, and he flashed and brought Lu Rumei to his bed. He gently placed Lu Rumei on the bed and pressed himself on top of her. Their bodies pressed tightly together, as if they were about to merge into one. Chapter 63 Success. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Zhang Wei. Boss Lady, Lu Rumei. Supermarket level, 21%. Staff, Wang Yuyan, Xiaoyu, Lu Huanxin, Yulunyu, Wang Yun 510. Function 1, arrive any number of times 05 times. Function 2, weaponry. Zhang Wei discovered that Lu Rumei had successfully become the boss's wife. She is no longer an employee. Moreover, Zhang Wei could also see her loyalty. Character, Lu Rumei. Strength, level 21%. Talent, B. Agility. Ability, F. Dagger Mastery. Loyalty, 95. If the loyalty level reaches 90 or above, it is basically impossible for the person to betray, unless he is seeking death and keeps hurting the other party. But he would never do such a thing, he would only continue to suppress her in certain areas. The next morning, as soon as the sky turned light, Wang Yuyan got up early. After she finished washing up, she went to Lu Rumei's door and knocked gently. After the door opened, she saw that Lu Rumei walked a little slowly, and a smirk suddenly appeared on her face, with a bit of ridicule and mockery hidden in that smile. Sister Lu, congratulations on your success. Wang Yuyan blinked and said playfully. Lu Rumei's cheeks flushed instantly when she heard her say that. She said shyly, "You little girl, you only know how to tease me." Wang Yuyan came close to Lu Rumei, eyes full of envy, and said, "The boss is a good person. You won't go wrong if you follow him. Look at him, he's always nice to everyone and he's capable, so I'm sure he'll have a good life in the future." Lu Rumei raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with happiness, and said softly, "I know he is a man worthy of trust." Then, Lu Rumei's expression became serious. She looked at Wang Yuyan and said earnestly, "The boss is very mysterious. He has the magical ability to teleport to our world. Think about it, a man as capable as him will definitely have more women around him in the future. Yuyan, you have to work hard." When Wang Yuyan heard this, her face flushed with shame. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Sister Lu, I don't have that idea. I am very grateful that you can rescue me from that dire straits and free me from the sea of suffering. How could I steal a man from you? Please don't say that." Lu Rumei sighed softly and said slowly, "In this apocalypse, we have all witnessed too many separations and deaths. Those scenes of fratricide are still chilling to the heart when I think of them. It's not uncommon to see people selling their daughters for fame and fortune, or abandoning their wives and daughters just to survive." She paused, then continued, "I also know very well that someone as capable as Zhang Wei, who also has the ability to teleport between the two worlds, cannot belong to me alone. We will never leave the supermarket in our lifetime. This is our safe haven. So, it's actually quite normal to seek Zhang Wei as a backer and become his woman." After hearing what Lu Rumei said, Wang Yuyan fell into deep thought. She recalled the unbearable memories at the end of the world. In that cruel world, women without strength are worse than pigs and dogs. She had seen many women selling their bodies in order to have something to eat, a sip of water to drink, or simply to have someone to rely on. The eyes of those women were filled with despair and helplessness, but they had to make such a choice in order to survive. Wang Yuyan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask herself, can this be blamed on women? No, it's all because of that damn apocalypse. In that world, what choice do they have? Being able to survive is the greatest luxury. At this moment, the glass door of the supermarket was gently pushed open, and a man of medium build and a slightly haggard face walked in. He held a steaming breakfast tightly in his hand, walked hurriedly, and searched for something in the supermarket eagerly. Soon, his eyes locked on Lu Rumei, a hint of joy instantly appeared on his face, and he quickly quickened his pace and walked towards Lu Rumei. Walking up to Lu Rumei, the man breathed slightly, handed the breakfast in his hand to Lu Rumei, and said with a flattering smile on his face, "Rumei, you haven't eaten yet, right? I bought you breakfast from a well-known restaurant. It has delicious shrimp dumplings. Come and eat." Lu Rumei was originally talking to Wang Yuyan, and was a little displeased by this sudden interruption. She raised her head, gave the man a cold look, and said directly, "Zhang Yangchang, I already have a boyfriend. Don't bother me anymore. Do you hear me?" The smile on Zhang Yangchang's face froze instantly. He shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with resentment, and said, "Impossible. You are definitely lying to me. Rumei, for you, I'm willing to do anything. As long as you say it, I won't even frown even if I have to go through fire and water." When Lu Rumei heard this, her brows furrowed tightly, a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes, and she said, "You said that?" Zhang Yangcheng seemed to have grasped the last straw and quickly responded, yes, that's what I said. As long as you can be happy, I will do anything." Lu Rumei took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely determined, and she spoke word by word, "Then I want you to get out and never come back again." Zhang Yangcheng's body shook violently as if struck by lightning. His face was filled with hurt. He asked in a trembling voice, "What's wrong with me? I'm sincere to you, why do you treat me like this?" Lu Rumei was merciless and said directly, "You're a toad who wants to eat swan flesh, but you don't even consider your own moral character. Don't embarrass me from now on, and don't bother me anymore." Zhang Yangcheng still refused to give up. He took a step forward, a mad look in his eyes, and asked loudly, "Who is your boyfriend? I want to meet him. I want to see how he is better than me." Just then, there was a sound of steady footsteps on the stairs. Zhang Wei walked down slowly from upstairs. His face was very calm, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Zhang Wei, he's the one who keeps pestering me. I'm not interested in him at all." Lu Rumei originally had an indifferent look on her face, but when she came in front of Zhang Wei, she instantly became as obedient as a kitten. She leaned close to Zhang Wei, looking at him with loving eyes. Her gentle eyes formed a sharp contrast with her previous indifference towards Zhang Yangcheng. Jiang Wei walked straight to Lu Rumei, pulled her behind him, then looked at Zhang Yangcheng coldly and said, "Zhang Yangcheng, don't bother anyone in my supermarket anymore, or I won't let you go. I won't let anyone else miss my woman." After seeing this scene, Zhang Yangcheng collapsed and left the supermarket unwillingly. Chapter 64. You didn't know how to control yourself last night. Jiang Wei folded his hands in front of his chest, glanced around, and said with an unquestionable majesty, "If you encounter these shameless guys in the future, just kick them out. No need to waste time. Our supermarket is not a place where just any cat or dog can run wild. You are not someone who can be harassed by anyone. If anyone dares to disrespect you, do not hesitate and fight them off." Lu Rumei stood aside, her lips curled up, her eyes narrowed into crescents, and she smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll listen to you." Jiang Wei turned around unhappily, his eyes fixed on Lu Rumei's face. He frowned slightly and asked, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Lu Rumei's smile grew even brighter. She leaned closer to Jiang Wei, blinked, and said playfully, "I know you're jealous. Just now, when you saw Zhang Yangcheng pestering me, you must be unhappy." Lu Rumei still felt very sweet in her heart, which proved that Jiang Wei still had her in his heart. The corner of Jiang Wei's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Lu Rumei's buttocks lightly, making a crisp sound. He deliberately put on a stern face and said, "You dare to tease me? I'll make you suffer tonight. Don't beg for mercy then." Lu Rumei thought of Jiang Wei's strength in bed, and her body trembled slightly. Her face turned pale in an instant. She looked at Jiang Wei pleadingly and said, "Please spare me, I'm still in pain. You didn't show any restraint last night." Jiang Wei looked at Lu Rumei's pitiful appearance, and his heart softened, but he still said stubbornly, "Then I will spare you for now. I will punish you in a few days. Don't think you can get away with it easily then." After saying that, Jiang Wei put away his joking expression. Because Wang Yuyan was laughing and joking beside them. He waved to the busy employees in the supermarket and shouted, "Everyone come here, I have something to announce." When the employees heard the shouting, they put down their work and gathered around. Jiang Wei cleared his throat and said loudly, "If there is anything important happening in the supermarket in the future, just contact Lu Rumei. She will notify me when the time comes. Her words represent my words, and everyone must obey the arrangements. However, if there is anything, I hope you can discuss it among yourselves. If you can't handle it, please notify me." When the others heard this, their eyes all fell on Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei looked beaming with happiness, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Everyone understood what had happened in an instant, and they were secretly speculating about what had happened last night. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. There was even envy in their eyes. They didn't expect Lu Rumei to act so quickly and successfully take down Jiang Wei so quickly. They actually understand Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is a person who is very respectful to them and never makes any excessive demands on them. At the beginning, everyone discussed it privately and almost thought that Jiang Wei didn't like women. After all, he has always been single and always keeps a certain distance from them. Now that Lu Rumei has successfully become Jiang Wei's woman, they suddenly realized that it was not that Jiang Wei didn't like women, but that he needed them to be more proactive. But how many of them have the courage and luck like Lu Rumei? After everyone returned to their posts and resumed work, Jiang Wei's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. After the call was connected, a polite and clear voice came from the other end of the phone, informing Jiang Wei that the person sent by Wahaha's supplier to discuss cooperation was about to arrive. Jiang Wei quickly told the other party the specific location of the supermarket and then waited at the door of the supermarket. Not long after, a black commercial vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the supermarket. The car door opened and a woman in a business suit got out of the car. When Jiang Wei saw the other party, he was immediately very surprised. He never expected that the person sent by the Waha supplier to discuss cooperation would be a beautiful woman. The woman's name is Lin Yu and she looks to be in her 30s. She has a graceful figure and light steps, and every step she takes is filled with innate confidence and competence. Her long, shiny black hair was neatly tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead. Her face is delicate and fair, and her bright eyes are like the twinkling stars in the night sky, full of wisdom. Under the high nose bridge is a cherry-like small mouth with slightly upturned corners, showing a perfect smile, making people feel both friendly and professional. Lin Yu was wearing a well-tailored navy blue business suit with a slim-fitting suit jacket on top, which perfectly outlined her slender waist. She wore a pair of straight leg trousers of the same color, which made her legs look long and straight. She wore a pair of black high heels, which made a tapping sound as she walked, as if playing a melody of confidence. She wore a light blue silk scarf around her neck, adding a touch of soft color to the overall look. Lin Yu walked up to Zhang Wei, stretched out her fair and slender hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Lin Yu, sent by Wahaha's supplier to discuss cooperation." "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei raised his chin slightly, his voice was steady and powerful, with a warm smile on his face, and extended his hand to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently shook Zhang Wei's hand and politely responded, "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Wei made a pleased gesture and said, "Ms. Lin, please come this way. I'll show you around my supermarket first." As he said that, he took Lin Yu into the supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Lin Yu's eyes widened instantly and his face was full of shock. She originally thought that this was just an ordinary small supermarket in the countryside, but the scene before her was completely beyond her imagination. The interior of the supermarket is spacious and bright, with neatly arranged shelves and a wide range of merchandise, from daily necessities to various foods and beverages, all arranged in an orderly manner. How could a supermarket in the countryside be so big? Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She never expected that there was such a large supermarket hidden in this small town. However, Lin Yu was an experienced businessman after all, and he quickly adjusted his mood. She didn't ask much, but politely asked to see Zhang Wei's business license and other relevant documents. Zhang Wei readily took her to the office and showed her the documents one by one. Lin Yu checked carefully and nodded slightly after confirming that the documents were complete, authentic, and valid. Afterwards, Lin Yu took out a contract from his briefcase, placed it on the table, and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is our company's contract. After the contract is signed, we will deliver goods according to your order quantity in the future to ensure timely and sufficient supply." Zhang Wei picked up the contract and read it carefully, checking the terms word by word without missing any details. After a while, he looked up and said, "I've read the contract, and there's nothing wrong with it. However, I don't like to default on payments. As long as the goods arrive, I will pay the full amount and will not default on you." Lin Yu was very surprised when she heard this, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. In her opinion, many small businesses will have some delays in settling payments, and it is rare to find someone as straightforward as Zhang Wei. However, she still had some doubts in her mind and didn't think that this small supermarket needed too many goods. Chapter 65: Recruiting Employees Again. "If that's the case, thank you very much, Mr. Zhang." Lin Yu bowed slightly, with a professional smile on his face, and continued. "From now on, all your questions regarding cooperation can be directed to me. I am the person in charge of the Waha, Fengshe region. However, Mr. Zhang, I still want to remind you that our supply of goods is based on the order volume. Your supermarket is large, but if you order too much at once, if sales are slow, it will easily lead to a backlog of goods, which will be disadvantageous to you." Lin Yu looked at Zhang Wei sincerely, full of concern. Zhang Wei smiled confidently, revealing a row of white, neat teeth, and said, "Don't worry, Miss Lin, I have it all figured out. The contract has been signed, so can I place the order now?" "Sure." Lin Yu nodded, took out a pen and notebook from her bag, and prepared to record the order. "As long as you pay 30% of the total amount of the order, we will arrange the shipment as soon as possible after receiving the advance payment." Zhang Wei cleared his throat and said, 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, 100,000 bottles of mineral water, 80,000 bottles of lactic acid bacteria drinks, and 60,000 cans of 8 treasure porridge. He described everything produced by the other company as if he were counting them all, and the quantity of each product was quite considerable. Lin Yu listened to the number of orders Zhang Wei reported, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. She had just earnestly advised Zhang Wei not to order too many things at once, but he ordered so many things in the blink of an eye. Can he sell all these things? Mr. Zhang, are you kidding me? Ordering so much at once, aren't you worried about a serious backlog of goods? This is no small amount of money. Lin Yu couldn't help but ask, full of worry. I didn't order too many. I originally planned to order 500,000 pieces at once. This is only 1/5 of the total. Zhang Wei spread his hands and answered with a relaxed look, as if it was just a trivial matter. When Lin Yu heard this, his eyes almost popped out, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his expression became extremely exaggerated. 0Q. Are you sure? This much cargo is no joke. Lin Yu confirmed again, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Sure, tell me the price. Jiang Wei said this in a decisive tone, his eyes revealing confidence. Lin Yu quickly took out the price list from her bag, checked it carefully, and reported the price to Jiang Wei. After listening to this, Jiang Wei nodded, then took out his mobile phone, quickly operated the account provided by the other party, and said, "I've already paid half of the deposit. Once your goods arrive, I'll pay the remaining half immediately." Lin Yu never expected that Jiang Wei would be so straightforward and generous. Not only did he order so many goods at one time, he also paid half of the funds. You know, she has never met such a good agent. For other agents, it would be great if they didn't find ways to delay payment for goods. It's impossible for them to pay so readily. She couldn't help but feel more admiration and curiosity towards Jiang Wei. After Lin Yu received the notification from Jiang Wei about the payment, he did not dare to delay at all and immediately took out his mobile phone to contact the company's finance department. On the phone, she anxiously confirmed the arrival of funds, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, afraid of missing any information. When the finance department confirmed that the funds had arrived safely, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and his attitude became more respectful. She bowed slightly, a smile on her face, and said, "Mr. Zhang, since you ordered a lot of things, we will ship them in batches. We will dispatch a transport vehicle from the nearest warehouse in the afternoon and arrange for a batch of goods to depart. We will strive to ship everything to you within a few days, and will definitely not delay your business." Jiang Wei nodded, frowning slightly, and said anxiously, "The faster the better. If it's too slow, there won't be enough for me to sell. The supermarket business is getting better and better now, and the demand is huge." Lin Yu thought Jiang Wei was joking. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a light smile. She said, "Mr. Zhang is really a joker. How can so much goods be sold out so quickly?" She didn't take Jiang Wei's words too seriously. After saying goodbye briefly, she left the supermarket and went back to arrange the delivery. Jiang Wei looked at Lin Yu's departing back, then his figure flashed and teleported to the location of the Red Star supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Jiang Wei was shocked by the scene before him. The supermarket was still crowded and bustling, with survivors pouring into the supermarket like a tide. The merchandise on the shelves had been picked all over by customers, and some were even empty. Lu Rumei was busy as hell. When she saw Jiang Wei coming, she quickly put down her work, walked quickly to his side, and said anxiously, "Boss, please hire more people. We can't even get the products on the shelves in time." Wang Yin had no choice but to ask them to go directly to the warehouse to get the things. "Just now, many people asked if we were hiring. I was afraid you hadn't made any arrangements yet, so I asked them to wait." Jiang Wei nodded, his eyes revealing determination, and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Just like yesterday, he sent a message to everyone and announced the recruitment information. However, this time he modified the recruitment requirements, clearly stating in the recruitment information that only women were recruited and that there were age requirements. As soon as the recruitment news was released, the crowd around was immediately excited. The men who didn't meet the recruitment requirements showed disappointment on their faces and complained, "They only recruit women. We have no chance." Some men also said in a joking tone, "If it were me, I would only want women, and as many as possible. This boss is really good at choosing people." The women who met the requirements were extremely excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, and they began to talk about it in a flurry. "That's great. If I can be selected, I will have a stable job in the future. I heard there's going to be an assessment, but I don't know how it's going to work. I'm so nervous." Those women who successfully registered were guided by the staff in an orderly manner and passed through the transmission device one by one and were transported to a space specially used for employee assessment. They stood in this unfamiliar space, with tension and anticipation in their eyes, quietly waiting for the upcoming test. Jiang Wei is like an observer from a high position, watching their every move, behavior and assessment results from a detached perspective in order to make a comprehensive evaluation. The assessment began soon, and various test items were carried out one by one. At this moment, a person quickly caught Jiang Wei's attention. Chapter 66 Twin Employees. It was a one-armed girl. She stood quietly among the crowd, like a solitary ice flower. He exudes a coldness that keeps people at a distance, as if no strangers are allowed to approach him. She has golden hair as bright as the sun, falling softly on her shoulders. In the slightly dim light of the examination room, she stood out particularly, and her distinctive foreign face caught people's attention at a glance. Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional, and her high nose bridge is as firm as a mountain. The deep eyes are like a cold pond, revealing endless indifference. Her lips were tightly closed, with the corners of her mouth slightly drooping, giving her a serious and unapproachable look. This one-armed girl has a very unique temperament. She stood there, her posture erect, like a pine tree standing proudly in the cold wind, tough and aloof. Her eyes revealed a calmness and composure that came from having experienced many vicissitudes of life, as if she had already seen through the turmoil and noise of the world. During the assessment, every move she made was quick and decisive, without any hesitation, and her every gesture showed her determination. Even with only one arm, she showed amazing strength when facing various assessment items. Whether it's running and jumping in the physical test, or carrying objects and operating equipment in the skill test, she can handle it easily and with ease. Zhang Wei looked at her performance and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This girl gave him the feeling of a killer hiding in the dark. She was ruthless, cold, and decisive, as if no difficulties could stop her progress. Zhang Wei's mind moved, a soft light flashed, and Alice was instantly teleported in front of him. As soon as Alice stood firm, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her already cold face became even more vigilant. She has neat short golden hair with every strand standing up, as if she has an innate unruly nature. Her eyes were like deep blue gemstones, cold and piercing. Under the high nose bridge, his lips were pressed tightly into a straight line, and his whole body exuded an aura that kept strangers away. She was wearing a worn black leather jacket that was covered in scratches and stains, and it was obvious that she had experienced many battles. He wore a pair of tight black jeans and a pair of black marten boots, making him look capable and cool. She looked Zhang Wei up and down, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Are you the owner of the supermarket?" Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his expression calm. A contract that had been prepared long ago flew in front of Alice and said, "You are qualified. After signing this contract, you will be a member of the supermarket." Alice didn't take the contract immediately. Instead, she stared at Zhang Wei with curiosity in her eyes and asked, "Don't you need to ask anything else? For example, my past, my abilities, or why I'm applying for this job?" Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a proud smile, and said, "No need. For me, as long as you are not satisfied with your performance, I can fire you at any time, and you can only rely on me. In this supermarket, I make the rules." Alice was silent for a moment, nodded, and replied, "I used to be a killer. I only know how to kill people. Are you sure you want to keep someone like me?" Zhang Wei was extremely confident and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter who you are to me. I'll give you a new identity, but you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I can eliminate you at any time. I have the ability to do that in this supermarket." Alice nodded again and said, "As long as you can give me enough shelter, let me have a place to go, and stop being hunted by others, I will naturally obey your orders and work for you." Alice took the contract without hesitation, quickly glanced through it, and signed her name. After signing the contract, Zhang Wei looked at Alice's one arm and said, "As a supermarket employee, you can't have a broken arm. It will affect your work." As he finished speaking, a soft golden light emanated from his hand and enveloped Alice's one arm. Alice only felt a warm current flowing into her body, and then her one arm began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, a complete arm appeared on her body, with smooth and delicate skin, exactly the same as the original arm. This. Alice was completely shocked. Her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, her mouth slightly open, but she couldn't speak for a moment. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said to Zhang Wei, "From now on, if the boss has anything to do, as long as he tells me, I will do it even if it costs me my life." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go change your clothes. The second floor is the clothing area. There are all kinds of clothes there. You can choose whatever you want. The third to fifth floors are the accommodations. Just pick an empty room and live there. Remember, from now on you will be a member of the supermarket and must abide by the supermarket's rules and regulations." "Yes, boss." Alice answered respectfully, and was then teleported to the second floor by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei once again focused his attention on the assessment space and looked at the next suitable employee. Zhang Wei carefully observed each applicant in the assessment space. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pair of twins. The twins stood in the crowd like two shining pearls, attracting great attention. Their appearance is just like copy and paste, they look exactly the same. Her fair skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, with a faint luster. Under the curved eyebrows are a pair of big watery eyes, like clear lake water, lively and bright, revealing intelligence and cleverness. Under the small nose is a pink cherry mouth with slightly upturned corners, giving a subtle smile, giving people a sweet feeling. Their hair is black and shiny, falling softly on their shoulders, with slightly curled ends, adding a touch of playfulness. They were wearing simple white t-shirts and blue denim shorts. Although the style was ordinary, they wore it in a unique way of fashion. The most eye-catching thing is their long, straight legs. Her legs are thin and straight, with smooth and graceful lines, as if they were carefully carved works of art. Her skin glows with a healthy radiance under the sunlight, and every step she takes seems to carry a unique rhythm, attracting the attention of people around her. When faced with the mutant beasts that suddenly appeared during the assessment, their performance made Zhang Wei's eyes light up. Whether it was their attacks or movements, the two of them were like one person, in perfect unison, without the slightest deviation. They are light and nimble like swallows, moving freely among the attacks of mutant beasts. With just a glance or a subtle movement, they can understand each other, as if they have an innate tacit understanding. During this period, they didn't say anything, but they were able to accurately understand each other's thoughts and cooperate seamlessly. Zhang Wei knew very well that in the doomsday, women without strength would have an extremely difficult living environment and would have long become playthings of men. This pair of twins not only possesses outstanding strength, but also has such outstanding appearance and tacit cooperation. They are undoubtedly rare talents. With a thought, Zhang Wei teleported the two women in front of him. Xiaoyu, Xiaotian, you have passed the test. Zhang Wei looked at them and said with a smile. The two looked at each other, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, and then they smiled at each other. That smile was like the sunshine in spring, warm and bright. They said in unison, "Thank you, boss, for taking us in. We will definitely work hard." Zhang Wei nodded, picked up two contracts from the table and handed them to them. The two took the contract, read it carefully, and signed their names without hesitation. After signing the contract, they officially became employees of the supermarket. Chapter 67. Your scheming is worthless in front of me. There are still 2 employee vacancies left in the supermarket. Zhang Wei's eyes scanned back and forth among the group of applicants in the assessment space, not missing any details, striving to select the most suitable candidate. Soon, his eyes locked on a woman named Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan has a tall and straight posture, like a proud pine tree, and exudes a confident and calm temperament. She has long, shiny black hair that falls softly down her back. The ends of her hair were slightly curled, swaying gently with her movements, adding a touch of charm. Her face is delicate and small, like a carefully carved work of art. Her fair skin was faintly flushed, like a newly blooming peach blossom. A pair of big and bright almond-shaped eyes, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, revealing intelligence and cunning. Under the high nose bridge is a cherry-like small mouth. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and she always has a faint smile on her face, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze. She was tall and well-proportioned. Her slender waist is not even thick enough to be held in one hand, and her long legs are straight and strong. In this doomsday world, order collapses, morality declines, and the rules of survival become extremely cruel. If a woman wants to live a comfortable life in such an environment, being kind and gentle will only make her a man's plaything. Here, the women who can truly survive to the end are often those who are powerful, resourceful, and ruthless. Zhang Yan is undoubtedly such a woman. She is extremely intelligent, understands human nature well, and is good at using her appearance and wisdom to gain benefits. Don't be fooled by her weak appearance, she is actually quite powerful, having reached the 2nd level. She also possesses an A-level, fire attribute, talent, which allows her to thrive in the doomsday and never go hungry. Such women are highly adaptable and extremely dangerous. However, for Zhang Wei, no matter how dangerous a woman is, he can conquer her as long as he wants. He never believed in nonsense like women are made of water. In his opinion, a disobedient woman is useless no matter how beautiful she is. As Zhang Yan gradually recovered her memory, the look she gave Zhang Wei began to become complicated. She wanted to use some means to test Zhang Wei's bottom line, but before she could open her mouth, Zhang Wei took the initiative. Put away those little thoughts of yours. I know you very well. To be frank, your scheming is worthless in front of me. Either sign this contract and become a supermarket employee, or get out immediately. Zhang Wei said coldly. When Zhang Yan heard this, she was shocked. She knew Zhang Wei's methods very well and understood her current situation. After weighing the pros and cons, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only respond obediently, "Okay, boss, I'll sign the contract right away." Having said that, she signed her name without even reading the contents of the contract carefully. In her opinion, it was just an ordinary piece of paper. How much binding force could it have? However, when the contract turned into a ray of light and instantly entered her mind, she realized that she had underestimated Zhang Wei's methods. The contract spells out in detail her duties, rights, and the consequences of breach of contract. If she disobeys her boss's words, her life may be taken away by Zhang Wei at any time. Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned pale and her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. For a woman like Zhang Yan who has struggled in the doomsday and has long been accustomed to controlling her own destiny, to completely hand over one's life and future to others is undoubtedly an indescribable feeling of uneasiness and torment. Especially when this other is a man, the fear and anxiety are infinitely magnified. In this doomsday, she witnessed with her own eyes how too many men, after gaining power, became selfish and cruel, and even treated women as playthings. Don't worry, as long as you don't violate the supermarket's regulations, I won't bother you too much. Zhang Wei seemed to see through Zhang Yan's thoughts, curled his lips in disdain and said. Zhang Yan's heart moved slightly when he heard this. She was very good at understanding people's minds, so she could naturally tell that what Zhang Wei said was not empty talk. Come to think of it, with Zhang Wei's abilities and means, if he wanted a woman, there would probably be plenty of people throwing themselves at him. Why would he care about her alone? Thank you, boss, for taking me in. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Yan quickly adjusted his mood and a bright smile appeared on his face, as if all his previous worries and anxieties had disappeared. She greeted him in a familiar manner, trying to get closer to Zhang Wei. Do your part and don't leave the supermarket at will. If you don't obey me and encounter danger outside, I won't save you. If you die, you die. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Wei warned expressionlessly, his tone revealing an unquestionable majesty. Zhang Yan was startled when he heard this. She quickly replied, Don't worry, boss. I'm being hunted by my enemies, so how could I dare to leave the supermarket? You must protect me. After saying this, she carefully observed Zhang Wei's expression, fearing that he would feel resentful because of her enemy. If she had not been hunted by her enemies and had no place to go, and had not wanted to continue hiding and living in fear, she would not have chosen to apply for the supermarket employee position. She thought that with her own abilities and means, she would be able to thrive in the supermarket and even have a chance to take control of it. However, reality gave her a loud slap in the face. The supermarket owner's methods were far beyond her imagination. Not only did he see through her thoughts at a glance, but he also made her feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Zhang Yan immediately put aside all his previous unrealistic thoughts and just wanted to find a safe shelter. Listen carefully, I don't care how much trouble you've caused outside before. Now that you've become a member of the Doomsday Supermarket, you must abide by the rules here. Zhang Wei's eyes were sharp and his tone was filled with unquestionable majesty. As long as you don't violate any of the rules in the employee handbook, even if the King of Heaven comes to the supermarket, you have to obey me. Here, I have the final say. As for your enemies, if they know what's good for them and behave themselves in the supermarket, I won't make things difficult for them. But if they dare to act wildly in the supermarket, I will let them know what it means to disappear completely. If you don't believe me, let them try it. There was a sense of dominance in Zhang Wei's words, as if the entire doomsday world was under his control. Zhang Yan was so excited when he heard this that he quickly thanked him. Thank you, boss. Thank you for taking me in and giving me this shelter. However, despite her gratitude, she was still a little worried. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, But the person I offended is the son of the controller of Sangcheng Bay City. That power is very powerful. Boss, are you really not worried? Zhang Wei curled his lips in disdain upon hearing this and said, What's there to worry about? He's just the son of a base city controller. What a fuss! In my eyes, they're nothing but a bunch of clowns. After hearing this, Zhang Yan felt ashamed. She thought to herself, That's because you're not afraid, how can I not be afraid? But she naturally didn't dare say this. She quickly composed herself and replied respectfully, Yes, boss, you're right. From now on, I'll rely entirely on your protection. I will definitely abide by the supermarket's rules and not cause any trouble for you. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand. A ray of light flashed, and Zhang Yan was teleported to the 4th floor of the supermarket. There are rooms on the 4th floor for you to choose from. Zhang Wei said lightly. He doesn't like living on the same floor with a woman who is too scheming. Chapter 68. This talent is powerful, but it is too life-consuming. Then, Zhang Wei noticed another woman. The woman's name is Lin Yu, and her temperament is completely different from Zhang Yan's. Lin Yu gives people a gentle and soft feeling, like a quietly blooming lily. She has short hair that reaches her shoulders, and her hair lies softly on both sides of her cheeks, making her look neat and tidy yet gentle. Her face is round and has a bit of baby fat, which makes people want to pinch it. Unfortunately, she has a pair of dead eyes, full of longing for the world. Under the small nose is a pair of pale lips. She has a petite figure, but has a unique charm. Her breasts are high and bulging, outlining a beautiful curve. Her slender waist and round hips complement each other. She twists her body as she walks, showing her feminine beauty. To describe it in one sentence, it is a baby face with big breasts. Obviously, the feeling that Lin Yu gave him was a kind of morbid beauty, and she had a baby face and big breasts. After some consideration, Zhang Wei thought that this woman had great charm, potential, and met the requirements of a supermarket employee. So, he thought about it and teleported Lin Yu in front of him. You are the owner of a supermarket. Can I be an employee of the supermarket? Lin Yu looked at Zhang Wei with dead eyes. Yes, after signing the contract, you will be an employee of my supermarket. You must work hard in the future. Zhang Wei said. Good. Lin Yu nodded and signed the contract immediately without even looking at it. Zhang Wei's eyes fell on Lin Yu, and his brows furrowed slightly. You look very abnormal, did something happen? Lin Yu pulled the corners of his mouth helplessly, revealing a bitter smile. My life is coming to an end. I only hope that I can pass away peacefully in the last period of my life. That way I will be at peace. Zhang Wei's curiosity was piqued. He took a step forward and asked, Can you tell me more about the situation? I'm very interested. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. Lin Yu nodded gently, a look of determination in her eyes. There is nothing I can't say. The talent I awakened is SSS level, sacrifice. The rules of this talent are very simple. As long as I sacrifice a certain amount of life, I can gain corresponding abilities. The more life I sacrifice, the stronger the abilities I gain. I'm still alive today thanks to this talent. But as powerful as this talent is, it's too life-consuming. Now, I only have 1 month left to live. After hearing this, Zhang Wei showed a look of surprise on his face. He never imagined that Lin Yu's talent was so special and powerful. SSS level talents are rare in the Doomsday world, and everyone with this talent has great potential. However, the drawbacks of this talent are also very obvious. In order to gain enough strength, one actually needs to consume his lifespan. This is undoubtedly a dilemma. Zhang Wei thought to himself that although his supermarket had a special ability that allowed its employees to be invincible within a certain range, but he really had no way to deal with natural death due to the end of life. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zhang Wei's mind, and he seemed to have thought of a way to keep Lin Yu alive. As long as Lin Yu has a talent that can increase her lifespan, wouldn't that allow her to live longer? Since the supermarket was upgraded, the gene points he obtained can not only be used to improve his own strength. It can also help employees directly improve their realm or acquire new talents. This discovery gave him hope of saving Lin Yu's life. However, things are not that simple. The talent of increasing lifespan is not something he can control at will. Because he is now completely unable to decide what talents he will gain after consuming gene points. Every time he consumed gene points, the talents he gained were completely random and out of his control. This means that he is likely to waste a large number of gene points in vain and will not be able to obtain the talent to increase his lifespan. Besides, Lin Yu and he have no relationship, so there is no reason for him to waste his resources to help the other party increase his lifespan. Zhang Wei is not the kind of unprincipled good guy. There is really no substantial benefit for him to increase Lin Yu's talent for no reason. After all, in this doomsday world, resources are limited and every investment must be carefully calculated. However, people with SSS level talents are extremely rare. In the apocalypse, everyone with SSS level talent is like a rare treasure. Once such a person truly grows up, the strength he displays will be absolutely incredible, enough to make him a hegemon. Zhang Wei knew in his heart that if he could really find a talent that could offset the side effects of Lin Yu's talent and free her from the limitations of her lifespan, then she is very likely to become a top-level strong person in the future. By then, maybe it can become a great help to me. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His brows were furrowed, his eyes revealed hesitation and entanglement, and he was constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Lin Yu had been paying close attention to the changes in Zhang Wei's expression. When she saw him lost in thought, her body shook involuntarily. Her originally dead eyes now revealed a strong desire to survive, as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness. Her voice trembled as she asked cautiously, "Boss, do you have a way to keep me alive?" There was a hint of expectation in her voice, mixed with a hint of fear, afraid of getting a negative answer. Zhang Wei raised his head and looked at Lin Yu with a complicated look in his eyes. He said slowly, "There is indeed a way, but the cost of this method is too high. It is not something that can be paid lightly." When Lin Yu heard this, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in her eyes, and she quickly said, "Boss, as long as I can survive, I will do anything you ask me to do without hesitation. I really don't want to die. I want to live. Even ants try to survive, let alone someone as strong as Lin Yu." She is now at the 3rd level of strength, which is considered top-level combat power in the Red Star organization. With her strength, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to provoke those powerful beings. If you don't do anything that will lead to your own death, you will naturally be able to survive well in the doomsday. Unfortunately, fate played a trick on her. Because of her awakened talent of sacrifice, she had to face the desperate situation of running out of life. It was for this reason that she chose to come to the supermarket and become an employee. "I just want to be able to pass away peacefully in the last period of my life." Now, when she heard that she still had hope of survival, the instinct for survival in my heart was instantly aroused. She naturally didn't want to die so easily. She longed to continue living. Chapter 69 Only I Can Give You. Zhang Wei folded his hands across his chest, his expression serious. He stared straight at Lin Yu and said slowly, "I've thought carefully about the ways to keep you alive. There are only 2. The first option is to allow you to break through to the 4th level within a month. But you and I both know the difficulty of this. This requires a large amount of resources, including crystal cores, special potions, and so on. Each one is very valuable. Besides, gathering enough resources to allow someone to break through from level 3 to level 4 within a month would be too costly. I don't want to do that." When Lin Yu heard this, her heart tightened. She naturally understood the difficulty of breaking through the 4th level. In the Doomsday world, every level up is like crossing a chasm, requiring enormous effort and cost. Zhang Wei paused, then continued, "Another way is to find a way to replenish your lifespan. I do have a way of doing it, but it's a random one. I can try to awaken your talent that can replenish your lifespan by consuming your special abilities. But the problem is, I don't know exactly how much it will cost for you to successfully awaken that talent. Maybe it will work the first time, maybe it won't work no matter how many times you try." Zhang Wei's words shocked Lin Yu so much that her eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. She never expected that Zhang Wei actually had 2 ways to solve the sequelae of her talent. Moreover, she could hear it from Zhang Wei's words. It's not that Zhang Wei is unable to help her, but he doesn't want to do so because the price to pay is too high. Lin Yu felt bitter in her heart. She actually wanted to break through to the 4th level as soon as possible. If she could break through to the 4th level, her strength would make a qualitative leap, and she might even be able to find other ways to solve the problem of her lifespan. But the reality is cruel. It takes too many crystal cores to break through the 4th level. In this doomsday world, crystal cores are an important resource for improving strength, and each one is hard-earned. She has to struggle for survival every day, hunting zombies to obtain crystal cores. But even so, the number of crystal cores she could obtain in a month was very limited. It is almost an impossible task to hunt down enough crystal cores to break through to the 4th level within a month. What's more, she only has 1 month left to live. During this month, she might be forced to use up her life force again due to various factors. Once her lifespan is consumed, her body will become even weaker, and her hope of breaking through to the 4th level will become even slimmer. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's face showed a look of despair. Lin Yu lowered his head, his eyes full of struggle, and his own dying life kept flashing through his mind. After a long silence, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. She slowly raised her head and took a step forward. She looked directly at Zhang Wei with her watery eyes, and said with a trembling but extremely certain voice, "Boss, I really don't know what else I can give you now, except this body. I really don't want to die. I long to live. As long as you can let me live, I swear, from now on, I will obey you and never betray you. If I break this oath, I will die a miserable death. I know that with your power, you can take my life at any time." Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yu's pitiful appearance and felt a slight movement in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said frankly, "I do have feelings for you. After all, I am a normal man. It would be abnormal if I had no feelings when seeing a beautiful woman. Besides, the cost of saving you is indeed staggering. If it weren't for someone close to me, I wouldn't even bother with this matter. Now that you have made this choice, you must remember what you said. Otherwise, I do have that ability. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. I will never lie to you about this." Lin Yu nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. She raised her hand and wiped them away gently, then replied with a choked voice. "I know I will take responsibility for my choice and will never regret it." After saying that, she seemed to have used up all her courage and began to take off her coat with trembling hands. As her outer clothes slipped off, her snow-white skin gradually revealed, and her plump figure looked particularly attractive under the light. However, just when Lin Yu thought everything was about to happen, Zhang Wei suddenly reached out and stopped her. He looked at Lin Yu calmly and said, "Don't worry, you will be my woman sooner or later. After I solve your sequelae, it won't be too late for me to come and take you." When Lin Yu heard this, there was no shyness on her face, but a hint of relief flashed in her eyes. Zhang Wei was not in a hurry to possess her body, but planned to help her solve her worries first, which was enough to show his sincerity. "Well, thank you, boss." Lin Yu replied softly, her eyes full of gratitude. Zhang Wei teleported Lin Yu to the second floor to choose clothes, and told her that she could freely choose a house to live in on the third floor. Afterwards, Zhang Wei took all the test takers to the first floor of the supermarket and said, "The supermarket's current employee quota is temporarily full. Please try again next time the supermarket has new employment needs." Among the crowd, there were several women with outstanding looks, their eyes full of loss. Zhang Wei sent a message to them individually: "If you can survive this cruel apocalypse and see the next supermarket recruitment, we will give you priority when the time comes." When these women heard this, a glimmer of hope appeared in their originally dim eyes, but they still couldn't hide their disappointment. One of the women couldn't help but ask, "How long will it take? So we can have a rough idea." Zhang Wei thought for a moment and replied, "About a week." When they heard the time, they were still a little disappointed. After all, waiting is always tormenting. "But then I thought, a week is not too long, I can still wait if I grit my teeth." The women looked at each other, and finally a look of relief appeared on their faces. Although the doomsday was full of unknowns and dangers for a week, they decided to continue waiting. Perhaps this was their chance to change their destiny. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he ignored them and looked at other people. At this time, Alice, Xiaoyu, Xiatian and others have started to get busy in the supermarket. Some are tidying up the shelves, some are counting the goods. It is a scene of bustling activity. "Boss, I heard you have weapons for sale here?" A burly survivor looked at Zhang Wei eagerly and asked impatiently. "Yes, we also need to buy weapons. With weapons, our chances of surviving this doomsday will be much greater." Another survivor echoed. "I want a machine gun. With a machine gun, I won't be afraid of mutants anymore." A survivor with a stubble on his face said excitedly. "Do you have bullets?" "A gun alone is not enough, you need enough bullets." Someone else raised a question. Zhang Wei looked at their anxious expressions, nodded, and replied, "Yes, the weapons and bullets are all in the basement. Can you take us to see it?" When they heard this, they immediately became excited, with desire glittering in their eyes. "Sure." As Zhang Wei spoke, he waved his hand and a strange light flashed. The survivors felt dazed for a moment, and when they came to their senses, they found themselves in another place. They looked at the unfamiliar environment around them and were very surprised. After seeing Zhang Wei's magical teleportation ability, they no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Wei. They became more respectful, their eyes full of awe. Chapter 70. It's time to harvest leeks. Choose for yourself. The prices are listed. If you think it's expensive, you can leave. Zhang Wei replied indifferently. They looked at the prices of these weapons and gasped. However, after thinking about it, they realized that they had no other choice. After all, you can't buy these equipment anywhere else. Even if it is sold, it is very dangerous. If the other party robs you, it will not be worth it. I want a machine gun and 500 rounds of ammunition. I want 10 steel knives, 2 daggers, 2 pistols, and 100 rounds of bullets. I want 10 hand bombs, a landmine, and a sniper rifle. They bought these weapons one after another, and Zhang Wei made a lot of money. Sure enough, the arms business is the most profitable. He only spent a few tenths of the price and earned a large amount of crystal cores. Well, this feels really good. If there were more survivors, he would earn more. Every survivor is his potential customer, so he doesn't want too many survivors to die. After this group of people who purchased arms completed the transaction, Zhang Wei did not delay at all and immediately teleported Lu Huanxin to the area where the arms were stored. Lu Huanxin was still confused as soon as he landed. Looking at the piles of ammunition boxes around him, he asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Boss, you suddenly teleported me here. Is there something you want to tell me?" Zhang Weishuan looked at Lu Huanxin seriously and said slowly. "Lu Huanxin, I know you were a soldier before. You must have come into contact with many things related to arms in the army. You must know more about this than I do. So, from today on, the arms sales business will be handed over to you." After hearing this, Lu Huanxin was slightly stunned. But she quickly realized what was going on. She nodded without hesitation and responded simply, "That's no problem, boss. Don't worry, I will do my best." Seeing Lu Huanxin agree so readily, Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Since you agreed, I will give you the authority to purchase arms. However, the arms business isn't easy. There are many tricks involved in both purchasing and selling, especially the selling part, which is a very complex subject." As he spoke, Zhang Wei began to explain in detail to Lu Huanxin. He first pointed to the operating screen for purchasing arms, which recorded the wholesale prices of various arms. Then he let her look at the price tags of the arms he was selling and asked her to learn from them. He also left a lot of gene points on the arsenal so that Lu Huanxin could replenish the stock. "Look, this is the wholesale price for the goods we buy, and this is the price we sell to the outside world. We have to keep the profit margin right. We can't sell it too cheaply, otherwise we won't make any money. But we can't sell it too high. If the price is too high and scares away customers, then the business won't be able to continue." Zhang Wei explained patiently. Lu Huanxin looked carefully at the price comparison above and couldn't help but be shocked. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Wei with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She said, "Boss, you make at least dozens of times the profit on each piece of arms. Isn't that outrageous?" Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, "You don't understand. Arms are in huge market demand, so their price can't be set like ordinary goods. Besides, we also have to ensure that we have enough profits to maintain operations and deal with various emergencies." Lu Huanxin nodded. Although she still felt that the profit was a bit shocking, she also understood that what Zhang Wei said made sense. In order to make it easier for customers to come directly to the arsenal to purchase arms in the future, Zhang Wei thought for a moment and decided to adjust the layout of the arsenal. He brought Lu Huanxin to the first floor, pointed to a gate and said, "I plan to open a separate ammunition passage on the first floor. From now on, customers can simply enter through this door and be transported directly to the armory in the basement. This not only makes it more convenient for customers, as they don't have to keep asking where the armory is, but also improves our work efficiency." Lu Huanxin looked at the door and imagined the scene of future customers coming in and out. He thought this was a good idea, so he nodded in agreement again. Afterwards, Zhang Wei began to renovate and arrange the arms passage to ensure that everything could proceed smoothly. Doomsday Supermarket has undergone tremendous changes during this period. Since Wang Yun took over the position of store manager, she has devoted herself to the management and materials sales of the supermarket. She knew very well that in a doomsday environment, the rational distribution and efficient management of supplies were crucial. This not only concerns the development of the supermarket, but also the lives of many survivors. Wang Yun carefully analyzed people's demand for various materials in a doomsday environment. As time went by, more and more survivors came to the supermarket every day, and their desire for supplies became stronger and stronger. In order to better regulate transactions and ensure the rational distribution of supplies, Wang Yun decided to fully mark the prices of supplies in the supermarket. She first turned her attention to instant noodles, a common fast food. In the doomsday, instant noodles are easy to store and can quickly satisfy hunger, making them a hot commodity among survivors. After some consideration, Wang Yun stipulated that a bucket of instant noodles must be purchased with gold and jewelry worth more than 50,000 yuan. This price may seem high, but in a doomsday environment, the value of gold and jewelry has shrunk significantly, and food is the real hard currency. Then, she considered crystal cores, a special currency that was gradually becoming popular in the doomsday. The crystal core is the energy crystal contained in the mutant beast's body. For survivors, the crystal core can not only be used to improve their own strength, but also as a medium of transaction. Wang Yin decided that one first-level crystal core could buy 5 bags of food. The food here covers various types, including biscuits, canned food, etc., providing survivors with more choices. For relatively scarce and important supplies such as rice and fruit, Wang Yun has established stricter purchasing rules. Nowadays, rice and fruit must be purchased with crystal cores, and one first-level crystal core can only buy 1 kilogram of rice. Fruits are even more precious, and one crystal core can only buy one. On the one hand, this pricing is based on the scarcity of supplies, and on the other hand, it is also to guide survivors to actively go out and hunt mutant beasts to obtain crystal cores. Like this, every item in the supermarket is clearly marked with a price by Wang Yun. Whether it is daily necessities, medicines, or weapons and equipment, there is a corresponding purchase price. Moreover, in order to prevent individual survivors from excessively hoarding supplies, the rule that each person can only purchase 1 bag per day is still implemented. Wang Yun announced this new pricing system and made it clear that the prices will be officially implemented tomorrow. In this doomsday world, pricing power is entirely in their hands. They also have the right to interpret everything, and the survivors can only choose to accept it. However, Wang Yun also knows that this price is not fixed. As time goes by, supplies will gradually be consumed, becoming more difficult to obtain, and prices will naturally rise. At the beginning, it was a necessary strategy for Zhang Wei to sell supplies at a lower price. Only when the survivors have enough food to eat will they have the physical strength and motivation to hunt mutant beasts and obtain crystal cores. Now that the survivors have bought a lot of food, it's time to start harvesting the leeks. By gradually raising prices, we can gain more profits. Zhang Wei discovered that being a capitalist felt so good. You can manage the supermarket while awake and sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk. Chapter 71: The Fully Armed Army. This doomsday supermarket is truly worthy of its reputation. I can actually buy things there. It's so cool. A survivor had an excited look on his face, eating bread and drinking mineral water. That's right. I thought it was just someone else's boasting before, but after coming here in person today, I realized it's all true. I just don't know where the boss came from. How could he open such a supermarket in such a doomsday environment? Another survivor echoed, his eyes full of curiosity. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have enough crystal cores. Otherwise, I would have to buy some handy weapons. With good weapons, we can be more confident when we go out to hunt mutant beasts. A team member frowned and said with some annoyance. Don't lose heart, just work hard and you'll be done. As long as we have enough food and drink and maintain good physical strength, we will definitely be able to earn crystal cores. Once you have enough crystal cores, you can buy any weapon you want. The faces of the team members were filled with satisfied smiles, and each of them had a bag of food in their backpack. Since the establishment of the doomsday supermarket, they no longer have to run around and worry about finding food. As long as you have enough crystal cores, or can find enough gold jewelry, antiques and other valuable things, you don't have to worry about food at all. They plan to put the food back to the base and then immediately set out to hunt mutant beasts to obtain crystal cores. In this way, we can ensure that there are enough crystal cores to buy food every day, and our lives will be guaranteed. They ate food and drank water. The good day of having food to eat had finally arrived. They were very happy and no longer had to go hungry. Just as they were discussing their next plan and walking towards the base, a large group of survivors passed by. This team was fully armed, and each member had a stern expression and a fierce look in their eyes. They were obviously a group of powerful men. When the team saw the other side, they immediately became alert and without any hesitation, they immediately quickened their pace, ready to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Sir, we found a few survivors, they've already left. A soldier on guard, standing on a high place. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he could see clearly the movements of everyone below. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to his superiors. Don't worry about it, they are just a few minor characters, don't delay our business. The commander's voice came from the intercom, his tone full of disdain. He didn't care about these survivors at all. Sir, I noticed their backpacks were bulging, and when I found them, everyone was actually eating food. The soldier did not put down the walkie-talkie immediately, but added another sentence. Oh? Food? When the officer heard this, he immediately became interested, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a greed surged in his heart. In this doomsday world, food is a scarce resource. Meeting a group of survivors with food is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. He said to the soldiers around him, send a few people over and quietly capture them. Move quickly and don't let them get away. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the soldier immediately took a few people and surrounded the previous team of survivors like a ghost in the blink of an eye. Soon, these soldiers, armed with weapons, quickly and orderly surrounded the survivors. They all had stern expressions, and the weapons in their hands flashed coldly in the dim light, emitting a chilling aura. Although these survivors have some strength in their daily lives, they have accumulated a certain amount of survival experience after struggling in the doomsday. But faced with fully armed and well-trained soldiers, they knew in their hearts that they had no capital to fight back. Everyone, what are you doing? If you have something to say, please talk nicely. Don't be impulsive. The leading survivor was shocked upon seeing this and quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, with a flattering smile on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Stop talking nonsense. What's in your bag? A soldier stepped forward, staring at them intently with sharp eyes, and asked loudly. It's just some changes of clothes. Not worth much, really. One of the survivors subconsciously tried to hide his backpack behind him, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he stammered his answer. Tisk, do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Give us the backpacks, or else, don't blame us for being rude. The soldier's face instantly darkened, his eyes revealed a chilling look, and he raised the weapon in his hand slightly, ready to attack at any time. This. Several survivors looked at each other, their hearts filled with helplessness and unwillingness. They knew very well that they were no match for these soldiers, and if they did not hand over their backpacks, their lives would be in danger. Although I am reluctant to give up the food, being alive is the most important thing. As long as people are still alive, there will always be a chance to buy food at the Doomsday Supermarket in the future. After hesitating for a moment, they gritted their teeth and slowly handed the backpack to each other. A soldier took the backpack and opened it impatiently. His eyes instantly widened like bells, his face filled with shock. Captain, it's all food. His voice trembled with excitement. What? When the captain heard this, he immediately became alert. He rushed forward, snatched the backpack and examined it carefully. I saw that the backpack was filled with all kinds of food, including beautifully packaged biscuits, temptingly colored canned food, and bread with a faint aroma. The food is beautifully packaged and looks very fresh, as if it was just produced not long ago. In the apocalypse, such food is a rare treasure. The captain's eyes instantly flashed with greed, and he secretly marveled in his heart, these guys are so lucky to be able to get so much food. He signaled the other soldiers to open the remaining backpacks one by one, and as expected, they were all full of food. He immediately realized that all the food must have come from the same place. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for them. With these foods, they can not only have a full meal themselves, but they may also be able to exchange them for more resources and benefits. So he looked at the survivors and said, "Bring them to the commander." Then he warned, "You better behave yourself, otherwise we won't mind sending you off right away." These people didn't dare to resist at all and just followed behind obediently. Chapter 72 The 10 Masters of the Base. The team leader led the survivors and quickly came to the commander, stood respectfully, and then told the commander everything about the backpacks full of food. What? There's so much food. When the commander heard the news, a flash of shock crossed his originally calm face. He knew very well how precious food was in a doomsday world. If it was just a small amount of supplies, he wouldn't care too much. But now we know that each of their backpacks is full of supplies, which is obviously not normal. The commander slowly stood up and glanced at the survivors with cold eyes. That gaze seemed to penetrate their hearts as he said coldly, "Will you tell me the source of your food on your own initiative, or will you wait for me to force you to speak?" The leader of the survivors felt a pang of anxiety when he saw this, and he quickly said sincerely, "Sir, we won't hide anything at all, and there's no need to hide it. These supplies were purchased from a place called Doomsday Supermarket. We are telling the truth." Upon hearing this, the commander raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and said loudly, "It seems that you are not going to tell the truth and want to fool me with such a ridiculous excuse." As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and he pulled out a sharp knife from his waist and placed it on the neck of the leader of the survivors. The blade pressed against his skin, gleaming coldly. He said in a stern tone, "I've never had much patience. Don't challenge my bottom line. Sir, what we said is true. We really bought the items from the Doomsday Supermarket." The leader of the survivors turned pale with fear, and his voice was trembling, but he still tried to remain calm and explained anxiously. "Many survivors buy supplies from there. This is no secret at all. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask around. We are all honest people. Our lives are in your hands. There is no need to lie." Several other survivors also spoke up, their eyes full of anxiety and sincerity, and they echoed in unison. The leader even thought of something quick and continued, "Sir, look inside, there's a packaging bag and a leaflet. Take a look and you'll see for yourself that we didn't lie to you. The officer frowned, and although he had some doubts in his heart, he still opened one of the backpacks hesitantly. He reached out and picked up a package, and sure enough, he saw the 4 big words Doomsday Supermarket clearly written on it. Then he rummaged through his backpack and found a flyer. The officer unfolded the leaflet and read it carefully. It not only marked the specific location of the supermarket in detail, but also had photos of the supermarket and some brief introduction. Judging from the photos, the supermarket is full of supplies, people are coming and going, and it is a bustling scene. Let's go check out this Doomsday Supermarket. Greed and excitement flashed in the commander's eyes. He waved his hand and hurried towards the supermarket location marked on the flyer with several soldiers around him. Along the way, various thoughts kept popping up in his mind. He thought very boldly in his mind that if he could successfully take control of the supermarket and find out the source of the goods from the supermarket owner, he would make a lot of money. With a stable supply of materials, the status of his force in Sancheng Bay City will surely rise. As the key person who discovered and facilitated this matter, he will definitely be reused. The more the officer thought about it, the more excited he became, and his pace involuntarily quickened. He knew the importance of the news and did not dare to delay for a moment. He quickly picked up the communicator and prepared to report the news to Yang Tianshui, one of the 10 bosses of Sancheng Bay City. Speaking of Sancheng Bay City, it is the gathering place of 80% of the survivors of the entire Sancheng. In this doomsday world, Bay City is like a safe haven, providing people with shelter and hope of survival. However, there is not only one force controlling Sancheng Bay City. Instead, it is jointly controlled by 10 forces, who are also known as the 10 Lords of Sancheng. These 10 bosses each possess certain power and resources, and play an important role in the Bay City. And this commander was none other than a soldier under Yang Tianshui. He knew that as one of the 10 lords, Yang Tianshui had always been eager to expand his power and obtain more resources. If he could tell Yang Tianshui the news about the Doomsday Supermarket, and if this matter can really bring huge benefits, then Yang Tianshui will definitely reward him greatly. By then, he would be able to rely on this incident to rise rapidly and become a well-known figure in the base. At that time, whether it is precious crystal cores, young and beautiful beauties, or delicious food, you can have as much as you want. Thinking of this, the commander couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth with excitement, his eyes full of longing. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, then picked up the communicator and contacted his superior. Captain, I have something very important to report to you. This matter concerns the future development of our forces. You must pay attention to it. The commander said in an urgent voice. Oh? What's so important? Don't be alarmist here. If your information is worthless, you should know the consequences. The team leader warned in a stern voice on the other end of the communicator. The commander's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, Captain. This matter is of great value and must be worth a lot of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to tell you this." The team leader also became curious and asked, "If you have something to say, please speak quickly." "I'm busy." A woman said to the leader coquettishly, "Sir, come on. Stop talking nonsense." The team leader slapped the woman's peach buttocks, causing her to giggle. Then, he said, "Lier, tell me quickly, don't disturb my happiness." Lier listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and became furious. He decided that after he got promoted, he would find some beautiful women to relieve his sexual desire. This matter is of great importance. I will report it to General Manager Yang personally. Lier said. Lier, I'll give you a chance to say it again. The team leader said coldly. Captain, this matter is of great importance. You must report it to General Yang in person. You don't want to be punished by General Yang for this matter, do you? Lier is now very confident and is not afraid of the threats from the team leader at all. Well, you better have some important information. Otherwise, you know what will happen. The team leader was so angry that his desk shook. It's natural. I can't joke about it. Lier replied. Wait. After saying that, the team leader hung up the phone. Then he took out all his anger on the woman below. Chapter 73, Dispatching the Army, Targeting the Supermarket. Not long after, the team leader Dai Liji came to the door of Yang Tianshui's office with light steps. He raised his hand gently and knocked on the door. The crisp knock echoed in the silent corridor. Director Yang, you are truly amazing. I have no choice but to admit you are superior. You are truly still strong despite your age. Dai Liji's coquettish voice could be heard faintly in the office, with a hint of ambiguity and flattery. Wait, there's a knock on the door. Wait for a few minutes, I'll come and deal with you later. Immediately afterwards, Yang Tianchui's voice sounded, slightly impatient and mixed with a hint of urgency. Hate. The woman responded coquettishly. After a while, Yang Tianchui put on his clothes and sat upright at his desk. His expression instantly became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Dai Liji pushed the door open and walked in, with a hint of respect on her face, and said, "General, one of my officers discovered important information outside the base and must report it to you in person." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianshui frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure, and said, "It better be important information, otherwise I will definitely not let him off. In this world, anyone can claim to have important information. If anyone dares to play tricks on me, they'll be in for it." Dai Liji sneered inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. She quickly replied, "I warned him the same thing, but he insisted on telling you in person, saying that this matter was very serious. Put me through. I want to see what important things he has to say." Yang Tianshui leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and said indifferently. Not long after, the call was connected. Yang Tianshui was very direct, with a hint of majesty in his tone, and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Don't waste my time here." On the other end of the phone, Lier was so excited that his voice trembled, and he quickly said, "Yes, Master Zongxi. I discovered a mysterious, doomsday supermarket right on the commercial street not far from the base. The supermarket is incredibly well stocked, with all kinds of food and daily necessities available. And I doubt they have a stable supply of goods. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic environment, it would be impossible for them to have so many supplies. If we can control this supermarket, it will be a great thing for our forces. From now on, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. We can even use these supplies to win over other forces and expand our influence. I've already headed towards that supermarket. I'm going to see how powerful the other party is and whether they have any hidden strengths. However, since they were able to open a supermarket, they must be quite powerful. So, I think I still need to tell you about this matter so that you can make up your mind." When Yang Tianshui heard this, he was also stunned for a moment, his eyes widened instantly, and then his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure, and he said excitedly, "Are you sure this is true? There are all kinds of people out there these days, don't be fooled by some little tricks." Lier was indeed a little too anxious. He should have gone to the supermarket first to carefully check the situation before reporting it. However, he wanted to make progress too much and was eager to be appreciated by Yang Tianshui so that he could reach the top overnight. So, he could only bite the bullet and said firmly, "I dare not lie. This is absolutely true. I personally took out a large amount of food from their backpacks. The packaging of the food was very new. It was obvious that they had just bought it from the supermarket. This could not be faked." Yang Tianshui was very satisfied, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Very good, if this is true, you have indeed made a great contribution. I'll arrange for someone to contact you. Go over there first. Don't act rashly. Find out the other party's background first." "Yes, Soji." Lier answered excitedly, as if he had seen a bright future for himself and was about to reach the peak of his life. After Yang Tianshui hung up the call with Lier, he immediately picked up another phone on the table and quickly dialed a number without any hesitation. After the call was connected, he said in an urgent tone with unquestionable authority, "Send Yang Kong to my office immediately, immediately." At this time, Yang Kong was in a luxurious room, laughing and playing with a dozen young and beautiful ladies. The room was filled with laughter and an ambiguous atmosphere. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. He frowned and took out his phone reluctantly. When he saw that it was his father calling, his heart tightened. He quickly waved to the women around him and said, "Stop arguing. My dad is looking for me. You guys go out first." Although the women were somewhat reluctant, they did not dare to disobey. They stood up, straightened their clothes, and left the room angrily. Yang Kong quickly put on his clothes, tidied up his appearance, then hurriedly left the room and trotted all the way to Yang Tianshui's office. He pushed open the door and asked breathlessly, "Dad, what's the hurry?" "I'm busy." Yang Tianshui glanced at him, motioned him to sit down, and then said with a serious expression, "Just now, an officer under my command reported. He said he discovered a mysterious, doomsday supermarket outside the base. The supplies inside were rich beyond imagination, and he suspected that the other party had a stable supply of goods. If this is true, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our forces. When Yang Kong heard this, his eyes widened instantly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Then he smiled excitedly and said, "Dad, there is actually such a thing. If this is true, then our power will definitely be able to achieve unprecedented development. Think about it, food is our lifeline now. As long as we control the source of food, those other forces will have to obey us. By then, we will be able to completely eliminate other forces, rule the entire base, and even use it as a springboard to expand to other places." Yang Tianxue naturally thought of this as well. He nodded and said with a firm look, "This matter is of great importance and cannot afford any mistakes. I've thought about it over and over again, and I can only feel at ease if I send you. Bring some capable people with you. Make sure you take over this supermarket and find out their supply channels." Yang Kong patted his chest and said confidently, "Dad, don't worry. I, Yang Kong, will be able to handle this matter. There will definitely be no problem. Just wait for my good news. Once I take over this supermarket, our good days will come." After saying this, he laughed happily, as if he had already seen himself standing at the pinnacle of power. However, the only person who was unhappy in the office at this moment was probably Dai Liji. He originally thought that if he could go along, he might be able to gain some benefits or make a contribution in this matter. But now, Yang Tianxue was afraid that the news would leak out, so he asked him to wait here and not go anywhere. He could only stand aside helplessly, a hint of loss in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The key is that he can only listen to the sounds made by Yang Tianxue and other women. Chapter 74 Information in the Supermarket. Yang Kong, with a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition, marched in an orderly but greedy pace towards the Doomsday Supermarket. Their eyes were shining with desire for supplies, as if the supermarket was an inexhaustible treasure waiting for them to dig. Yang Kong was full of confidence and extremely happy. As long as they take over the Doomsday Supermarket, they will become the boss and local tyrant of Sangcheng Base City. At the same time, Li Er on the other side was also approaching the Doomsday Supermarket. He walked hurriedly, full of excitement. Not long after walking, he met several survivors who were also heading to the supermarket to buy supplies. Li Er immediately stopped them, frowning and asking in a stern tone, "Hey, what are you guys doing going to that Doomsday Supermarket? Is there really any supplies there?" When they saw this group of people, they didn't dare to be careless. One of the survivors nodded quickly and said anxiously, "Brother, it's absolutely true. We just came out, and there were so many supplies inside that we couldn't count them. There was food, drinks, and daily necessities, everything." Another person also said, "The supermarket is right there. If you need any supplies, you can go and get them yourself." Li Er was half believing and half doubting, and then asked again, "Don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, you will be in trouble." Another survivor patted his chest and assured, "Brother, how dare we lie to you? How could we possibly deceive you? Look, this is where we got it from." As he spoke, he pointed to his bulging backpack. Li Er looked at the backpack, and the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. From these survivors, he got the same news as he had heard from the survivors before. Now, he no longer worried about the truth of this matter. "Ha ha!" Li Er threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with uncontrollable excitement. "This overwhelming wealth is finally going to be in my hands, Li Er. With these supplies, I can rest easy in this doomsday." Li Er was ecstatic. "Brother, look, what we said is indeed quite good, can you please let us go?" Several survivors who had been captured by Li Er before asked cautiously, their eyes full of anticipation. Li Er was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "Get out of here." Not only that, he also gave them a bag of supplies that he had previously looted from these survivors and said, "Take it, you're lucky." The remaining 2 bags were eaten by them on the way. For them, there are as many supplies as they want in the supermarket, and he really doesn't care about these things. Several survivors quickly took the supplies and thanked him profusely, thank you, brother." After saying that, they left quickly. When they walked away, one of the survivors looked at Li Er and his group from behind, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he muttered to himself, "These fools really think the owner of this Doomsday Supermarket is easy to mess with. Why don't you ask around? How can this supermarket operate so smoothly in the apocalypse? Is there some trickery behind it?" Someone next to him also said, "That's absolutely right. I saw with my own eyes a guy who was so audacious that he tried to molest the female employees in the supermarket. The woman just said the word die and the man died on the spot. Then she waved her hand and the body disappeared, just like magic. Another subordinate also echoed, "That's right, let them be crazy, let them be arrogant. If this doomsday supermarket can be easily occupied, will it still be their turn?" The survivors who were released did not run far. They hid in a corner far away and started watching the excitement. They were whispering to each other. "Humph, these guys don't know how to live or die. Just wait and see how they die. That's right, let's just wait here and see how they cry. It's best to let the supermarket owner wipe them all out." Although Lier was eager to get the supplies from the doomsday supermarket, he was not a completely reckless man. He knew in his heart that the supermarket could remain open safely during the apocalypse, and there must be something behind it. So, he frowned, thought for a moment, and decided to send a few soldiers in to investigate the situation. He specifically called those soldiers over, lowered his voice, and sternly instructed them, "When you go in, just gather intelligence and don't take any action. Wait until Deputy Director Yang arrives, and then we'll act together. Do you understand?" Several soldiers stood up straight and responded loudly, "Yes." After the instructions were completed, several soldiers walked towards the doomsday supermarket with a little nervousness. When they walked to the entrance of the supermarket, the glass door opened slowly and automatically, and at the same time, a mechanical voice of welcome sounded. The sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silence of the apocalypse, causing several soldiers to be stunned for a moment. They walked into the supermarket cautiously, and as soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene inside the supermarket. The supermarket was brightly lit and the shelves were filled with a wide variety of goods. The ground was clean and tidy, and everything was in order, almost making them think they had returned to the prosperous world before the end of the world. This supermarket doesn't even have a single armed guard?" A soldier couldn't help but speak in confusion, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Yeah, that's weird. I thought there should be at least hundreds of guards inside, but there's not even one? This doesn't make sense." Another soldier echoed this with a look of shock on his face. This was completely different from what they had imagined before they came. "I originally thought that there were countless guards inside, but I didn't expect the supermarket to be so eerily quiet." However, their attention was soon drawn to the supplies in the supermarket. "The things here are really complete: drinks, fruits, instant noodles, bread." A soldier's eyes were wide open, full of greed, and his saliva was almost dripping. As they talked, they walked around the supermarket. This supermarket is quite big, with 3 floors. They looked up at the sign and found that according to the introduction, the second floor was the clothing area and there was nothing in the basement. "Look, the arms passage." A soldier suddenly pointed forward and said in surprise. The other soldiers looked in the direction of his finger and saw the words "ammunition passage" written in large letters at the entrance of a passage. "Go and have a look." The other soldier answered without hesitation, with a hint of excitement and curiosity. The 3 of them looked at each other, then walked cautiously into the arms passage. The passage was a little dark, with only a few emergency lights emitting faint light. They walked forward step by step, their heartbeats involuntarily quickening. When they reached the end of the passage, the scene before them completely stunned them. I saw that the surrounding walls and counters were filled with various weapons. Various firearms were neatly arranged, including pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Next to it were piles of bullets of various types, boxes upon boxes, emitting a metallic luster. The military dagger flashed coldly under the light, as if telling of its sharpness. The communicators were also neatly placed. Chapter 75, Everything is useless in the face of absolute strength. There are so many munitions. As soon as several soldiers stepped into the munitions area, they gasped in shock at the mountains of weapons and equipment in front of them, and expressions of shock instantly appeared on their faces. After a brief shock, doubts flooded into my heart like a tide. What on earth was this supermarket owner thinking? Why was he willing to sell these arms? You know, in the doomsday world, arms are absolutely strategic materials. Having them means having strong self-protection capabilities and the confidence to compete for resources. But the supermarket owner in front of us is so generous in selling these weapons, which is really puzzling. However, despite their doubts, they could not suppress their inner impulse and stepped forward to carefully examine these weapons and equipment. This sight made them so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. There are so many types of weapons and equipment here that it is like a small arsenal. The pistol is small and exquisite, suitable for close combat and concealed carry. The rifle is extremely powerful and has a long range, making it the main weapon on the battlefield. Submachine guns have a fast rate of fire and can form powerful fire suppression in a short period of time. A sniper rifle is like a ghost in the dark night, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the enemy from a distance. There are also various types of bullets, including ordinary bullets, armor-piercing bullets, and incendiary bullets, each of which has its own unique use. The military dagger was extremely sharp, and the blade flashed with a cold light, as if telling of its lethality. Communicators also come in various styles, including walkie-talkies and satellite phones, which can meet the communication needs in different scenarios. Just as they were engrossed in watching, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, "What kind of arms do you need to buy?" A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lu Huanxin lazily standing up from the chair with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "You are Lu Huanxin." When one of the soldiers saw the other person, his eyes widened instantly and his face was full of shock. He never expected to meet her here. Lu Huanxin glanced at him coldly and said coldly, "Huang Xiaohong, I didn't expect you are not dead yet." Huang Xiaohong recovered from his shock and asked doubtfully, "You own this supermarket?" Lu Huanxin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sneer, and asked in return, "What do you think?" Huang Xiaohong didn't get annoyed by her attitude and continued, "So you've also taken refuge with someone else? I thought someone with your personality wouldn't live under someone else's roof." In his impression, Lu Huanxin has always been an eccentric person who is unwilling to be constrained. Lu Huanxin frowned, anger rising in her heart, but she quickly controlled her impulse. She knew very well that this was not the time to act on impulse, so she didn't bother to pay attention to the other party and said coldly, "What do I do? It's none of your business. If you don't want to buy anything, get out. I don't want to see you." Huang Xiaohong showed no intention of leaving, still smiling and saying, "Since I'm here, I must be here to buy something. What kind of weapons do you have? Please introduce them to me." Lu Huanxin sneered, staring at him sharply, and said, "Stop pretending. You are here to gather information, right? I don't think you are here sincerely to do business." She knew that Yang Tianxue had defected to Sangcheng Base City, so now he came to my supermarket. What good intentions could he have? Lu Huanxin stood in the arms area with a calm expression, showing no sign of worry about the arrival of Huang Xiaohong and others. On the contrary, she even vaguely expected the other party to do what they wanted to do. In her mind, this bastard Yang Tianxue is simply a complete beast. Back in Sangcheng Base City, he relied on the military power in his hands to treat the female soldiers as his harem and acted recklessly. Many sisters suffered at his hands, and those who dared to resist were killed without mercy. Huang Xiaohong and his group were Yang Tianxue's accomplices, aiding and abetting the evil, plunging the female soldiers into an endless abyss of pain. They finally escaped from that hellish place, but in this doomsday world, survival is no easy task. Along the way, they slept in the open air and faced food shortages, monster attacks, and the killing of other survivors at all times. Now, of the sisters who once fought side by side, only she and Yuling are left to depend on each other. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and they came to the Doomsday Supermarket. Here, they no longer have to worry about food, sudden attacks from monsters, or vendettas. The supermarket is like a safe haven, sheltering them from wind and rain. Lu Huanxin is very confident in the ability of supermarket owner Zhang Wei. She had seen with her own eyes what happened to those who dared to cause trouble in the supermarket, and without exception, they were all gone. Therefore, she was not worried at all that Huang Xiaohong and others could cause any trouble in the supermarket. "I'm here to buy weapons and equipment." Huang Xiaohong said this shamelessly, but his eyes kept looking at Lu Huanxin from time to time, revealing a lustful look. Lu Huanxin glanced at him coldly and said coldly, "Take out the crystal core. If you don't have it, get out of here as far as you can. In this doomsday world, crystal cores are hard currency. Without crystal cores, you can't buy anything in the supermarket." Huang Xiaohong's face froze. He really couldn't take out the crystal core. This time, they had no intention of buying anything, but were just here to gather information on Li Er's orders. So he said nothing more, turned around and left. After walking back to the passage, Huang Xiaohong stopped and looked back in the direction of the munitions area. With an obscene smile on his face, he said viciously, "Lu Huanxin, just wait. Once we take over the supermarket, I'll make sure you're in trouble. Then, I'll see how you can still act so arrogantly in front of me. This woman looks like she's living a comfortable life. Her skin is even better than those women at the base. She's definitely better than those women at the base." The other person also laughed, his eyes full of desire. This supermarket has absolutely no defenses. I don't know how it survived until now. How did the survivors manage to buy things here? The other soldier was more cautious, frowning, and very curious about this matter. He really couldn't understand why a seemingly defenseless supermarket could operate safely in this doomsday world? And those survivors are trading here in an orderly manner? The supermarket owner should be stronger, but in the face of absolute strength, everything is useless. Huang Xiaohuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a scornful smile, his eyes full of disdain. In his opinion, no matter how powerful an individual is, it is difficult to resist a group of well-trained and well-equipped soldiers. That makes sense. No matter how strong they are, they can never be our opponents. Another soldier quickly echoed, a look of confidence on his face. He seemed to have already seen the scene of himself looting supplies wantonly after taking over the supermarket. Deputy Director Yang is already on his way. He's bringing enough men and weapons with him this time. What can a small supermarket do to them? Another soldier said excitedly, with greed glittering in his eyes. He knew that once they captured the supermarket, the supplies inside would be enough for them to squander for a while. That makes sense. Once Deputy Director Yang arrives, this supermarket will be ours. Everyone nodded, full of anticipation for the upcoming victory. Several people took a closer look at the situation in the supermarket, and this look immediately made their eyes light up. I saw that all the employees in the supermarket were very beautiful, with graceful figures and pretty faces. They looked at each other, with lustful looks in their eyes. Chapter 76. The show is about to begin. This supermarket is not only well stocked, but the employees are also very attractive. It seems we made the right choice this time. One of the soldiers licked his lips and said with a wicked grin. Once we take over the supermarket, these women will be at our mercy. Another soldier joined in the commotion, a lewd smile on his face. So they left the supermarket without stopping, went outside, and told Lier about the situation in the supermarket. After hearing this, Lier smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good, we will wait for Deputy Commander Yang to arrive, and then launch a general attack. By then, all the supplies and women in this supermarket will be ours." After hearing this, the group of people burst into laughter and imagined the scene of those women being toyed with by them. Outside a window of the supermarket, Zhang Wei was holding a telescope, looking at them coldly. His eyes were like sharp blades in the cold night, revealing a chilling murderous intent. Lu Wanxin had previously told him that soldiers from Sangqing Bay City had come to the supermarket and might be preparing for an attack. Zhang Wei saw through the telescope that the other party was gathering outside the supermarket, whispering to each other from time to time, probably waiting for reinforcements. Unfortunately, for him, no matter how many of these guys come, it is useless. He established this doomsday supermarket, and he is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied. I'm using you as an example to scare the monkeys. I hope you can come with more people so that it will be more lively. Zhang Wei smiled disdainfully, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and didn't care about the other party's threat at all. He put down the binoculars and told his employees to do what they were supposed to do and not to panic, as he would handle any problems himself. After hearing Zhang Wei's message, everyone had no doubt about his ability and were even a little excited. They have been in the supermarket for a long time, and although their lives are stable, they are also a bit dull. Now that the enemy is invading, it is a good opportunity to see what the consequences will be after these guys attack the supermarket, which can also add some fun to this dull life. Those people should be from Sangqing Bay City, right? Wang Yuyan asked curiously. I don't know which faction it belongs to. I heard that there are 10 factions in Sangqing Bay City. Xiao Yu said curiously. They belong to Yang Tianque's faction, a complete bastard. Yu Lunyu talked about what Yang Tianque had done. He's truly a bastard. He deserves to die. I'm actually looking forward to him attacking us personally. Xia Yu said. In the apocalypse, the fate of us women is so tragic. Xia Tian also sighed. As a local boss, it's impossible for him to come here in person. However, if his men fail this time, they might come next time. Wang Yun guessed. No matter who the other party is, there is no need to worry about them. Many forces have also noticed Li Er and others. They are also very curious whether the other party can capture the doomsday supermarket. Some people also want to watch the fun. After a long time, Yang Kong finally arrived with a huge army. They encountered a lot of trouble along the way. A group of mutant beasts suddenly jumped out from the ruins on the roadside and launched a fierce attack on them. These mutant beasts were huge, with thick skin and flesh, and sharp claws and teeth, so it took the soldiers a lot of effort to repel them. If they hadn't been delayed by these mutant beasts and hadn't needed to clear obstacles along the way, they would have arrived long ago. Deputy Director Yang, I'm Lier, you're finally here. As soon as Lier saw Yang Kong, he immediately went up to him with a big smile on his face, nodding and bowing to greet him. Then he pointed to a supermarket not far away and said, "That's the Doomsday Supermarket." Yang Kong sat on a military vehicle, looking down at Lier, nodded, and asked, "Are they making any moves?" Nothing happened. Lier quickly replied, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had been monitoring outside the supermarket and did not notice any unusual behavior inside. "Well, how many men do they have?" Yang Kong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked curiously. He knew very well that knowing yourself and your enemy would ensure victory in every battle, so he wanted to understand the situation of the supermarket first. "I didn't see a single guard, only about 10 female employees, 2 of whom were former female soldiers. And the most important thing is that every one of them is very beautiful. Their looks, wow." As Lier spoke, a lewd smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen those women surrendering to him. "Oh, not a single guard? How is that possible?" Yang Kong was stunned at first, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the Doomsday world, it is rare to find an unguarded stronghold, which made him suspect that there was some trap in the supermarket. But then, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he asked again, "Are you sure those women are all beautiful?" "It's absolutely true, Deputy Director Yang. One of the women is called Xiaoyu. She used to be a celebrity, and you should have seen her. Her temperament and appearance are absolutely first class." Lier quickly replied, and also emphasized Xiaoyu's identity, hoping to arouse Yang Kang's interest. "Oh, it turned out to be her, hee, what good luck." When Yang Kong heard this, he burst into laughter, with greed flashing in his eyes. He had heard of Xiaoyu's name a long time ago, but he didn't expect to have the chance to meet her today and even have her as his own. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Surround the Doomsday Supermarket. Don't let anyone escape. But don't kill that supermarket owner. He's still useful. I might be able to pry some useful information out of him. Also, don't kill those women. They are still useful." "Yes." A group of soldiers responded in unison, and then rushed towards the supermarket aggressively. They marched in unison, their weapons flashing coldly, like a group of ferocious beasts about to pounce on their prey. The survivors in the dark, seeing this scene, all started talking about it with a gloating attitude. They usually envy and jealous of the existence of the Doomsday Supermarket. Now that they see a force trying to take action against it, they naturally want to watch the fun. "Hey, the show is about to begin." The survivors around them showed excited smiles on their faces. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the Doomsday Supermarket, like a tide. They were well trained and their movements were in unison. The weapons in their hands were of various types, including rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, etc., all of which were steadily aimed at the entrances and exits, windows and other places where people might appear in the supermarket. As long as someone appears, they will pull the trigger without hesitation, and bullets will pour out like raindrops. Lier stood in front of the soldiers, holding a loudspeaker in his hand. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly into the supermarket. "Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded by us. There is no escape. If you know what's good for you and surrender, we will give you a chance to live and promise not to embarrass you. Otherwise, we won't be polite. When the time comes, bullets won't have eyes, so don't blame us for being ruthless." His voice traveled far through the loudspeaker and echoed in the silent air. However, the supermarket was completely silent, without any response, as if there was no one inside, or the people inside were completely unaware of their existence. Chapter 77: Becoming a Tool. In fact, Lu Rume and others in the supermarket not only did not show any tension or fear, but instead looked relaxed. Lu Rume called on other female employees and brought stools together and placed them in an open area of the supermarket. Afterwards, they brought various snacks and melon seeds from the shelves and sat together. Eating melon seeds and chatting at the same time, it felt like waiting for a wonderful show to begin. "What do you think? When those guys rush in and see us like this, will they be furious?" Xiaoyu said with a smile, a teasing look on his face. "Of course they thought we'd be trembling with fear, but we're so relaxed." Their jaws must have dropped. Wang Yuyan agreed, opening her mouth exaggeratedly on purpose. As for Zhang Wei, he was sitting alone at a tea table in the corner of the supermarket. He was wearing loose casual clothes and looked relaxed. There is a set of exquisite tea sets on the tea table in front of me. He was slowly boiling water, washing tea leaves and brewing tea. Every movement was skillful and graceful, as if everything outside the supermarket had nothing to do with him. Occasionally he would pick up the teacup, take a sip, and savor the aroma of the tea, as if enjoying this moment of tranquility. Lier shouted at the top of his lungs several times outside, his voice almost becoming hoarse. Unfortunately, the people in the supermarket ignored him and still did not respond. Yang Kong stood aside, his brows slightly furrowed, a look of impatience on his face. He said arrogantly, "Go ahead and attack. I want to see what the people inside are up to." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. Then, the group of soldiers acted quickly, fully armed and holding weapons, and rushed into the supermarket from various exits. They walked hurriedly, their eyes alert, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. They thought they would see countless enemies ready to fight them. However, when they entered, they were all stunned. There is no one in the supermarket. Thinking someone was attacking them in the dark, they began to scatter and look for the enemy. Unfortunately, they were too suspicious. There was no one around the supermarket. How so? The soldiers were all stunned where they were, looking at each other, their eyes full of surprise and confusion. Such a big supermarket, but there is no guard? Doesn't the supermarket owner have any subordinates? Full of questions, they began searching around, hoping to find other people hiding. They carefully checked every corner, searched behind the shelves, inside the warehouse, and even the ventilation ducts. However, no one else was found. "They're here!" A soldier suddenly shouted loudly with a hint of excitement. When the other soldiers heard the shouting, they all surrounded the direction of the sound. When they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. I saw Lu Rume and others, all sitting there, with various snacks and melon seeds placed in front of them. They ate snacks and cracked melon seeds while looking at the soldiers rushing in, without any fear or panic in their eyes. So beautiful. A soldier couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, staring at Lu Rume and others. "They are all beautiful women." Another soldier echoed, a greedy look on his face. "Why aren't they afraid?" Another soldier raised questions. They really couldn't understand why these girls could remain so calm when facing so many armed soldiers. A soldier ran to the supermarket entrance and shouted to Yang Kong and Lier outside, "We have controlled the people in the supermarket." "Very good." After hearing this, Yang Kang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. He took the rest of the people and swaggered into the supermarket. Lier followed closely behind Yang Kong with a flattering smile on his face. At this moment, some soldiers also noticed Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the corner leisurely making tea. The soldier widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Wei with curiosity, his face full of doubts. In this tense atmosphere, the other party was not afraid at all, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. "Who are you, boy?" The soldier took 2 steps forward, shook the gun in his hand slightly, and asked loudly. Zhang Wei didn't even raise his head, still concentrating on the tea set in his hands, and said nonchalantly, "This is my supermarket, who do you say I am?" His voice was calm, without a trace of panic. "Oh, so you are the owner of this supermarket." When the soldier heard this, his eyes lit up instantly and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. This was the important goal of their trip, and they didn't expect to find it so easily. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "I found the supermarket owner." The sound echoed in the supermarket, attracting the attention of many soldiers. After hearing this voice, Yang Kang's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he walked quickly towards Zhang Wei. Behind him were countless soldiers, like a group of ferocious beasts, following their leader closely. Soon, they came to Zhang Wei. Yang Kong was surprised to see Zhang Wei making tea calmly. He sat down casually. Seeing this, the soldiers around him immediately pointed all their gun barrels at Zhang Wei, and the black muzzles emitted a cold chill. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei was still so calm, without any fear in his eyes, and he was still focused on the tea ceremony in his hands. He slowly picked up the teapot and poured hot water into the teacup, and the fragrance of tea instantly filled the air. "Are you the owner of the supermarket, Zhang Wei?" Yang Kong looked at him with interest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of provocation. Zhang Wei gently put down the teapot, raised his head, looked at Yang Kong calmly, and asked, "Is there no one outside?" "Our people have come in, a full 1,000 of them, which is enough to show that we value you. Who would have thought that you didn't even have a single subordinate? It's really surprising." Yang Kong spread his hands, a helpless look on his face. He originally thought that attacking the supermarket would be a fierce battle, so he brought so many people with him. I didn't expect that I could find the supermarket owner so easily, and he was completely powerless to resist. Yang Kong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known that this supermarket was so easy to capture, why would he have brought so many people here? Isn't this a waste of manpower and resources? After hearing the satisfactory answer, Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Good, do you carry the crystal core with you?" Hearing this, Yang Kong sneered, "Boy, do you think I came here to do business with you?" Zhang Wei said calmly, "I know what you are here for. In order not to waste you and to make you more valuable, I have decided to make you tools." Tool man? Yang Kong was puzzled. What do you mean? Chapter 78. Have you heard of fake orders? It's very simple. Have you heard of fake orders? Zhang Wei smiled gently, and there seemed to be some deep meaning hidden in that smile, but Yang Kong was completely confused. Yang Kong had no idea what was going on in Zhang Wei's mind, and he had no interest in finding out. In his opinion, the most important thing now is to pry the supermarket's secrets out of Zhang Wei. His face darkened, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Boy, tell me the supermarket supply channels, otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death." He carried a strong threat. Zhang Wei said slowly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, "Don't worry, I will help you." The tone was so relaxed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers in the supermarket suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, as if they were restrained by an invisible force. They were horrified to find that they could not move, their legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, and their hands were tightly pressed to their sides, standing there like wooden sculptures. This filled them with fear, and an unknown fear spread in their hearts. What's going on? I can't move at all. A soldier opened his eyes wide, his face full of panic, and tried desperately to move his feet, but his body was completely out of control. I'm the same. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Another soldier also shouted loudly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and despair was revealed in his eyes. No wonder there's no one else in this supermarket. It turns out he has this ability. Another soldier said as if suddenly realizing something, with a slight tremor in his voice. The same went for Yang Kong. He still kept pointing at Zhang Wei with one finger, his finger trembling slightly, as if he wanted to use this last action to demonstrate his majesty. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He was shocked and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. This, what kind of ability is this? Petrification? Yang Kong stammered, his eyes filled with fear. He looked at the others and found that his men were all the same. Except for their heads which could still move and their eyes which could still blink, the rest of their bodies were as if they were under a spell and could not move. You know, he is a third-level strongman. In the Doomsday world, a third-level strongman is already considered a very powerful existence, possessing great strength and agility. But now, even he can't move, which shows how powerful the supermarket owner in front of him is. He finally understood why the other party's supermarket had no subordinates. With such terrifying abilities, why would he need any subordinates? He could easily handle everything on his own. Do you think it's that easy to get into my supermarket? Zhang Wei raised his head slightly, his eyes full of sarcasm, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice echoed in the silent supermarket. Yang Kong was frightened, completely terrified. He felt his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. At this moment, he couldn't even move. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. The feeling of powerlessness and fear overwhelmed him like a tide. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have barged in. I shouldn't have bothered you, and I shouldn't have set my sights on the supermarket. I apologize. It's my fault. Please let us go. Yang Kang's voice was tearful, his eyes were full of pleading, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, which slid down his cheeks. He turned his head desperately, trying to convey his regret to Zhang Wei with his eyes. He now hates Li Er very much. This bastard took action without figuring out the supermarket's capabilities, causing their lives and deaths to be controlled by others. Zhang Wei was still sitting leisurely at the tea table. He picked up the teacup slowly, blew on it gently, then took a sip of tea and said, "Now that you've done it, there's no regrets. However, I can give you a chance to live. Do you want it?" Yes, as long as you ask, I will do it as you ask. Yang Kong answered quickly, his voice trembling, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He was afraid that if he answered too slowly, he would lose his only chance to survive. Do you have a crystal core? Zhang Wei put down the teacup, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Yang Kong closely. I have a lot. I'm willing to trade the crystal core for my life. Yang Kong said hurriedly, as if just saying this could save his life. My father is one of the 10 lords of Sancheng Base City and is very powerful in the city. I am willing to let him use the crystal core to redeem my life, and he will definitely agree. He tried to bring up his father to increase his leverage and make Zhang Wei hesitate. Oh, so you have such a father. That's even better. When Zhang Wei heard this, his eyes lit up slightly and an even more satisfied smile appeared on his face. This way, he has more room to maneuver. Wouldn't it be too easy to just kill Yang Kong and the others like this? That's too cheap for them. Imprison them, let them make one purchase at the supermarket every day, and add supermarket upgrade tasks. Isn't that great? Moreover, Yang Kang's father can be asked to compensate for his mental damages, which is simply a profitable business. Killing them when they are completely useless will feel more vindictive than simply killing them. The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a barely perceptible sneer. To Yang Kong and the others, this smile was undoubtedly the smile of a devil. That smile revealed endless coldness and calculation, as if hiding countless unknown horrors. They were trembling all over, their teeth were chattering uncontrollably, making a clacking sound, and they were extremely scared. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, and they didn't know what bad things were waiting for them. Zhang Wei snapped his fingers casually, and the crisp sound was particularly harsh in the silent supermarket. The next second, something magical happened. All the weapons and equipment on their bodies and hands disappeared in an instant, as if they were swallowed by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a communicator fell into Yang Kang's hands with a click. Zhang Wei folded his arms across his chest, looked at Yang Kong with cold eyes, and said, "Contact your father and ask him to bring the crystal core over, otherwise." He deliberately prolonged his voice. Although he did not clearly state what the outcome would be, Yang Kong knew very well that it would definitely be an ending worse than death. Okay, I'll definitely do as you ask. But, can you remove my petrification first? Yang Kang's voice was filled with tears and his eyes were full of pleading. At this moment, he just wanted to get out of this predicament of being unable to move as soon as possible, even if it was just to regain a little bit of mobility. No problem. Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and snapped his fingers again. With the sound of the finger snap, Yang Kong felt his body instantly lighten, as if an invisible shackle was released, and he found that he could move. However, at this time he was soaked all over, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead and cheeks, soaking his clothes. His legs were still trembling slightly, which was the aftereffect of fear. He held the communicator tightly in his hand, as if he was holding his life-saving straw. His eyes showed both relief at surviving the disaster and fear of Zhang Wei. Chapter 79 Isn't this the same price as before? Suddenly, Yang Kong thought, should he kill the other person? Just as he was about to take action, he saw Zhang Wei looking at him with a smile, as if he knew what he was thinking. Thinking that the other party could petrify everyone without anyone noticing, he was immediately frightened and dared not do anything. He quickly connected to Sancheng Base City. "This is Yang Kong, let my father answer the phone." "Okay." Dai Liji nodded and said loudly, "Director, it's Vice President Yang calling." Yang Tianxue got up from the bed, pulled the white-striped woman apart, put on his pajamas, and went outside to answer the phone. He asked, "Son, how is it going?" "Father, we are all controlled by the supermarket owner. Please bring the crystal core to redeem us," Yang Kong said quickly. Yang Tianxue was stunned, looking confused. He asked again, "Please explain clearly." Yang Kong told them everything that happened after they entered the supermarket. Yang Tianxue was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the phone. Then, he quickly asked, "How many crystal cores do you want? I'll personally bring people over to redeem you." Yang Kong then turned around and asked, "Brother, how many crystal cores do you need?" Zhang Wei raised his chin slightly and said calmly, 1,000,000 first-order crystal cores. When Yang Kong heard this, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if it was hit by a heavy hammer, and it shrank instantly. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror and disbelief, his mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said with a sad face, "Brother, even if the entire Sancheng base were added together, there wouldn't be this many crystal cores. This is really putting us in a difficult position. You are trying to kill us. This is simply robbery." Yang Kong felt so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never expected that Zhang Wei would make such an outrageous request. "I'm not robbing you. This is your compensation," Zhang Wei reminded. He is a good man and would never do anything like robbery. "We don't really have that many," Yang Kong replied, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. "Is that so? Then a little less." Zhang Wei frowned slightly, as if he was thinking seriously. When Yang Kong heard this, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. He nodded quickly and said, okay, it would be great if you could ask for less. Then let's go with 100,000 second-order crystal cores. Zhang Wei quickly gave a new number. Okay, a second-order crystal core? When Yang Kong heard this, the hope that had just been ignited was instantly shattered and he was stunned again. He widened his eyes, his face full of surprise, and kept wondering in his heart, isn't this the previous price? The difference in value between the first-order crystal core and the second-order crystal core is huge. Is this what you mean by less? Yang Kong hesitated for a moment, but still said, brother, second-order crystal cores are too precious. We can only give out 100,000 first-order crystal cores at most. Zhang Wei sneered, more than 1,000 people, are they only worth 100,000 first-level crystal cores? Then you'll never leave the supermarket again. Just do odd jobs there. Yang Tianxue is a well-known figure in the base city. He has never been threatened like this before. At this moment, he felt that his dignity had been severely trampled upon. But we really don't have 100,000 second-level crystal cores. For the sake of his son, Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth and answered. Zhang Wei sneered, his eyes full of disdain, and said, alright, since you were so insincere, then let them do odd jobs in the supermarket until you produce enough crystal cores. Yang Tianxue was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, 200,000. We really can only come up with 200,000. This is the limit of what we can come up with. Zhang Wei thought about it for a moment and felt that 200,000 crystal cores was acceptable, so he nodded and said, okay, come over here. Yang Tianxue hung up the phone, his face turned ashen with anger, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He said angrily, damn bastard. How dare he threaten me like this? When I get there, I will make him pay the price. Then, he shouted angrily, get the car ready, grab everyone, and follow me to the Doomsday Supermarket. I want to see just how capable this supermarket owner is. Yes, Soji. Dai Liji responded quickly, not daring to delay in the slightest, and immediately went to arrange vehicles and personnel. Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and snapped his fingers again. The crisp sound seemed like the judgment of fate. Except for Yang Kong, everyone else disappeared in an instant, as if they were sucked into another space by a mysterious force. When Yang Kong saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly, filled with horror and disbelief. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His lips trembled as he asked tremblingly, where did they go? Zhang Wei replied with a relaxed expression, don't worry, they're just staying somewhere else temporarily. I can't bear to kill them. They're still useful to me. He certainly can't kill me right away since he hasn't used me yet. Waste must be utilized. Yang Kong had no idea of Zhang Wei's abilities. At this moment, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and he didn't dare to act recklessly at all. His heart was filled with fear, fearing that if he showed even the slightest sign of resistance, he would be killed instantly by the other party. He felt that the other party must have such strength. After all, those magical methods before had made him witness Zhang Wei's horror. Can I have a glass of water? Yang Kong asked in a trembling voice with tears in his eyes. His throat was so dry that it seemed like smoking, but at the moment he was more afraid of angering Zhang Wei because of his request. 1 crystal core, 1 cup. Zhang Wei spoke coldly without even raising his eyelids, as if he was doing a very ordinary transaction. Yes. Yang Kong did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly took out a crystal core from the space ring. Space ring, what a good thing. Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly fell on Yang Kang's fingers. He waved his hand lightly, and the space ring on Yang Kang's finger fell into his hand in an instant as if it was grabbed by an invisible hand. Yang Kang's face turned ashen, his lips were tightly pursed, his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, but he dared not say anything. His heart seemed to be cut by a knife and was bleeding. He had snatched this space ring with great difficulty. It not only contained his savings of many years, but also many precious items. Zhang Wei played with the space ring in his hand, then released a trace of mental power into it. After a moment, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he said, "You are really rich. You have so many crystal cores alone. It seems that your father has prepared a lot of things for you." Chapter 80. The only one who can aim at me is Zhang Wei. The waiting time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and every second was like a blunt knife, repeatedly cutting and grinding at Yang Tianshui's heart. Finally, after a long period of suffering, Yang Tianshui led a large crowd to the outside of the Doomsday Supermarket. This time, he gathered almost all the soldiers in the base. There are quite a few second-level strongmen in the team. They are tall and straight, exuding a powerful aura, as if they are the sharpest weapons in Yang Tianshui's hands. However, his son is a third-level expert and an important support for him to gain a foothold in the base. No matter what the cost, he must rescue his son from this Doomsday Supermarket. In his opinion, a mere crystal core was nothing but a possession outside of his body. If he lost his son, his position in the base would face unprecedented challenges. Those who have been eyeing him will definitely take the opportunity to attack him and pull him down from his current position. Yang Tianshui stood in front of the team, his eyes fixed on the Doomsday Supermarket, the muscles on his face twitching slightly with anger. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. "Is this the Doomsday Supermarket? How dare you kidnap even my son? After my son comes out safely, I will find that bastard and tear him into pieces." "Sashi, what do we do now?" Dai Liji stood aside and asked cautiously. Yang Tianshui took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then gave an order: "Send someone in to see what happened to my son." "Yes." Dai Liji nodded immediately, then turned around and selected a few soldiers. He said in an unquestionable tone, "You guys, go in and take a look at the situation." One of the soldiers looked hesitant and just opened his mouth to say something. Seeing this, Dai Liji's eyes instantly became fierce. He quickly pulled out his pistol, pointed the black muzzle straight at the other person, and asked coldly, "What? If you have something to say, just say it." The soldier, facing death with fear at gunpoint, said quickly, "Make sure you complete the mission." Dai Liji then put away his gun and said seriously, "Go ahead. Find out more about the situation inside after you go in. See how many people the other side has, what their defenses are like, and whether they have set any traps. Be sure to proceed with caution and report back immediately if there is anything unusual." "Yes." The soldier nodded and walked towards the supermarket. The faces of the several soldiers who went with him were also filled with tension and anxiety. "Damn, our luck is so bad. I don't know if we can come out alive this time." A soldier couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Another soldier sighed helplessly and said, "There's no other way. If we don't go in, we'll die. The commander has given an order. If we disobey, we will die now. There might be a glimmer of hope if we go in. If we can complete the mission, we might even get a reward." As they talked, they walked towards the supermarket cautiously. After arriving outside the gate, they stopped and looked around vigilantly. There was silence all around, no sign of an ambush. They exchanged glances again, and after confirming that there was no danger, they slowly walked into the supermarket. "There are no guards?" As soon as several soldiers stepped into the supermarket, they looked at each other with surprise and confusion in their eyes. The kidnappers kidnapped the general manager's son. This is a serious matter. According to common sense, at least some people should be arranged around the supermarket to guard it closely. But the door of the supermarket in front of them was wide open, and there was silence all around, not even a ghost in sight. This situation was too outrageous and completely beyond their comprehension. "That's a lot of food." A soldier couldn't help but sigh softly. In the supermarket, the shelves are filled with all kinds of food, exuding an enticing aroma. Even though they were shouldering an important mission at the moment, they couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw the food. But they soon put their thoughts aside and reminded themselves of the purpose of their trip. They quickly dispersed and began searching for their target in the supermarket. Soon, they saw a group of women. I saw these women sitting leisurely on the stools, some cracking melon seeds, some eating fruits, with a comfortable look on their faces. It was as if this was not a dangerous place at all, but a place for them to relax. Even when they saw these soldiers rushing in with guns and murderous intent, the group of women just glanced at him lightly, then ignored him and continued doing their own things. Several soldiers were speechless and wondered in their hearts, "Are these women blind? Can't you see the guns shining in their hands? Aren't they afraid that they will be shot to death?" One of the soldiers couldn't help himself and stepped forward, pointed his gun at one of the women and shouted, "Who are you? Are you kidnappers?" Bang! The woman who was being targeted by the gun was Lu Rumei. Her eyes flashed, and she raised her hand without hesitation and slapped the soldier, knocking him to the ground. In Lu Rumei's mind, the only one who could point a gun at her was Zhang Wei, no one else could. The soldier's behavior undoubtedly touched her bottom line. Damn it! You dare to hit us? You're looking for death. Seeing this, the other soldiers became furious and started shooting at Lu Rumei. Day. For a moment, gunshots echoed in the supermarket. However, what happened next made these soldiers stunned for a moment. Lu Rumei was standing there, unharmed. The bullet seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier and could not hurt her at all. You, how come you're okay? A soldier stared at Lu Rumei with wide eyes in horror, cold sweat constantly coming out of his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. They retreated in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Idiot! Lu Rumei spat out 2 words coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, several dark shadows flashed by, and the soldiers fell down before they could react. Their bodies disappeared in an instant, leaving only their weapons and crystal cores scattered on the ground. This, what kind of ability is this? In the video surveillance footage, the scene that just happened in the supermarket was seen clearly by Dai Liji outside. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, his face full of disbelief. In the picture, the women showed no fear at all when facing the bullets fired by the soldiers. The bullets hit them as if they hit the air and could not cause any harm at all. What's even more bizarre is that in just a moment, the 3 soldiers inexplicably fell to the ground and died, without even a chance to struggle. Dai Liji felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to her forehead, and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly turned around and handed the video equipment in his hand to Yang Tianxue. His voice trembled and he said, "General Manager, you, take a look." Yang Tianxue took the video equipment and stared at the screen, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his face became more and more gloomy. He was silent for a long time, as if thinking about something, and then he slowly said, "Send a few more people in. Remember, don't shoot until you see the kidnappers first. We must find out what's going on inside." He obviously knew that the other party was no simple man, otherwise, why wouldn't he even have guards? Yes. Dai Liji nodded quickly in response, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead again. He knew that this mission was full of unknowns and dangers, but he had to carry out the commander's orders. Dai Liji did not dare to delay for even a moment and immediately turned around to arrange personnel. He looked at the soldiers who were about to enter the supermarket and saw that each of their faces was ashen, full of fear and anxiety. But he didn't dare to disobey the order, so he could only bite the bullet and walk towards the supermarket. Chapter 81: Blackmail and Fun. These soldiers were indeed quite smart. After entering the supermarket, they did not rashly walk in the direction of Lu Rumei and the others. After all, the strange abilities displayed by the women in the previous videos left them with lingering fears. They searched the supermarket carefully, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, not daring to act rashly for fear of making any noise and causing unnecessary trouble. Soon, they saw Yang Kong. I saw Yang Kong sitting face to face with another person, looking a little nervous. They looked carefully and found that Yang Kong was not tied up and there were no signs of coercion on his body. However, strangely, they clearly felt that Yang Kong was full of fear towards the young man opposite him, and his eyes were full of awe and fear. Is this the kidnapper? But are there any other suspicious people around? Apart from a group of women who seemed to be watching a play in the distance, there was no outsider to be seen. Although they were full of doubts and anxieties, they still gritted their teeth and slowly walked towards Yang Kong and the others. Deputy Director Yang, we are here. A soldier mustered up the courage and spoke softly. When Yang Kong heard the voice, he felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He quickly reached out and took the communicator from the soldier and spoke anxiously. Dad, save me. Don't shoot or do anything. You can't be his opponent. If you piss him off, we'll all be doomed. When Yang Tianxue heard his son's frightened voice through the communicator, his face instantly became even gloomier, as if water could drip out of it. He suppressed the anger and doubts in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "What is the strength of the other party? Tell me clearly." Yang Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a trembling voice, "Dad, I don't know what his strength is. Anyway, he can kill me instantly. I feel that even if 10,000 people come, they will be killed instantly by him. We absolutely cannot offend him, otherwise the entire base will suffer. Those people I brought with me were instantly controlled by him. They couldn't even move. Now I don't know where he teleported them to. Hiss. Hearing Yang Kang's words, Yang Tianshui couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked at the very calm young man on the other side of the video again, his heart filled with shock and fear. An existence that can instantly kill a third-level strongman? No matter how many people come, they can be killed instantly. This is definitely not something a fourth-level strongman can do. So what realm is the other party at? Could it be the legendary fifth-level expert? Even level 6? Or even stronger? Yang Tianshui didn't dare to think any further, he just felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Yang Tianshui listened to his son Yang Kang's fear-filled description on the communicator, and finally woke up from his dream, realizing how stupid and fatal a mistake it was to send his son to attack the Doomsday Supermarket. If you think about it, it's true. If the other party does not have sufficient strength, how could they afford to open such a supermarket in such a chaotic environment as the Doomsday? He had been completely blinded by greed and impulse, and had not considered this key detail at all. His mind was filled with thoughts of controlling the supermarket and reaping the benefits. Give the communicator to the other party, I will talk to him. Yang Tianshui took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and spoke into the communicator. Good. Yang Kang didn't dare to hesitate at all and quickly placed the communicator in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked calm as he reached out to take the communicator and put it to his ear. I am Yang Tianshui, Yang Kang's father. I have brought the crystal core with me. I will give it to you in exchange for releasing my son. From now on, we will keep our distance from each other and not interfere with each other. Yang Tianshui's voice came from the communicator, with a hint of forced calmness. Then bring someone in to trade. Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, and said lightly. That's not necessary. I'll have someone bring the crystal core in. Yang Tianshui quickly refused. At this moment, he was extremely scared and didn't dare to step into the supermarket at all. He knew very well that the supermarket was full of unknown dangers, and once he entered, he might never be able to get out. Zhang Wei cursed the old fox in his heart. He had originally planned to wait for the other party to come in, lock him up together and make orders to gain more profits. I didn't expect Yang Tianshui to be so cunning and not take the bait. Those who can survive in this apocalypse and reach their current status are indeed no pushovers and are all very smart. Then bring the crystal core in. Although Zhang Wei felt a little unhappy, he still said. Okay, but can you let my son go first? Yang Tianshui asked tentatively, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. Do as I say, or else. Zhang Wei interrupted him impatiently, with a hint of threat in his tone. Yang Tianshui was threatened like this, and he suddenly felt furious and wanted to cut Zhang Wei into pieces. But reason told him that he couldn't do it at all, let alone act rashly. He was afraid that the other party would get unhappy and rush out to kill him and all the people he brought with him. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the crystal core right away. Yang Tianshui quickly replied, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Go, deliver the crystal core in this bag. Yang Tianshui's face was gloomy, his eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness and helplessness, and he gave orders to Dai Liji beside him. Yes. Dai Liji didn't dare to disobey and turned around immediately. He selected a few soldiers who looked relatively smart, handed them bags filled with crystal cores, and whispered. Everyone, be careful. Don't talk nonsense after you go in. Deliver the things and get out quickly. Several soldiers took the bags and felt their hands were heavy, as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. They looked at each other and could see fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. But military orders were like mountains, so they could only bite the bullet and walk slowly towards the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, they looked around cautiously and soon found Zhang Wei. A soldier mustered up his courage, walked quickly to Zhang Wei, gently put the bag down, and said in a trembling voice, This is for you. Zhang Wei looked calm and waved his hand lightly. The crystal core seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying out of the bag, and arranged neatly in front of him as if they had life. Then he waved his hand again, and those crystal cores disappeared without a trace in an instant. This move stunned everyone present instantly, their eyes widened, their mouths slightly opened, their faces full of shock and disbelief. They had never seen such a magical method, and their fear of Zhang Wei increased a little more. Zhang Wei looked at everyone's surprised expressions and felt very satisfied. He finally understood why those who claimed compensation for fraud were so keen on such things. This feeling of making a huge profit is really satisfying. You know, these are 200,000 gene points, which are enough for him to break through to the 4th level strongman and reach a higher level of strength. Big brother, can you let us go? Yang Kong asked cautiously, his eyes full of expectation and pleading. Let's go. Zhang Wei said lightly, without much expression on his face. You're here and you want to leave? You have to be able to leave the supermarket. Then my. Yang Kong originally wanted to say something, such as whether they could just write off what happened before and not bother them again in the future. However, when he saw Zhang Wei's impatient eyes, he was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word, and turned around and hurried out of the supermarket. However, the moment Yang Kong turned around, the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Now that the other party has come to his door, how could he let the other party leave easily? If blackmail happens once, there will definitely be a second and third time. It feels good to blackmail someone once, and it feels even better to blackmail them all the time. Chapter 82. You promised to let me go. When Yang Kang's right foot was about to step out of the supermarket's automatic sensor door, he suddenly felt as if his ankle was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. That kind of power did not simply bind him, but directly froze the nerve signals in his entire leg. What's going on? He subconsciously used his left foot to support his body, but found that his left leg had also lost control. Cold sweat slid down his back. He tried his best to mobilize the supernatural powers in his body, but found that his meridians were empty. The energy that was normally at your fingertips was now like a drained lake, unable to even create a ripple. The sunlight outside the supermarket made his eyes hurt. Through the glass door, he saw soldiers in the distance whispering to each other, but the figures became increasingly blurred, as if they were looking at another world through frosted glass. You said you would let me go. Yang Kong suddenly roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the supermarket. He then realized that his vocal cords were also trembling, like a child whose candy was taken away. You don't keep your word. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly staggered and knelt on one knee. The dull thud of his knees hitting the tiles made him tremble all over, not because of the pain, but because of the feeling of weakness deep in his soul. At this moment, he even had difficulty raising his arms, and his breath had a sweet and fishy smell of rust, like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. Who the hell is this guy? Yang Kang's pupils contracted violently, and his nails dug deep into his palms. Yang Kong really felt like crying. He regretted so much, regretting why he attacked the supermarket. If he doesn't attack here, he can still enjoy the good life in the base. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. At this moment, in the armored vehicle outside the supermarket, Yang Tianshui took off his military binoculars for the third time. The image of his son standing stiffly at the door still remained on the lens, but the image was like an old movie that had been stuck, so frozen that it was unsettling. Send someone to find out what's going on. Yang Tianshui frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually surged like a tide. He couldn't tell where this uneasiness came from, he just felt that something bad was about to happen. He stood there, his eyes fixed on the supermarket in front of him, thinking about possible situations. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and signaled several soldiers to walk towards the supermarket. When the soldiers received the order, although they were a little nervous, they still took the first step. They approached the supermarket cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. Finally, they arrived at the supermarket entrance. They looked at each other, took a deep breath, then slowly pushed open the door of the supermarket and walked in. However, the accident happened at this moment. As soon as they walked into the supermarket, before they could even open their mouths to ask questions, their bodies seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a long time, they gradually came to their senses and began to look around, trying to figure out where they were. Where are we? Where is this? How did we get here? Several soldiers discovered that this was actually a prison cell, and there were not only them, but people all around them who were imprisoned here just like them. The soldiers outside the supermarket witnessed this horrifying scene. In an instant, their eyes widened like bells, and their faces were filled with fear and deep confusion. That look of astonishment seemed as if time had frozen at this moment. They stood there in a daze, their legs as if nailed down, unable to move. My mind went blank in an instant, as if all my thoughts were taken away by this sudden change. They had no idea what had just happened. How could several comrades who were still alive the moment before disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? Those soldiers have disappeared. Dai Liji's eyes widened, and her voice became shrill with fear. He witnessed all this with his own eyes and was filled with panic. This method was so terrifying that it was completely beyond his comprehension. He had never imagined that there would be such strange means in this world. Damn bastard! Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. He naturally realized that the other party had no intention of letting the person go. From the very beginning, this was an elaborate trap. Fortunately, I didn't rush in to redeem the person before, otherwise, I would have disappeared inexplicably now. Thinking of this, Yang Tianxue couldn't help but feel a little scared, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Sashi, what should we do? Dai Liji was also at a loss at this time. He looked at Yang Tianxue anxiously, his eyes full of helplessness. He really didn't know what to do now. Faced with this sudden and strange situation, he completely lost the ability to cope. Yang Tianxue was the same, his brows were tightly furrowed, his brain was working fast, but he couldn't think of any solution at all. He is now in a dilemma. If he continues to stay here, he doesn't know what terrible things will happen. But if we attack rashly, we can easily destroy them with the strange methods they have shown. The strange methods displayed by Zhang Wei were like a sword hanging over their heads, making them dare not make any unusual moves. He knew very well that if they acted rashly, disaster would await them. Walk! Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth and made the decision helplessly. He had no choice but to take his people away. This helplessness and frustration made him feel as if his chest was blocked by a huge rock, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. He was so mad that he wanted to kill someone, but he didn't dare. He knew clearly that acting impulsively at this time would only bring more serious consequences. Zhang Wei stood quietly outside the window of the room, holding the telescope tightly in his hand, staring at the distance without blinking. Through the telescope, he clearly saw Yang Tianxue and others start to pack up their equipment, then slowly turn around and leave in the direction they came from. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was full of regret. He originally planned to use these order-brushing personnel to achieve certain of his own goals. But now, so much potential labor force has been lost in vain, which really makes him feel a little painful. So many people who were doing fake orders, they actually lost money like this. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter something in a low voice, his tone full of regret. These people could have played a significant role in his original plan, but now that the plan has failed, he feels a little regretful. However, Zhang Wei had to admit that Yang Tianxue was indeed very smart. After seeing his soldiers disappear inexplicably, he did not let his anger get the better of him and choose to attack the supermarket rashly. If Yang Tianxue really dares to attack, Zhang Wei will not be polite. It seems that using Yang Kong to blackmail Yang Tianxue again will definitely not work. Zhang Wei frowned. A smart guy like Yang Tianxue would definitely not be fooled a second time. He had previously used Yang Kong as bait and successfully lured Yang Tianxue, but now the other party has sensed the danger and will definitely not take the bait easily again. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh, his heart full of regret. But he also understood that the other party's choice to leave was a very wise one. So, he didn't pay any attention to the other party, but instead turned his attention back. Now we have to see if these guys can swipe the orders. Zhang Wei muttered to himself, left the room, and prepared to check the captives who he regarded as order-brushing personnel to see if they were still of any use. Chapter 83, Order Brushing in Progress. Immediately afterwards, a strange light flashed and Yang Kong was teleported into the prison. Almost at the same time, Zhang Wei appeared in the prison. As soon as Yang Kong landed, before he had time to see the surroundings clearly, he saw Zhang Wei standing not far away. His eyes suddenly widened with anger, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. He pointed at Zhang Wei and cursed. "You liar, you lied to me. You have no good intentions at all. You tricked me here. What on earth do you want to do?" Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Kong coldly, his eyes revealing a chilling murderous intent. He said indifferently, "If you say another word, I can send you to hell. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. In my eyes, you are just a chess piece that can be manipulated at will." Yang Kong was frightened by Zhang Wei's eyes and swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He knew in his heart that he was now at an absolute disadvantage, and it was better to live a miserable life than to die. As long as he was alive, there would always be a way to leave one day. So he closed his mouth tightly and said no more. Zhang Wei looked at the silent Yang Kong, his lips slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. Then he glanced at the other people in the prison and said loudly, "I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, bring your crystal core to the store and choose a package. That package can be used as your food." Don't think you can survive without food. Without food, you will starve to death. After a pause, he continued, I will teleport you back to the supermarket later. If you choose to escape, that's fine. You can try and see if you can get out of the supermarket even half a step. But I must remind you that you cannot afford the consequences of running away. After saying that, Jiang Wei cast a spell again, and a ray of light enveloped everyone. The next second, they were teleported back to the supermarket. At this time, Lu Rumei and others were already waiting at the cashier. They looked calm and didn't seem to care about the situation at all. These soldiers have more or less accumulated some crystal cores from their previous experiences. So, when they were teleported back to the supermarket, most people behaved well and followed Jiang Wei's way, picking a bag of food from the supermarket shelves and then going to the checkout counter to pay. However, there were also a few smart aleck guys who didn't believe what Jiang Wei said at all. They thought Jiang Wei was trying to scare them, and that if they ran out of the supermarket, they might be able to escape Jiang Wei's control. So they raised their feet and ran out of the supermarket. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and they couldn't move at all. They struggled desperately, but their bodies seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and they could only watch themselves trapped in the supermarket. This made them realize completely that escape was simply impossible. Helplessly, they had to go back to the supermarket and do as Jiang Wei said. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei sneered and said, since you don't listen to my advice, then go to hell. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the heads of those fleeing soldiers were chopped off, blood splattered everywhere, and they died in a miserable way. After seeing this scene, the other soldiers were filled with fear and no longer had any desire to escape. They knew that in front of this mysterious and powerful Jiang Wei, they had no ability to resist at all and could only obey him. Perhaps they could still have a chance of survival. The corpses and blood soon disappeared. Jiang Wei stood in the corner of the supermarket, glancing coldly at the soldiers who were picking goods. He began to carefully check the progress of the order brushing. Watching the soldiers walking towards the cashier with their goods one after another, Jiang Wei was secretly calculating in his heart. He discovered that the current method of allowing soldiers to purchase goods with their own crystal cores could indeed increase the supermarket's experience value. But he still had doubts in his mind. If he gave the crystal cores to the soldiers and asked them to complete the transaction, would that be considered an achievement? After all, he has not yet fully understood the system's rules for judging performance. In order to verify his idea, Jiang Wei deliberately left behind a few soldiers when the order placing process reached the later stage. He took out the crystal core from his storage space, handed it to one of the soldiers, and motioned him to go to the cashier to pay. The soldier took the crystal core, walked to the cashier tremblingly, and completed the transaction. Jiang Wei stared closely at the system's feedback. After a moment, he sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. It really doesn't work. It seems that the system has a strict judgment mechanism and will not allow him to find loopholes easily. However, it is possible for soldiers to purchase things using their own accumulated crystal cores. This discovery made him feel something in his heart, and the ransom that young Tianshui had given him before suddenly appeared in his mind. That SA total of 200,000 crystal cores. I don't know if these 200,000 crystal cores are considered mine? Jiang Wei said to himself. To further confirm, he took out one of the 200,000 crystal cores, handed it to another soldier, and asked him to pay. The soldier didn't dare to disobey at all and walked quickly to the cashier with the crystal core. Soon, the transaction was completed and there were no abnormal prompts in the system. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up instantly and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. 200,000 crystal cores means 200,000 business deals. That's enough for a long time. Jiang Wei was secretly proud in his heart. Since these crystal cores could be used normally to place orders, these people were still useful for the time being and could be kept for a while longer. Those soldiers who had just completed the transaction had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before they were teleported back to the prison by Jiang Wei. The environment in the supermarket prison is very good, with beds and separate bathrooms. Apart from the lack of freedom, there are not many restrictions in other aspects. For these soldiers, this place is much better than the survivors outside who are hungry and in constant danger. However, Jiang Wei knew clearly that if they were not still useful and could not create sales for him by placing orders, he would not keep these people for nothing. Jiang Wei sat on a chair in the supermarket office, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes fixed on the piles of neatly arranged crystal cores. He thought to himself that these 200,000 crystal cores were precious resources, and it would be more appropriate to keep them for use in brushing orders first. He was not in a hurry to use them to improve his strength. In his opinion, since he had no plans to leave the supermarket for the time being, improving his strength was not an urgent matter. Although life in the supermarket is monotonous, it is still relatively stable at present. Placing orders can improve the supermarket level faster, so the use of crystal cores must be well planned. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking, Wang Yun hurried towards him. With a hint of excitement on her face, she said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, I have a monetary suggestion for purchasing supplies that I want to tell you." Chapter 84: Improvement of the Points System. Zhang Wei was immediately interested when he heard this. He stopped tapping on the table, sat up straight, and asked, "Tell me about it." Wang Yun cleared her throat and spoke methodically. "It's like this. Our supermarket can definitely issue a shopping card. Now the survivors have brought a lot of currency, such as gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and crystal cores. We can exchange them for a certain amount of points. For example, how many points can be exchanged for a crystal core, and how many points can be exchanged for a piece of gold or silver jewelry based on its value? We have set clear standards for all of these. Then, when they pay for their purchases at the supermarket, they can simply swipe their card to pay. This is convenient, fast, and easy to carry." As Zhang Wei listened to Wang Yun's advice, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He secretly praised in his heart that this was a really good idea. Wang Yun was worthy of being a senior executive, with a sharp mind. She had never thought of this routine operation that every supermarket has. He nodded with great satisfaction and said, "That's right, I'll do as you say. However, I also have a way to manage shopping cards. I will make sure each shopping card is used by one person only. Even if someone else loses it or snatches it, they can't use it. I will set up a special identification mechanism on the shopping card so that only the cardholder can use it. Also, every shopping card can receive a message. In the future, they will be able to see any notices, promotions, and other information from the supermarket on the shopping card, which will also strengthen the connection between the supermarket and the survivors." As Zhang Wei spoke, he was thinking about the specific implementation plan of the shopping cart in his mind, as if he had already seen the supermarket becoming more orderly and prosperous under the shopping cart system. These methods are nothing to him. He can do them as long as he wants. After finalizing the details of the shopping cart with Wang Yun, Zhang Wei fully understood the importance of this move to the supermarket operation. He took immediate action and called all the employees in the supermarket. The employees sat together, their eyes revealing curiosity and anticipation. Zhang Wei stood in front of everyone, cleared his throat, and officially announced the news that the shopping cart would adopt a points system. Starting today, our supermarket will launch a shopping cart points system. The gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and other items brought by the survivors can be exchanged for corresponding points. From now on, you can use the points to pay for your purchases. Zhang Wei explained the situation clearly and concisely. After hearing this, everyone whispered to each other with expressions of approval on their faces, and they all thought that this was a good idea. Afterwards, several employees actively put forward their own suggestions. "Boss, I think we can print the supermarket logo on the shopping cart so it will be more recognizable." Lu Rumei spoke first. "Yes, and the points redemption ratio can be further refined, with more reasonable points set for items of different values." Zhang Yan also added. Zhang Wei listened carefully to everyone's suggestions and nodded in approval from time to time. He took these suggestions to heart and quickly began designing the shopping cart. Relying on his own abilities in planning for the supermarket, he quickly designed the appearance of the Doomsday Supermarket shopping cart. The overall color of the shopping cart is calm black, with the supermarket's eye-catching logo, as well as the cardholder's name and photo printed on it, which is both beautiful and practical. After designing the shopping cart, Zhang Wei came to the entrance of the supermarket. He waved his hands and instantly a points counter appeared. The counter has a simple and elegant design, and various registration supplies are placed on it. Then, he created an area specifically for calculating item points. A mysterious instrument is placed in this area. As long as you place gold, silver, jewelry, antiques and other items on it, the instrument can automatically scan the material, age, rarity and other information of the items, and then quickly calculate the corresponding number of points. From now on, whenever survivors bring these items to redeem points, you can place the items on this device and it will automatically calculate the points. Then, you just need to deposit the points into each other's cards according to the value of the items. Zhang Wei explained the operating procedures in detail to the employees. In order to ensure the security and convenience of shopping carts, Zhang Wei also emphasized. Everyone's points card is on file, so even if their shopping cart is stolen or lost, there is no need to worry. As long as they come to the points area and use facial recognition, we can reissue a new shopping card with all the points in it. Zhang Wei explained the operating procedures in detail to the employees. In this way, survivors don't have to worry about losing their shopping cards. Of course, if the survivor dies, the shopping card will naturally not be usable, as there is no inheritance right for the shopping card. All rights of interpretation belong to Doomsday Supermarket, and no rebuttal will be accepted. After hearing this, the employees nodded in understanding and began to familiarize themselves with the new operating procedures to prepare for the official implementation of the shopping card point system. Not long after, there was a noisy sound of footsteps coming from the entrance of the supermarket. A familiar figure walked into the supermarket with a group of people. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. He walked briskly to Zhang Wei and said with a smile, "Boss, I have fulfilled my mission. I am here again." Zhang Wei nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "You've come just in time. I can tell you about the points system our supermarket is promoting. This system will have many benefits for everyone's future supermarket purchases." Afterwards, Zhang Wei told Yi Fan the supermarket's points system in detail. From how to redeem points, how to use shopping cards, to what products points can be exchanged for, everything is explained one by one. Yi Fan listened quietly, nodding slightly from time to time. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he didn't say anything extra. He just thought this method was really good. It could not only make shopping more convenient for survivors, but also increase the attractiveness of the supermarket. Everyone, listen up. When you're queuing up to get your shopping cards, behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. Yi Fan turned around and gave orders to the group of people behind him. "Yes, Chief." A group of people responded in unison, their voices uniform and loud. Then, they began to line up in an orderly manner and walk to the points counter one by one. The process of applying for a shopping card is very simple and convenient. The staff first asked everyone to register for facial recognition, and then placed the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques and other items they brought on the points calculation machine. The instrument quickly scans and calculates the points corresponding to the items, and the staff then deposits the points into the corresponding shopping card. No matter how much stuff they have, they can be directly exchanged for shopping card points in a short time. Yi Fan watched his men processing the shopping cards in an orderly manner and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he and Zhang Wei walked to the tea table again. Yi Fan took out a bulging bag from his body and placed it on the table. After opening it, there were a large number of crystal cores inside. "Boss, please keep these crystal cores. They are all brought this time," Yi Fan said. Zhang Wei looked at the crystal cores, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He found that the number of crystal cores had increased a lot more than what Yi Fan had brought before. Moreover, every time Yi Fan came, he would bring more survivors to shop. The consumption of these survivors in the supermarket has greatly increased the supermarket's upgrade experience, making the supermarket develop better and better. Chapter 85. Do you want to break my bones? Yi Fan sat at the tea table, picked up the teacup and took a sip. With a meaningful smile on his face, he looked at Zhang Wei and said, "This time, I put a lot of effort into finding many beautiful women among the survivors. I remember your supermarket was recruiting employees before. I'll let them apply for the job and add some vitality to the supermarket." As he spoke, Yi Fan showed a look that all men could understand, and there seemed to be some unspoken hint hidden in that look. When Zhang Wei heard this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. What does Yi Fan mean? As his supermarket business expands, he does need to hire more employees, but he took the initiative to send beautiful women over. What is his plan? Does he think I'm the kind of person who is greedy for beauty? Zhang Wei secretly curled his lips and thought to himself, I am not that kind of person. I will not admit that I am an LSP. If you want to give it, then go ahead. Anyway, supermarkets have strict procedures and tests for recruiting employees. If you fail the test, no matter how beautiful you are, you can't become a supermarket employee. The two chatted for a while, and suddenly, Yi Fan said with a proud look on his face, Zhang Wei, let me tell you something. I recently broke through to the 4th level of strength. Zhang Wei was slightly stunned. Although Yi Fan's growth rate did surprise him, he quickly regained his composure. In his opinion, even if Yi Fan was a 9th order expert, he would not pose any threat to him. After all, he had his own trump cards and methods. Wow, that's pretty impressive. You've broken through to the 4th level. Zhang Wei responded indifferently. Seeing Zhang Wei's calm reaction, Yifan didn't take it too seriously. He then changed the subject and asked curiously, "By the way, Zhang Wei, I heard that you kidnapped Yang Tianshui's son?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied, "You are quite well informed. That guy brought this upon himself. He actually dared to target my supermarket. Naturally, I won't let him go. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has some power, without even considering whose territory the supermarket belongs to." Yifan frowned and continued to ask, "Aren't you going to kill him? There's no point in keeping a guy like this. He might cause you trouble in the future." In Yifan's eyes, Zhang Wei was not the kind of person who was indecisive in killing, so he was very curious about why Zhang Wei did not kill Yang Tianshui's son. Zhang Wei smiled, a sly look in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, I won't keep him when he's no longer useful. We're keeping him now because he still has some value." Although Yifan still didn't quite understand Zhang Wei's plan, he was a smart man and knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask too much about, so he wisely chose not to ask any further questions. "Zhang Wei, I plan to buy more arms this time. You know, in this doomsday, this stuff is a life-saving good, and you have quite a lot of ammunition in your supermarket. Since we're so familiar with each other, could you please offer a lower price?" Yifan rubbed his hands, his eyes showing some shrewdness, and spoke. "Arms are good stuff, and they always have a clear price tag. It's up to you to buy them or not. I'm not doing charity, so how can I give you a discount?" When Zhang Wei heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and answered bluntly. He secretly complained in his heart, "You still want a discount? Do you want me to break your bones? The purpose of opening your own supermarket is to make a profit, not to do business at a loss." "Okay, let me take a look at the arms first." Seeing Zhang Wei's firm attitude, Yifan shrugged helplessly. "Go and see for yourself. Lu Wanxin is watching over there anyway. Just buy whatever you need. The prices are clearly marked." Zhang Wei pointed to the entrance to the munitions area. Yifan walked towards the entrance of the arms area. At this moment, a woman with pretty facial features walked towards Zhang Wei with some hesitation. If she wasn't living in the apocalypse, she would definitely look good based on her original appearance. However, the doomsday life in the past 6 months has tortured her. She looks very thin, with a sallow complexion, and she looks tired and haggard. "Boss, I heard you're still hiring. When is the next hiring? I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do." The woman walked up to Zhang Wei, lowered her head slightly, and asked cautiously in a somewhat humble voice. Zhang Wei looked her up and down, although the woman was pretty good looking. "Unfortunately, he doesn't accept everyone. There will be a notice in about a week. You can pay attention to the notice at the entrance of the supermarket." He answered casually. "Okay, boss, I'll wait. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." When the woman heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes and she quickly replied. After saying that, the woman did not pester him anymore. Instead, she bowed respectfully to Zhang Wei, revealing her snow-white chest, then turned and left. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei was not moved at all. Afterwards, several more women came to ask, and some even wanted to become Zhang Wei's woman, but Zhang Wei decisively rejected them all. "Let them wait until the supermarket needs to recruit people." A day passes quietly in busyness and triviality. After returning to his residence in Blue Star, Zhang Wei was just about to take a break when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Yusin calling. "Hello, what's up?" Zhang Wei pressed the answer button and asked directly. Chen Yusin's crisp voice came from the other end of the phone. "Zhang Wei, the auto show is tomorrow. I'll pick you up in the morning. Is that a convenient time?" Zhang Wei suddenly remembered that he had promised to buy a car, and quickly said, "Sure, thank you. It's no trouble, it's no trouble. It's my honor to serve you," Chen Yusin said quickly, with a hint of enthusiasm in her tone. The two chatted casually about some daily trivial matters, such as the recent weather and what new cars might be unveiled at the auto show, before ending the call. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei recalled what he had gained today. He had been worried about the supply of supplies to the supermarket, but today he has contacted many suppliers. After some communication and negotiation, these suppliers all agreed to deliver various supplies directly to the supermarket according to the agreed time and quantity. With a stable supply of materials, the operation of the supermarket will be more secure. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone rang again. Zhang Wei picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Yu calling. "Zhang Wei, the first batch of supplies has arrived, but there was a minor problem on the way, so it might be late. Are you free now?" Wang Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of apology. If you have time, just ship it over here. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Wei replied that he knew that some unexpected situations were inevitable during the transportation of materials. Okay, Zhang Wei, I'll continue coordinating the subsequent supplies for you. I'll send them all to you as soon as possible in the next few days to ensure that the supermarket's operations won't be delayed. Wang Yu said. Chapter 86 Hard-Working Porter. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei thought for a while and decided to go to the prison to select a group of porters. He was instantly teleported to the prison. The prisoners in the prison were all terrified when they saw Zhang Wei suddenly appear. I need a group of porters. If you behave well, you can have food. If you don't perform well, you will end up like those soldiers before you. Anyone who is willing can sign up. Zhang Wei glanced around coldly and said loudly. When the prisoners heard that there was food, hope suddenly lit up in their eyes. They were in prison, hungry and frightened every day. When they heard about this opportunity, they all rushed to sign up. I do. Boss, I will definitely obey you and do whatever you ask me to do. A group of people rushed to shout, fearing to fall behind. They all knew that this was a rare opportunity. Maybe if I behave well, the other party will let me go, or let me become a supermarket employee, and I can escape from this dark prison life. Zhang Wei looked at the group of people indifferently, not afraid at all that they would escape. Since he chose them, he has the means to tell them what to say and what not to say, and he also has the means to restrict their freedom. He selected dozens of soldiers who looked stronger. Then, he teleported these dozens of soldiers into a spacious bathhouse. Take a shower and change clothes here first, then wait for notification. He took out another set of clean clothes and said. Naturally, these soldiers did not dare to disobey. They began to take a shower, change clothes, and waited for orders obediently. Not long after, a low engine roar was heard from the street outside the supermarket. Several large trailers loaded with goods slowly stopped at the entrance of the supermarket, and the bodies of the trucks shone with the unique cold light of metal in the sunlight. Who's the boss? We're here to deliver. The leading driver leaned his head out of the cab, holding a thick stack of delivery notes in his hand. Several porters following behind him were wiping their sweat with towels, obviously having just experienced a long journey. In the crowd, Zhang Wei took a step forward and said calmly, "Leave it to me." The driver looked Zhang Wei up and down, his eyes full of surprise. He never expected that the boss in front of him was so young, looking only in his early 20s. But his professionalism made him quickly restrain his expression and quickly responded, "Okay." Zhang Wei took the delivery note, glanced at it briefly, then turned to look at Wang Yun and said, "Wang Yun, I'll leave it to you to count the quantity." Wang Yun smiled and replied crisply, "Okay, boss." After saying that, he took the delivery note from Zhang Wei, turned and walked towards the trailer, ready to start counting the goods. At this time, Zhang Yan also came over, looking at the mountain of goods on the trailer, and said to Zhang Wei with a smile, "Boss, we got a lot of stuff this time, so it should be enough to sell for a few days." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, turned his gaze to the group of soldiers standing not far away, and said loudly, "Move the things into the supermarket." "Okay, boss." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices unified and powerful, and then they moved quickly and walked towards the trailer, not daring to delay for a moment. Seeing this, the truck owner hurried forward and said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, we have brought movers, just let them do it." Zhang Wei shook his head and said firmly, "It doesn't matter. Just let them do their work. They are idle anyway." Seeing Zhang Wei's firm attitude, the truck owner had nothing to say and could only step aside. Zhang Wei looked around and said to the girls, "Go get some stools and some water for the drivers." "Okay." Several girls responded and quickly carried out a few stools from the supermarket and placed them where the drivers rested. The drivers looked at the busy scene in front of them, then looked at Lu Rumei and other women, and couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. These girls are more beautiful than each other and have outstanding temperament. It is hard to imagine that they would choose to be employees in such a small supermarket. One of the drivers couldn't help but be curious and asked Zhang Wei, "Boss, are these beautiful girls all employees of your supermarket?" Zhang Wei nodded without saying anything more. The drivers looked at each other, their hearts full of confusion. What methods did the boss use to make these outstanding girls feel at ease staying in such a supermarket? Everyone's eyes were focused on these girls. They only saw that they obeyed Zhang Wei's words and carried out every instruction quickly without any reluctance on their faces. Moreover, there seemed to be some other emotions hidden in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Wei, which made others unable to help but imagine. My goodness, these beautiful girls, don't they all like this boss? A driver couldn't help but mutter under his breath, looking back and forth between Zhang Wei and the girls. I don't know either. This supermarket is just a supermarket in the countryside. Although it looks quite large, how much money can it make in this rural area? The other driver frowned, his face full of confusion. If they're not making money, why would they need so much goods? Look at the frequency of deliveries, each one is getting more and more. That's true, but these girls are no worse than celebrities. They have good looks and temperament. Why would they be willing to work as supermarket employees? It's so unfair. Who knows? It just means this boss is very resourceful and can win over these girls. Everyone was talking at once. At this time, their attention was drawn to the employees who were moving the goods. I saw that these employees were all strong and healthy, and they carried the goods effortlessly. They could carry several boxes at a time and walk towards the supermarket with steady steps. Look at these guys, they're so strong that they can actually carry so many things at once. Their physical fitness is incredible. They are so hardworking. This boss must be so rich that he can afford to employ so many people, and they are all so capable. That's amazing. You're so young, yet you have such skills. I have to admire you. You're able to manage so many people so well. This supermarket will definitely grow bigger in the future. Everyone gave Zhang Wei a thumbs up. Inside the supermarket, Zhang Wei cleared his throat and said to Lu Rumei and the others. From now on, when they have to do odd jobs or hard work, let the soldiers do it. Anyway, these guys are all prisoners, so killing them is the least of their worries. You can command them however you want. When Lu Rumei and others heard this, they immediately smiled happily. They were originally worried about not having enough manpower, but now it's great. With the help of these soldiers, many problems can be easily solved. Lu Rumei was the first to react and said to the soldiers, "You guys, move these boxes of goods to the warehouse and be careful with them. And you, follow me, and put these goods on the shelves. Move quickly." Wang Yun also directed the soldiers to start working. The soldiers did not resist at all and followed the girls' instructions obediently. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was sitting at the tea table, making tea and watching anime, looking very relaxed. Chapter 87's Level Ice Talent. This group of soldiers with excellent physical fitness already possess the strength of the first and second levels, and are extremely efficient in doing the carrying work. They were agile and quick, carrying the goods steadily and moving quickly in and out of the supermarket. Before long, the originally piled up goods were moved in an orderly manner and the moving work was completed quickly. Zhang Wei looked at everyone who had finished their work, waved his hand, and teleported them to the bathhouse. The bathhouse is spacious, has ample hot water, and is filled with a faint fragrance. Not only that, Zhang Wei also opened up a better living environment for them. The room was clean and tidy, the bed was soft and comfortable, and all living facilities were available. Although they still have no freedom, at least their food and water are guaranteed and they no longer have to worry about basic living needs. Lu Rumei just lost her virginity last night and her body is still in the recovery stage, so it is not suitable for her to do strenuous exercise today. So, Zhang Wei turned his gaze to Wang Yun, and with a thought, he teleported her to the training room. The training room is spacious and the walls around it can withstand any energy impact. Wang Yun, you will fight me from now on and gain combat experience through actual combat. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yun and said. Only by constantly training his fighting skills every day can he have greater security when he leaves the supermarket and ventures out into the world. Boss, my talent is S-level ice control, which allows me to create various ice-based abilities to attack. Wang Yun nodded and introduced her talents. Oh, ice type? That's a pretty good talent. After hearing this, Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with envy. You know, any talent is useful, the key is how you develop and utilize it. Especially when multiple talents are used together, it will definitely have a very big effect. Wang Yun's talent is S-level, which is already very strong. No wonder she can build a base in the doomsday. Let's get started. Zhang Wei said no more and got into a fighting stance. Okay. Wang Yun knew very well that even if she used all her strength, she would not be able to hurt Zhang Wei, nor would she damage the supermarket building, so there was no need to hold back when she attacked. A biting chill suddenly enveloped her body, and the temperature around her seemed to drop a few degrees. The next second, a sharp ice spike suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked Zhang Wei rapidly. Zhang Wei's perception ability was quite good. The moment the ice spikes appeared, he keenly sensed the danger and retreated immediately. However, Wang Yun's attack did not stop there. Ice spikes continued to emerge from the ground like mushrooms after rain, more and more, densely packed towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei could only keep dodging, moving flexibly in the training room, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Seeing Zhang Wei constantly dodging, Wang Yun's attacks became more fierce. Her hands moved rapidly, and the cold air in the training room instantly condensed into several ice arrows, which shot towards Zhang Wei from different angles with the sound of breaking through the air. The ice arrows were extremely fast, drawing cold trails in the air and blocking most of Zhang Wei's escape space. Zhang Wei frowned. He didn't expect Wang Yun's ice ability to be so varied. Faced with this sudden ice arrow attack, he could only rely on his agility to dodge left and right in the narrow space. Several ice arrows flew past his body, and the chill they brought made him shiver uncontrollably. "Boss, be careful!" Wang Yun shouted and used her special ability again. Suddenly, ice walls emerged from the ground in the training room, surrounding Zhang Wei. The ice wall was tall and solid, with a faint blue light flickering on its surface, as if announcing to Zhang Wei that it was insurmountable. At the same time, tiny ice spikes continued to shoot out from the cracks in the ice wall, attacking Zhang Wei like a rainstorm. Zhang Wei was trapped in the ice wall and his situation became increasingly difficult. He used the weapon in his hand to chop the ice wall. Although the ice wall was extremely hard, his realm was at the 3rd level, higher than Wang Yun, and he quickly broke through the ice wall. But those ice spikes followed him like a shadow, constantly stabbing at him. He could only keep swinging his sword to knock down the approaching ice spikes one by one, but if he continued like this, his strength would be exhausted sooner or later. "This won't do. I have to find a way to break out," Zhang Wei pondered in his heart. He observed the distribution of the ice wall, looking for possible flaws. Just then, he discovered that the bottom of one of the ice walls seemed to be loose. Wang Yun doesn't give Zhang Wei too much time to think. She waved her hands, and the ice spikes on the ice wall suddenly stopped attacking, and were replaced by a huge ice ball that slowly rose from the top of the ice wall. The ice ball exuded a biting coldness, and ice crystals kept falling from its surface, as if it would explode at any time. "Go!" Wang Yun shouted softly, and the ice ball hit the ice wall where Zhang Wei was. Once the puck hits the ice wall, the huge impact force is likely to cause the ice wall to collapse completely, burying Zhang Wei inside. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's heart tightened. He concentrated his mind, poured all his strength into his legs, and then rushed towards the bottom of the seemingly loose ice wall. Just as the puck was about to hit the ice wall, he successfully knocked open a corner of the ice wall and rushed out from the gap. However, as soon as he rushed out, he ran head-on into the ice storm that Wang Yun had already prepared. The ice storm swept in with a roar, mixed with countless ice blades and ice cones, completely enveloping Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei only felt a vast expanse of white before his eyes, the biting cold wind, and ice blades and ice cones constantly scratching his body. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still trapped. If he was invincible in the supermarket, he would definitely be injured. He finally understood how powerful the combat capabilities of people with advanced talents were. You know, he is at the 3rd level, but even so, it is still difficult for him to face Wang Yun who was at the 2nd level. He must acquire an advanced talent in the future. Zhang Wei moved slowly forward in the ice storm. He knew that he couldn't just passively take the beating anymore and had to find a way to fight back. While dodging the attacks, he observed Wang Yun's position. Finally, he saw Wang Yun controlling her supernatural powers behind the ice storm. He rushed towards Wang Yun. Wang Yun did not expect Zhang Wei to suddenly break through the ice storm and attack her. She hurriedly used her supernatural powers again and built an ice shield in front of her. Zhang Wei rushed to the ice shield, raised his sword, and slashed at the ice shield with all his strength. The ice shield cracked under the attack of the long sword, but did not break immediately. Wang Yun took the opportunity to increase the output of his supernatural powers, and the cracks on the ice shield gradually healed. Zhang Wei knew that if he couldn't break the ice shield quickly, Wang Yun would use new means of attack. Just then, he suddenly thought of a solution. He retracted the sword, then gripped the hilt with both hands and continuously injected the strength in his body into the sword. The long sword instantly emitted a powerful aura, and the sword body trembled slightly. "Drink!" Zhang Wei shouted and slashed at the ice shield again. This is his swordsmanship, which has extremely strong attack power. This time, the long sword carried great force and directly split the ice shield in half. Wang Yun was startled by the sudden attack. Before she could react, Zhang Wei rushed in front of her. Chapter 88 Happy. "Boss, your strength should be at level 3. Wang Yun was breathing slightly, with beads of sweat on her forehead. The battle just now had consumed a lot of her physical strength. At this moment, she was looking at Zhang Wei seriously and said, "Yes, it is indeed level 3. Zhang Wei nodded, his expression calm. "But I also know in my heart that if it weren't for the limited space in this training room. Moreover, due to factors such as the wide range of Wang Yunbing's supernatural power attacks, it may not be easy for him to break through the numerous obstacles and get to her. Boss, I need to rest and recover. Although my ice ability is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy during combat. It's impossible for me to fight for a long time." As Wang Yun spoke, she slowly squatted down, supporting her hands on her knees, trying to relax her tired body for a moment. She knew very well that continuous high-intensity output of supernatural powers would be a great test of her physical and mental strength. "I see." Zhang Wei nodded again. Although elemental attributes are powerful, they can exert great power in battle. However, it would still be dangerous if someone with strong physical enhancement skills got close to him. Just like just now, Wang Yun used her ice talent to create a variety of attack and defense methods, causing him to suffer a lot. But once he broke through to her side, her advantage was greatly reduced. The ice attribute talent is indeed very good. It can create attacks such as ice arrows, ice walls, ice storms, and can also use ice shields for defense. However, once the enemy gets close, it will be a bit powerless. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei had an idea and teleported Yu Lingyu to the training room. As soon as Yu Lingyu appeared, he looked around vigilantly. After seeing Zhang Wei, he relaxed a little and asked, "Boss, what's the matter? You used to be a soldier, so you can definitely help me gain combat experience." Zhang Wei looked at Yu Lingyu with anticipation. He knew very well that although his strength had reached the 3rd level, his combat experience was pitifully small, especially in close combat. As a former soldier, Yu Lingyu must have rich close combat skills and practical experience. "Good." Yu Lingyu nodded without any hesitation. She has a cold personality and doesn't like to talk much. But when she heard Zhang Wei's request, she responded directly with action. She knew very well that Zhang Wei asked her to help him improve his combat experience because he trusted her, so she would naturally give it her all. Yu Lingyu was worthy of being a soldier. He showed his powerful close combat ability as soon as he made a move. Her movements were crisp and clear, and every move and style carried a fierce momentum. She was very proficient in many close combat techniques and killing methods. Her attack angles are tricky and her speed is extremely fast. If Zhang Wei did not have the ability to perceive her attack in an instant and react quickly, he would have been in a very embarrassing situation. Even so, Zhang Wei's lack of combat experience was clearly exposed. Without using his abilities, he could only suffer abuse. Yu Lingyu's punches, kicks, elbows and other attacks rained down on him. He could only dodge them with difficulty, and appeared to be in a panic most of the time. However, Yu Lingyu did not attack blindly. In between fights, she would also tell Zhang Wei how to dodge enemy attacks, how to defend effectively, and how to counterattack and attack at the right time. She demonstrated and explained at the same time, allowing Zhang Wei to understand and master these techniques more intuitively. With Yu Lingyu's careful guidance, Zhang Wei's close combat ability has been continuously improved. He gradually began to adapt to Lung Yu's attack rhythm, was able to react more calmly, and tried to counterattack. Although it is still far inferior to Yu Lingyu, it has been a great improvement compared to before. Zhang Wei, Yu Lingyu, and Wang Yun trained in the training room until 10 o'clock in the evening. The training room was filled with the smell of sweat and battle, and all 3 of them were exhausted. Zhang Wei looked at the 2 women and said, "You've worked hard, go back and rest." "Well, good night, boss." Yu Lingyu and Wang Yun nodded slightly, their faces still flushed from training, their hair wet with sweat, and turned to walk towards the elevator. Zhang Wei watched their backs disappear in the elevator, then he thought about it and teleported back to his room. The lighting in the room was soft and warm, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the training room. He took off his clothes that were already soaked with sweat, threw them aside, and walked towards the bathroom. In the bathroom, hot water sprayed out from the shower head and hit Zhang Wei's body, making him feel refreshed. He closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of relaxation, but his mind was still recalling every detail of today's training. When he finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he suddenly realized that there was someone lying on his bed. "Hey, it's Xiaoyu. This woman is really brave. She actually came to my room on her own initiative." However, he didn't care. After all, in this doomsday world, many things were no longer so conventional. Xiaoyu is indeed very beautiful. Even though half a year has passed since the end of the world, she still exudes feminine charm. Although her skin is not as fair and delicate as before, it has a charm that comes from having experienced vicissitudes of life. Her nobility and elegance did not disappear because of the suffering at the end of the world, but instead became more prominent. She has an exquisite appearance and three-dimensional features, especially her eyes, which seem to hide endless stories. No man would dislike such a woman. Zhang Wei walked to the bed, slowly put down the bath towel in his hand, then lifted the quilt and got in. As soon as he lay down, he felt the warmth of Xiaoyu's body. "Boss, I." Xiaoyu seemed to want to say something, her voice soft and a little shy. Zhang Wei didn't give her the right to speak anymore and kissed her lips directly. He thought to himself, since Xiaoyu chose to sacrifice herself, there was no need to say anything more, just be his woman. The next morning, Xiaoyu wanted to get up, but she had no strength at all. She was just an ordinary person and her ability to endure was not as good as Lu Rumei's. So, she was in so much pain that she couldn't get up. Rest well. This is the crystal core for you. After absorbing it, you will be able to become a first-level strongman. Zhang Wei said. Thank you, boss. Xiaoyu said quickly. Zhang Wei got up, washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. P.S. I will try to update regularly at 010. I have to go on a long trip recently. I will see if I can update 3 times a day next month. Thank you all for your love. I hope you can watch a few ads and show your love. It doesn't cost any money, just consider it a small encouragement to the author. Chapter 89. Are you deliberately forcing me to start a harem? The first rays of sunlight in the early morning shone into the supermarket. Others had already gotten up early and sat around the dining table to enjoy breakfast. The restaurant was filled with the aroma of food, and everyone was chatting quietly while eating breakfast. Good morning, boss. When they saw Zhang Wei walk into the restaurant, they all stood up and greeted him politely. Zhang Wei nodded slightly. He swept his eyes over everyone, then looked at Wang Yuyan and said, Wang Yuyan, please send breakfast to my room later. Okay. Wang Yuyan responded, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. She had already guessed who was in Zhang Wei's room. After all, except Xiaoyu, everyone else was already having breakfast here. Lu Rumei sat aside, prepared for all this. Although she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, after all, it was inevitable that she would feel uncomfortable seeing the man she loved with another woman, but she soon felt relieved. She knew very well that in this doomsday world, having a safe haven like a supermarket was their greatest luck. Moreover, Zhang Wei was quite nice to them and gave them a relatively stable life. Zhang Wei found a place to sit down and continued, I have to go on a long trip today, so I'll leave the supermarket to you guys. If you need help moving things, Lu Rumei, just call out the group of people from yesterday to do the odd jobs. They have good physical fitness and can do the work efficiently. If there are still not enough people, select suitable people from the cell block. You now have the authority to make arrangements based on the actual situation. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei and said seriously. Okay, boss. Lu Rumei nodded. Since becoming Zhang Wei's woman, she has indeed gained a lot of authority and can manage some affairs in the supermarket. But she also knew in her heart that these powers were the trust given by Zhang Wei, and she could not abuse them, let alone betray Zhang Wei. If she betrayed Zhang Wei, she would definitely be severely punished given Zhang Wei's methods. In this doomsday world, without Zhang Wei's protection, her survival might become a problem. Therefore, she secretly made up her mind to manage the supermarket well and live up to Zhang Wei's trust. In fact, those functions were given by the system. It was a pity that Lu Rumei didn't know the existence of the system and didn't think about it. She just thought that those functions were given to her by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at the supermarket's information. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Zhang Wei. Boss Lady, Lu Rumei, Xiaoyu. Supermarket level, 256%. Staff, Wang Yuyan, Lu Huanqin, Yu Lingyu, Wang Yun, Alice, Xiaotian, Xiaoyu, Zhanyan, Lingyu 910. Function 1, arrive any number of times 05 times. Function 2, weaponry. Any woman who has a relationship with him will naturally become the boss's wife. Moreover, there is no limit on the number of boss ladies who can be hired. As long as Zhang Wei is willing, he can add new members at any time. This system is really something. It's deliberately forcing me to start a harem. Zhang Wei shook his head helplessly, secretly complaining in his heart. But he changed his mind and realized that in this doomsday world, strength and resources are the most important things, and these benefits granted by the system can, to some extent, enhance his power and influence. You can't blame me for this. It's the system that forces me to do this. I can only obey. Zhang Wei shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. The supermarket's upgrade speed was much faster than he had imagined. When he checked the system panel, he found that the experience value had reached 56%. At this rate, the supermarket will be able to successfully upgrade to level 3 in 2 days. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little excited. At that time, the supermarket will be able to unlock a new function and recruit more employees, which will undoubtedly be a huge boost to the development of the supermarket. Later, he planned to not only land in Sangcheng, but also visit other cities. After all, if you stay in one place all the time, your development will always be restricted. Developing some new businesses is also an effective way to quickly improve the level of a supermarket. He knew very well that only by continuously expanding his power could he gain more benefits. Not long after, Chen Yusen called Zhang Wei to tell him that she was almost there. After Zhang Wei hung up the phone, he walked towards the supermarket entrance. Not long after, he saw Chen Yusen's car slowly driving towards him and stopped steadily in front of him. Zhang Wei opened the car door and got in. Mr. Zhang, I heard that there will be many famous cars on display at the auto show today. There will be cars of various styles and performances. You should have a lot of choices. Chen Yusen said as she started the car. It doesn't matter. To me, cars are just for transportation. As long as they're comfortable to drive and their performance satisfies me, I don't care whether they're famous or not. Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair and waved his hand nonchalantly. Chen Yusen nodded and said nothing more. She just focused on driving the car towards the auto show. Outside the car window, the city scene kept flashing by, and Zhang Wei fell into deep thought, thinking about the future development direction of the supermarket. The auto show was bustling with people coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. The lights in the exhibition hall are bright, making the cars of various shapes shine brightly. There were also many invited models at the scene. They were dressed in fashionable clothes, walked with elegant steps, and posed in various postures next to the car, attracting everyone's attention. Many wolf friends held cameras and mobile phones, their eyes shining as if they had discovered a treasure, and they stared at these beautiful female models and took pictures crazily. The sounds of shutter clicks came one after another, as if it was a fierce battle. These models are obviously accustomed to such scenes. They face the camera calmly with confident smiles on their faces, and even their eyes reveal a sense of pride and complacency. After all, since they have chosen this line of work, they are naturally happy for others to promote them, and perhaps they can get more opportunities and attention because of it. After Chen Yusen and Zhang Wei arrived at the auto show together, they began to stroll around leisurely. They shuttled between the booths, sometimes stopping to admire, sometimes communicating in low voices. Nowadays, with the continuous development of new energy technologies, electric vehicles have gradually become popular. In the exhibition hall, many electric vehicle brands have launched their own new models. They are stylish in appearance and full of technology, attracting a lot of people's attention. However, after careful observation, Zhang Wei still felt that trams still had a long way to go in terms of safety. He knew very well that in the doomsday world, safety was the most important thing. A car must not only be able to run fast, but also be able to ensure the safety of people inside in various complex environments. However, Zhang Wei was not stubborn about buying a gasoline car. He knew very well that both electric cars and gasoline cars had their own advantages and disadvantages. As long as it suits him, he will consider choosing any type of car. As he looked at the cars, he considered various factors and wondered which car would be the best for him. Chapter 90, Wealthy. Zhang Wei's eyes slowly swept across the auto show, and he couldn't help but think that this auto show was quite good. Although it is just a car show held in the county, the development of Bida County in recent years is truly remarkable. Especially in the past 5 years, many companies have opened factories in the county, which has boosted the local economy and given the county a new look. At the auto show, there is a wide variety of vehicles, covering various brands and price ranges. There are also many high-end cars here, but most of them are priced between 100,000 and 500,000 yuan. This price range is more acceptable to consumers in county towns. Zhang Wei and Chen Yusen walked towards the areas with a population of more than 500,000. As prices rise, the number of vehicles decreases significantly. There are only 10 cars worth more than 1 million yuan. They are parked there quietly, exuding a noble and mysterious atmosphere. There are only 3 cars priced above 5 million. These 3 cars have unique shapes and luxurious configurations, but they are more used as facades. The merchants knew that in this county, there were very few people who could afford a car of this price, and they never thought that they could sell it. After all, the consumption capacity of county towns is still quite different from that of big cities. Most people's purchasing power can only support them to buy cars priced between 100,000 and 500,000 yuan. What brand of car does Mr. Zhang like? Chen Yusin turned her head and looked at Zhang Wei and asked. I don't particularly care about any brand. As long as the car is easy to drive and looks good, it doesn't really matter what brand it is. Zhang Wei smiled slightly, his eyes still looking at the cars around him. Have you heard of the car recently launched by Mini Group? The Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition, priced at around 800,000 yuan. Whether it's appearance or performance, I personally feel it's quite good. Chen Yusin introduced. Oh, this limited edition car will be exhibited here? That's unlikely. Zhang Wei asked curiously, somewhat skeptically. In his opinion, limited edition cars are usually unveiled at auto shows in big cities, so how could they appear at an auto show in a county town? Yes, there is one. This is it. Chen Yusin said this, pointing to a place not far away. Zhang Wei looked in the direction of her finger and saw a dark blue car parked there quietly. This car has a unique shape, smooth lines, and a stylish and dynamic appearance, which is quite attractive to young people. Zhang Wei walked around the dark blue car and observed it carefully. He looked at everything from the lines of the car body to the design of the headlights, from the style of the wheels to the gloss of the paint. After observing for a while, he raised his head, looked at Chen Yusin, and asked, Can I test drive it? Chen Yusin was slightly startled, then shook her head and said, I don't know either. She really didn't know whether she could test drive this limited edition car. After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. So she called the shopping guide nearby for help. The shopping guide walked quickly to Zhang Wei with a professional smile on her face, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. I'm sorry, sir, because this is a limited edition and our boss got it with great difficulty, so we don't offer test drives. However, you can try other models of cars. Although there is some difference in performance, it shouldn't be that big. Do you want to try it? The shopping guide bowed slightly and said apologetically. Zhang Wei didn't show any dissatisfaction after hearing this. He didn't really care whether he could test drive the car or not, and didn't make things difficult for the little shopping guide in front of him. After all, the other party's answer was very appropriate. How about this, I can test drive it after I buy it. He thought for a moment and spoke directly. Ah, this, you want to buy it? The shopping guide was stunned, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. She never expected that this young man would be so direct and wanted to buy this limited edition car right away, leaving her at a loss for how to respond for a moment. In her opinion, this car was more for display and she never thought that anyone would actually buy it. After all, in the county town, there are not many people who can afford to spend so much money to buy a car. I came here to buy a car. I thought this car looked good, so I decided to give it a try. Zhang Wei looked at the salesperson's surprised expression and answered calmly. Sure, I don't know if you're paying in installments. The shopping guide finally came to his senses and quickly said. Full payment. Zhang Wei interrupted the other party without waiting for him to finish speaking. He didn't want to waste too much time on this matter, and it was not difficult for him to buy the car in full. Even he himself doesn't know how much money he has now. It was only 800,000 yuan, he didn't care at all. Okay, sir, I'll give you my lowest price right away. Please wait a moment. The shopping guide said quickly, then turned around and hurried to find the boss. They never thought they could sell this kind of car. The boss was just using it to save face, who would have thought that anyone would actually buy it? The shopping guide was running while muttering to himself, feeling that he had encountered something really rare today. Chen Yusin stood aside with her eyes slightly widened, also shocked by Zhang Wei's wealth. Just because he wanted to test drive the car, he decided to buy it directly. How generous of a person. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that having money really makes you willful. Not long after, a man in a neat suit and with a capable temperament walked towards Zhang Wei with steady steps. Hello, I'm Yang Feng, the general manager of Mini Auto in Baida County. I heard you want to buy the SU7 Ultra Limited Edition, is that correct? Yang Feng stepped forward and spoke with a warm smile on his face. Zhang Wei looked calm and nodded slightly. I heard you still paid in full. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Wei curiously. He has been working in the automobile industry in Baida County for many years and knows most of the important figures in the county. But he had no impression of the young man in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder about his identity and background. Good. Zhang Wei nodded again, his tone concise and clear. Since you are so straightforward, I can't be stingy. I'll give you a base price of 780,000. We'll handle all the paperwork for you. What do you think? After a brief thought, Yang Feng showed a sincere expression on his face. No problem. Zhang Wei remained calm and nodded in agreement. Next, there is a series of tedious car buying processes. Zhang Wei took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to the staff member. He then took out his ID and cooperated with the other party to go through the procedures for household registration. Throughout the whole process, he remained calm and composed, as if it was just a trivial matter. Yang Feng watched from the side and became more and more curious and concerned about Zhang Wei. Naturally, he wanted to make friends with such a generous and efficient client. Mr. Zhang, if it's convenient, I'd like to add your phone number and WeChat. If you have any car-related questions in the future, or if your friends want to buy a car, you can contact me at any time. So he took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile. Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Feng, did not refuse, nodded, and told the other party his contact information. Chapter 91, Get the Full Amount. After Yang Feng finished discussing the car purchase with Zhang Wei, he noticed Chen Yusen, who had been standing next to him. His eyes lit up, a curious look appeared on his face, and he asked, "So it's Mr. Chen. Is this Mr. Zhang your boyfriend?" When Chen Yusen heard this, she shook her head vigorously and hurriedly explained, "He's not my boyfriend, he's a partner." After hearing this, Yang Feng's curiosity grew even more intense, and he asked, "What does he do?" "I run a supermarket." Chen Yusen answered concisely. "A supermarket owner? It must be a big car, otherwise they wouldn't spend 780,000 yuan on a car without blinking an eye." Yang Feng frowned slightly, guessing secretly in his heart. After all, in Baida County, it is rare to find people who can spend so generously. Chen Yusen smiled and didn't say anything more. She continued to follow Zhang Wei. At this time, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to experience the performance of this new car. He turned to look at Chen Yusen and said, "Let's try the performance of this Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition." Good. Chen Yusen had long been curious about this car and responded with great interest. As Zhang Wei pressed the start button, the car emitted a low and powerful roar, instantly arousing the curiosity of the people around him. "Hey, didn't they say that this Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition can't be test-driven?" Someone in the crowd asked doubtfully. "You're out of date. The guy just bought it." The person next to him quickly explained. "Oh my god, who is this? He's so rich, but he actually bought it directly." Someone exclaimed, eyes full of envy. As Zhang Wei slowly started the Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition, everyone around him turned their eyes to him. So young. No wonder she was so willing to buy the Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition. Young people really like this brand of car. That person is Chen Yusen. Could he be her boyfriend? This woman is really good at choosing her targets. I heard that Xiao Nantian has been pursuing her, but it seems he failed. Someone in the crowd said with glee. Hey, isn't that Xiao Nantian? He's walking towards Chen Yusen. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Xiao Nantian. There's going to be some fun. Everyone watched the scene with a smile, their eyes full of anticipation. Everyone knows that Xiao Nantian is a well-known figure in Baida County. He has always liked Chen Yusen and has pursued her passionately. Unfortunately, Chen Yusen never agreed to him. Nowadays, when people see Chen Yusen with other men, they think there will definitely be sparks. Chen Yusen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to the auto show too. Xiao Nantian had a seemingly enthusiastic smile on his face and walked quickly to Chen Yusen. But I was secretly cursing in my heart, this bitch, she usually pretends to be so arrogant, and even disdains my pursuit, how come she is with another man in the blink of an eye, she really knows how to play. Chen Yusen looked calm and just responded briefly. If there weren't so many people here, she wouldn't even bother to respond to this word. She was already extremely fed up with Xiao Nantian's persistent attitude. This friend is rare. What's his name? Xiao Nantian suppressed the anger in his heart, turned his gaze to Zhang Wei, and asked with pretended curiosity, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. I don't want to know you. Zhang Wei didn't even raise his eyelids. After saying this coldly, he turned around and left. Xiao Nantian was left standing there in astonishment, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He. When Chen Yusin saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She was stunned by Zhang Wei's decisive action. Especially when I saw Xiaonanshan's face, which was uglier than if he had eaten a cockroach, I felt refreshed. Damn it! Damn you! How dare you ignore me? How dare you offend me in Baida County? Just wait and see. Xiaonantian clenched his fists and spoke angrily with gritted teeth, full of anger. He would not let it go like this. In Baida County, he, Xiaonantian, was also a well-known figure. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? You still want to buy a car? Chen Yusin put away her smile and asked curiously. Look at a few more cars, it won't be a problem. Zhang Wei smiled, as if what happened just now had not affected his mood at all. To him, Xiaonantian was just an insignificant person and there was no need to waste time and energy on him. Afterwards, Zhang Wei walked leisurely towards Huawei's auto show area. There are cars of various styles on display here, each exuding unique charm. Zhang Wei carefully looked at each car one by one and test drove several of them. During the test drive, he carefully felt the vehicle's performance, handling, and comfort, and felt that the overall performance was quite good. Are you satisfied, sir? The shopping guide asked softly with a sweet smile on her face. The news that Zhang Wei paid full price for the Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition had already spread among the auto show staff. They were naturally very polite to Zhang Wei. This is a real big customer, a wealthy man who spends lavishly. We must treat him well. Maybe we can even get more business. That's fine, but do you have the latest and best performing car? Zhang Wei frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with the car models he had seen so far, and asked. This. We didn't display the latest and best performing cars at this exhibition. However, if you need it, we can immediately arrange for the goods for you and ensure that they are delivered to you as quickly as possible. The young lady was slightly startled, then quickly said. Okay, then let's get a fully equipped S800. Zhang Wei said without hesitation, as if it was just a very ordinary little thing. Okay, wait a minute, I'll arrange it for you right away. When the young lady heard this, her eyes lit up instantly and she was so happy that she almost jumped up. She secretly marveled at how rich he was, and immediately decided to buy a top-of-the-line car. Such immense wealth has just fallen upon her. Maybe her commission this month will increase several times. The young lady didn't care about anything else and immediately turned around to find her boss and told him everything about Zhang Wei's plan to buy the fully equipped version of the Xuanjie S800. When the boss heard this, he took it very seriously and immediately came to Zhang Wei in person with a smile on his face. He asked Zhang Wei about his specific requirements for the vehicle, and then promised to give him the lowest price. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I promise to complete the formalities for you and deliver the car to you the day after tomorrow. If you have any questions by then, please feel free to contact me. After Zhang Wei paid the lump sum, the boss said quickly. Zhang Wei nodded, added his boss's WeChat and phone number, and then walked at a leisurely pace to visit other brands' auto shows. In his opinion, money is meant to be spent. Moreover, in the process of spending money, you can also let the money create some emotional value for yourself. He has gained a lot of emotional value from the surprised and envious expressions and demeanor of the people around him, as well as the tone of their whispers. That's enough, he doesn't care about other things. Chapter 92. You can test drive. Mr. Zhang, we also have a nice sedan here, would you like to take a look? Mr. Zhang, do you need a sports car? If you need one, I can get it for you. Mr. Zhang, we have several nice cars here that you can test drive. Do you need any? When the others saw Zhang Wei walking towards them at a leisurely pace, their eyes lit up, as if they had seen a rare potential customer, and they quickly opened their mouths and enthusiastically invited him. Mr. Zhang, come and try our car. It has great performance. Mr. Zhang, please take a drive and feel the driving experience. Zhang Wei had a faint smile on his face, and did not refuse everyone's enthusiasm. He went forward one by one to test drive. He sat in the driver's seat, operating the vehicle skillfully and feeling the characteristics of different models. However, after a test drive, he showed no intention to buy it. These salespeople all knew that Zhang Wei was not the kind of person who had no money to buy a car. Zhang Wei had previously purchased 2 expensive cars, and he was very generous. At this moment they also realized that Zhang Wei really didn't like these cars. So, they took out their phones and said to Zhang Wei with a smile, Mr. Zhang, add me as a friend. When there is a suitable car in the future, we will notify you as soon as possible. Zhang Wei also readily agreed to all of them. Finally, Zhang Wei came to the exhibition area with the national flag sign. A national flag car is parked in the center of the exhibition area. The lines of its body are tough and smooth, exuding a majestic temperament. This car costs as much as 1.86 million and is a luxury SUV. At this time, the boss noticed Zhang Wei. Her name is Zhang Yin. She is in her 30s, with long, shiny black hair neatly tied behind her head, revealing a smooth forehead. She was wearing a well-tailored business suit. The collar of the white shirt is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone. She paired it with a black suit jacket on the outside and a black hip skirt on the bottom, which perfectly outlined her figure. Her face is fair and delicate, her eyes are bright and lively, her nose is bridged, her lips are rosy, and she has a perfect smile, which makes her look friendly and professional. She exudes the beauty and charm of a mature woman, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. When Zhang Yin saw Zhang Wei, she walked up to him with an elegant pace, a warm yet polite smile on her face, and said, "Mr. Zhang, if you like, you can try this one. The two cars you bought before were both electric cars. Actually, gasoline cars are also quite good. They each have their own advantages. You might have a different experience after trying them." According to the regulations of the auto show, high-end and expensive models such as the National Flagship and the National Glory are generally not provided with test drive services. After all, there are a limited number of such cars, and if an accident occurs during the test drive, the loss will be immeasurable. However, rules are dead, but people are alive. For certain special people, the rules can naturally be flexible. Zhang Wei is such a special person. His performance at the auto show and his previous lavish car purchases made it clear to the show's owner that he was fully qualified to enjoy this special treatment. "Okay, let's try it." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, with a hint of anticipation. "Please." Zhang Yin hurried forward and gently opened the car door for Zhang Wei with a warm and professional smile on her face. Zhang Yin is the owner of this auto show. She is well known in the industry for her outstanding abilities and friendly temperament. Afterwards, Zhang Yin also sat elegantly in the passenger seat. As the Guiyao car started slowly, it left the auto show site as fast as an arrow and sped along the wide road. The roar of the engine seems to be its desire for speed, and the body moves forward steadily in the wind, showing powerful performance. No rush, you can drive it longer so you can fully experience the performance of this car. Zhang Yin looked at Zhang Wei with a smile, a hint of appreciation. She found that Zhang Wei was not the kind of handsome guy who would amaze people at first sight. He had an ordinary appearance but a unique calm temperament. But if you look at him a few more times, you will find that he is a very attractive person. The more I look at him, the more I feel that he exudes an indescribable charm, and the more I look at him, the more handsome he seems to be. This handsomeness seems to have a kind of magic that will never make people feel bored no matter how you look at him. Zhang Yin, who has been single for 30 years, was actually a little dazed for a moment. Her eyes unconsciously stayed on Zhang Wei's face and she forgot to look away. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Wei's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence in the car. "Nothing, nothing." Zhang Yin finally came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head shyly. "Mr. Zhang, what do you do?" In order to ease the embarrassment, Zhang Yin asked curiously, but her heart was beating uncontrollably. She was very puzzled. They had just met, so why did she feel so excited? "I run a supermarket." Zhang Wei replied calmly, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. "Then your supermarket must be very big," Zhang Yin said subconsciously. In her opinion, a customer who can pay for 2 cars in full must have extraordinary financial strength, so how could the supermarket he runs be small? "It's okay." Zhang Wei smiled, with a hint of mystery in his smile. His supermarket is naturally not small, and it is also a supermarket that spans the stars. And it is exclusive, with no competitors, so it is hard for him not to make money. Wrong, he has no interest in money at all now. He now just wants these numbers to bring him some emotional value, which is the greatest value of this money. After a brief exchange, the atmosphere in the car fell into a moment of silence, with only the slight sound of the car moving. Zhang Yin turned slightly to the side, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked softly with a hint of shyness, "Does Mr. Zhang have a girlfriend?" "No." Zhang Wei looked straight ahead and answered calmly that he really didn't have a girlfriend in name only. However, he knew in his heart that as for women, there were 2 who were closely related to him, and there were many potential candidates around him. When Zhang Yin heard this answer, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she asked curiously, "Mr. Zhang is so rich, how come he doesn't have a girlfriend?" In her opinion, a man like Zhang Wei, who has strong financial strength and extraordinary temperament, should have no shortage of suitors around him. Zhang Wei raised his lips slightly and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Zhang Yin shook her head slightly and said, "No." She showed a hint of helplessness, and seemed to have some feelings about her own relationship status. "That's it, you're so outstanding and beautiful, how could you not have a boyfriend?" Zhang Wei turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yin with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Zhang Yin laughed at Zhang Wei's words and said, "That's true." She knew in her heart that she was not the type to fall in love with a man easily. She has extremely high requirements for her partner. In her opinion, height, appearance, financial strength, and character are indispensable. He must be tall enough, have a good appearance that she likes, be at least as wealthy as her, and have a good and upright character. It is precisely because of such strict standards that she has never met a suitable partner and is still single. Chapter 93: Unprecedented Sense of Security. Zhang Yin and Zhang Wei had a great conversation in the car and had been chatting for a long time without them realizing it. Although Zhang Wei is 5 years younger than her, the age difference has not become an obstacle to their communication. Whether in terms of interests and hobbies or views on things, the two of them are very compatible, as if they have endless topics to talk about, and every communication can spark sparks of thought. "Mr. Zhang, do you like this car?" Zhang Yin leaned slightly to the side and asked with an expectant look on her face. In her heart, she actually hoped that Zhang Wei would like this car. After all, this car had excellent performance and a grand appearance, which was very suitable for a capable person like Zhang Wei. "Like." Zhang Wei answered with certainty, with satisfaction in his eyes. In fact, what he liked was not only the car, but also the mature and beautiful woman in front of him. Zhang Yin exudes a unique charm, which is the elegance and confidence accumulated over the years. No man would dislike a woman like her. "That's great. If you like it, I will definitely give you the best price and ensure that you won't suffer any loss," Zhang Yin said with a smile, her eyes full of joy. Originally, she borrowed this national flag car from the headquarters for exhibition. According to the plan, it will be returned to the headquarters after the auto show. But if it can be sold during this period, it will undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise for her. Not only can you bring results to the company, but you can also get a generous commission. "That's fine. Whether it's a gasoline car or an electric car, as long as I'm satisfied with the driving, I don't care." Zhang Wei nodded. He will definitely have to go out in the future, and there are so many women in the supermarket that one car is definitely not enough. This is why he will buy several cars. Just as the two were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, an accident suddenly happened. Suddenly, several cars appeared in front of them. They rushed over without any warning and stopped their car. These cars came with great momentum, blocking their way completely. "What's going on?" Zhang Yin frowned instantly, her face full of confusion and anxiety, completely confused about the situation. She subconsciously gripped the seat tightly, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "You sit in the car, don't come out, I'll take care of it." Zhang Wei reacted quickly. He patted Zhang Yin's hand gently to calm her down, then opened the car door without hesitation and prepared to get out to check the situation. "Should we call the police? These guys are obviously not good people." Zhang Yin reacted very quickly. She looked at Zhang Wei with worry in her eyes and suggested calling the police. In her opinion, these people who suddenly appeared and stopped them were likely to have bad intentions. "No need, just leave this little thing to me." Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Yin very confidently, without a trace of panic in his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a reassuring power. "But they seem to be quite a lot of people, do you really?" "Don't worry, just leave it to me." "Don't worry." "All right." Seeing Zhang Wei so calm, Zhang Yin actually felt very relieved, and her originally nervous mood relaxed a little. She sat obediently in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed on the outside of the car, ready to deal with any emergency that might arise at any time. Zhang Wei closed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and perceived with his special abilities. In an instant, all the movements around him came clearly into his mind, and he was certain that these people were coming for him. His brows furrowed slightly, his heart full of doubts. "I have been to the county town only a few times and I always keep a low profile. Who on earth would go to such great lengths to deal with me?" Soon, a figure emerged in his mind, the Shao Nantian he met at the auto show before. Apart from this arrogant and narrow-minded guy, he really couldn't remember anyone he had such a big grudge against. This guy actually dared to attack me. He's simply courting death. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since the other party has taken the initiative to provoke him, he will not be merciful and will make the other party pay a heavy price. Jiang Wei slowly opened the car door and walked down with steady steps. Almost at the same time, a group of men holding sticks jumped out of the surrounding cars. These people all had fierce looks on their faces, and many of them had all kinds of exaggerated tattoos on their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. Without any unnecessary words, they rushed forward in a swarm, brandishing sticks in their hands and hitting Jiang Wei fiercely. It was obvious that they had planned this for a long time and wanted to take revenge on him. Careful! Zhang Yin, who was sitting in the car, saw this scene and turned pale with fright. She gripped the seat tightly with both hands and reminded in a trembling voice. However, the next second, the scene before her left her stunned. Jiang Wei flashed like a ghost and easily avoided the attacks of those people. Then he threw a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained powerful force, directly knocking a person several meters away. The person fell heavily to the ground and let out a scream. Zhang Wei did not stop there. He kicked another person. The man was kicked and crashed into the car next to him like a kite with a broken string, causing a dent in the car body. Afterwards, Jiang Wei moved freely among the crowd like a god of war, knocking down everyone to the ground in no time. Those men who were originally aggressive were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain, with the sticks in their hands scattered all over the ground. Zhang Yin's eyes were wide open, and she stared with disbelief. She never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man in front of her actually possessed such amazing skills. There were more than a dozen burly men, but they were knocked down by the man in front of them. With such a strong man by her side, Zhang Yin felt an unprecedented sense of security. He is so powerful. Zhang Yin only felt her heart beating faster and her cheeks flushed. She felt that she was not only moved, but also deeply fascinated by Zhang Wei's performance. Zhang Wei glanced coldly at the group of people lying on the ground, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhao Hu, the leader. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The murderous intent seemed to be tangible, making the air around them seem to solidify a little. You know, Zhang Wei is not an ordinary person who only knows how to talk, he has actually killed people. How could this kind of murderous intent be compared to those little thugs who usually only show off their power on the streets? Chapter 94. Just pledge yourself to me. Did Xiao Nantian ask you to come? Zhang Wei's voice was low and cold. Zhao Hu originally wanted to hold on, but when Zhang Wei's gaze fell on him, he felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He raised his head and met Zhang Wei's murderous eyes. He was immediately frightened out of his wits and his crotch was instantly wet. Yes, it was he who asked us to come, big brother. We were wrong. We will never dare to bother you again. Please let us go. Zhao Hu stammered, his voice filled with fear and pleading. He truly felt the breath of death from Zhang Wei's eyes. In the past, he always heard people talk about murderous intent, but he never believed it, thinking it was just something made up in novels. But at this moment, he truly felt that creepy murderous aura, as if Zhang Wei could easily take his life with just a thought. If you dare to attack me again, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Zhang Wei still spoke indifferently, without any emotion in his voice. Okay, we won't dare show up again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu and the gangsters lying on the ground immediately endured the pain in their bodies, supported each other, and stumbled away from the scene. As they ran, they secretly swore in their hearts that even if Zhang Wei didn't say anything, they would not dare to show up again. One person can knock down more than a dozen of them. Who would dare to take action foolishly? Isn't this just courting death? They only hated themselves for running too slowly, fearing that Zhang Wei would suddenly change his mind, catch up and kill them all. In the car, a group of young men slumped in their seats, gasping for breath, still feeling frightened. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if they had just experienced a nightmare. Boss, what is the origin of this Zhang Wei? Is he still human? A younger brother broke the silence first, his voice trembling slightly. He recalled Zhang Wei's ghostly skills just now, and felt a pang of fear in his heart. I also want to know where he came from. This guy is so terrifying. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhao Hu leaned back in his chair, his face as pale as paper, with beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead. He gripped the edge of the seat tightly with both hands. He regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. He never knew that there were such fierce people in the world. More than a dozen of them rushed forward aggressively, but they were knocked down before they could even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. This was a great humiliation. Damn Xiao Nantian! He actually asked us to teach such a person a lesson. We must ask him for the medical expenses. A younger brother said indignantly. There was a wound on his face, and the wound was pulled when he spoke, causing him to gasp in pain. When Zhao Hu heard this, he immediately thought it made sense. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Xiao Nantian. As soon as the call was connected, he angrily told Xiao Nantian what had happened, and told him in a tough attitude to pay the medical expenses, otherwise they would not let him go. Xiao Nantian was sitting in a luxurious office at this time, with his legs crossed, waiting for good news from Zhao Hu with great anticipation. He thought he would hear the news that Zhang Wei was beaten black and blue, but in the end, he heard such a result that shocked him. This group of useless trash couldn't even deal with one person and injured them all. How could he not be angry? In Xiao Nantian's opinion, it was obvious that Zhao Hu and his gang of bastards were useless. Otherwise, how could he be injured by Zhang Wei alone? He felt that Zhao Hu and his group were just a bunch of rabble and could never accomplish anything great. Although he was very dissatisfied, Xiao Nantian still put on a gloomy face and transferred some medical expenses to Zhao Hu via mobile phone. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never use Zhao Hu and his group of useless people again. He felt that cooperating with such people was simply asking for trouble and would only bring him trouble. Boy, I won't let you go. Zhao Hu and his gang of bastards are trash, and I don't believe that the others are trash too. Xiao Nantian said gloomily. After Zhang Wei dealt with Zhao Hu and the others cleanly and efficiently, Zhang Yin's heart finally settled down. She sat in the car, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her eyes never leaving Zhang Wei. After she was sure that the danger was completely over, she could no longer suppress her inner worry and excitement, so she opened the car door and trotted towards Zhang Wei. The high heels on her feet made crisp tapping sounds on the ground, as if reflecting her anxious mood at the moment. Running to Zhang Wei, she opened her arms and hugged him tightly, her voice trembling as she said, "You scared me to death just now. You're so fierce." No woman could remain silent after witnessing such a thrilling scene. Zhang Yin was no exception. She felt her heart beating so fast that it was about to burst out of her throat. She had been waiting for 30 years and finally met a man who made her heart so moved. She didn't want to miss him again and decided to take the initiative. "I'm strong in many ways, this is nothing." Zhang Wei felt the soft touch from Zhang Yin's body, and his body suddenly felt hot and his heart was very excited. "That's annoying." Zhang Yin scolded shyly, a blush on her cheeks, but her eyes were full of joy. Then, she seemed to suddenly remember something and her eyes fell on the new car next to her. Seeing an obvious scratch on the car body, he pouted in grievance and said, "It's over. This car is scratched. Headquarters will definitely not want it anymore. What should I do? How should I explain this to headquarters?" After saying that, she looked at Zhang Wei with eyes full of help. Although she is the boss of a car dealership, she is not as rich as Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei patted her shoulder and comforted her, "It's just a car, I'll buy it." In fact, he had originally planned to buy this car, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Zhao Hu and others. "How can I thank you?" Zhang Yin raised her head and looked at Zhang Wei with gratitude in her eyes, and her liking for him increased a little more. "It's very simple, just pledge your love to me." Zhang Wei looked at the mature and charming Zhang Yin in front of him and could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He lowered his head and kissed her. After the experience with Lu Rumei and Xiao Yu, his kissing skills became more and more sophisticated. His kiss was gentle and domineering, and soon Zhang Yin was immersed in it. Her breathing became rapid, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Zhang Wei's neck. In addition, Zhang Yin herself had a great liking for Zhang Wei, so the relationship between the two became more and more passionate and intense. Chapter 95: A small amount of money. Don't. This is just the first day we met. We can't do this. Besides, we're on the street here. Zhang Yin was caught off guard by Zhang Wei's sudden touch. Although she is very fond of Zhang Wei, she is a traditional and serious woman at heart. She felt that they had known each other for too short a time and it was not yet time for her to devote herself to him. What's more, they were standing on a busy street, which made her feel very shy and uneasy. "What are you thinking about? We should go back." Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Yin's flustered and shy appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, and then he spoke seriously. "Hate." Zhang Yin glared at Zhang Wei coquettishly, her cheeks flushed, and she gently beat Zhang Wei's chest with her hands. She looked so cute. The two of them calmed down and then got into the car. In the car, they exchanged contact information. Zhang Yin carefully saved the phone number in her mobile phone, feeling a little excited in her heart. After returning to the auto show, Zhang Wei walked straight to the cashier and paid the full amount without hesitation, successfully buying the Guiyao car worth 1.86 million yuan. He swiped the card quickly and decisively, without any hesitation. This news immediately caused a sensation at the auto show and aroused the curiosity of many people. Everyone gathered around and started talking among themselves. Who the hell is this guy? He's so rich. He bought 3 cars in full. That's over 3 million yuan. A young salesperson said in surprise, his eyes full of envy. When did such a wealthy person appear in our small county? Could he be a rich second generation from a big city? Another salesperson guessed, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I'm not sure. This person is a client brought by Chen Yusen from the garment factory. She should know more about it. Someone turned his eyes to Chen Yusen, who was standing aside. To be honest, Chen Yusen was also stunned by Zhang Wei's generosity. She looked at Zhang Wei's calm expression when he paid, and felt mixed emotions. 3 cars and more than 3 million were spent just like that, and he didn't even blink an eye, as if it was just a small amount of money. Especially when she saw the close relationship between Zhang Wei and Zhang Yin, she felt even more uncomfortable. Obviously, it was me who got to know Zhang Wei first. It was me who took the initiative to talk to him and took him to see cars, but now, he is so close to Zhang Yin. Although she felt extremely upset, she also knew clearly that she and Zhang Wei had no relationship at all, not even good friends, so what right did she have to be angry? But she felt uncomfortable in her heart, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. At noon, the owner of the auto show walked up to Zhang Wei with a smile on his face and warmly invited him to have lunch. Zhang Wei thought about it for a moment and felt that this might be a good opportunity to expand his network, so he did not refuse and agreed happily. The group came to a high-end restaurant, where the private rooms were decorated luxuriously and elegantly. At the dinner table, Zhang Wei spoke appropriately and behaved elegantly. Whether it was his insights into the current business situation or sharing of some interesting stories in life, everything was just right. His handsome appearance is even more charming under the soft lighting, and his confident and sunny temperament is hard to ignore. In addition, his generosity in buying cars in full have already left a deep impression on everyone. This series of characteristics has made many new models admire him. Moreover, Zhang Wei inadvertently revealed during the conversation that he knew many food factory owners. He glanced at everyone present and expressed seriously and sincerely that he was willing to cooperate with these food factory owners and purchase goods from them for sale. However, he changed the subject and emphasized that the prerequisite is that the quality of the goods must be no problem, otherwise there is no point in discussing it. When the food factory owners heard this, they were immediately delighted. They knew very well that Zhang Wei was a capable and visionary client, and that cooperating with him would be of great benefit to their business. So, they all stood up, raised their glasses, and toasted Zhang Wei with smiles on their faces, while constantly assuring Zhang Wei that they would strictly control the quality and would never let Zhang Wei down. Zhang Wei is not an ordinary person. He is a third-level strongman. His physical fitness is simply incomparable to those ordinary people, so he can naturally drink a lot. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone else was almost drunk. Some had red faces, and some began to speak incoherently, but Zhang Wei was still as sober as before, with a look of calmness and composure in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, can I add a friend? At this time, a model with outstanding appearance and tall figure. She twisted her slender waist, took light steps and took the initiative to move forward. With a sweet smile on her face, she handed the phone to Zhang Wei, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, the other models were not willing to be left behind. They gathered around and added Zhang Wei as a friend one after another, constantly saying compliments and praises. Chen Yusen sat aside and did not drink. She knew in her heart that she had the mission of sending Zhang Wei back. At this moment, she looked at Zhang Wei surrounded by models, and felt a little uncomfortable, but she still endured it and waited quietly. Not long after, Zhang Yin was picked up by her driver. Zhang Wei also politely said goodbye to everyone and then got back into Chen Yusen's car. Chen Yusen started the car and slowly drove towards Yunlong town. Along the way, the car was very quiet, with only the slight roar of the engine. Mr. Zhang, can I ask you a personal question? The car was driving on the road to Yunlong town. The quiet atmosphere in the car made Chen Yusen even more unable to suppress her inner curiosity. She hesitated again and again, but still couldn't help but speak. Sure, ask. Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, turned his head slightly, looked at Chen Yusen, nodded slightly, and looked very casual. Do you have a girlfriend now? Shen Yusin was so nervous that she unconsciously gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Her voice trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were full of anxiety. No. Zhang Wei answered concisely and clearly, without any expression on his face. He didn't even blink when he lied, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. That Zhang Yin seems to be very close to you? Seeing Zhang Wei's straightforward answer, Shen Yusin became even more confused and couldn't help but ask again. It's just a crush at best, not a girlfriend. Zhang Wei shrugged and answered with a relaxed look. They really haven't made their relationship official yet. In Zhang Wei's opinion, kissing does not mean anything. It is just a momentary impulse and goodwill. In his mind, to establish a relationship between a man and a woman, there must be deeper communication, like the kind of true emotional fusion, to count. So, in his mind, they are just friends for now, and this logic seems to be correct to him. When Shen Yusin heard this, she felt ecstatic, her eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. So, I still have a chance. She secretly encouraged herself, and her originally low mood instantly became high. Therefore, she plucked up the courage and took the initiative to communicate with Zhang Wei, talking about everything from work to life, from interests and hobbies to future plans. The atmosphere in the car gradually became relaxed and cheerful. Chapter 96: Solving Lin US Lifespan Problem. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Zhang Wei, Shen Yusin left with light steps, feeling particularly good. Along the way, she hummed a little tune, and the little things she did with Zhang Wei kept emerging in her mind, with a sweet smile always on her lips. When Zhang Wei returned to the supermarket, he was slightly stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw trucks parked neatly in front of the supermarket, and many people were busy moving goods. They moved quickly and orderly, moving boxes of goods from the truck into the supermarket warehouse. Lu Rumei stood aside, hands on her hips, coldly directing the soldiers to move the goods. From time to time, she reminded the soldiers to be careful and not to damage the goods. Her serious look made her look like a strong woman. Boss, you're back. When Lu Rumei saw Zhang Wei, she immediately put away her serious expression, put on a well-behaved smile, and walked quickly to Zhang Wei. Are they obedient? Zhang Wei glanced at the soldiers who were carrying goods, revealing a hint of majesty. When they saw you were gone, 2 of them tried to escape, but I took care of them. Lu Rumei replied in a flat tone, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. She knew that Zhang Wei didn't care about these guys at all and would not tolerate any disobedience. Well, you did a good job. If you don't obey, there's no need to keep it. Zhang Wei nodded with great satisfaction, expressing his approval of Lu Rumei's handling of the matter. In his opinion, there will be no tolerance for those who disobey orders. He reached out, gently put his arm around Lu Rumei's sexy waist, and took her back to the room inside the supermarket. After entering the room, Zhang Wei closed the door, sat directly on the edge of the bed, and said, "Come." An hour later. There is progress, but we still need to work harder. Zhang Wei leaned against the head of the bed, a satisfied smile on his face, his eyes falling on Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei responded softly, without any shyness on her face, but her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. She slowly moved her body and hugged Zhang Wei tightly with both hands, as if only this could make her relax at this moment. After what had just happened, she felt extremely tired and just wanted to have a good rest. Have a good rest. He stood in the center of the room, and with a thought, he was teleported to the Red Star. Wang Yun was busy sitting at her desk. When she saw Zhang Wei suddenly appear, she quickly stood up, walked quickly to Zhang Wei, and said, "Boss, the processing of shopping cards went very smoothly. We've already processed several thousand in just one morning." Many customers heard that the shopping card points system is very convenient and safe, so they rushed to apply for it. Zhang Wei nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face, and said, "Not bad, quite efficient. Divide all these crystal cores into 2,000 portions and store them on shopping cards." As he spoke, Zhang Wei took out Yang Tianshui's 200,000 crystal cores from the storage space and placed them on the table. In this way, he can use these crystal cores reasonably, and those shopping cards can also be used normally without affecting his subsequent order placing plans. "Okay, boss." Wang Yun responded, quickly walked to the table, began to carefully count the crystal cores, and distributed them according to Zhang Wei's requirements. In less than 10 minutes, all 2,000 shopping cards had been processed. Wang Yun placed the processed shopping cards neatly, then walked up to Zhang Wei and said, "Boss, this is today's harvest. All the crystal cores have been deposited into the shopping cart as required." As she spoke, she handed the remaining crystal cores to Zhang Wei. Jiang Wei took the crystal core, found a quiet place to sit down, and began to absorb the energy in the crystal core. System, absorbing the second-order crystal core, gene points plus 10. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. As the crystal core continued to be absorbed, the system's prompt sound kept ringing in Jiang Wei's mind. He watched the gene point value continue to rise. He now had enough gene points, and it was time to improve the strength of the people around him. So, he sent a voice message, "Lin Yu, come here." Not long after, Lin Yu, who was petite with a little baby fat, came to Jiang Wei with light steps. She raised her head slightly, with a hint of doubt on her face, and said, "Boss, you are looking for me. It's time to fulfill what I promised you before. Come here." Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, patted the seat next to him and looked at Lin Yu. "Okay." When Lin Yu heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. She walked obediently to Jiang Wei and sat down slowly. Jiang Wei concentrated his mind and began to consume gene points to increase Lin Yu's talent. System, gene points 100, Lin Yu awakens F-level talent strength enhancement. Jiang Wei naturally knew that awakening talents was random and full of uncertainty. He did not expect to awaken the talent that could eliminate the side effects of Lin Yu's sacrifice in one go. But he secretly made up his mind to help Lin Yu solve this problem. "Boss, you can actually help others awaken their talents directly." Lin Yu was indeed so shocked by the scene before her that she was speechless. Her big, Caroline-like eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Jiang Wei lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Yu on the forehead, then smiled and said, "These are all trivial matters. I said I could help you recover your lifespan, and I definitely wouldn't lie to you." Yeah, I believe you." Lin Yu's eyes were red with excitement. She hugged Jiang Wei tightly with both hands and buried her face in his warm arms, without any doubt anymore. System, gene points 100, Lin Yu awakens F-level talent bloodline strengthening. Jiang Wei looked at the system prompt and thought to himself that this talent was pretty good. Unfortunately, it is still useless in solving the side effects of Lin Yu's sacrifice. But he was not discouraged and continued to consume gene points. System, gene points 100, Lin Yu awakens F-level talent spiritual enhancement. System, gene points 100, Lin Yu awakens F-level talent invisibility. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Wei continued to consume gene points, and Lin Yu also awakened dozens of talents in succession, but none of them were what he wanted. System, gene points 100, Lin Yu awakens F-level talent purification. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jiang Wei suddenly saw the system prompt that Lin Yu had awakened a new talent. "Boss, this purification talent can offset the side effects of my sacrificial lifespan, but the quality of this talent is too low." After Lin Yu felt her new talent, her voice trembled with excitement. She raised her head, her eyes gleaming with joy, and looked at Jiang Wei and said, "As long as it's useful, that's fine. As for the question of talent, that's not a big deal at all." After hearing this, Jiang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and a pleased smile appeared on his face. It was worth it for him to consume so many gene points to help Lin Yu solve the lifespan problem. Chapter 97, Increased Talent. Jiang Wei frowned slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he asked, "What's the description of this purification talent?" Lin Yu quickly adjusted his emotions and tried to calm himself down, then told Jiang Wei in detail about the purification talent. Talent, purification. Quality, F. Introduction, can purify all negative states and restore oneself to peak state. The effect on severe negative states is very weak. After seeing the description of the purification talent, Jiang Wei touched his chin and fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he found that this talent was quite good, at least in theory it could help Lin Yu's situation. However, Lin Yu's F-level purification talent can only restore a few hours of her lifespan each time she uses it. Although there is an effect, the degree is still too low and far from what Jiang Wei expected. Jiang Wei quickly made a decision in his mind. He planned to help Lin Yu improve this talent. Moreover, in his opinion, this talent is very good and may come in handy at some critical moment in the future. Jiang Wei silently prayed in his heart to improve his talent. System, gene points 50,000, Lin Yu's purification talent upgraded to B level. Lin Yu only felt a warm current flowing into his body, and then he saw the system prompt that his purification talent was suddenly upgraded to B level. She was surprised and delighted, her eyes full of gratitude. She took the initiative to move forward and gently kissed Jiang Wei on the cheek. "Thank you, boss. Lin Yu was so excited that her voice trembled, and her hands unconsciously grasped Jiang Wei's sleeves. I'm not helping you for free. Jiang Wei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. I know. I'll clean it up tonight. Lin Yu's face instantly turned red to her ears. She lowered her head shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Jiang Wei was very satisfied with Lin Yu's reaction. Lin Yu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then began to use his purification talent to restore his lifespan. I saw a faint light emanating from her body, which gradually enveloped her entire body. Although it is still impossible to restore all lifespan at once, Lin Yu can clearly feel that his physical condition is gradually improving. Using it once can restore 1 year of her lifespan. As long as she continues to use this talent, her lifespan will recover little by little. This way, she will be able to use the SSS sacrifice talent without restrictions in the future. After using it, use the purification talent to restore your lifespan. This formed a perfect closed loop, and a glimmer of hope flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Jiang Wei also began to improve his strength. He also began to increase his talents first. System, Gene Points 100, Awaken F Level Talent Strength Enhancement. System, Gene Points 100, Awaken F Rank Talent Firearm Mastery. System, Gene Points 100, Awaken F Level Talent Telekinesis. Jiang Wei sat in a quiet room, his eyes focused, consuming gene points again and again to increase his talents. As the system prompts continued to sound, he had already added more than a dozen low-level talents to himself. He carefully examined each awakened talent, and found many that satisfied him. For example, the strength talent can give him greater strength and more advantages in battle. Physical talent can improve his endurance, making him less likely to get tired during long activities or battles. Especially in the battle with Lu Rumei and others, it is extremely important. Physical talent enhances his physical strength and ability to withstand blows, and also increases his endurance. By then, even if Lu Rumei, Xiaoyu, Lin Yu and others come together, he can make them shout Daddy Yame. His agility talent makes his movements faster and more flexible. The talent of invisibility can have unexpected effects in certain special circumstances. His poison resistance talent makes him more resistant to various toxins. The fire talent grants him the ability to control fire. Among them, he values the talents of telekinesis and flame the most. The telekinesis talent allows him to manipulate objects with his mind, which can play a huge role in many scenarios. The fire talent has powerful attack power and can cause considerable damage in battle. He decided without hesitation to improve these two talents first. System, Gene Points 10,000, Telekinesis Talent upgraded to C level. As the gene points were deducted, Jiang Wei felt his brain become clearer, as if an invisible force was surging in his mind. His ability to perceive and control the surrounding objects instantly increased a lot. He began to use telekinesis to control things far away. The things he controlled began to move according to his thoughts. This control made him very satisfied. He took out a dagger and controlled it to fly in the air. He believed that as long as his proficiency was strong enough, using this ability to fly would not be a problem. Then, he began to improve his fire talent. System, Gene Points 10,000, Flame Talent upgraded to C rank. In an instant, he felt as if he had established a special connection with the flame, and he could control the size, shape and temperature of the flame more freely. A ball of fire appeared on his finger, and under his control, the fire formed various shapes. This ability made him very satisfied. Whether it is the telekinesis or flame talent, they are closely related to mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the more powerful these two talents will be. In order to better tap the potential of these two talents, Jiang Wei turned his attention to the spirit talent. System, Gene Points 10,000, Spirit Talent upgraded to C level. After improving his spirit talent, he clearly felt that his thinking was more agile, his mind was more focused, and his control over his telekinesis and flame talents was more handy. In addition to these talents, constitution and agility are also very important. His strong physique allows him to withstand more damage, and his fast agility allows him to better dodge attacks in battle. System, Gene Points 10,000, Constitution Talent upgraded to C level. As his physical talent improved, Jiang Wei could feel that his body became tougher and his muscles became stronger. System, Gene Points 10,000, Agility Talent upgraded to C rank. After his agility talent improved, his movements became lighter and his reaction speed increased significantly. After upgrading these important talents to sea level, Jiang Wei felt it was time to break through his own strength. He now has enough gene points, so breaking through to the 4th level is not a problem at all. Chapter 98 Breakthrough to Level 4. Without any hesitation, he began to frantically consume a large amount of gene points to break through the realm. As the gene points decreased like flowing water, the cells in his body seemed to become active, emitting a faint light. System, gene points 100,000, strength breakthrough to level 4. In an instant, a tremendous and powerful force surged into his body like a surging tide. This force was overbearing and brutal, yet it impacted every corner of his body with precision. He felt as if his body was being completely dismantled by a pair of invisible hands. Every bone, every muscle fiber, and every meridian has been repolished and reshaped. The bones become harder and more resilient, as if they can withstand the most violent attacks in the world. Muscle fibers become thicker and more elastic, and each contraction can unleash amazing power. In terms of strength, he could originally lift objects weighing hundreds of pounds with ease, but now, even boulders weighing thousands of pounds can be lifted with one hand with ease and with ease. In terms of speed, his body became extremely light, as if he had broken free from the constraints of gravity. With a light leap on the spot, he could jump dozens of meters away. When he ran, he was as fast as lightning, leaving only an afterimage. Ordinary people could not catch sight of him at all. His endurance had also improved qualitatively. Even after fighting for several hours in a row, he still felt full of energy, as if he didn't know what fatigue was. On the spiritual level, his perception became extremely sharp. He can sense any movement within a radius of several miles. He can clearly perceive even the slightest changes in the surrounding environment and even the emotional fluctuations of others. The speed of thinking is also greatly improved, and various complex tactics and strategies can be formed in the mind in an instant. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, his eyes flashing with confidence. He knew that he had become much stronger. He touched his hair, and well, his hair was still there. "Boss, you've broken through to level 4. Lin Yu was originally sitting quietly by the side, when he suddenly felt a powerful and unfamiliar energy wave emanating from Jiang Wei. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Wei's ghostly speed in shock. Her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief and surprise. The powerful fluctuations generated by Jiang Wei's breakthrough were instantly sensed by Lin Yu. She was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile broke out on her face, and her heart was filled with joy for Jiang Wei. In her opinion, Jiang Wei is so powerful and has been able to obtain talents for himself before, so it is natural for him to break through in strength now. When we have enough resources in the future, I will help you break through the realm. Jiang Wei stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Yu and said. He knew very well that with the system in place, he was not afraid of these women betraying him. Even if they were given the opportunity, they would not be able to betray themselves due to the constraints of the system. Yeah, thank you, boss. I'll be yours from now on. When Lin Yu heard Jiang Wei's words, her eyes became slightly red with excitement. She nodded vigorously and answered in a clear voice. When Jiang Wei heard this, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and a topic with a bad taste suddenly came to his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Lin Yu up and down with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. As long as you give enough, no woman can refuse. Give her 1,000 yuan, I'm not that kind of person. If it's $10,000, I'm yours. Give 100,000, how many people are there tonight? 1 million, don't treat me like a human being tonight. 10 million, no matter how many people. 100 million, no matter whether you are a human or not. 1 billion, get in line behind. He. To advance from level 4 to level 5, the number of gene points required is an astronomical figure, a full 1 million gene points. Jiang Wei knew clearly that it was impossible for him to obtain so many gene points in such a short period of time. After all, obtaining gene points is not easy. Unless there is another person like Yang Tianxue who takes the initiative to send him a wave of rich wealth, so that he can quickly accumulate enough gene points. Just as he was thinking about the gene points, he suddenly became keenly aware of a noisy sound of footsteps and conversations coming from outside the supermarket. It was obvious that a lot of people had come. Jiang Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, concentrated his mind, and carefully sensed the situation outside. Judging from their aura and movements, these guys should be from Sangqing Base City. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Are they here to rob too? Thinking of this, Jiang Wei suddenly laughed with a hint of excitement. He was very much looking forward to these guys taking the initiative to attack. In his opinion, this was simply a fat sheep delivered to his doorstep. That way, he could arrest them all with justification. At that time, we will contact their base and ask them to use the crystal core to redeem the person. After doing this once, Zheng Wei tasted the sweetness. He couldn't wait to do it a few more times. After all, the profits earned through hard work and legitimate business could not come faster than this kind of extortion. Doomsday Supermarket. Outside, the atmosphere seemed a little subtle and tense. After Yang Tianxue returned to the base in a mess, the other 9 big guys in the base quickly took action and began to investigate everything that happened after Yang Tianxue came to the Doomsday Supermarket. They used various intelligence channels, not missing any details, and soon figured out the whole story. So, this morning, the power that Yang Tianxue had painstakingly built up over the years was destroyed and divided up by these 9 big guys. Not only did they divide up Yang Tianxue's territory, manpower and resources, they also learned a lot about the Doomsday Supermarket from the investigation. Many of them had a greedy desire in their hearts, wanting to control a place like the Doomsday Supermarket that had unlimited supplies. In the Doomsday world, supplies are the guarantee of survival. Whoever controls the supplies controls the right to speak. However, they are not fools and they all have their own plans in mind. If Yang Tianxue had the ability to take over the Doomsday Supermarket, he would have done it long ago and would not have waited for them to come and get a piece of the pie. Moreover, the other party can even kidnap a third-level strongman, which is not something that ordinary people can do. None of them had the confidence to take down the Doomsday Supermarket, and they were all afraid of repeating Yang Tianxue's mistakes. At this time, Wang Jun folded his hands in front of his chest, with a smile on his face, and said to the people from other forces, "Everyone, the Doomsday Supermarket is right in front of us. Didn't you say you wanted to take this place down? Please go ahead. I won't get involved." Chapter 99, 9 Masters of Sanqing Base. Wang Jun had actually already done a thorough investigation into the Doomsday Supermarket, and he was well aware of the weirdness and danger of this place. The reason he said this was because he was looking forward to these fools taking action. In his opinion, as long as these people take action, no matter what the outcome, it will be beneficial to him. If these people succeed, he can take the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. If he fails, he will be able to take over the entire Sanqing base city and become the overlord of the base. Wang Jun, you think we're stupid? If you have the ability, why don't you do it yourself? Zhang Juanfeng's face was full of flesh, and he stared at Wang Jun and spoke loudly. Don't treat us like fools. This Doomsday Supermarket is so weird, we don't want to be the first to get involved. Who knows what dangers are hidden inside? We might not be able to get out once we go in. The tall and thin Lu Juanhao also echoed. Do you think we are that fool Yang Tianxue? He thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some power. But in the end, not only did he fail to save his son, he also lost 200,000 crystal cores. Isn't this a profound lesson? Yang Si said with disdain that she would not be fooled so easily. They already have examples like Yang Tianxue, so even if they have ideas about the Doomsday Supermarket, they dare not take action easily. Yang Tianxue's strength is not weak among them. Even he had to suffer a defeat and gave up attacking the Doomsday Supermarket. How could they dare to take the risk? The other party couldn't even rescue his son and lost 200,000 crystal cores. This fully proves that the owner of the Doomsday Supermarket is no ordinary person. They don't want to follow in Yang Tianxue's footsteps and become the next target to be eliminated. After some discussion, the leaders of these forces each sent a team to the Doomsday Supermarket. In order to express their goodwill, they specifically instructed their subordinates not to carry any weapons and were only allowed to carry some crystal cores. They had a plan in mind, wanting these people to enter the supermarket as ordinary customers and use crystal cores to purchase supplies. By the way, take a look at the internal situation of the Doomsday Supermarket and see what secrets this mysterious place holds. Soon, the teams arrived at the door of the Doomsday Supermarket. They knew very well that this Doomsday Supermarket was not simple. Yang Tianxue's previous experience was a lesson for them, so no one dared to be arrogant. They walked into the supermarket cautiously, with cautious expressions on their faces. As soon as they entered the supermarket, they asked Wang Yuyan in a very low-key manner how to buy supplies. Wang Yuyan had no expression on her face as she patiently explained the purchasing process to them. Following Wang Yuyan's instructions, they took out the crystal cores they had brought with them and applied for shopping cards. After getting the cards, they started to enter the supermarket to choose things. The first impression the entire supermarket gave them was that it was clean and tidy, with neatly arranged shelves and a spotless floor. The variety of items is so dazzling that it includes everything from daily necessities to various foods, from weapons and equipment to cultivation resources. Those supplies made them all want to rob, but they all resisted the urge. What surprised them most was that there was not a single guard in the supermarket. There wasn't a single armed guard, and the entire supermarket looked like a very easy place to capture. However, they all knew in their hearts that things were definitely not as simple as they seemed. If this supermarket was really so easy to capture, Yang Tianshui would not have been forced to leave. After all, Yang Tianshui is a well-known figure in the base and is quite powerful, but he couldn't get any benefits here. It can be seen that there are unknown secrets hidden behind this supermarket. After picking up some supplies in the supermarket, they quickly checked out and returned to the bosses. There's a small supermarket inside, with 3 floors, and the basement floor is not open to the public. The first floor is the living area, selling various snacks, drinks, water, bread, food, rice, fruits, etc. The second floor is the clothing area, with all kinds of clothes. It's impossible to go up to the 3rd floor or above. It's like there's an invisible force preventing us from going up. There's also an arms section where they sell all sorts of arms. We don't have enough crystal cores, so we just took a look and left. These people told everything they saw and heard in the supermarket and put the purchase supplies together. We can really buy supplies. Wang Jun and his group were very excited after looking at the supplies they got. However, when they thought about the damn rules of the Doomsday Supermarket, which stated that each person could only purchase a limited amount of supplies every day, they felt helpless. They did think about whether they should just rob it. However, they quickly abandoned the idea. Although I'm jealous, I'd better not take any action. Let's wait for the other guys to take action first. Wang Jun thought to himself. Everyone else, take the crystal cores with you in batches and start shopping in the supermarket. Wang Jun ordered. Yes. They all took action, picked up the crystal cores, and began to enter the supermarket in an orderly manner and started buying things. In addition to Wang Jun, Xing Junfeng, Lu Juanhao, Nieboyuan, Yang Si, Feng Yaojin and others were also drooling over the supplies in the Doomsday Supermarket. Their eyes were fixed on the dazzling array of goods, and an irrepressible passion surged in their hearts. In their view, if they could control the entire supermarket, they would undoubtedly have an inexhaustible treasure trove of supplies. In the Doomsday world, supplies are the foundation of survival. Possessing endless supplies means having strong power and voice, and it is even possible to become the overlord of the entire base city. Yang Tianshui is not a fool. The fact that he can be humiliated here means there must be something strange about this place. Yang Si frowned, very alert. She knew Yang Tianshui's strength and methods very well. Even he had fallen, so this place was definitely not simple. Yang Si immediately asked her men to remain calm and not act impulsively. Listen up, everyone. If anyone acts on their own and gets into trouble, I won't be able to save you. She warned seriously. Afterwards, she also asked her men to bring gold, silver, jewelry, crystal cores and other things and prepare to go into the supermarket to shop. She planned to first understand the supermarket's operating model and the owner's background through normal transactions before making further plans. However, not all of these people are as rational and cautious as Yang Si. Among them, Nieboyuan is a typical radical. He looked at the mountains of supplies in the supermarket, his eyes turned red, and the greed in his heart grew wildly like weeds. He couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to occupy the Doomsday Supermarket. Chapter 100, Hit It Off. But he also knew in his heart that he couldn't be sure of success alone. After all, the hidden forces behind the supermarket are still unclear, and rash actions are likely to repeat Yang Tianshui's mistakes. So he began to contact Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan. After Nieboyuan found them, he told them everything he was thinking. After hearing this, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan were also very excited. The 3 of them hit it off and decided to find an opportunity to take action. However, they also understood that now was not a good opportunity to take action. People were coming and going in the supermarket, and there were many people from other forces secretly observing around. They were worried that if they captured the Doomsday Supermarket, before they could enjoy the fruits of victory, other guys would take advantage of the situation and seize control of the supermarket. So, after some discussion, they decided to come early tomorrow. At that time, while other forces have not yet reacted, they will act quickly and take over the supermarket. Now, in order not to arouse suspicion from supermarket owners and other forces, they also obediently let people bring their things and enter the supermarket to shop, pretending to be ordinary customers. After staying in the supermarket for a while, they gradually figured out the rules here. As long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble in the supermarket, the people in the supermarket don't seem to deliberately cause trouble for them, and everything seems to be in order. Yang Si was always thinking about the supermarket owner. She felt that if she could meet with the boss, she might be able to find out more secrets about the supermarket and even reach some kind of cooperation. So, she took the initiative to walk into the supermarket, searching the crowd, and soon saw Wang Yuyan standing next to the cashier. She walked quickly forward, looked at Wang Yuyan, and asked, "Is your boss here? I want to talk to him about something." Wang Yuyan raised her head and glanced at Yang Si, her expression very casual as she replied calmly. "Our boss isn't available to just anyone. Look for him yourself. If he wants to see you, he'll show up." Although Yang Si was a little angry and felt that Wang Yuyan's attitude was a bit arrogant, she still forced herself not to lose her temper. After all, this is someone else's territory, and she doesn't want to cause trouble because of such a small matter. So she had no choice but to wander around the supermarket, picking out items while paying attention to the movements around her. Suddenly, her eyes fell on a familiar figure, and when she looked closely, it was Yu Lingyu. "You actually became a waiter at the Doomsday Supermarket." Yang Si was very surprised. She didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here. Yu Lingyu heard the voice, looked up, and saw that it was Yang Si. She was also a little surprised. "It's you, Yang Si. I didn't expect you to come here." They had met before in the army, but were not familiar with each other. Because Yang Si and she belonged to different branches of the military, their training and tasks have had some overlap. If you want to take action here, I advise you to give up the idea. No matter how many strong men you have or how powerful your weapons are, it's useless. This supermarket is far more mysterious and powerful than you can imagine. Yu Lingyu's expression turned serious and he reminded earnestly. Yang Si's heart trembled, and she quickly explained, "I don't have such an idea. I'm just curious about this Doomsday Supermarket and want to come here to take a look and buy some supplies. I don't have any other thoughts." Yu Lingyu looked at Yang Si with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. "I hope so. I won't say anything else, and don't even think about asking. As long as you don't violate the supermarket's rules, our boss won't bother to take action against you. But if you dare to act recklessly, the consequences will be more than you can bear." Looking at Yu Lingyu's cold expression, Yang Si didn't want to say anything more. She could feel that Yu Lingyu was very confident in the supermarket owner's strength and was not afraid of their forces at all. This made her even more certain that she must not offend the owner of this supermarket. In the Doomsday world, to own such a mysterious and powerful supermarket, the boss must be extremely powerful. If you act rashly, not only may you fail to obtain supplies from the supermarket, but you may also bring disaster to yourself and your forces. Soon, when Yang Si was strolling in the arms area, her eyes inadvertently swept across a familiar figure, Lu Huanxin. "Yang Si, I didn't expect you to come here too." When Lu Huanxin saw Yang Si, there was not much expression on her face. She looked very calm, as if she had no interest in anything around her. She just greeted her lightly. Yang Si walked over quickly, her heart full of curiosity, and asked, "Are you and Yu Lingyu the only ones here? I heard that you took a lot of people away with you. How are things going now?" Lu Huanxin sighed slightly and replied, "The others naturally died or escaped. In the apocalypse, surviving is already difficult, let alone wandering around with me." Yang Si nodded, then asked a question she had always been curious about. "I want to ask, is Yang Kong dead or not? I heard that he caused a scene in the supermarket before." Lu Huanxin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain, and replied, "Although he is not dead, he is no different from being dead. As long as our boss wants, just a thought can kill him. He had previously attempted to cause trouble in the supermarket, but now he's being completely controlled by the boss. His life is worse than death." "So strong?" Yang Si was very shocked, her eyes widened. "You know, Yang Kong is at the 3rd level of strength, and he is considered a master in the base. Just a thought can kill him. What kind of strength does this require?" She couldn't help but ask, "What is your boss's strength?" Lu Huanxin frowned and said impatiently, "Don't ask about my strength. Just go shopping and do business in the supermarket. No one will bother you. If you have evil intentions, no one can save you. That's all I have to say. There are some things that knowing too much is not good for you." Seeing that Lu Huanxin was unwilling to say more, Yang Si had to give up and said, "Of course I'm not here to cause trouble, but I'm not sure about what others are saying. Given the current situation, everyone is keeping an eye on the Doomsday Supermarket. Who knows, someone might just take action someday. Lu Wanqin waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "They're just some clowns. No need to worry about them. If they really dare to take action, they will be courting death. Our boss's methods are beyond their imagination." Seeing Lu Wanqin so confident, Yang Si felt even more apprehensive about the supermarket owner's strength. She changed the subject and said, "I want to buy arms, and a large amount. The situation is getting increasingly tense, and I feel uneasy without enough arms." Lu Wanqin nodded and said, "As long as there are enough crystal cores, there will be enough arms. Our supermarket has a complete range of arms and the quality is guaranteed. Feel free to take your pick." Afterwards, Yang Si carefully selected in the arms area, spending a lot of crystal cores and buying a lot of arms here. Pistols, rifles, bullets, grenades, everything you need. She asked her men to carefully move the ammunition to her car, then took one last look at the Doomsday supermarket, with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. Finally, she returned to the base with her men. Chapter 101 Teleport to Rongqing Survivor Base. Nieboyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan have been closely following Yang Si's movements. When they saw Yang Si coming out of the supermarket safely, they looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They planned to go into the supermarket to find out for themselves. After all, no matter how good their subordinates' words were, they couldn't see the reality as they did after they had personally gone in and seen it. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you truly feel the allure of the supermarket. The three of them strode into the supermarket. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the mountains of supplies in front of them. Their eyes wandered between the shelves, and two words flashed in their eyes: greed. Damn, there are so many supplies, even fruits. I haven't seen what fruits look like in half a year. Nieboyuan looked at the brightly colored apples and oranges in the fruit section and couldn't help swallowing. In the Doomsday world, fruits are scarce and being able to eat a bite is a luxury. With so many supplies, we will be prosperous. Tomorrow, everything here will be mine. With these supplies, we can recruit more people and expand our influence. Pu Hongji's eyes were fixed on the rice and flour area, and his hands clenched unconsciously. Just because Yang Tianxue isn't strong enough doesn't mean we can't do anything together. He's overestimating his own abilities, but we're different. We have brains and strength. Ao Yuan thought of Yang Tianxue's matter and sneered. As long as they take over this supermarket, everything here will belong to them. At that time, they can use these supplies to build a super base and become the most powerful force in the Doomsday world. Moreover, they are confident that they can do it. After all, the three of them are the best in their respective forces, and when they unite, their strength cannot be underestimated. Since they are going to take action, they will naturally not act rashly and will definitely plan carefully before taking action. They don't want to repeat Yang Tianxue's mistakes and end up in a miserable end. There's still quite a bit of ammunition in the Doomsday supermarket. Even better, buy some and use it against them tomorrow. Nieboyuan walked to the munitions area, looked at the dazzling array of guns and ammunition, and said with a smile. He thought to himself that using the supermarket's munitions to attack the supermarket would not only save his own resources, but also catch the supermarket owner off guard. That makes sense. It feels great to attack them with their own weapons. When the time comes, let them experience the feeling of being attacked by their own weapons. Pu Hongji had no objection. He seemed to have seen the miserable state of the supermarket owner. Let's go and see how much stock they have. Let's buy some more and show them how powerful we are tomorrow. Ao Yuan said this confidently, and then took the lead in selecting in the munitions area, carefully checking the quantity and types of various munitions. Although the price of arms was very expensive, they thought that everything here would be theirs tomorrow and they could get the crystal cores back, so they generously bought a lot of arms. After completing the purchase, they loaded the arms into the car and laughed confidently. Let's go back. Nieboyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan returned to the base with satisfaction, carrying a full load of weapons and supplies. Tomorrow, they will lead all the soldiers in the base to take down this supermarket. By then, they will be the local tyrants who dominate Songchen. Zhang Wei stood in the control room of the supermarket, looking at the supermarket upgrade progress bar displayed on the screen. It was almost full, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that once the supermarket was upgraded, it would unlock more powerful functions, which would be crucial to his development in the Doomsday world. He subconsciously looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still some time before dark. He thought that since the supermarket was about to be upgraded, he might as well take this opportunity to activate the supermarket's arrival frequency and explore other places. Maybe he could get some new gains. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Yifan. Yifan came to the supermarket in the morning, but unfortunately he was not there. The other party left a map, which was the location of the large survivor base that he had asked Yifan to help find before. This base is located in a city next to Sangcheng and is called Rongqing Survivor Base. Zhang Wei picked up the map, studied it carefully, and came up with an idea. He decided to teleport the supermarket to the vicinity of the Rongqing Survivor Base to see the situation there. Maybe we can open up new markets there and obtain more resources and information. So, he started to operate according to the coordinates on the map. With a flash of light, Doomsday Supermarket slowly turned into a dazzling light and disappeared on the spot. Not far outside the Rongqing Survivor Base, a flash of light appeared, and the Doomsday Supermarket appeared out of thin air. Its sudden appearance, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Why is there an extra building outside? A soldier who was patrolling outside the base rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. It's either an illusion or a building. It even has Doomsday Supermarket written on it. Another soldier shouted, pointing at the supermarket sign. You're kidding. Are there still people opening supermarkets these days? In this apocalypse, who would still want to run this kind of business? A survivor who came back from outside the base curled his lips, his face full of suspicion. This building appears so strange. I wonder if there are any supplies inside. If there are, that would be great. A survivor living outside the base had a glint of desire in his eyes. He hadn't had a full meal for a long time. Report it quickly and be on guard. This building that suddenly appeared might be dangerous. A soldier who looked like a squad leader shouted an order. Suddenly, the area around the Doomsday Supermarket became bustling. Whether it is the vigilant soldiers outside the base or the survivors living outside the base. Or maybe it was people who had just returned from outside the base, all staring intently at this mysterious place and talking about it. There really are supplies in there. A survivor who rushed into the supermarket first opened his eyes wide and looked at the mountains of goods in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Now that it's developed, there must be too much supplies inside, hurry up and grab them. The other survivor's face flushed with excitement, his eyes flashing with greed, and he rushed towards the nearest shelf while shouting. Great! Supplies are falling from the sky. If we are slow, they will be gone. When the other survivors heard this, they also came to their senses. They swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves seeing their prey, rushing to the shelves one after another, each wanting to grab the most supplies. Chapter 102 You are so arrogant. Some of them reached out to grab instant noodles, some grabbed mineral water, and some rushed directly to the box of bread. However, something unexpected happened to them. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't lift these things. They held the goods tightly with both hands, their fingers turning white from the force, but the goods were like being nailed to the shelves, not moving at all. What's going on? Why can't I lift this thing? One of the survivors was confused and tried harder, but it was of no use. Damn it, are these supplies fake? Another survivor also began to doubt. He shook the shelves vigorously, but the goods on the shelves remained firmly in place. Why can't we take these things? This sudden situation made them calm down instantly. The originally excited shouting gradually died down, replaced by a chorus of confused and uneasy discussions. They looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Calm down, everyone. I'm the owner of the Doomsday Supermarket. Zhang Wei's voice was like a loud bell, ringing in every corner of the supermarket and reaching the ears of each of them clearly. The voice was cold and commanding, making them shudder. They couldn't even see Zhang Wei's figure, but the real supermarket in front of them and the supplies that they couldn't pick up made them clearly know that this supermarket was not without an owner. Afterwards, Zhang Wei told them the process of applying for a shopping card in detail. If you want to shop, come and get a shopping card. Without a shopping card, you won't get anything. Using gold, silver, jewelry, and crystal cores to redeem shopping points is the rule. If anyone dares to break it, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, several people suddenly appeared out of nowhere above the shopping card processing counter. This person was Wang Yun and her group. She was wearing neat work clothes, had a cold expression, and her eyes revealed a sense of majesty. If you want to shop, come and get a shopping card. Without a shopping card, you won't get anything. Wang Yun repeated Zhang Wei's words again, her voice cold and without a trace of warmth. What a beautiful woman. A survivor saw Wang Yun and immediately became lustful. He approached with a smile and said teasingly, "I just won't do it, what can you do to me?" As he said this, he reached out his hand to touch Wang Yun's face. Crack! At this moment, a crisp snap of fingers sounded. The next second, the survivor's head separated from his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over the ground. His body swayed and he fell straight down, with the teasing smile still frozen on his face. This is what happens when you don't obey. Zhang Wei appeared in front of everyone with an expressionless face. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he scanned everyone present. Damn, boy, you actually dared to kill our boss, you're courting death. When several survivors saw their boss dead, they immediately became furious, picked up their guns, and fired at Zhang Wei. Did they? The gunshots echoed in the supermarket, making people's ears hurt. However, they were horrified to find that these bullets appeared in the air in front of Zhang Wei, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, and could no longer get close to Zhang Wei at all. The bullet hovered a few centimeters away from Zhang Wei, as if time had stopped. If you don't want to live, then don't live. Zhang Wei's cold voice sounded again, like a verdict from hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullets hovering in the air suddenly changed direction and shot into the bodies of the survivors. They didn't even have time to scream before they were beaten to pieces and the ground was stained red with blood. This, what kind of ability is this? It's so powerful. A survivor opened his eyes wide and stammered, his face full of fear and shock. This Shan Gaoyun is a second-level expert, and he's considered a top figure in our base, yet he was easily defeated in seconds. The other survivor swallowed, his voice trembling. This boss has such powerful abilities that bullets have no effect on him at all. This is beyond our comprehension. Another survivor muttered to himself, his eyes filled with awe. I'll apply for a card, I'll apply for it now. A survivor came to his senses and shouted hurriedly, fearing that he would lose the opportunity to shop if he was a step slower. Me too. I'll go get the crystal core right away. The other survivor was not willing to be left behind, so he turned around and ran towards the base, ready to go back to look for crystal cores in gold, silver, and jewelry, fearing that he would not be able to buy supplies if he was too slow. For a moment, the remaining survivors all behaved well and lined up obediently to apply for shopping cards. Those who did not have crystal cores, gold, silver, and jewelry were even more anxious and hurried back to start looking everywhere. However, a group of people soon walked in from outside the crowd. They all stood tall and straight, with a strong aura, emitting a fierce momentum, as if a group of wild beasts had broken into a flock of sheep. It's Qiao Mingji. He's a rank 3 expert and one of the big bosses at the Rongqing survivor base. A sharp-eyed survivor recognized the leader and couldn't help but exclaim. Even he's here, it looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch. The other survivor's eyes lit up and an expression of excitement appeared on his face, as if a wonderful drama was about to be staged. Looking at them, it's clear they want to rob this supermarket. I don't know if the boss can handle it. Another survivor said worriedly. Many survivors gathered around curiously and made way for the supermarket owner, wanting to see if he could be a match for Qiao Mingji. They were whispering and talking to each other, and the entire supermarket entrance suddenly became bustling. Boy, this Rongqing survivor base is my territory. Qiao Mingji folded his hands across his chest, raised his chin slightly, and looked at Zhang Wei with an arrogant look, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yun and others unscrupulously with his lustful eyes, scanning them back and forth. He had a plan in mind. Not only did he want to take control of the supermarket, but he also wanted to get all these women. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhang Wei looked calm and indifferent as he looked at the other person. It was as if he was looking at a ball of air, without any ripples. Boy, you're so arrogant. When Qiao Mingji heard Zhang Wei's words, his face instantly darkened and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems you're very confident in your own strength. It's just right, I also want to see how strong you are. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp crackling sound, which was particularly harsh in the silent air. He is tall and muscular, with the muscles in his arms bulging high, as if containing infinite power. His whole body was filled with terrifying explosive power, and with every step he took, the ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble slightly. He stood there like an unshakable mountain, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Chapter 103, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. I heard that Qiao Mingji possesses the SS level talent, Vajra Body, which can defend against even bullets and missiles. A survivor in the crowd lowered his voice and spoke in awe, his eyes full of amazement. Qiao Mingji is very powerful. He once tore a level 3 mutant beast apart with his bare hands. The mutant beast's skin was thick and tough, but it was like paper in front of him. Another survivor echoed, gesturing as he spoke, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This supermarket owner is so weak, how can he be his match? I think it's a long shot. Xiaomingji can probably knock him out with just one punch. Another survivor curled his lips in disdain, full of doubts about Zhang Wei. Kill. At this moment, Xiaomingji shouted loudly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly, bursting out with powerful strength. He kicked the ground hard with both feet, and 2 deep footprints appeared on the ground instantly. He rushed towards Zhang Wei like a cannonball. He jumped high, clenched his right fist, and fell down towards Zhang Wei with a whistling sound. This punch gathered all his strength, as if it could tear the air apart. However, Zhang Wei looked calm and raised a finger slowly and calmly. Just when Xiaomingji's fist was about to hit him, the finger firmly blocked the fist. That's it? Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. The voice seemed extremely abrupt in the supermarket. Because the survivors around him were looking at him as if he were a demon. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were open, and their faces were full of disbelief. How is this possible? Xiaomingji is a powerful warrior with SS-level talent, yet he was stopped just like that. One of the survivors stammered, his voice changing in pitch. Fuck. He blocked Xiaomingji's full-strength attack with just one finger. This boss's strength is too terrifying. It's beyond our imagination. Another survivor couldn't help but curse, his eyes full of shock. I was saying, if he dares to open a supermarket here, how could he not have some strength? It seems we all underestimated him. Another survivor said with sudden realization, a look of regret on his face. Kneel down. Zhang Wei's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible pressure, exploding in the air. Xiaomingji, who was arrogant and domineering before. I just felt a powerful force coming at me like a mountain pressing down on me. My legs softened uncontrollably and I fell to my knees in an instant. My knees hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. Same to you. Zhang Wei's eyes were cold as he swept over the men brought by Xiaomingji. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of first and second level warriors knelt down in front of Zhang Wei involuntarily, as if they were held down by an invisible giant hand. Some of them tried to struggle, but their bodies were completely out of control and they could only watch themselves kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with fear and despair. What kind of ability is this? Why did I kneel down so obediently? One of the men opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It hurts so much. I have no feeling in my feet. It feels like they are not mine anymore. Another subordinate shouted in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans appearing on his forehead. I can't get up. I have no control over it. What kind of power is this? Are we encountering a ghost? Another subordinate's voice was filled with tears and his eyes were full of fear. Xiaomingji was also panicking at this time. He suppressed his inner fear, raised his head, and stammered. Brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. Puff. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Wei snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, Xiaomingji's head separated from his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over the ground. His body remained in a kneeling position, with his hands on the ground, as if begging for mercy from Zhang Wei. Xiaomingji's eyes were open even when he died, and there was still fear and unwillingness in them. Brother, I'm sorry. It was Xiaomingji who brought us here to cause trouble, not us. When one of the subordinates saw what happened to Xiaomingji, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he kowtowed and begged for mercy. Please be magnanimous and spare us. We will never dare to act so recklessly again. From now on, we will follow your lead. Another subordinate also kowtowed, and his forehead hit the ground heavily, making a dong-dong sound. We were wrong. Please forgive us. I kowtow to you. The other men followed suit and kowtowed continuously. They didn't care even if their foreheads were bleeding. They just wanted to stay alive. Their bodies kept shaking, like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The survivors around were terrified to the extreme at this moment. They all opened their eyes wide, their bodies trembling slightly uncontrollably, and their eyes were full of fear and terror when they looked at Zhang Wei. The scenes just now kept replaying in their minds like a nightmare. If it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one move of the fierce attack from the third-level strongman Xiaomingji, but Zhang Wei easily blocked it with just one finger. What made them even more frightened was that when Zhang Wei asked them to kneel down, they all knelt down without any resistance, as if they were controlled by a mysterious force. What shocked them the most was Zhang Wei's snap of his fingers. Xiao Mingji, who was famous for his defense and attack, had his head chopped off and blood splattered everywhere. The bloody scene made their stomachs churn, but they dared not move at all. This strength is so terrifying that it makes them feel afraid, terrified and in awe. Those who had ill intentions towards Zhang Wei and wanted to take advantage of him before now wanted to slap themselves in the face and never dared to look down on him again. Zhang Wei looked calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. He waved his hand casually, and an invisible force surged out. Those kneeling people were lined up in a row from the supermarket entrance as if they were being carried by an invisible big hand, standing there neatly for people to admire. The bodies of Xiao Mingji and several others were placed in the front, kneeling with their hands holding their heads. Their eyes were open as if they were telling everyone about their tragic end. As for the bloodstains on the ground, they disappeared completely with a wave of Zhang Wei's hand, as if nothing bloody had ever happened here. Zhang Wei did this to scare the monkeys. He wanted to let these survivors know that when they were on his territory, they had to abide by his rules, otherwise, the fate of Xiao Mingji and others would serve as an example for them. Now, those who want to purchase supplies can go ahead. Zhang Wei spoke calmly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of every survivor. Chapter 104, Respectful. At this moment, the many survivors were like a group of docile sheep, queuing up obediently to apply for shopping cards. Although the line was a bit long, it was orderly and no one dared to be disrespectful. Xiao Mingji's tragic end is still vivid in their minds, like a heavy hammer, hitting each of them hard in the heart. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously at this time will undoubtedly be seeking his own death. They all knew very well that if they didn't want to die, they had to obey. In this world where strength was respected, Zhang Wei was the absolute authority. From time to time, they would secretly glance at Zhang Wei, who was quietly making tea not far away. He moved gracefully and looked calm, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. But such a seemingly ordinary man is actually so powerful that life and death can be decided with just a thought. At this moment, several survivors took advantage of the gap in the queue and moved towards the outside of the supermarket. When they saw their leader leading a group of people and preparing to attack the supermarket with great momentum, their hearts were in their throats. "Chief, don't be impulsive, don't do it." A survivor rushed forward and blocked the leader's way, his face full of anxiety and fear. Several other survivors also gathered around and recounted the entire process of Xiao Mingji's attack and death in the supermarket. They vividly described how Xiao Mingji arrogantly provoked Zhang Wei, how Zhang Wei nonchalantly resisted the attack, and how he finally ended Xiao Mingji's life with a snap of his fingers. After hearing how Xiao Mingji was killed instantly, the leader felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and was so scared that he didn't even dare to move. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead and sliding down his cheeks, and the clothes on his back were also soaked with sweat. With a trembling voice, he said to his men behind him, "Quickly put away your weapons. Put them away, and don't move." When the subordinates heard the leader's order, they quickly put away their weapons and looked at each other, feeling that their companions' words were just bragging. Then, the leader took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and asked, "Is Xiao Mingji's body still in the supermarket?" A younger brother quickly replied, "That's right. Those guys who attacked before are either kneeling or dead. It's so miserable. There's a long line of people at the supermarket entrance. They're all people brought by Xiao Mingji." The leader felt a little relieved, realizing that he had saved his life this time. He walked towards the supermarket cautiously, feeling extremely heavy with every step. When they saw the row of people kneeling at the entrance of the supermarket, their faces turned very ugly. Some of those people had faces full of fear, while others had dull eyes, as if they had lost their souls. The leader looked at this scene and felt a little scared. He was very glad that it was Xiao Mingji who did it, not himself. Otherwise, the person kneeling at this moment would definitely be him, and he might even lose his head like Xiao Mingji. Did the boss really say that everything would be fine as long as I shopped obediently? The leader swallowed and asked nervously, his eyes full of worry and expectation. "Yes, Chief." After the survivors got their cards, they started buying things. I saw with my own eyes that many people were able to leave the supermarket safely after buying things. The boss didn't show any intention of taking action at all, as if nothing had happened. The younger brother quickly told the leader everything he knew, gesturing with his hands as he spoke, as if this would make the leader believe him more. That's good. When the leader heard this, his tense nerves relaxed a little. "Hurry back and bring me all the gold, silver, and jewelry we've accumulated." Be quick and don't dawdle. The leader quickly ordered his younger brothers. The younger brother responded, turned around and ran back, his steps hurried as if something terrible was chasing him. Then, the leader straightened his face, took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then slowly walked into the supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, he saw those people kneeling, and his heart suddenly rose to his throat and he was terrified. These are all first and second level evolvers. They are majestic and awe-inspiring in the base on weekdays. But now, they were kneeling in a row like prisoners, becoming welcomers. The scene was really shocking. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Wei in the distance, only to see Zhang Wei sitting on a chair, drinking tea leisurely, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The leader thought about it for a moment and decided to walk towards the other party. Hello, boss. I'm Su Wen from the Rongqing Survivor Base. What's your name? Su Wen lowered his posture, put on a flattering smile, and asked cautiously. Don't bother me when you're shopping. Go over there and get a card and go shopping. I don't have time for you. Zhang Wei said calmly without even raising his eyelids, revealing an unquestionable majesty. Okay. Su Wen didn't dare to have any objection and responded quickly with a nod and a bow. Then he turned around dejectedly and walked towards the place where he applied for the card, secretly thanking himself for not angering this terrible boss. The survivors around were already terrified by the fate of Xiaomingji and others. At this moment, seeing that even Su Wen, the boss of the Rongqing Survivor Base, was respectful to Zhang Wei, the fear surged in his heart like a tide, and he dared not be presumptuous anymore. They all lowered their heads and dared not breathe, for fear of accidentally angering this mysterious and powerful boss. As for Su Wen, he lowered his posture in front of Zhang Wei. But facing the survivors around him, he was still as proud as a peacock. He glanced at everyone and said loudly, behave yourself and don't cause any trouble here, or you'll be going against me. In this supermarket, everyone has to listen to the boss. If anyone dares to mess around, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the survivors and walked obediently towards the place where people lined up to apply for shopping cards. Originally, he had a little calculation in his mind, thinking that with his status, it should be no problem to cut in line. But when he thought of Zhang Wei's terrifying ability and the scene of Xiaomingji's head falling off in an instant, the idea of cutting in line disappeared without a trace in his mind. Chief Su, you first. The survivor in front of Su Wen was so frightened when he saw Su Wen coming towards him that his face changed color. He quickly turned sideways, nodded and spoke, his eyes full of awe and fear. Stop the fucking nonsense. Even I have to behave properly in this supermarket. Do you hear me? Get in line. Su Wen glared at the survivor and said unhappily. He knew in his heart that Zhang Wei was the boss in this place, and if he dared to break the rules, he might be the next one to lose his head. Okay. The survivor trembled with fear and stammered, then quickly stood up straight, not daring to say another word. The shopping card was processed very smoothly. Su Wen's younger brothers acted quickly and brought over a large pile of gold, silver and jewelry in a short while. Su Wen waved his hand and asked his younger brothers to start queuing up to apply for cards and shop. He stood aside, looking in Zhang Wei's direction from time to time, his heart full of awe. Faced with all the rules in the supermarket, he didn't dare to disobey them in the slightest, let alone have any opinions, and could only abide by them honestly. Chapter 105 Supermarket upgraded to level 3. The other big guys in the Rongqing Survivor Base also got the news about the mysterious supermarket at the first time. They usually call the shots in the base and are used to being superior. When they heard that this supermarket might contain abundant supplies, they rushed out of the city with their men as soon as possible, just like sharks smelling blood. Their initial idea was exactly the same as Su Wen's, and they were planning to take over the supermarket. After all, in the end times, supplies are the guarantee of survival. Whoever controls the supplies controls the right to speak. However, when they rushed to the supermarket entrance, they saw the tragically dead body of Xiaomingji lying on the ground. The blood had long dried up and emitted a disgusting smell. Seeing Xiaomingji's once invincible subordinates now kneeling in a row like prisoners, with dull eyes and faces full of fear, they couldn't help but gasp. What's going on? A big man frowned and asked with a puzzled look on his face. They quickly stopped a survivor who knew what had happened and started asking questions. The survivor was frightened by their ferocious appearance and turned pale. He stammered and recounted how Xiaomingji provoked Zhang Wei and how Zhang Wei killed him instantly with ease. When they understood all this, their faces, which had originally contained a hint of arrogance, instantly turned extremely pale, as if all the blood had been drained out. Damn, luckily I arrived a step late, otherwise, I would be the one to die. A big boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear. That boss's strength is terrifying. He kills third-level experts at will, and no one knows where he came from. How could such a terrifying existence exist in this apocalypse? Another big man muttered to himself, his eyes full of fear and awe. It's better not to mess with people like this, or you'll die without knowing how. Let's just be honest. Maybe we can get some supplies back from this supermarket. Another big boss echoed. They all put aside their pride and walked into the supermarket in an orderly manner with their respective teams. The supermarket was crowded with people because the Doomsday Supermarket had landed outside the survivors' base, resulting in a large flow of people and long queues. Even so, they did not dare to complain at all and stood obediently at the back of the line to apply for cards and shop. Unfortunately, in this chaotic end times, there are always some people who don't follow the rules. In the crowd, there were a few guys who thought they had some abilities and began to get restless, wanting to cut in line or snatch supplies. They thought that among so many people, they would not be discovered even if they caused trouble. However, they were wrong. Jiang Wei has been observing all this secretly, and he will show no mercy to those who break the rules. Soon, before the troublemakers could do anything more extreme, they felt a chill in their heads and then lost consciousness. Their heads moved in an instant, and blood spurted out and splashed onto the ground. There is no room for courtesy. Those who cause trouble and break the rules will only end up dead. Jiang Wei shows no mercy. Anyone who feels stubborn can definitely give it a try. Soon, the bodies of the troublemakers were dragged outside the supermarket and made to kneel there again, placed together with the bodies of Xiao Mingji and others, so that others could see the consequences of causing trouble. Those who originally had some thoughts were suddenly frightened into silence after seeing this scene, and dared not move at all. Jiang Wei sat at the tea-making table in the supermarket, his eyes fixed on the data panel that kept jumping in front of him. Watching the supermarket's experience points rising like a rocket, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and his heart was full of satisfaction. He originally expected that it would take some time to upgrade the supermarket. But unexpectedly, due to the endless stream of people coming to shop, the upgrade was completed much earlier than expected. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Wei's mind. System, congratulations to the host, you have completed 10,000 transactions and will be rewarded with 50,000 gene points. Jiang Wei was slightly stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. These 50,000 gene points are not a small number. With them, I can further improve my strength. Before he could recover from the surprise, the system prompt sounded again. Release mission, complete 100,000 transactions and receive 100,000 gene points as a reward. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. 100,000 gene points, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. He secretly made up his mind to complete the task as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded again. System, congratulations host, the supermarket level has been upgraded to level 3. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Wei clearly felt a fluctuation in the surrounding space. Immediately afterwards, all the information about the supermarket emerged in his mind one by one. System, supermarket unlocks new function food purchasing. The host can directly spend money to purchase a variety of food. As the supermarket level increases, the variety of food that can be purchased will increase, and even food specially for revolvers can be purchased. Jiang Wei's mind moved. This new function is so practical. In the end times, food is one of the most scarce resources. With this function, the attractiveness of supermarkets will be greatly increased. Especially in the later stages, you can collect food specially provided for revolvers, which is even better. As the supermarket's level was upgraded again, the entire supermarket seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious force and began to undergo tremendous changes. The area of the supermarket was expanded again, with each floor reaching 1,000 square meters, and the number of floors suddenly increased to 10. The originally crowded space has become spacious and bright, and customers can move around freely. The decoration of the supermarket has also changed again, becoming more beautiful, attractive, and tidy than before. There are exquisite murals hanging on the walls, and the lighting is soft and bright. The floor is spotless and the shelves are neatly arranged, making people feel as if they are in a modern shopping mall. Jiang Wei checked the supermarket's information panel again. Supermarket, Doomsday Supermarket. Boss, Jiang Wei. Boss Lady, Lu Rumei, Xiao Yu. Supermarket level, 31%. Staff, Wang Yuyan, Lu Huanqin, Yu Lingyu, Wang Yun, Alice, Xiatian, Xiaoyu, Zhang Yan, Lingyu 930. Function 1, arrive any number of times 7 times. Function 2, weaponry. Function 3, food purchasing. The ability to land at any number of times means that he can now have the supermarket land in 7 different locations, further expanding the supermarket's influence. Looking at the employee column, Zhang Wei thought to himself that as the supermarket expanded, he would need to recruit more employees to help. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. He knew very well that as the supermarket's functions continued to improve, his strength in the apocalypse would increase faster and faster. Chapter 106, The Woman with a Rating of 99. As the supermarket continued to expand, Zhang Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that the time he could stay in Red Star also increased significantly. This means he can have more time to operate and manage the supermarket and further expand its business. His exclusive office on the first floor has also undergone a new upgrade. The originally ordinary room has now become spacious, bright, and stylish. The surrounding glass is made of a special material, so you can clearly see what's happening outside from the inside and see every move of the customers. The people outside seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier and could not see the people inside at all. This provided Zhang Wei with a private space that was both safe and in control of the overall situation. The office is equipped with a complete set of exquisite tea tables and tea sets. The tea table is made of simple wood with exquisite carvings on it, and the tea set exudes a warm luster, and it is obvious that it is of great value. There is a Chinese-style painting hanging behind him, which depicts green mountains and clear waters. The painting has a profound artistic conception and adds a touch of elegance to the entire office. There is also a small bed for rest next to it. The mattress is soft and comfortable, and the quilt and pillow are brand new, emitting a faint fragrance. It's true, this style is very good. It not only fits Zhang Wei's aesthetic, but also provides him with a comfortable place to rest after a busy day. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could modify the decoration style of the office at will. As long as he has an idea in his mind, the system can help him realize it immediately, which makes him look forward to the layout of the office. As the number of people visiting the supermarket increased, Zhang Wei clearly felt that the existing employees were already overwhelmed. So he decided to add a lot of employees. He thought about it and sent a message to all the women inside and outside the supermarket. This supermarket needs some employees, aged between 18 and 40. Anyone who meets the requirements can sign up. After passing the test, you can stay in the supermarket as an employee. Employee benefits include food and accommodation, but they must abide by the supermarket's rules, cannot leave the supermarket at will, and must obey the boss's arrangements. When this voice was heard inside and outside the supermarket, the women were immediately surprised. For them, finding a stable job with free food and accommodation in the end times is simply a great thing. I'm signing up. A young girl shouted first, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. I'm signing up too. Another older woman followed suit, seeming to see hope in life. I want to sign up too. I meet the requirements. For a moment, the women around responded one after another. After they signed up voluntarily, rays of light flashed and they were all teleported to a special space to begin taking tests. This space was set up by Zhang Wei using the supermarket system, which simulates various scenarios and tasks to test their abilities, personalities, and loyalty. And those men, seeing the women signing up one after another, became a little jealous. They also want to participate in the assessment. After all, this job is too tempting. Unfortunately, the supermarket owner only accepts women. A man scratched his head helplessly and muttered to himself, I don't know if it's too late to cut myself now. Maybe if I turned into a woman I could sign up. The people around him couldn't help laughing when they heard what he said. Zhang Wei's mind moved, and his figure instantly appeared in the employee test space. In this special space, he is like a god who controls everything and possesses the eyes of God. The speed of time here is completely different from that outside, and can be adjusted completely at his will. He can speed up time and make the test progress quickly. It also allows you to slow down time and observe every detail carefully. Moreover, he can set up various tests at will according to his own ideas to screen out the most suitable employees for the supermarket. At this moment, he was able to freely view all the information of the women who participated in the test. He flipped through the information with interest and his eyes were quickly drawn to the profile of one of the women. Although this woman looks ordinary on the surface and would not attract much attention if thrown into a crowd. But when Zhang Wei saw her information, he was slightly stunned. She has a great figure with curvy curves. Even when she wears loose clothes, it is difficult to hide her graceful figure. What surprised him even more was that her fighting ability was quite strong, reaching the 3rd level. Moreover, he always felt that this woman's luck in the assessment was a little too good. Others always panic when encountering danger, but she can always turn danger into safety, as if there is a mysterious power protecting her. The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and a strong sense of curiosity surged in his heart. He carefully checked the woman's details. Character, Li Shishir. Strength, level 3. Talent, S luck, B charm, C disguise. Abilities, a phantom body skill, B purple cloud sword skill, C critical blow, E firearm, F quick move. Age, 25. Rating, 99 points. This Li Shishir not only has the strength of the 3rd level, but also has 3 talents and so many abilities. Zhang Wei couldn't help but take a breath, his heart filled with shock. In the end times, talent and ability are important criteria for measuring a person's strength and potential. It is already very good for a normal person to have 1 talent, but this Li Shishir actually has 3. What's more, one of the talents is actually an S-level lucky talent. No wonder he always felt that this woman had really good luck in the assessment. No matter what difficulty she encountered, she could easily resolve them. It turned out that this talent was at work. An additional rating has been added, and this Li Shishir's rating is as high as 99 points. If we calculate it based on the full score, this woman's appearance is simply amazing. Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter to himself. He subconsciously looked up the scores of Lu Rumei and the others for comparison. Among them, Xiaoyu has the highest appearance, with a score of 96. With her delicate facial features and graceful figure, she is one of the most beautiful women in the supermarket. In addition, the other party is a celebrity and has a good family background, which invisibly adds a lot to her appearance. Lu Rumei and Wang Yun both scored 95 points. They each have their own beauty and are pleasing to the eye. The others are all below 94. You only need to understand Xiaoyu's appearance to know how beautiful Li Shishir is. Zhang Wei secretly guessed that her appearance must have been changed through disguise. After all, with her outstanding talents and abilities, if she revealed her true identity, she would have attracted the covetousness of various forces. This woman is not only capable but also has so many talents. Why would she join the supermarket? Zhang Wei was very curious. In his opinion, talents like Li Shishir are fully capable of carving out a world of their own in the end times, and there is no need for them to be subordinate to his supermarket. He must see Li Shishir's true appearance to find out what secrets this mysterious woman is hiding. Chapter 107, Unparalleled Beauty. The space flickered slightly, a ray of light flashed, and Li Shishir appeared in front of Zhang Wei. When Li Shishir saw Zhang Wei, her eyes lit up instantly and she asked curiously. "You're the supermarket owner, right? I've passed the test, right? Can I live in the supermarket from now on?" Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, staring intently at Li Shishir, and asked curiously. "Why do you want to be a supermarket employee? With your strength and ability, you should be able to live well outside." Li Shishir answered readily, "There's food, drinks, and shelter in the supermarket. We have everything we need. Out there, I have to sleep in the open air every day, constantly worrying about attacks from various mutant beasts, and also guarding against the schemes of other evolvers. If I join the supermarket, I won't have to live in fear anymore. Why wouldn't I choose to join?" After Zhang Wei understood the reason, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "So you want a safe haven? That makes sense. However, I want to see your true face." When Li Shishir heard this, her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she said, "What true appearance? I don't understand what you are saying. The way I look now is my true appearance." Zhang Wei smiled, his eyes revealing a light of insight, and said, "You have no secrets in front of me. Do you need me to tell you your 3 talents, 5 abilities, and your age? You possess an S-level luck talent, a B-level charm talent, and a C-level disguise talent. My abilities are a level phantom body skill, B-level purple cloud sword skill, C-level critical blow, E-level firearms, and F-level speed movement. I'm 25 years old. Am I right?" Li Shishir's face suddenly turned pale, as if all her strength had been drained away. She asked in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do to me? Do you think I'm hiding this and that's why you don't want me to stay in the supermarket?" She was filled with worry and fear. She was even more afraid that Zhang Wei would do something she didn't want him to do. Zhang Wei looked at her nervous expression, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Don't think of me as such a cheap person. If I need a woman, I won't force anyone. I'm just curious about your true appearance. Upon hearing this, Li Shishir's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe her ears and asked, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhang Wei replied calmly, "Do I need to lie to you? With my abilities, if I wanted to force you, why would I bother explaining so much? I could just do it directly." Li Shishir thought about it carefully and felt that what Zhang Wei said made sense, and her worries immediately dissipated a lot. She was very happy and said quickly, "Thank you very much, boss, for taking me in. If the supermarket has any instructions in the future, just let me arrange them and I will do my best." "Well, let me see your true face." Zhang Wei was still very curious. After all, the rating on the information made him full of expectations about the woman's true appearance. "Okay." Li Shishir took a deep breath, gently wiped her hands across her face, and removed her disguise. As the disguise was slowly lifted, Li Shishir's originally ordinary face transformed as if under a spell. Her skin was as white as snow and delicate without a single flaw. Under the faint light of the space, it seemed to emit a soft halo. Her eyebrows were as long and curved as distant ink, fitting perfectly above her lively big eyes. Her eyes are like a deep lake, clear and bright, yet revealing an indescribable mystery. When her eyes move, it seems as if they contain the sea of stars, making people unable to help but fall deeply into them. Under the small and straight nose bridge is a pair of cherry red lips. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth carry a faint smile that seems to be able to capture people's souls. Her long, shiny black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and a faint fragrance emanated from her hair. She has a graceful figure, and even when she just stands there quietly, she exudes a unique charm, as if everything around her is overshadowed by her. Her temperament is even more outstanding, with both the cuteness and agility of a girl and the elegance and calmness of a mature woman. Every gesture and movement reveals her nobility and elegance, as if she were a fairy walking out of an ancient scroll, detached from the mundane world. Zhang Wei looked at Li Shishir in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes, his mouth slightly open, his face full of shock and amazement. After a long while, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a woman with a score of 99, this appearance, this charm, this temperament, is simply rare in the world. I used to think the ratings were a bit exaggerated, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know they're not exaggerated at all. Good. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Li Shishir for a moment, his eyes full of admiration. When Li Shishir heard Zhang Wei's praise, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. She has always been very confident about her appearance. After all, in the end times, an overly outstanding appearance will often bring unnecessary trouble. That's why she deliberately used disguise to hide her true face. "Boss, I still want to disguise myself as before. I don't want to be too conspicuous." Li Shishir lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. She knew that although it was relatively safe in the supermarket, being too conspicuous was not a good thing, so it was better to keep a low profile. "Can." Zhang Wei nodded without any hesitation. He knew in his heart that this woman was someone who cherished her life very much, and she was extremely lucky and could always turn danger into safety. In the end times, strength is important, but luck can sometimes play a key role. Because of this, even though Li Shishir has the strength of the third level, she does not want to travel around outside. She just wants to find a safe place and live a stable life. And his supermarket just meets her needs. Zhang Wei's mind moved, and a ray of light flashed, teleporting Li Shishir to an empty room. The room is simply and warmly decorated, with a soft big bed, a separate bathroom, and a set of clean and tidy clothes. "Go take a shower and change your clothes first. I'll arrange for someone to take you to familiarize yourself with the supermarket later." Zhang Wei's voice sounded in Li Shishir's ears. Li Shishir looked at Zhang Wei gratefully and said, "Thank you, boss." Then he walked into the room. After that, Zhang Wei shifted his gaze from that room to the next woman. The woman was standing in a place in the test space to deal with the test. This woman has a very high IQ. Although she is only at the second level of strength, she is very calm and intelligent. He looked at the woman's information. Chapter 108: A woman who looks like a celebrity. Zhang Wei carefully examined the personal file in front of him, and his eyes lingered on the name Yang Min for a moment. Character: Yang Min. Strength: Level 2. Talent: SS Illusion. Ability: B. Teleport. Age: 27. Rating: 97 points. He noticed that this rating was among the best among recent applicants, but what really caught his attention was the conspicuous SS in the talent column. Zhang Wei subconsciously touched his chin, and the well-known female star named Yang from the Red Star world emerged in his mind. The young man in front of me not only has the same surname as me, but also has some similarities in his eyebrows and eyes, but his temperament is more cold. However, Zhang Wei's gaze shifted downwards. Although illusion talent is rare, its direct lethality in actual combat is indeed limited. Yang Min's illusion can create visual traps that are so realistic that they can even temporarily interfere with the perception of high-level psychics, but its duration and coverage are obviously limited. When he saw the ability column, Zhang Wei's brows relaxed a little. Although B-level teleportation is not top-notch, it is practical enough at this stage. Each teleportation distance is about 10 meters, and when used in conjunction with illusion, it can indeed create a good tactical space. So that's how it is. Zhang Wei whispered to himself. He finally understood why this strong applicant chose to apply for a job in the supermarket. With her combination of abilities, she has obvious shortcomings in surviving in the wild. Illusion lacks direct means of attack, and teleportation is not enough to support her to kill the enemy independently. In comparison, the stable environment and security provided by supermarkets are indeed the best choice. He teleported Yang Min in front of him. Boss, am I qualified? The moment Yang Min saw Zhang Wei nod, she felt her eyes getting hot. She quickly lowered her head and used her hair to cover the red corners of her eyes. The experiences during this period flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She had nearly lost her life in the wild, and even encountered a supernatural being who wanted to do something bad to her. Yang Min stood in front of Zhang Wei, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers. She could feel the interviewer's eyes looking over her, and the feeling of being thoroughly scrutinized made her a little nervous. When the other person's eyes stayed on her chest, she subconsciously straightened her back. This was the most sensitive part of her body since she was a child, and it was also the focus of frequent discussion. I passed. Zhang Wei nodded. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. She repeated this sentence over and over again, very excitedly. From now on I will definitely be obedient and will do whatever you ask me to do. Zhang Wei didn't say much and asked her to sign the contract. As a soft white light flashed, Yang Min felt the scenery in front of her eyes suddenly changed. When she came to her senses, she was already in a warmly decorated single room. The room is not big, but it has everything. There is a single bed against the wall and a small bookshelf at the head of the bed with several books neatly stacked on it. There is a desk by the window, and the matching chair looks very comfortable. There is also a small coffee table in the middle of the room, on which is placed a kettle and some disposable paper cups. Yang Min walked carefully to the bed and gently touched the soft mattress. This long-lost sense of security made her nose sore and she almost cried again. She took a deep breath, turned around and looked around the room. So, this is my new home. She whispered to herself, the corners of her mouth rising unconsciously. Zhang Wei's eyes moved slowly across the list, finally stopping at the information of the next qualified person. Character, Li Shirhan. Strength, 1st level. Talent, A, invisibility. Ability, C, critical hit. Age, 21. Rating, 92 points. Invisibility, this talent will undoubtedly play a huge role in combat or stealth missions and is a rare and high-quality ability. Critical hit, although the grade is slightly lower, it can give the enemy a fatal blow at a critical moment, which is a considerable help. Zhang Wei nodded secretly in his heart. Whether it was talent or ability, Li Shirhan had demonstrated remarkable strength and potential. He was indeed a talent worth cultivating. He now roughly understood the conditions for the system to screen qualified candidates. Whether it is appearance, age, character or other aspects, there are certain conditions. As soon as he thought about it, Li Shirhan was teleported in front of him. Li Shirhan looked around and finally her eyes fell on Zhang Wei, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She walked quickly to Zhang Wei, clasped her hands together, and blinked cutely. Boss, can I stay in the supermarket? I will definitely work hard. As she spoke, she gently pulled Zhang Wei's arm and rubbed her plump breasts against Zhang Wei's arm, trying to increase her favorability. Zhang Wei smiled slightly, not paying any attention to Li Shirhan's little trick. He said calmly, you've passed. After signing the contract, go wash up and get ready to start work. Okay. Thank you, boss brother. Li Shirhan was overjoyed when she heard this. She quickly took the contract, read it carefully, and signed her name. After signing the contract, Zhang Wei waved his hand and Li Shirhan was teleported to a warmly decorated room again. She looked around, an excited smile on her face. Really? I haven't even finished talking yet, and I've been teleported here. But this place looks really nice. I don't have to hide anymore. I finally have a safe place to stay. Although Li Shirhan complained, her tone was full of joy. She didn't want to live the hard life outside the supermarket where she had no food to eat, no warm clothes to wear, and was in danger of her life at any time. Moreover, she had a little idea that as long as she could defeat the boss, she would definitely not be driven out of the supermarket in the future. At the same time, Zhang Wei continued his recruitment work in the supermarket. He looked at the women who were undergoing the test one by one, and for those who failed, he sent them out of the supermarket without hesitation. Some of these women looked disappointed, while others were indignant, but Zhang Wei didn't care. However, as the recruitment work progressed, more and more people learned that the supermarket was recruiting employees and came to sign up. Zhang Wei looked at the endless stream of applicants and thought to himself, since so many people want to join the supermarket, why not let more of them stay? So he changed his previous strategy and kept all the qualified women. Of course, these women are currently only temporary workers, not formal employees. However, Zhang Wei also made it clear that as long as they perform well and work hard, they will have the opportunity to become regular employees later. As soon as the news came out, the women who were originally a little nervous suddenly became happy. They all expressed that they would work hard and live up to Zhang Wei's expectations. Zhang Wei felt very proud when he saw how motivated they were. It feels so good to control other people's destiny. Chapter 109: The Man Who Controls Their Destiny. Zhang Wei looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and found that time had quietly slipped towards the end of business. Today's supermarket business hours have expired and we will be temporarily closed. The supermarket will be back here on time at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Please come back then. Zhang Wei cleared his throat and spoke to all the people still staying in the supermarket. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force suddenly surged at the entrance of the supermarket, like a transparent barrier, silently erected. The crowd outside the door who were originally eager to try to squeeze into the supermarket were now blocked by this force and could not move forward. No way, the supermarket is closing so soon? A survivor at the front of the line widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. I've been queuing for so long my legs are numb, yet they won't let me in. This supermarket is so inhumane. Another survivor complained repeatedly, with resentment written all over his face. Oh, forget it, I have to come early tomorrow afternoon, otherwise it will be like today and it will be difficult to buy what I need. The survivors sighed and started planning their shopping for tomorrow. Although they were very unwilling, the supermarket was not opened by them after all, and they had no right to decide the supermarket's business hours. Helplessly, they could only wait until tomorrow to buy things with regret. Some smart survivors have already quietly come up with other ideas. They knew that in addition to crystal cores, the supermarket owners seemed to have a great interest in gold, silver, and jewelry. So they decided to go out and look for it at night, hoping to find something valuable so that they could get an advantage in tomorrow's shopping. As for the survivors who were still slowly picking things in the supermarket, Zhang Wei was also a little unhappy. Everyone, it's getting late. Please pick out what you need as soon as possible, otherwise we will have to ask you to leave. Although Zhang Wei's words were polite, they revealed a hint of unquestionable majesty. Upon hearing this, the survivors dared not delay any longer and sped up their selection process. After choosing their items, they paid and left immediately, fearing that they would be expelled from the supermarket. After all the survivors left the supermarket, Zhang Wei had an idea. In an instant, the entire Doomsday supermarket began to slowly disappear, and finally disappeared completely outside the Rongqing survivor base, as if it had never appeared. This Doomsday supermarket has indeed disappeared. What a magical Doomsday supermarket! I don't know where it came from. It would be great if I could work there. But unfortunately, they don't want men. With this Doomsday supermarket, we'll never lack water or food again. However, we still need to collect more crystal cores. That makes sense. As long as I have the crystal core, I won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, and considering the supermarket's operational management and staffing issues, he decided to confine the supermarket's temporary workers to a special space first. After all, they are not formal employees and cannot have a legal and complete identity on Blue Star, like formal employees such as Lu Rume, including ID cards, household registration, and other information. With this identity information, regular workers can move freely on Blue Star. Temporary workers do not receive such treatment and are considered illegal residents. In order to facilitate management and ensure the normal operation of the supermarket, Zhang Wei can only temporarily place them in this special space and make adjustments when there are employee vacancies later. Anyway, for them, as long as they have a place where they can live in peace, without mutant beasts and without starving, it doesn't matter where it is. As the supermarket becomes more and more well known, more and more people will come to shop there in the future. In order to deal with this situation, Zhang Wei began to plan and renovate the internal layout of the supermarket. He converted the third floor into a cafeteria so that employees could have a comfortable dining environment after work. He has already hired a number of women who can cook, so he doesn't need to worry about meals. Zhang Wei arranged accommodation for the employees on the 4th to 9th floors. These floors are spacious and have enough rooms to meet the living needs of employees. Each room is equipped with basic living facilities, allowing employees to live in peace and comfort. As for the top floor, Zhang Wei still retained its original function as a training place. Here, employees can conduct various physical and skills training to improve their strength. Zhang Wei knows that the development of a supermarket is a dynamic process. In the future, as the level of the Doomsday Supermarket continues to increase, he will make corresponding changes and optimizations to the layout and functions of the supermarket. Anyway, he only needs a thought to trigger the upgrade function of the supermarket system and upgrade all the facilities and environment in the supermarket. It is very convenient and quick. Moreover, Zhang Wei no longer needs to spend a lot of time and energy contacting various suppliers to supply him with goods as before. Since the supermarket has acquired the e-food purchasing capability, he can complete any purchase he needs with just one click in the system. What surprised him even more was that this purchasing method could also enable him to query complete transaction records from the suppliers of Blue Star. He can directly purchase items of the corresponding brand based on what he needs with just one click. After the purchase is completed, the money will be deducted from his account, which is very convenient. This means that the supermarket's purchasing behavior is legal, compliant, and traceable, and there is no need to worry about any disputes or problems. As for how the system does this, Zhang Wei did not explore it too much. Anyway, it was enough for him to know that the system has this capability. So, Zhang Wei called Wang Yun and decided to give her the authority to purchase food. He explained to Wang Yun seriously, "Wang Yun, from now on, you will be responsible for the supermarket's food procurement work. You have the final say on how the supermarket should be planned and how it should purchase food. You need to reasonably arrange the purchasing plan and variety based on the supermarket sales and the dietary needs of employees." As a boss, Zhang Wei knows that his time and energy should be focused on more important things. He didn't need to personally handle such a small matter as purchasing food. He believed that Wang Yun could do the job and keep the supermarket's food purchasing work in an orderly manner. "Thank you, boss. I will do my best." Wang Yun nodded. In front of outsiders, she is aloof. However, in front of Zhang Wei, she did not show any indifference or arrogance. Zhang Wei is not only her boss, but also the man who controls their destiny. Chapter 110, Capture Lingyu. Zhang Wei stood in the middle of the empty training ground on the top floor. As Zhang Wei waved his hands lightly, rays of light flashed by. Women like Lu Rumei, Lu Huanqin, and Yu Lingyu were instantly teleported to the top floor. They started combat training again. During the training, Zhang Wei constantly changed his tactics, sometimes attacking fiercely, sometimes defending, and fought with them one by one. Every confrontation gave him a deeper understanding of combat. Time passed quietly amidst sweat and shouting. When the clock on the wall struck 11 o'clock, Zhang Wei finally announced, "Well done, you all performed very well today. Go back and rest." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with tired but satisfied smiles on their faces. Zhang Wei has made great progress and is much stronger than yesterday. After the training, Zhang Wei stood alone in the middle of the training ground. Every actual combat training can significantly improve his combat experience. However, he also knew that there was still a big gap between him and Lu Rumei and others who had survived the apocalypse for half a year and experienced countless life and death tests. This gap is not simply a lack of strength or speed, but more about the intuition of combat and the anticipation of crises. Of course, this is under the premise that he does not display his talents and abilities. If he let go and displayed his talent, ability, and powerful strength of the 4th level, he could naturally crush them easily. But Zhang Wei knew very well that the purpose of his training this time was not to crush Lu Rumei and the others. He wanted to increase his practical experience and improve his fighting skills. Therefore, he never used his best skills in training. Just then, Zhang Wei walked over, his eyes fell on Lu Rumei, and a hint of tenderness flashed across his eyes. "Does it still hurt?" Zhang Wei asked softly, full of care. Lu Rumei's pretty face turned slightly red. She knew what Zhang Wei was referring to. As his first woman, she naturally felt his special care and love. It doesn't hurt anymore. She replied softly, with a hint of shyness and sweetness in her voice, I'll come to your room after I take a shower. Zhang Wei smiled when he heard that. He nodded and said, Go ahead. I'll wait for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand gently, a flash of light passed by, and Lu Rumei was instantly teleported back to her room. Zhang Wei also turned around and went back to his room to take a shower and rest. However, when he finished a day's training and came into the room, the scene in front of him made him slightly stunned. Inside the room, two women were already quietly waiting for him on the bed. One of them is Lin Yu. She has a petite figure, but a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. Beneath her childish face, she has an amazingly plump figure. At this moment, she was looking at Zhang Wei with her big watery eyes full of anticipation. The other one is Zhang Yan. Although she doesn't have Lin Yu's outstanding appearance, she has her own cleverness, and her cleverness occasionally reveals from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Boss. When the two women saw Zhang Wei coming into the room, they quickly responded in a low voice with a hint of respect and intimacy. Zhang Wei nodded, his eyes swept over the two of them, and then said to Zhang Yan, Come back tomorrow. Get some rest today. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel aggrieved when he heard this. She was looking forward to Zhang Wei's return, but she didn't expect to get such an answer. But she quickly adjusted her mood and said obediently, Then boss, I'm going back first. Do you want me to bring you a midnight snack tonight? She knew in her heart that she was not like those other women who only knew how to act coquettishly. She understood that only by truly caring for her boss brother and obeying his wishes could she gain his favor. What would you make for a late-night snack? Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask curiously when he heard Zhang Yan's words. He didn't expect that this seemingly clever and eccentric girl would actually offer to bring him a midnight snack. As long as it's something the boss likes to eat, even if I can't make it now, I will try my best to learn. Zhang Yan answered gently, with a glint of wisdom in her eyes. These days, she has been secretly learning cooking so that she can give Zhang Wei a surprise at the critical moment. She knew that Zhang Wei trained hard every day and might be hungry at night, so she wanted to share some of his fatigue in her own way. Okay, send it over tonight. After hearing Zhang Yan's answer, Zhang Wei nodded and smiled faintly. He didn't expect that this little green tea girl would be so thoughtful. No wonder everyone criticizes green tea, but also likes it. Green tea is often very considerate. Good night, boss brother. Take care of yourself. I'll bring you a midnight snack later. When Zhang Yan saw that Zhang Wei agreed, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She happily left the room and headed towards the kitchen, her heart filled with anticipation and excitement. She finally got the chance to show off her skills, and she was determined to let Zhang Wei taste her cooking. In fact, she also wanted to show off her oral skills to Zhang Wei. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei didn't give her a chance today. She will not give up. She must please brother Zhang Wei. Compared with the eloquent, clever and intelligent Zhang Yan, Lin Yu's performance seemed very clumsy. She sat quietly on the edge of the bed, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands. A shy blush appeared on her fair face, and she couldn't say anything else. After all, this was her first time experiencing such a thing. She was extremely nervous and her mind was blank. She had no extra words to deal with the situation. Zhang Wei noticed her nervousness and shyness, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower, letting the warm water wash away his fatigue. After taking a shower, he wrapped himself in a bath towel, walked to the bed and slowly sat down. He looked at Lin Yu's lowered head and slightly trembling shoulders, and said softly, You look a little scared. When Lin Yu heard Zhang Wei's words, her body stiffened slightly. Then he slowly raised his head, glanced at Zhang Wei with his big, watery eyes, then quickly lowered his head again, saying in a voice as thin as a mosquito, This is my first time, I hope the boss will have mercy on me. Zhang Wei looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help feeling pity in his heart. He praised sincerely, Of course I will pity you. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lin Yu. Among so many women, Lin Yu's figure is indeed the most outstanding. When Lin Yu heard Zhang Wei's praise, she lowered her head even lower, the blush on her cheeks became more intense, and she didn't dare to respond to Zhang Wei at all. She just felt her heart beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. Zhang Wei looked at her shy appearance and didn't care about her silence. He slowly approached Lin Yu, stretched out his hands, and gently pressed her down. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. she just closed her eyes tightly, waiting for what was about to happen. Chapter 111. I'll bring you a midnight snack. He did not forget to send a message to Lu Rume, saying that he would go to her room later. Lu Rume didn't ask anything, but just waited quietly in the room obediently. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. "Boss, it's me, Zhang Yan. I'm here to bring you some midnight snacks." Zhang Yan's sickeningly sweet voice came through the crack in the door. Zhang Wei said, "Come in." Zhang Yan walked in quietly, carrying an exquisite tray with a few delicate side dishes and a bowl of steaming soup on it. As soon as she came in, she quickly scanned the room. When she saw Lin Yu lying on the bed, a hint of subtle jealousy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Her face immediately filled with a sweet smile. She quickly walked to Zhang Wei and said in a sweet voice, "Boss, you must be exhausted after a day of training. I made these delicious dishes for you. Come and try them and see if they suit your taste." As she spoke, she placed the tray on the bedside table, picked up a piece of dish with her chopsticks, and handed it to Zhang Wei's mouth. Zhang Wei opened his mouth and took a bite. Zhang Yan immediately blinked her eyes and asked expectantly, "Boss, how does it taste? Is it delicious?" "Not bad," Zhang Wei said lightly. When Zhang Yan heard this, her smile became even brighter. She picked up the bowl of soup again, blew on it gently, and said, "Boss, I've been cooking this soup for a long time. It has a lot of nourishing ingredients in it. Drink it while it's hot. It will make you feel strong and give you more energy for training in the future." As she spoke, she brought the soup to Zhang Wei's mouth. Zhang Wei took a sip, and Zhang Yan immediately said, "Boss, you work so hard every day and you've lost weight. I'll make delicious food for you every day and keep you fat." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Lin Yu, and then said to Zhang Wei coquettishly, "Boss brother, you must take good care of yourself. If you're exhausted, I'll be heartbroken. Unlike some people who just sit there stupidly and don't care about the boss brother." When Lin Yu heard this, his body stiffened slightly, his head lowered even lower, and his face was full of grievance. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Yan and said, "Okay, put your things down and go back to rest." When Zhang Yan heard this, she immediately pouted and pulled Zhang Wei's arm and shook it. "Boss brother, I want to accompany you more. Look how nice it is to have me by your side to take care of you. I will take care of you and make sure you are happy every day." Zhang Wei was a little annoyed by Zhang Yan's shaking, but he didn't get angry. He just gently pulled his arm back and said calmly, "Okay, I know what you mean. Go wait in your room first. I'll come over after I finish eating." When Zhang Yan heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, a flower-like smile blossomed on her face, and she deliberately raised her voice and said delicately, Okay, boss brother, you must come quickly. I'm scared to be alone in the room." After saying that, she cast a provocative and complacent look at Lin Yu, then twisted her slender waist and left, looking back every few steps. Zhang Wei sat on the edge of the bed, eating his midnight snack slowly, seemingly unaware of Zhang Yan's little trick just now. Lin Yu raised her head slightly, a bit of timidity and uneasiness in her eyes. She looked at Zhang Wei cautiously, her voice as soft as a breeze. "Boss, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at speaking." She pursed her lips tightly and unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes with her hands, fearing that her clumsiness would give Zhang Wei a bad impression of her. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yu's nervous yet cute appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and gently scratched Lin Yu's small and cute nose. His movements were intimate and natural. He also pinched it and said, "Silly girl, why are you competing with Zhang Yan? I'm tired of seeing all her fancy tricks. She is her, you are you, and I like you like this, simple and real." When Lin Yu heard Zhang Wei's words, she raised her head slightly, a hint of surprise and shyness flashed in her eyes, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, and her voice trembled a little. "As long as the boss doesn't mind me." She felt like a little rabbit was running around in her heart, both looking forward to and afraid to hear Zhang Wei's response. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yu's extremely shy appearance and felt that she became more and more adorable. He gently took Lin Yu into his arms, let her lean on his shoulder, and said softly, "How could I dislike you?" Lin Yu leaned in Zhang Wei's arms, feeling his solid chest and warm body temperature, her heart filled with sweetness. She hesitated, bit her lip, and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I'm still okay." Zhang Wei was slightly stunned, then he understood what Lin Yu meant. He patted Lin Yu's back gently and said softly, "This is your first time, don't think too much. Have a good rest. We have a long way to go, and there are many days to come." After saying that, Zhang Wei gently held Lin Yu's face and kissed her lightly on the lips, his movements gentle and affectionate. Lin Yu was a little overwhelmed by Zhang Wei's kiss. She closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the warmth and sweetness of the moment. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, a happy smile on her face, and said softly, "Yeah." That voice was full of longing for the future and dependence on Zhang Wei. After eating, he cleaned up simply, and with a thought, he was teleported to Zhang Yan's room. Zhang Yan was sitting on the edge of the bed, fixing her hair in front of the mirror. Seeing Zhang Wei coming in, she immediately jumped up in surprise, trotted over to greet him, put her arms around Zhang Wei's arms, rested her head on Zhang Wei's shoulder, and said in a sweet voice, "Boss, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long that the flowers have wilted." Zhang Wei looked calm. He gently pushed her aside, sat down beside the bed, and asked, "How's your training been lately?" Although the supermarket is safe, he also asked them to train hard so that they would have enough strength to protect themselves even after leaving the supermarket. Zhang Yan's eyes rolled, and she immediately put on an aggrieved look, sat on Zhang Wei's lap, put her arms around his neck, and said, "Boss, I train really hard, but sometimes when I encounter difficulties, there's no one to teach me properly, unlike some people who have the boss to personally guide them." As he spoke, he deliberately pouted his lips and pretended to look pitiful. Zhang Wei looked at her like this, knowing that she was hinting at Lin Yu again, but he remained calm and said calmly, "Training depends on yourself, just put in more effort." Seeing that Zhang Wei didn't follow her words, Zhang Yan changed her strategy. She gently drew circles on Zhang Wei's chest with her hands and said in a soft voice, "Boss, I recently learned a new massage technique that feels really good. Would you like to try it on me?" Chapter 112. She just wants to improve. "Oh, you also give massages?" When Zhang Wei heard Zhang Yan's words, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "For my boss brother, I'm willing to learn anything." Zhang Yan raised his head slightly, his eyes full of sincerity, and answered very seriously. He also deliberately acted very silly and innocent, with a hint of playfulness. "In that case, I'd like to take a good look at your craftsmanship." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth, showing anticipation. "Okay, boss brother, take off your clothes and I'll help you feel comfortable." Zhang Yan giggled sweetly, her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she rubbed her hands together gently, looking eager to try. Without much hesitation, Zhang Wei grabbed the hem of his shirt with both hands and slowly took it off, revealing his strong body. He has well-defined muscles, broad shoulders, and distinct abdominal muscles, and he exudes a masculine aura. What a strong body. When Zhang Yan saw Zhang Wei's body, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered some rare treasure. Such a figure has a fatal attraction to her, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickens. She had often fantasized about a man with such a perfect body. In her imagination, such a man was full of power and charm. She even used to act as a gold miner on many lonely nights, looking at pictures of celebrities with good figures. Unexpectedly, the boss's figure at this moment was even better than she had imagined, and she felt deeply touched. "I love it," she muttered to herself. "Boss brother." Zhang Yan's eyes were full of desire. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Yan's eager eyes and did not refuse. He slowly lay down on the bed and stretched out his body in relaxation. Zhang Yan tried hard to calm herself down, then immediately walked to the bedside and stood beside Zhang Wei. She stretched out her hands, placed them gently on Zhang Wei's back, and began to massage. Her fingers moved flexibly on Zhang Wei's back muscles, sometimes pressing hard, sometimes rubbing gently. She had carefully learned these massage techniques from the computer over the past 2 days. She spent a lot of time searching for various massage tutorials online, took careful notes, and practiced the techniques repeatedly, just to be able to show her abilities in front of Zhang Wei at this moment. In order to please Zhang Wei, she is willing to give everything. In her opinion, as long as she can satisfy Zhang Wei, she can become the owner of the supermarket. What did she do wrong? She just wanted to improve too much. Zhang Wei closed his eyes with great satisfaction, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and enjoyed the facial massage. Although Zhang Yan's technique was a little rough, the pressure from his fingertips was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and the rhythm was a little inconsistent, and he was not very skilled. Zhang Wei did not care too much. In his opinion, these are not big problems. After all, no one is proficient in a certain skill from the beginning, and practice makes perfect is an eternal truth. As long as Zhang Yan practices more and accumulates experience in the future, he will definitely become a mature craftsman, a master in time. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei felt even more excited about Zhang Yan. "Boss, please turn around." Zhang Yan gently shook Zhang Wei's shoulders and spoke in a tender voice. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes and turned around as he was told. The moment he turned around, Boss brother, am I in good shape? Zhang Yan puffed out his chest slightly and asked softly with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Wei looked Zhang Yan up and down, and Lin Yu's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Lin Yu's body proportions are perfect, with smooth and graceful lines. That slender waist, and not every woman can possess it. In comparison, although Zhang Yan has her own charm, there is still a big gap. So, he said truthfully, compared to Lin Yu, there is still a big gap. The smile on Zhang Yan's face froze instantly, and a hint of loss flashed across his face. But she quickly adjusted her mood, the corners of her mouth turned up again, a new smile bloomed, and she said coquettishly, "Boss, I'm still growing. I'll definitely get better in the future." After saying that, she lightly lay on Zhang Wei, her body pressed tightly against Zhang Wei. She leaned close to Zhang Wei's ear and whispered, "Boss, I will serve you, but no one else will." After that, she no longer limited herself to conventional massage methods, her hands. Starting from Zhang Wei's broad shoulders, she slowly slid down his arms, and her fingers gently stroked his skin, causing Zhang Wei to feel numb. Zhang Yan raised her head slightly, a hint of cunning and charm flashing in her eyes. She snuggled up to Zhang Wei, her face filled with satisfaction and pride. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Yan, who had fainted, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He also felt a different taste from little green tea Zhang Yan. The sense of freshness and excitement was something he had never experienced before. I have to say that little green tea is annoying in some ways. For example, they are hypocritical and scheming, but when it comes to pleasing men, they are really more considerate than ordinary women. They know how to read men's expressions, know what they want, and will do everything they can to satisfy it. Everyone criticizes green tea, but they just can't bear to see it. Zhang Wei only treated Zhang Yan as a plaything. He was not afraid of Zhang Yan's betrayal. With his strength and means, if she dared, he would send her to see the Tathagata in the West without hesitation. In his opinion, it's just a woman. If you take it seriously, you will lose. There is no need to get into unnecessary trouble for a woman. Zhang Wei came to where Lu Rumei was. "Boss, you're here." After seeing Zhang Wei, Lu Rumei said with a smile. Zhang Wei strode forward and hugged Lu Rumei in his arms. He could feel the softness and warmth of Lu Rumei's body, and the faint body fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose made his heart flutter. He looked at Lu Rumei carefully. Her skin was very smooth and a healthy wheat color. It had a faint luster under the light and felt very nice. She has a standard figure, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, just right. Every line is just right, as if she is a work of art carefully crafted by nature. Chapter 113, Fire. Red Star. Nieboyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan all had stern expressions, with greed glittering in their eyes. They brought countless fully armed soldiers to the vicinity of the Doomsday Supermarket. Each of these soldiers had a solemn expression, holding advanced firearms and looking around vigilantly. In addition to the soldiers, there is also the huge body of the armored vehicle. The heavy armor reflects a cold luster in the sun, and the gun barrel is like the fangs of a giant beast, exuding a dangerous aura. The mortars were also neatly arranged aside, ready to roar at any time. They had already set up tight defenses around the supermarket, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Many survivors were very surprised after seeing this scene. They stopped and their faces were full of surprise and confusion. They whispered to each other and didn't even understand why these people did this. In their memories, the Doomsday Supermarket has always been a mysterious and powerful existence. Aren't the previous examples of disobeying supermarket owners enough of a lesson? All of those people met with a miserable end, and were destroyed by the mysterious power of the supermarket. It seems these guys want to completely take over the Doomsday Supermarket. What a bunch of idiots. Didn't a big boss's son send so many strong men to take over the Doomsday Supermarket before, but he also failed? Are they courting death? Who knows? Sometimes, profit can be very tempting. Once you successfully control the Doomsday Supermarket, you'll be the overlord of the apocalypse. If it were you, how could you not be tempted? If I didn't have so much power, I would also like to give it a try. I don't know if these big guys can succeed. The survivors around did not leave, but gathered around. They were like a group of curious spectators, wanting to see if these guys could take over the Doomsday Supermarket. After all, such a big drama is rare in the Doomsday, and maybe you can get some benefits from it. Is the time up yet? Niebo Yuan frowned and looked at the watch on his wrist, revealing a hint of anxiety. It's almost there. Pu Hongji also stared at his watch closely, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Once the Doomsday Supermarket appears, we'll bombard it directly without giving them any time to react. Aoyuin clenched his fists, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face, and he spoke viciously. I just don't believe that he can still be alive after so many bombardments. Aoyuin said this very confidently, as if he had already seen the scene of the supermarket being blown to pieces and the supermarket owner kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. That makes sense. Nyaboyuan nodded with a look of approval. That's for sure. The supermarket owner is a fool. He actually sold us so many firearms. Pu Hongji sneered, full of sarcasm. Ha, it feels so good to attack them with their stuff. Aoyuin laughed triumphantly, his laughter echoing in the air, sounding particularly arrogant. With a dazzling and blinding light flashing, Doomsday Supermarket was teleported to Red Star again. Its huge body stood steadily, like an unshakable fortress, emitting a cold and mysterious aura. Everything around it seemed dim in the reflection of this light. Aoyuin stood aside, with a crazy gleam in his eyes. He stared at the Doomsday Supermarket intently, as if he had already seen the scene of himself becoming the overlord of the Doomsday after taking control of it. He waved his hand violently and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fire!" As the order was given, the soldiers who had been prepared took action instantly. They all looked solemn, their eyes revealing tension and excitement, and their hands were tightly gripping their weapons. The soldiers operating the mortars quickly adjusted the angle and carefully loaded the shells into the barrel. The gunners on the armored vehicles also stared at the target intently, their fingers on the launch button, ready to press it at any time. The air around seemed to be frozen, and only the heavy breathing of the soldiers and the slight friction of their equipment could be heard. Immediately afterwards, deafening cannon fire rang out, like the roar of doomsday. The shells, trailing long flames, whistled towards the Doomsday Supermarket, like angry meteors. The shells fired from the mortar drew arcs in the air and hit the target with powerful impact. The main gun on the armored vehicle also roared, and the huge shells rushed towards the supermarket at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it went, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, explosions were deafening, and thick smoke billowed up, enveloping the Doomsday Supermarket. The ground around them began to tremble, and some smaller rocks were shaken and flew everywhere. The soldiers covered their ears tightly, but their eyes were still full of madness, waiting for the moment to see the Doomsday Supermarket being destroyed. The mortar positions also became busy. The soldiers quickly loaded shells into the gun barrels. With the muffled sound of bang bang bang, the shells rushed into the sky like angry birds, drew arcs in the air, and smashed towards the Doomsday Supermarket. The infantrymen were not idle either. They held guns, crouched, and approached the supermarket cautiously, firing in the direction of the supermarket from time to time, and bullets poured down on the walls of the supermarket like raindrops. Boom! The tank fired first, and the huge shells, with blazing flames and powerful impact, slammed into the Doomsday Supermarket. Then, mortar shells fell one after another, the explosions were deafening, flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The gunshots of the soldiers were interwoven into a dense sound network, as if to completely submerge the supermarket. However, when the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone's eyes widened, with disbelief written all over their faces. I saw that the Doomsday Supermarket was still standing there steadily. The seemingly ordinary building, after experiencing such a fierce attack, did not even have a scratch left, as if the attack just now was just an illusory dream. The survivors who had gathered around to watch the excitement suddenly exploded. How is this possible? So many shells and bullets, and they're completely useless? Am I hallucinating? Is this supermarket built in stone? Fuck, this Doomsday Supermarket is too sturdy. The soldiers in charge of the attack also stood there in a daze, with the weapons in their hands dropping unconsciously. The gunners in the tanks had expressions of frustration on their faces. They couldn't understand why the shells they were so proud of were so vulnerable in front of this supermarket. The soldiers at the mortar position stared blankly at the still smoking gun barrel, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Aoyuin stood in the distance, his originally confident expression frozen on his face in an instant. He gritted his teeth and roared, "What the hell is this thing? Keep attacking. Blow it to pieces." Chapter 114, My feet seem to betray my body. After hearing Aoyuin's order, the soldiers continued to fire. Boom! 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 After another series of artillery bombardments, the Doomsday Supermarket remained intact and safe. The walls of the supermarket seemed to be made of some mysterious and indestructible material. When the shell hit it, there was only a burst of explosion sound, and then it was swallowed up silently, without leaving even a trace. Now, Aoyuin, Nyebuyuan and Pu Hongji were all unusually nervous. What the hell is this thing? Even artillery shells can't do anything to it. Aoyuin frowned, veins bulged on his forehead, and he clenched his fists tightly. No matter what it is, now that we have taken action, we must not give up halfway. This supermarket must be hiding some huge secret, perhaps a resource that is vital to us. A trace of panic flashed across Nyebuyuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He licked his cracked lips and said, "This is too bizarre, completely beyond our understanding. However, we have no choice but to go ahead with it now, otherwise all our previous efforts will be in vain." Pu Hongji paced back and forth, rubbing his hands together and muttering to himself. Since they have taken action, it is impossible for them to just stop like this. After a brief discussion, Aoyuin waved his hand and shouted, "Let the soldiers charge in. I don't believe this supermarket can swallow up people." After receiving the order, although the soldiers were filled with fear and anxiety, they still gritted their teeth and walked cautiously towards the supermarket door. The door was tightly closed, emitting a cold and mysterious atmosphere, as if warning people not to approach easily. The soldiers rushed into the supermarket without hesitation, armed with weapons. Their footsteps echoed in the silent supermarket. "Humph, since you insist on challenging my patience, then I will grant your wish." Zhang Wei's voice was cold, echoing in every corner of the supermarket. As soon as he teleported the Doomsday supermarket to the Red Star, he keenly sensed through the supermarket's special sensing system that someone had launched an attack on the supermarket. This sudden invasion instantly ignited the rage in his heart. His anger was like a volcano about to erupt, and the consequences were naturally very serious. When he saw the soldiers rushing into the supermarket, his eyes flashed and he snapped his fingers without hesitation. This seemingly simple action contains mysterious and powerful power. In an instant, all the soldiers were frozen in place, as if they were under a spell, unable to move at all. Their bodies remained stiff in the same posture they had when they rushed into the supermarket, and the weapons in their hands were suspended in mid-air, unable to be swung anymore. "What's going on? I can't move." A soldier shouted in horror, his voice full of panic and confusion. He tried to break free from the invisible restraints, pushing his legs against the ground and waving his arms desperately, but it was all in vain. "I'm the same way. I can't move at all." Another soldier echoed in despair, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, soaking his collar. His eyes were filled with fear and his body was shaking uncontrollably. "Damn it, what kind of ability is this? How could this happen?" Another soldier roared angrily. He tried to mobilize every bit of strength in his body to break this strange state. But his body felt like it was being pressed down by an invisible mountain, unable to move at all. They were all frightened and broke out in sweat, their clothes soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, they could do nothing except speak. "It's like a lamb to be slaughtered, and I can only let myself be slaughtered." At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared above the supermarket. It was 100 meters tall and looked like a giant. That was Zhang Wei's outlaw incarnation. He was tall and mighty, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. His face was stern, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent, and he looked down at Aoyuin and the others. The sky seemed to have sensed this powerful pressure, and was covered with dark clouds. The thick black clouds slowly descended like a huge black curtain. Lightning and thunder flashed through the clouds, dazzling flashes of lightning cut through the dark sky, making a deafening roar. An extremely oppressive aura suppressed the surroundings, as if the whole world was controlled by this power. The people around were shocked by the sudden scene. They stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. "That's the supermarket owner. I've seen him before. He can actually grow so big. Oh my god, is he still human? Look at the sky, the oppressive feeling." Aoyuin and his gang actually provoked the supermarket owner. They are definitely dead. I've said before that this supermarket owner is extremely mysterious and should not be offended. These guys are courting death. I really want to see what happens to them. Countless survivors were shocked when they saw this scene. They never expected that the supermarket owner would have such tricks. Is the other party a human or a god? This kind of heaven-defying method is simply not something a normal person can possess. Aoyuin, Nyebuyuan, and Pu Hongji looked up and saw Zhang Wei, who was as huge as a giant and exuding terrifying oppression. Their faces instantly became very ugly, as if shrouded in a layer of haze. Their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably, their legs felt weak, and they could hardly stand. However, in this extreme fear, a trace of luck quietly grew in their hearts. Perhaps, this huge figure was just bluffing, and perhaps they still had a chance to escape unscathed. Zhang Wei looked down at them with contempt and disdain in his eyes, staring at them coldly as if they were ants, and said, "You three are so brave. You actually dared to attack the Doomsday Supermarket." Pu Hongji was frightened by this powerful aura, and his heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to burst through his chest. His voice trembled, and with a hint of pleading, he said, "We just wanted to test whether the Doomsday Supermarket is solid. It seems to be quite solid now. We will withdraw immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of contemptuous sneers rang out from all around. Everyone looked at Pu Hongji with contempt. This is obviously an excuse to deceive a 3-year-old child. Who would believe it? In this tense and depressing atmosphere, these words seemed so ridiculous. Pu Hongji felt his face burning, as if it was being burned by countless pairs of eyes. He frantically tried to move his feet and escape from this place that frightened him so much. However, when he tried to lift his foot, he was horrified to find that his foot was still in place, but the command to move given by his brain fell on deaf ears and received no response. It was as if his feet had betrayed his body and were no longer under his control. No matter how hard he tried, they were like being nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. Chapter 115, One Thought for Heaven, One Thought for Hell. When Ao Yuan and Niebo Yuan saw Pu Hongji's predicament, they felt an ominous premonition in their hearts. They looked at each other and saw deep fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. Ao Yuan said with difficulty, "I can't leave." Niebo Yuan then said, "Me too." He was also filled with a sense of powerlessness. After saying that, they still tried to move their bodies again without giving up, trying to break free from the invisible restraints. They tried their best, twisting their bodies and waving their arms, but it was all in vain. They are third-level strongmen. On weekdays, they possess great power and majesty, and are the objects of awe among everyone. But now, in front of this mysterious and powerful force, they are so small that their feet are imprisoned without them realizing it, and they have lost the ability to move. Thinking of this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale as paper, beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, and their hearts were filled with endless regret. He regretted why he was so greedy to attack the Doomsday Supermarket, and regretted why he provoked this mysterious and powerful existence. "Brother, no, immortal, it's us who are blind and blind. It's our fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." Ao Yuan spoke first, his voice tinged with tears. He wanted to kneel on the ground, but unfortunately he couldn't, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Niebo Yuan quickly followed suit. "We know we were wrong and won't do it again. Please let us go." His face was full of fear, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, soaking his collar. Pu Hongji was even more direct. His legs softened and he cried out in tears, "Just let us go. We swear to follow the supermarket's lead from now on and never act recklessly again." Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji kept begging for mercy. Zhang Wei stood there with a cold look in his eyes. He wanted to kill the 3 guys who dared to invade the supermarket immediately to set an example. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Before, Yang Tianxue was able to take out 100,000 crystal cores to redeem his son. These 3 guys also seem to be prominent figures. They must have a high status in their respective forces, and their wealth is definitely not less than that of Yang Tianxue. In that case, I'll just squeeze out their wealth first and then kill them. Anyway, I have no intention of letting the enemy's life go. "Oh, you know you're wrong?" Zhang Wei looked at them indifferently. "I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong." Ao Yuan nodded quickly, his head like a chicken pecking at rice, afraid that Zhang Wei would not believe it. Niebo Yuan also hurriedly said, "As long as you can spare us, we are willing to do anything." Pu Hongji also followed suit, saying, "We will never dare to do that again." Zhang Wei looked at them, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of mockery, and said, "In that case, you should take out the crystal core to redeem your lives. If you can't satisfy me, you, he." The hump sound was full of threats, making the 3 people's hearts rise to their throats in an instant. Okay, as long as you can spare me, we are willing to give out all the crystal cores." When Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji heard that they could survive, they no longer had any thoughts of resisting and quickly spoke up. "Okay, send someone to deliver the crystal core. If you try to escape, you can try." Zhang Wei curled his lips into a cold smile, full of majesty, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through the minds of the 3 people. Okay, there's absolutely no way we're going to run away. Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji nodded hurriedly, as if a second's delay would bring about fatal disaster. Their posture was extremely humble, full of fear and obedience. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, then snapped his fingers lightly. Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji immediately felt the changes in their bodies. Their bodies, which had been tightly restrained, seemed to be loosening a little. However, when they tried to stand up, they found that their legs were weak and they could not stand at all. They stumbled and fell to the ground. They were shivering all over, sweating profusely, their clothes soaked, and they looked in a miserable state. They wiped the sweat off their face in panic, hurriedly took out their cell phones and dialed the number within the base. As soon as the call was connected, they shouted anxiously, "Quick, send all the crystal cores I have collected in the base over here, quickly." Although they had vague thoughts of escaping in their hearts, at this moment, these thoughts were instantly overwhelmed by fear. Because they were horrified to find that all the soldiers they brought with them were imprisoned. I saw those soldiers standing there, full of fear, but their bodies were motionless, like wooden sculptures. Tens of thousands of soldiers, originally a mighty team, now seemed to have been cast under a spell and had lost all their fighting power. Such extraordinary means made Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji completely despair. They knew very well that resistance in front of such a strong man would mean death. Isn't resistance seeking death? They don't have the courage to do so. Some people in the crowd began to talk in low voices. This supermarket owner is too powerful. He can imprison so many powerful people with just a wave of his hand. Be more careful. It's really annoying to offend a boss like this. Do you think the supermarket owner will let these 3 people go? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. Everyone was curious whether these 3 people could leave here alive. They stared at Ao Yuan and the other 2, waiting for the next development. Zhang Wei's outlaw incarnation waved his arm lightly. In an instant, Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji felt an invisible huge force coming at them. Their bodies fell forward uncontrollably, and their knees slammed heavily on the ground at the entrance of the Doomsday Supermarket, making a dull sound. They wanted to struggle to get up, but found that their bodies seemed to be pressed down by an invisible mountain. They could not move at all and could only kneel there in embarrassment. At the same time, the subordinates who were originally surrounding them, including those imposing cars, majestic tanks, and so on. After a strange flash of light, everything disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the empty ground was left, testifying that there had been a powerful team here just now. The supermarket is open as normal and will be closed in the afternoon. Zhang Wei's voice resounded throughout the sky, like a huge bell, clearly reaching everyone's ears. After hearing this sound, the other survivors who were watching nearby rushed towards the supermarket from all corners. They received this news on the shopping cart yesterday. At this moment, hearing Zhang Wei's personal announcement, everyone rushed to the supermarket. When they passed by Ao Yuan, Niebo Yuan, and Pu Hongji who were kneeling on the ground, they couldn't help but stop and cast complicated glances at them. These 3 people are all big bosses in their respective bases. They are usually very powerful and have the final say. They have many followers and powerful forces under them. However, now, he was kneeling in the supermarket like a stray dog. This huge gap shocked everyone. I really didn't expect that these 3 people would have this day. Yeah, that's what happens when you offend the supermarket owner. It's like heaven or hell. At the same time, they felt deep awe and fear of the supermarket owner's abilities. In this doomsday, strength is everything, and the mysterious and powerful ability displayed by the supermarket owner makes them understand that offending such a person is undoubtedly seeking death. This also made them more determined not to offend the supermarket. They secretly warned themselves that they must abide by the supermarket rules in the future and must not offend in the slightest. Chapter 116 Special Gift. Brother Long stood in front of the dilapidated ruins of the base, looking at those once invincible bosses, cold sweat running down his back. He wiped his face vigorously and muttered in a trembling voice, "Luckily, I knew what to do and didn't go crazy with these idiots. Otherwise, my grave would be overgrown with grass by now. Isn't it? The boss is still wise. Yes, this supermarket owner must not be offended. You must not cause trouble in the supermarket." Brother Long's men also spoke up. He recalled the scene when he hesitated again and again at the door of the Doomsday Supermarket, and finally chose to lower his head. The chill on his back became even more severe. Yifan stood 3 steps behind him with a calm look in his eyes. From the very beginning, he didn't think these so-called base bosses could do anything to Zhang Wei. That supermarket has been eerie since the first day it appeared. No matter how chaotic it is outside, the lights inside the supermarket are always on. No matter how many mutant beasts there are outside, the glass door of the supermarket remains motionless. Not to mention the inexhaustible supplies and supermarket owners. If the Doomsday Supermarket was a place that anyone could capture, I would have already taken control of it. How could it be their turn? Yi Fan whispered to himself. He recalled the scene when he first entered the supermarket, the neat shelves, the warm lights, and the young boss standing behind the counter with a smile on his face. He knew then that this place was not simple. Xu Yanran turned her head and looked at Yi Fan's angular profile, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. She gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve and asked, "Yi Fan, what is the level of strength of this boss? His strength is truly terrifying. Could it be that he has already reached the 9th level, or even higher?" She had been holding this question in her mind for a long time, and today she finally couldn't help but ask it. Yi Fan shook his head and looked into the distance. "How would I know what realm it is?" He paused and continued, "I only know that if he wants to kill us, he only needs a thought." He thought of how many guys in the supermarket were disobedient, and the boss just glanced at them indifferently, and the guy suddenly fell to the ground and never got up again. From then on, he never dared to disrespect the young boss again. Xu Yanran took a deep breath and her beautiful eyes widened. She turned to look at Mu Qingqing, who was standing not far away, and found that the other party was also shocked. This boss is so mysterious and so young. I really don't know who he is. Mu Qingqing was also curious about Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looks to be in his early 20s, wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. He always has a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes are so deep that people dare not look directly at them. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan said meaningfully, "He should be an alien, definitely not from this planet. I can't guess where it's from." He thought of the products in the supermarket that he had never seen before. Those places didn't seem to belong to this world at all. Therefore, he was absolutely certain that Zhang Wei was from another world and had come here to do business through some means. This is also the reason why the other party needs things like gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. When Mu Qingqing heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if the guy who became a supermarket employee has ever been to an alien planet. They are so lucky to be supermarket employees. The shop assistants, who are dressed in uniform, always have a smile on their faces and remain calm no matter what the situation. More importantly, they are very confident about the safety in the supermarket and are not afraid of accidents at all. When Xu Yanran heard this, she suddenly turned to look at Mu Qingqing, a sly look flashing in her eyes. "If you want to leave Yi Fan, you can apply for a job. With your looks, the supermarket owner will definitely accept you." As she spoke, she deliberately winked at Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing's expression instantly turned cold, and she responded coldly, "I am already Yi Fan's woman, and I won't change my mind." Yi Fan felt the warmth on his arm and his heart warmed. He gently patted the back of Mu Qingqing's hand, then turned to look at Xu Yanran. Okay, let's get down to business. There are still many things waiting for us to deal with. Don't waste time here." After saying this, he immediately organized his survivors to line up and enter the supermarket to purchase supplies. "I've recently given those women to the supermarket owner, but I don't know if he'll accept them." Xu Yanran narrowed her eyes slightly, not sure. After all, they still haven't figured out the boss's temper and preferences. Yes, we must send them out of our base to prevent Yi Fan from worrying about them. When Mu Qingqing heard this, she immediately raised her head and a hint of recognition flashed across her face. She remembered the look Yi Fan had given those women before. Although it was just a fleeting interest, it was enough to make her alert. After all, in this apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, and beautiful women are an even scarcer resource. They didn't want Yi Fan to have too many women, and this idea was already a consensus in their minds. So, after some discussion, they decided to send those beautiful women to Zhang Wei as employees. In their opinion, this plan kills two birds with one stone. On the one hand, it prevents Yi Fan from having so many women and reduces potential threats. Secondly, maybe I can win Zhang Wei's favor. People like Zhang Wei can only be friends, never enemies. Moreover, those women are also very happy to be employees of the Doomsday Supermarket. Mu Qingqing had talked with several women before, and when they mentioned life in the supermarket, there was a gleam of longing in their eyes. There is food and drink in the supermarket, and it is safe and secure. For them who are struggling to survive in the apocalypse, it is undoubtedly a paradise. There are very few women who would refuse to live in such a place, and some even actively ask them for help and introductions. After the two women reached an agreement, they began to take action. they selected more than a dozen beautiful women from the base. These women were not only outstanding in appearance, but also virgins, which was very rare in the apocalypse. They believed that Jiang Wei would not refuse such a gift. Carrying the selected women, the two women walked towards Jiang Wei's office. Along the way, the women seemed nervous and excited, talking in low voices from time to time, guessing what the boss they were about to meet would look like. Chu Yanran and Mu Qingqing walked in front, occasionally looking back at the women, secretly proud of their plan. Soon, they arrived at the door of Jiang Wei's office. Chu Yanran raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A calm voice came from inside. Chu Yanran pushed open the door and walked in first, followed closely by Mu Qingqing and those women. The office was simply and neatly decorated. Jiang Wei sat behind his desk and looked up at them without much expression in his eyes. Chapter 117, Nearly 700,000 gene points. Hello, boss. I'm Chu Yanran, Yi Fan's woman. I'm bothering you this time because you've already hired someone. Chu Yanran introduced herself with a smile, trying to make her tone sound natural and friendly. She explained her purpose and observed Jiang Wei's reaction. We thought we'd pick some good people for you, and if you don't like them, we'll let them go. She added, motioning the women to step forward so Jiang Wei could see more clearly. They are all quite good-looking and still virgins. We carefully selected them. Mu Qingqing explained again, fearing that Jiang Wei would misunderstand their intentions. She knew that in this apocalyptic world, people's hearts were unpredictable and any misunderstanding could cause unnecessary trouble. After hearing Chu Yanran's words, Jiang Wei paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect Chu Yanran and Mu Qingqing to do this and take the initiative to send people here to be employees. However, he quickly regained his composure. He doesn't care what the other person thinks. In his opinion, this was just a test or gesture of goodwill from various forces in the end times. Moreover, as supermarkets grow bigger, more employees will be needed to keep them running. Since they have this idea, there is no harm in meeting them. So, he nodded slightly and said, "Oh, since you are interested, let's meet." Chu Yanran and Mu Qingqing were originally worried that Jiang Wei would refuse. Hearing him say this, I was immediately happy and a relieved smile appeared on my face. They quickly turned around and whispered to the outside of the door, okay, come in. When the women outside the door heard that the supermarket owner was willing to see them, they were all very excited. With the sweetest smiles on their faces, they couldn't wait to walk into the office. However, due to struggling to survive in the apocalypse for a long time, they were all dirty, their hair was messy and draped over their shoulders, their clothes were tattered, and even emitted a foul stench. However, they were all carefully selected by Chu Yanran and Mu Qingqing. Although they were all very thin, long-term hunger gave their faces a sickly paleness. But in terms of appearance and figure, she is still very good. In the end times, women with such conditions are rare. Jiang Wei glanced at the women who walked in, his eyes calm and indifferent, without the slightest disgust or contempt. He knew in his heart that in the end times, it was already difficult to survive, and whether one's appearance was neat or not was not the most important thing. He said casually, since you're so willing, they can stay as temporary workers. If they perform well, they can be converted to regular employees. These girls were originally worried that Jiang Wei would dislike them, but after hearing Jiang Wei's words, they were stunned at first, and then their faces showed ecstasy. In the end times, finding a safe place to work where you can have food and drink is simply a dream come true. They cried with joy and quickly bowed to Jiang Wei to express their gratitude. Thank you, boss, for taking us in. Thank you, boss, for taking us in. Chu Yanran bowed slightly, with a perfect smile on her face, and said, as long as the boss likes it, we will continue to send girls to you if we meet any good ones in the future. Maintaining a good relationship with the supermarket owner would be beneficial to the base, so they naturally had to seize this opportunity to show goodwill. Mu Qingqing stood aside, gently tugged at the corner of Chu Yanran's clothes, and said softly, we won't disturb you anymore, goodbye. After saying that, the two of them turned around very tactfully, left the room lightly, and closed the door gently behind them. Inside the room, Jiang Wei looked at the girls in front of him who were a little nervous but full of expectation, and he was very calm. He waved his hand lightly, a glimmer of light passed by, and the women disappeared instantly and were sent to the temporary workers' residence. Go wash up, change clothes, eat something and get ready for work. Jiang Wei's voice clearly entered everyone's mind. The girls were stunned at first, then they reacted and smiles of surprise instantly appeared on their faces. One of the girls pointed to the nearby bathhouse, her voice trembling with disbelief, this is hot water. So happy. Will we all be able to bathe in hot water from now on? In the end times, taking a hot shower is a luxury they dare not even think about. Another girl walked quickly to the rack where clothes were placed, and gently stroked the clean and tidy clothes, with a gleam in her eyes. Not only do I have hot water, but I also have new clothes and a good place to live. I don't want to lose these days. These girls who have suffered so much in the end times cherish everything in front of them. The good days are finally here. Everyone, hurry up and take a shower, change clothes, and have food to eat. It's such a blessing. The other girls echoed this, their faces filled with joy and satisfaction. They couldn't wait to go into the bathhouse, took a nice hot bath, changed into new clothes, and then went to the cafeteria. Looking at the food on the table, although it was not rich, it was extremely precious in their eyes. They ate voraciously and swore in their hearts. You must perform well and strive to become a regular employee of the supermarket as soon as possible. In this way, you can live in the supermarket and no longer have to be homeless in the apocalypse as before, facing danger and being driven out at any time. Not long after, a group of people hurried into the supermarket carrying bulging backpacks. They are all subordinates of Aoyuin, Nyeboyuan, and Pu Hongji. They are used to being domineering in this chaotic doomsday. The moment they stepped into the supermarket, their attention was instantly attracted by the base boss who was kneeling at the entrance of the supermarket. Those big guys who once seemed high and mighty in their eyes were now kneeling on the ground in a miserable state, with their heads almost touching the ground. This scene shocked them all. They stopped involuntarily, their eyes full of disbelief. You're finally here. Hurry and hand the crystal core over to the supermarket owner. Just as they were stunned, the few people kneeling on the ground saw their men coming down, and they seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly shouted orders. They were anxious, fearing that their subordinates would be slow and anger the supermarket owner. Yes, yes, yes. The subordinates finally came to their senses and nodded in response hurriedly. They didn't dare to delay for a moment, and hurried towards Zhang Wei's office with their backpacks on their backs. Along the way, their mood was extremely complicated. They were in awe of the supermarket owner's mystery and power, and also full of anxiety. Arriving at the office door, they knocked gently. Chapter 118, Changes in the Power of Tsunqing Base. Come in. A calm voice came from inside. They pushed open the door and walked in cautiously, only to see Zhang Wei sitting behind his desk, looking at them calmly. Boss, this is the crystal core we brought, take a look. The leader suppressed his inner tension, walked forward, and poured all the crystal cores in his school bag onto the tea table. Suddenly, a small mountain of crystal cores piled up on the tea table, sparkling with colorful light under the light. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, an invisible force emanated from his hands. Those crystal cores still in the backpack seemed to have received some kind of summons. They all flew out of the backpack and gathered in front of him. In the end, he easily collected all the crystal cores. After a simple count, there are nearly 500,000 crystal cores in total. There are also many high-quality second and third-order crystal cores. According to Zhang Wei's estimation, the number of gene points that these crystal cores can add to him should be around 600,000 to 700,000. He was very happy in his heart. After all, the increase in gene points meant an improvement in his strength. But he appeared calm and composed, as if it was just a trivial matter. The next second, Zhang Wei's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand lightly, and those who sent the crystal cores only saw a black shadow flash before their eyes. Before they could react, they found themselves in a prison. They looked around in terror, trying to find a way out, but found that there were solid walls all around, making it impossible to escape. As for Aoyuin, Nyeboyuan, and Pu Hongji, who were kneeling at the entrance of the supermarket, they were now hoping that Zhang Wei would spare their lives. However, before they could react, they suddenly felt a chill on their necks, and the head fell to the ground, with blood spurting out and splashing all over the ground. But what was strange was that the next second, the bloodstains on the ground disappeared, as if they had never appeared. They still remained kneeling on the ground, but they held their heads with one hand, and the expressions on their heads were still frozen in the fear and despair before death. They just knelt there quietly, silently telling other survivors what the consequences would be for offending the supermarket. I knew that these guys would not have a good ending if they offended the supermarket owner. Nonsense, no one would let the enemy go. The boss's methods are truly extraordinary. He can annihilate countless people with just a thought. Don't offend those beautiful supermarket employees. If you offend these little ancestors, they can kill you directly. That's right. Just now, there was a naive guy who wanted to slap an employee on the butt. Before he could do anything, his hands and feet were cut off. He screamed for half an hour before he died. What a fool! The people in the supermarket are all the supermarket owner's people. How can we, the little guys, offend them so easily? I really want to be a supermarket employee. That way I can rise to the top in one step. It's a pity that I'm not a woman and the boss doesn't like men. If he likes me, I don't mind following him. Sanqing Base City. Wang Jun, Xing Junfeng, Lu Juanhao, Yang Si, Feng Miaojin and Su Hua, these 6 big guys who can cause quite a stir with just a stomp of their feet in the base, have been staying safely in the base. They each control a certain sphere of influence. Although there may be occasional minor frictions on a daily basis, they generally live in peace. However, when the news that Nie Boyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan were killed in the supermarket and all their subordinates disappeared exploded in the base like a blockbuster bomb. The nerves of these 6 people were instantly tense. They were keenly aware that this was an excellent opportunity to change the power structure of the base. Without any hesitation, they took action immediately. Nie Boyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan have been operating in Sanqing Base City for many years and have considerable territory and influence. But at this moment, most of the 3 soldiers had been taken away or were performing other tasks. The forces stationed in the base had no decent resistance at all. Wang Jun took the lead and rushed towards an important stronghold of Nie Boyuan with a group of his men. His eyes were fierce as he shouted, "Everyone, charge! Take this land! It will be ours from now on!" Upon hearing the order, the subordinates rushed in like wolves and tigers and quickly took control of the situation. Zhang Junfeng was not willing to be outdone. He led his elite troops straight to a supply warehouse of Pu Hongji. At the warehouse door, they encountered resistance from a small number of Pu Hongji's men, but Zhang Junfeng sneered, rushed forward himself, and knocked the resistors to the ground in a few moves. His men then quickly occupied the warehouse. Lu Juanhao, Yang Si, Feng Miaojin and Su Hua also used their own methods to attack the different territories of Ao Yuan and the other 2. In less than half an hour, the 6 people divided the power of Nie Boyuan, Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan with their own strength and decisive actions. From then on, the power structure of Sanqing Base City underwent a huge change, rapidly reducing from the original 10 bosses to only 6 bosses. These 6 people knew very well that in this apocalypse, strength and status were hard-earned, and they had to act more cautiously. They immediately summoned all their men and gathered everyone in a spacious square. From today on, if any of you dare to cause trouble in the Doomsday Supermarket or disobey the rules, don't claim to be my man when you die. Wang Jun's voice echoed in the square, and every one of his men could hear it clearly. Even if the supermarket owner doesn't kill you, we will kill you. If you offend the supermarket, you will die. You've all seen the strength of the supermarket owner. Nie Boyuan and the other 2 are a lesson for us. As Zhang Junfeng spoke, he gestured with his hands to emphasize the seriousness of the matter. Lu Juanhao also shouted at the top of his voice, "It doesn't matter if you are courting death. Please don't frame me. I can't afford to offend such a big shot. Everyone, keep your eyes open and behave properly in the supermarket." After the instructions were given, the 6 people took quick action. They organized their personnel, gathered together those in their respective forces who needed to purchase supplies, and then rushed towards the Doomsday Supermarket in a mighty manner. Along the way, their team was neat and orderly. They were in awe of the supermarket owner's strong strength and looked forward to buying much-needed supplies in the supermarket. Chapter 119 I'll help you. Wang Yun, come into the office. Zhang Wei sat behind the large desk and spoke in a voice transmission. Wang Yun was sorting out some material lists in an office area not far away. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, she immediately stopped what she was doing. Without any delay, she immediately stepped on her exquisite high heels and walked quickly into Zhang Wei's office. The crisp footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor outside the office. "Boss, you're looking for me." Wang Yun walked into the office and bowed slightly. She is tall, wearing a well-fitting professional suit, and exudes a cool temperament. However, in front of Zhang Wei, she smiled and her eyes were full of respect. Zhang Wei looked up at Wang Yun, pointed to a school bag on the table, and said, "Take these crystal cores and turn them into shopping carts, then bring them back to me." "Okay, boss, I'll do it right away." Wang Yun responded without asking any more questions. She walked directly to the table and picked up 2 school bags. She could feel the weight of the crystal core in her backpack, then she turned and walked towards the service desk. When she arrived at the service desk, Wang Yun put her school bag on the table and quickly took action with the staff responsible for processing the shopping cards. She operated the instrument skillfully, entered the information of the crystal cores into the system one by one, processed them into shopping carts and put them into storage. Wang Yun watched every step carefully to ensure that no mistakes occurred. After a quick process, Wang Yun checked the shopping cart and inventory records again. After confirming that everything was correct, she picked up the backpack containing the crystal core again and walked towards Zhang Wei's office. Back at Zhang Wei's office, Wang Yun knocked on the door gently and walked in after getting permission. "Boss, I'll take it back." She walked up to Zhang Wei and put the crystal core back on the table. Zhang Wei nodded, glanced at the crystal core, and then looked at Wang Yun. However, Wang Yun did not leave after completing the task as usual. She hesitated for a moment, then came directly behind Zhang Wei, placed her hands gently on his shoulders, and began to massage him with just the right strength. "Boss, I also want to be your woman." Wang Yun turned slightly sideways and gently rested her cheek on Zhang Wei's back. She exuded a faint fragrance all over her body. It was a perfume called Chanel that she had specially sprayed. She had carefully selected it from the shopping list at the supermarket and bought it. Ever since she learned that Zhang Wei might come to the office, she sprayed this perfume early, specifically for Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sat in the chair, slightly startled, and then slowly said, "Have you thought about it? I will never force you to do anything you don't want to do." Wang Yun walked from behind Zhang Wei to his side, squatted down, looked up at Zhang Wei, and said sincerely, "I know what kind of person the boss is. I also know that if the boss wants a woman, there is no need to force her. Just say a word and countless women will rush to him. In this apocalypse, it's not easy for women to survive, but I don't want to just survive." She paused briefly, organized her words, and continued, "I want to be the owner of a supermarket and have a certain status. I also want to help you take care of the supermarket and manage it well so that the business will get better and better. Although this supermarket is already quite large, there is still a lot of room for improvement and expansion. I am confident that I can run it even better. Similarly, I also want to become stronger. In this apocalypse, strength is the foundation of survival. Only the boss can give me all this. I know what I want." After Wang Yun finished speaking, she gently leaned her head on Zhang Wei's legs and expressed her innermost thoughts very sincerely. Facing Zhang Wei, she didn't need to hide her thoughts. In this apocalyptic world, it is not easy to meet a man as capable and responsible as Zhang Wei. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she just expressed her desire to improve herself. Especially as the number of employees in the supermarket increased, she became more and more eager to become Zhang Wei's woman as soon as possible. Only in this way can her position be consolidated and she can have a certain say in the supermarket as the boss's wife. Zhang Wei turned his head and his eyes fell on Wang Yun's face, who was close to him. He could still clearly feel the breath exhaled by Wang Yun, which was warm and had a hint of sweetness. Wang Yun is very beautiful in herself, with delicate facial features like sculptures, especially her bright eyes, which seem to hide the stars and the sea. She was the leader of the base before and had enough strength. She also took good care of herself during the doomsday. Especially after living in the supermarket for the past few days, without the hustle and bustle and danger outside, her skin has become smoother and more delicate, like a baby's skin. "Since you want to make progress so much, I naturally won't refuse you." As Zhang Wei spoke, he hugged Wang Yun in his arms, making Wang Yun feel an unprecedented sense of security. "Boss, this is the office." Wang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke shyly. Her voice was very soft, like the buzzing of a mosquito, but in this quiet office, Zhang Wei could still hear it clearly. "Don't worry, this place is soundproof, and people outside can't see us. I won't let anyone come in and disturb us." Zhang Wei said this with a confident smile. When Wang Yun heard this, a hint of shyness and expectation flashed in her eyes. She took the initiative to move forward and kissed Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was not to be outdone and quickly responded to Wang Yun's enthusiasm. Then, after, at last, Wang Yun leaned lazily in Zhang Wei's arms, her cheeks still flushed, and her voice was a little coquettish. "Boss, you are really amazing." Her fingers gently stroked Zhang Wei's chest, full of dependence. Zhang Wei smiled slightly, reached out and gently stroked Wang Yun's hair, and said, "Have a good rest. The supermarket will still need you to manage it in the future. I've seen how hard you've been working lately. You handle all the supermarket business from morning till night every day." "I know all of this." He looked at Wang Yun with admiration. Wang Yun raised her head, the corners of her mouth turned up, and she said with a proud and happy smile, "This is what I should do. After all, I am the boss lady of the supermarket now. She placed extra emphasis on the word boss lady, declaring her identity and also expressing a sense of expectation. Zhang Wei's expression became more serious, and he slowly said, "Well, as long as you don't make mistakes of principle, you can live a good life. Supermarkets are getting bigger and bigger now. I hope you can stick to your bottom line." She was warning Wang Yun that she could give her the corresponding status, but she also had to follow the rules and not pretend that he didn't exist. Wang Yun sat up straight, looked at Zhang Wei, and said, "I'm not a fool. I know what to do and what not to do. You've given me everything I have now. You've transformed me from someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse into a wealthy and reliable boss lady. I will never betray you." Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yun's serious expression, nodded, and a look of relief appeared on his face. "Let me help you." Chapter 1, 2800,000 Crystal Cores. Well done, work hard. If you have any good suggestions for the supermarket, you can tell me. As long as you perform well, you will definitely benefit from it. Zhang Wei sat behind his desk and looked at Wang Yun gently with some encouragement. In simple terms, it is just empty talk. However, he really does give the cake to his employees. Not only would he let his employees eat cake. "Okay boss, I'll do my best." Wang Yun lowered her head slightly and said respectfully. But looking at Zhang Wei, he was fine, which made her secretly sigh in her heart that her boss's physique was really too strong. "Go to work." Zhang Wei waved his hand gently, indicating that she could leave. "Okay, boss, I'm going to work." Wang Yun endured the pain in her body, tried her best to look more energetic, and walked outside. After Wang Yun left, Zhang Wei took out the pile of crystal cores. These crystal nuclei vary in size and color. There are second-order crystal cores that shimmer with faint light, first-order crystal cores that emit faint light, and third-order crystal cores that emit strong energy fluctuations. He picked up a second-order crystal core, placed it in the palm of his hand, circulated the special energy in his body, and began to absorb it. System, absorbing the second-order crystal core, gene points plus 10. As the system prompt sounded, Zhang Wei could feel a faint energy flowing into his body. Without pausing, he immediately picked up another first-order crystal core. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. The energy contained in the first-order crystal core is obviously much less than that of the second-order crystal core, but Zhang Wei doesn't care and continues to absorb it one by one. When he picked up a third-level crystal core, he could clearly feel the tremendous energy contained in this crystal core. System, absorbing the third-order crystal core, gene points plus 100. System, absorbing the first-order crystal core, gene point plus 1. System, absorbing the second-order crystal core, gene points plus 10. As the absorption continued, system prompts sounded one after another, and Zhang Wei looked at the numbers that kept jumping on the system interface. After absorbing all the crystal cores, he looked at his total number of gene points. Gene point, 800,987. Adding the gene points converted from the original crystal core, he now has 800,000 gene points. Recalling the scene of robbing those people before, Zhang Wei's mouth corners raised slightly. Robbery is indeed a highly efficient thing. The bosses in the base carry a lot of crystal cores. He is now a little impatient to have more base bosses come to deal with him. In this way, he could legitimately collect their crystal cores as compensation for mental damage. Currently, he is only 200,000 gene points away from raising his strength to the 5th level. This may not seem like much, but for him now, it will take a few days to accumulate. Therefore, he did not plan to use these gene points to improve his strength now. It would not be too late to wait a few days. He knew that with the current situation of the supermarket, a large number of survivors would come to consume every day, and many of them were survivors carrying crystal cores. After all, things like gold, silver, and jewelry are very limited and cannot be available forever. Crystal cores are different. As long as there are mutant beasts, they will always exist. It won't be long before the supermarket earns enough crystal cores. Then he can absorb and transform them, and it will be a piece of cake for him to raise his strength to the 5th level. A morning passed quickly in busyness and calmness, the sun gradually became hotter, and time quietly came to the afternoon. According to the established plan, Zhang Wei activated the teleportation function of the Doomsday Supermarket on time. Accompanied by a low and shocking roar, the supermarket appeared out of thin air outside the Rongqing survivor base, like a huge steel fortress. When the supermarket landed, there was a loud boom that shook the ground slightly and raised a cloud of dust. Outside the supermarket, countless survivors had already gathered densely. Some of them brought their families with them, some carried simple bags, and they were full of anticipation, staring intently in the direction of the supermarket. The supermarket appeared. Someone in the crowd shouted, and this shout was like a signal, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Don't push, don't push. If we offend the supermarket owner, we will all be in trouble. A thin man with a shrewd look in his eyes squeezed to the front and shouted loudly. He had a hint of fear in his eyes, obviously wary of the supermarket owner's methods. That's right, wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? If you think you're stubborn, go ahead and give it a try. A middle-aged woman nearby also echoed this. She recalled the scene yesterday where someone was causing trouble and was dealt with lightly by the supermarket owner. She couldn't help but feel a little scared. Xiao Mingji is powerful enough, isn't he? He and his men were all brought to their knees by the supermarket owner's mere words, and then killed with a wave of his hand. Don't mess around, a young man said with a serious face. He witnessed the shocking scene yesterday with his own eyes. Xiao Mingji is a well-known boss in the base, and he has a group of ferocious subordinates under him, but in front of the supermarket owner, they are as vulnerable as ants. Today, his territory has already been divided up by the bosses of other bases. I heard that the Doomsday Supermarket is recruiting employees. I don't know if they still need employees. I think I can give it a try. In the crowd, a woman wearing shabby clothes but with fairly delicate features was muttering softly. In this apocalyptic world, having a stable job and food to eat is her biggest luxury. With the emergence of the Doomsday Supermarket, countless people are looking at this mysterious yet hopeful supermarket with great anticipation. Yesterday, many survivors were lucky enough to purchase much-needed supplies. Those supplies were like a beacon of light in the darkness, giving them a chance to survive. This time, the news spread quickly as if it had wings. Even the survivors from other small bases came here after hearing the news. Some of them walked for a long time, and some experienced countless hardships and dangers, just to be able to purchase enough supplies to have an additional guarantee of survival in this doomsday. They stared at the supermarket door with great eagerness, as if they could rush in and grab the items they needed as soon as the door opened. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's huge outline carnation appeared above the Doomsday Supermarket. A huge sense of oppression emanated in all directions, making countless survivors feel as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. They watched this scene with horror. Many people even called them immortals and gods. P.S. I've been in the hospital these past few days, and it was very sudden. I didn't mean to stop updating. Please forgive me. Could you please give me some free gifts? Thank you. Chapter 121 Hot as a Tide. Quiet. A sound like thunder rang out in the ears of countless survivors. The voice seemed to carry an invisible force, instantly penetrating the noise and bustle of the crowd. The survivors around all shut their mouths the moment they heard this voice, as if they were under a spell. The crowd, which was originally bustling and talking, suddenly became silent, and everyone's face showed an expression of tension and awe. Doomsday Supermarket is open until 5 o'clock today. After 5 o'clock, it will close on time. Zhang Wei stood in the air in front of the supermarket, scanning the crowd below with his sharp eyes and speaking in a loud voice that frightened everyone. Remember, the Doomsday Supermarket has its own rules. If anyone thinks they have the power to break my rules, feel free to try. Zhang Wei's words were full of majesty, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, as if warning everyone with ill intentions. The survivors around felt deeply frightened after hearing what Zhang Wei said. Many of them had witnessed the tragic end of the rioters yesterday and knew how cruel and powerful the supermarket owner's methods were. They had only heard of this kind of lawless incarnation method in ancient legends, and this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Everyone was shocked by the extraordinary abilities displayed by the supermarket owner, which seemed to be beyond human comprehension. This supermarket owner, could he really be an immortal? A young survivor in the crowd opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. This is definitely the legendary Dharma realm. It's incredibly powerful. I've only seen related records in ancient books before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. A survivor's eyes were filled with awe and wonder. So, you must not offend the supermarket owner. Those guys deserved to die yesterday. They thought they could do whatever they wanted just because they had some power, but ended up like that. Another survivor took over the conversation, expressing his disdain for yesterday's troublemakers. As the Dharmakaya world displayed by Zhang Wei disappeared, all the survivors began to speculate. Some people are curious about his origins, wanting to know where he came from and why he possesses such powerful abilities. Some people also want to join the supermarket as employees, thinking that in this doomsday, being able to follow such a powerful boss is undoubtedly the best guarantee of survival. As the supermarket door slowly opened, all the survivors did not dare to rush in. They lined up in a very orderly manner and walked into the supermarket one by one. Although their steps were a little hurried, they were orderly and no one dared to make trouble or cut in line at this time. All survivors, if you don't have a shopping card, please go to the service desk to apply for a shopping card first. Wang Yun sat in the broadcasting room and spoke into the microphone. Her voice was broadcast through the radio and spread to every corner of the supermarket, so that the survivors present could hear it clearly. After some observation, Wang Yun found that about half of the survivors at the scene did not have shopping cards. Even for those survivors who have applied for shopping cards, the points on the cards are not many. It is obvious that a lot of them have been used up in previous purchases, or the points accumulated are not enough. So, a long queue formed at the service desk in an instant. The survivors stretched their necks and looked anxiously ahead, hoping to get shopping cards as soon as possible so that they could enter the supermarket to buy the supplies they urgently needed. Fortunately, Zhang Wei was well prepared and recruited a lot of temporary workers yesterday. At this moment, there are dozens of employees busy at the service desk. Some of them were applying for shopping cards for the survivors, while others were helping them store points. They were operating various equipment with considerable skill. However, Zhang Wei stood aside, looking at the still dense group of survivors in front of him, and frowned slightly. Even with so many employees handling business at the same time, the number of survivors is simply too large. If this continues, just storing points will take a lot of time, which will seriously affect the supermarket's operating efficiency. So, he cleared his throat and spoke loudly again. Doomsday Supermarket is recruiting temporary workers. Women between the ages of 16 and 40 can apply. Those who meet the requirements can become temporary workers. If you perform well, you can become a regular employee. All you have to do is shout out and sign up. Zhang Wei's voice echoed in the crowd. Hearing this, many women's eyes instantly lit up. In this doomsday, having a job means having a stable income and a guarantee of survival, not to mention the opportunity to become a formal employee. I'm signing up. A young girl shouted first. She was full of anticipation. Soon, she was teleported away. I want to sign up too. Immediately afterwards, another middle-aged woman also shouted at the top of her voice, as if she had grasped the last straw. I want to sign up, I want to sign up. The women around responded one after another, and for a while, the sounds of registration echoed throughout the supermarket entrance. After they signed up, mysterious rays of light flashed, and they were immediately teleported to the employee assessment space. This space was specially set up by Zhang Wei to conduct simple assessment and screening of applicants. Zhang Wei was too lazy to look at each person's assessment results one by one. He knew what he was doing and would arrange their work positions and tasks after they passed the assessment. At this moment, his eyes fell on the team at the service desk again, thinking about how to further improve the efficiency of handling business. Zhang Wei originally had a plan in mind. He was thinking about making some equipment that could automatically store points. After all, in his opinion, when survivors handle the point storage business, it all depends on manual operation by employees, which is not only slow but also prone to errors. If there were automatic instruments, survivors would only need to follow the prompts and perform a few simple operations, and the points would be stored quickly and accurately. In this way, efficiency would definitely be greatly increased. So he began to study the feasibility of this and tried to find the interface and parameters for setting up automatic instruments in the supermarket's back-end system. However, when he went deeper into it, he discovered a problem. He found that supermarket rules did not allow him to do so. The supermarket system seems to have an established operating logic, and it prefers to complete various business operations through employees. If an instrument for automatically storing points were really introduced, the need for employees would be largely eliminated. Zhang Wei thought carefully about why the supermarket did this. The supermarket has its own considerations and hopes to keep its employees busy as much as possible. In the process of work, employees can not only better communicate with survivors and understand their needs, but also create a humane atmosphere for the supermarket. Moreover, the supermarket plans to increase the number of employees to cope with the increasing business and survivors. Seeing this, Zhang Wei let it go. Chapter 122 I don't want to live anymore. However, the reality is that supermarkets now have too few formal employees. Considering the current size and business volume of the supermarket, the existing regular employees are simply not enough. There are often long queues at the service desk, and more manpower is needed to organize and move materials in the warehouse. There is often a shortage of staff in the merchandise display and replenishment work in various areas. Zhang Wei looked at the busy yet slightly chaotic scene in the supermarket. He hoped that the level of the supermarket could be improved as soon as possible. Because according to the supermarket's rules, after the level is upgraded, the number of formal workers can be increased. By then, the supermarket's operational efficiency will definitely be greatly improved, and it will be able to provide better services to more survivors. If we're short on manpower, call out the prisoners to help. Zhang Wei frowned and said to Lu Rumei beside him. There are many customers in the supermarket at the moment, and the work of moving and sorting goods is piling up, but the existing staff are obviously too busy to handle it. Okay. Lu Rumei nodded decisively without any hesitation, and then with a thought, she was directly teleported into the cell. The cell was dimly lit and filled with a depressing atmosphere. Lu Rumei looked at the prisoners, cleared her throat and said, "The supermarket is short-staffed right now, and we need you to go over and help." When the captives heard this, their originally dull eyes instantly brightened up. Lu Rumei then distributed the prepared Doomsday Supermarket work clothes to them and patiently told them what they needed to do specifically, such as moving goods and organizing shelves. Naturally, the prisoners had no objections. They have been imprisoned here for some time. Although their lives are not in danger, being trapped in this small space every day is really boring. There is almost nothing to do every day except sleeping, and I am almost going crazy. Moreover, they eat very little food every day, just enough to maintain basic survival, and their stomachs often growl with hunger. As long as they can go out to work and have enough food to eat according to regulations, this is a great temptation for them. Therefore, every prisoner couldn't wait to go out and help, and they quickly changed into their work clothes, full of anticipation. It's just a matter of moving things, which is naturally a piece of cake for those of them who have struggled in the apocalypse. Not long after, Lu Rumei used her teleportation ability to arrange for hundreds of prisoners to be teleported to the supermarket. She stood aside and carefully explained to them again the precautions they should take, such as arranging the items according to categories, etc. The prisoners nodded in understanding and quickly got to work. Xiao Yu hurriedly came to Zhang Wei with a depressed survivor. The survivor lowered his head, clutched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands, and looked terrified. Zhang Wei was busy handling some matters in the supermarket. Seeing them coming, he frowned slightly and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Yu turned sideways, winked at the survivor, and said, "You talk to our boss yourself." Okay. The survivor nodded quickly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, with a slight tremor. The survivor mustered up the courage to say, "Boss, this is what happened. I just finished shopping at the supermarket and was robbed shortly after leaving. I've painstakingly saved up those crystal cores for a long time, and used them all to buy supplies. But now they've all been robbed. Can you help me make this decision?" As he spoke, the survivor's eyes reddened slightly, filled with grievance. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, heard this and his expression instantly turned cold. He replied indifferently, "I don't care what happens outside the supermarket. Who can you blame if you can't protect your own things? In this apocalyptic world, dangers abound. Anyone could be robbed. Do I have to take care of every single one of them? I don't have the energy and time to worry about these things, and I'm too lazy to care about them." The survivor opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but Zhang Wei interrupted him impatiently and said in a louder voice, "There's nothing to worry about. The supermarket has its own rules. I can take care of things inside the supermarket, but you can handle things outside the supermarket yourself. If something happens to you in the supermarket, I won't sit idly by, but once you leave this door, you'll be on your own." All right. The survivor was also very helpless. He knew in his heart that he was useless in this matter and did not have enough strength to protect his supplies. He lowered his head and kept blaming himself for his lack of strength. If he were stronger, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. At this time, Xiao Yu looked at the survivors and said, "The supplies you bought are for eating. If you are afraid of being robbed, you can eat them before leaving. That way you don't have to worry, and you won't lose anything." When the survivor heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought this was a good idea. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Yu with gratitude, and began to plan that next time he would buy supplies, he would eat in the supermarket before leaving. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed, and he instantly activated his teleportation ability, appearing in a corner of the supermarket in the blink of an eye. In front of him, two survivors were wrestling with each other, punching and kicking each other, neither giving in. The shelves next to them were knocked over, and the goods on them fell and scattered all over the floor, creating a mess. The other customers around were frightened by the sudden chaos and stepped back with expressions of horror on their faces. Zhang Wei frowned, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the two survivors who were fighting were frozen in place as if they were cast under a spell, maintaining the same fighting posture, motionless. You guys are so brave that you dare to fight in a supermarket. You really can't stand living like this. Zhang Wei's voice was as cold as the north wind in winter, making people shudder. Boss, we know we were wrong. The two survivors remained in fixed positions, their eyes wide open, their faces filled with horror and fear, and spoke in trembling voices. They didn't expect that their actions would bring such severe punishment from Zhang Wei, and their hearts were filled with regret at this moment. It's good that you know you're wrong. Remember not to break my rules in your next life. Zhang Wei spoke coldly with a blank expression, as if the two people in front of him were just insignificant ants. Without waiting for the two to beg for mercy again, Zhang Wei raised his hand again and snapped his fingers. As the fingers snapped, the two survivors' bodies seemed to lose support and fell straight down, completely dead. If any of you feel you've had enough of life, feel free to give it a try. Zhang Wei glanced coldly at the people around him, and after saying this, he disappeared from everyone's sight the next second, leaving behind only a group of frightened customers. The messed-up shelves seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and soon recovered. The goods were neatly placed on the shelves, as if the chaos had never happened. These two idiots, why don't they go outside the supermarket to fight, but have to act wildly on the boss's territory? I really feel that I am so stubborn that I dare to act so recklessly in the supermarket. What a bunch of pigs. I don't even know whose territory this is. There are always some guys who think it doesn't matter and that they deserve to die. This is the result of not following the rules. Chapter 123 Optimization. Zhang Wei stood in front of the control panel, his eyes focused on the surveillance screen of the employee assessment space. This assessment attracted more than 500 women to participate enthusiastically. They were full of hope and wanted to find a stable job in this doomsday. Moreover, the assessment is still ongoing. Any woman who enters the supermarket later and wants to apply for a job will be transferred to the employee assessment space for assessment. During the assessment process, everyone tried their best and demonstrated their abilities. However, the assessment standards are very strict. After all, supermarkets need employees who are competent in their work and abide by the rules. In the end, only 50 people passed the assessment, with a pass rate of only about 1 in 10, which means that most people unfortunately failed. Zhang Wei looked calm, and with a thought, he used his teleportation ability to send those eliminated people out of the assessment space. Then, his eyes fell on the 50 people who passed the test. The women's faces were filled with joy and sparkling with excitement. Take a good shower, eat a good meal, and then get ready for work. Zhang Wei looked at them and said concisely. Okay, boss. The women were very excited and responded in unison. In the end times, having a safe place to take a shower and have a full meal is simply a luxury for them. Not only can we achieve all of this now, but we will also be able to live safely in a supermarket in the future. This is simply like a dream. Zhang Wei waved his hand again and used his teleportation ability to teleport them to the temporary workers' dormitory building. The dormitory building is fully equipped with facilities, each room is clean and tidy, and the beds are soft and comfortable. As they walked into the dormitory, they went into the bathroom and took a nice hot bath to wash away the fatigue and dirt on their bodies. After taking a shower, they changed into new clothes and looked refreshed. Then they went to the cafeteria and enjoyed a sumptuous meal, including steaming rice, fragrant dishes, and delicious soup. He had these all done in advance by temporary workers who knew how to cook. They ate voraciously, their faces filled with satisfaction. When he was recruiting, he deliberately kept those women who knew how to cook. From now on, meals will be prepared by dedicated people. After they finished their meal, Zhang Wei sent them to the service desk. At this time, there were already a certain number of service desks in operation in the service area, but with the continuous increase in the number of customers, the existing service desks were already somewhat stretched. Zhang Wei looked at the scene in front of him, waved his hand again, and used his spatial ability to add another 50 service desks. These newly added service desks are neatly arranged, fully equipped, and integrated with the original service desks. The work at the service desk is actually very simple. It mainly involves processing shopping cards, storing points, and other basic services for survivors. Even those who have graduated from elementary school can learn it quickly. Zhang Wei arranged special trainers to provide simple training to the 50 new employees, and they quickly mastered the essentials of the work. After adding 50 temporary service desks, the efficiency of survivors in handling business has been greatly improved. The situation of having to wait in line for a long time has been greatly improved. The speed of processing shopping carts and storing points has been greatly improved, the scene is orderly, and the satisfaction of the survivors has also been greatly improved. However, looking at the bustling supermarket and the busy crowd, Zhang Wei frowned. He felt that the supermarket was still too small. With the increasing number of survivors and the continuous expansion of business, the existing supermarket size could no longer meet the demand. Doomsday Supermarket is now quite large, with 10 floors high. It is like a solid fortress in the end times. In this apocalyptic world, food and water are the basis for the survival of the survivors, so the main consumer groups in supermarkets currently have purchasing demands concentrated in these two aspects. Although some survivors would buy daily necessities such as clothes, they were only a minority. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse when life and death are uncertain, filling your stomach and ensuring you have clean water to drink are the top priorities. Zhang Wei knew clearly that only when the lives of the survivors gradually settled down and they no longer had to worry about survival, would those daily necessities have the opportunity to sell well. In order to rationally plan the supermarket space and facilitate shopping for survivors, Zhang Wei carefully arranged the layout of each floor. The underground floor, first floor and second floor are all designated as food-focused sales areas. The underground floor mainly stores some long-lasting canned food, dry food, etc. Fresh vegetables and fruits are placed on the first floor. In this apocalyptic world, fresh fruits and vegetables are extremely precious, but they still attract many survivors who are able to do so. The second floor is an area for various meats and dairy products. Frozen meat is neatly stacked in the refrigerators, and there is fresh milk and cheese next to them. Considering that daily necessities such as clothes are not the current sales focus, Zhang Wei placed such goods on the third floor. This will not only save valuable space in the food sales area, but also make it easier for survivors in need to find it. Above the fourth floor is the living area, which is only accessible to regular supermarket employees. This was set up by Zhang Wei to ensure the privacy of supermarket employees' normal life and work. Among them, the fourth floor is now the kitchen, which is spacious and bright, and is equipped with all kinds of kitchen utensils. Employees can cook their favorite food here. The fifth floor is the residence. Each room is decorated warmly and comfortably, providing employees with a rare, safe and peaceful resting place in the end times. The top floor is still retained as a training room where supermarket employees can conduct physical training and improve their skills. In addition to the hot-selling food, weapons and equipment are also selling very well in supermarkets. In this dangerous apocalypse, having a suitable weapon means an extra guarantee of survival. Many survivors would save money to buy a weapon for self-defense. Seeing the increasing number of customers in the weapons and equipment area, Zhang Wei made a prompt decision and arranged a few more people to be in charge of this area. These people are familiar with the performance and use of various weapons. Fortunately, today's supermarkets are very convenient for purchasing supplies. You only need to directly operate the supermarket interface to purchase various supplies with one click, and these supplies will quickly appear in the warehouse. The warehouse has a complete classification and management system, and different types of materials have clear labels and storage locations. When survivors have purchasing needs, the staff only need to move the items out of the warehouse and place them in the corresponding sales area, and the survivors can easily buy what they want. Zhang Wei is not satisfied with the current operation of the supermarket. He always pays attention to the supermarket's data and makes detailed plans based on the actual situation of the supermarket. He constantly adjusted the display of goods and optimized staffing to make the supermarket run better. Chapter 124 Breakthrough to Level 5. Time passed quietly in the busyness and tension, and soon the clock hands pointed to 5 o'clock. Fortunately, all the survivors successfully completed the purchase of supplies and left the supermarket before the time point of 5 o'clock. Looking at the empty supermarket, Zhang Wei was still very satisfied. Zhang Wei then turned his gaze to the temporary workers. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "You can go back and rest now. Be ready for work at 9 o'clock tomorrow." These temporary workers had been busy in the supermarket for a long time. When they heard that they could take a break, they all looked relaxed. He also reminded everyone to go back and have a good rest, recharge their batteries, so that they can be in better shape to work tomorrow. Zhang Wei sent all the temporary workers back to the staff building. After dealing with the temporary workers, Zhang Wei thought of the prison porters again. Zhang Wei didn't say much. He asked them to take out enough food and water from the warehouse and distributed them to them one by one. These porters don't get to eat so much food on a normal day in prison. Even in the outside world, we couldn't eat so much food. Seeing so many supplies, our eyes were shining with gratitude. Zhang Wei looked at them and said seriously, "Behave well. We will need you to do work in the future." With that, he teleported the porters back to the supermarket prison. "Thank you, boss." These people were very happy to see so many supplies and thanked Zhang Wei one after another. After arranging everything, Zhang Wei felt it was time to let the Doomsday Supermarket return to Blue Star. With a flash of light, Doomsday Supermarket teleported away from its current location and returned to Blue Star. After returning to Blue Star, Zhang Wei went straight to the service desk. He looked at the busy Wang Yun and asked directly, "How many crystal cores do you have now?" Crystal cores are crucial for him to improve his strength, so he is eager to know the current number. "Boss, please wait a moment." Wang Yun responded politely and then started to get busy. She quickly notified the staff at other service desks, collected all the crystal cores from each service desk, and then packed them into several large bags. After a while, Wang Yun came to Zhang Wei with a bag full of crystal cores. She said respectfully, "Boss, there are about 200,000 crystal cores in total, including second and third level crystal cores. They are all in there." As she said that, she handed the bag to Zhang Wei. "Oh, there are so many already." Zhang Wei took the bag and said with some surprise. He originally thought that the number of crystal cores would not be so large, but he did not expect that through the transactions among the survivors, such a considerable number would have accumulated. In this way, wouldn't he be able to immediately raise his strength to the 5th level? Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel excited. He suppressed his inner excitement and said to Wang Yun, "The supermarket is now in your hands." "Yes." Wang Yun responded. Zhang Wei looked at the mountain of crystal cores in front of him, then teleported back to his room, ready to start improving his strength. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. System, absorbing the first order crystal core, gene point +1. Gene point, 1027653. His gene points finally reached 1 million. Seeing this number reaching 1 million, I feel very excited. Without hesitation, he chose to break through. System, gene points 1 million, strength breaks through to level 5. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force surged from deep within his body, as if a pair of invisible but extremely powerful hands began to transform his body in all aspects. The already tough bones seemed to be injected with some magical metal solution, becoming even denser and harder. Every bone makes a subtle cracking sound, which is the sound of bones being reorganized and strengthened. His height seemed to be growing quietly, and his figure became more upright and slender. His already well-proportioned figure now had a sense of lines and strength, as if he were a carefully carved statue of a god of war. The muscles also began to change dramatically. The already tight muscles now expanded rapidly as if they were filled with high-pressure gas, but it was not the kind of bloated expansion, but rather full of elasticity and explosive power. Muscle fibers become thicker and more resilient, and each fiber is like a taut bowstring, containing huge energy. When he clenched his fist lightly, the muscles in his arms bulged as if they could crush steel. My skin also underwent wonderful changes. The originally ordinary skin now became as smooth as silk, but as tough as steel. There was a faint luster on the surface of his skin, as if there was an invisible shield protecting him. Moreover, the skin's perception ability becomes extremely sharp. He could clearly feel every tiny movement in the air around him. He could keenly sense even the slightest vibration of a small insect crawling across the ground in the distance. His blood was also changing. The originally bright red blood now becomes even more vivid and eye-catching, as if it contains endless vitality and vigor. The speed of blood flowing in his blood vessels more than doubled, and every flow seemed to be supplying powerful energy to his body. As the blood circulated, all his organs were strengthened, his heart beat more powerfully, and each beat could transport a large amount of blood to all parts of his body. Lung breathing becomes deeper and more even, and each breath can inhale a large amount of oxygen, providing sufficient energy support for the body. His brain also received a huge boost from this genetic breakthrough. Thinking becomes more agile and clearer, and problems that originally required a long time to think about can now be answered instantly. My memory has also been greatly enhanced. The books I have read and the things I have experienced all appear in my mind as clearly as movie scenes. Moreover, his perception ability also extends to the spiritual level. He could sense the faint spiritual fluctuations in the surrounding environment, as if he possessed a mysterious ability to see into other people's hearts. As the transformation of his body was gradually completed, he slowly opened his eyes, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. He moved his body slightly, and his joints made crisp sounds. His whole body was filled with endless strength, as if he could break the world with one punch. Character: Zhang Wei. Talents: E perception, F strength enhancement, C agility, C constitution, F transformation, F invisibility, F poison resistance. Strength: level 50%. Abilities: C swordsmanship, C flame palm, C 8 trigrams body movement, C protective chi. Gene point: 27,653. Chapter 125, Car Delivery. His current strength is already far ahead of others, and he is firmly at the forefront of all the survivors of Red Star. However, he did not become complacent about it. He knew very well that his current talent and ability were still too low. In a doomsday environment, relying solely on existing strength is far from enough. Later on, the area he needs to focus on improving is his own talent. Talent is like a treasure hidden deep within the body. Once unearthed, the improvement in strength it brings will be enormous. He must have at least a few S-level talents to give him some sense of security in this turbulent world and avoid being trapped in despair when facing powerful enemies. The improvement in strength brought by talent feels like filling a car with top-grade fuel, with endless power. He really enjoyed the pleasure brought by this improvement in strength. This pleasure drove him to keep moving forward and pursue a stronger self. Just then, the phone suddenly rang, sounding particularly abrupt in the quiet room. He looked at the caller ID and found that it was Zhang Yin calling. He pressed the answer button and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Yin's clear voice came from the other end of the phone. "The license plate has been installed. Do you want me to send the car to you tomorrow?" Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, "So soon, I'll go over there tomorrow." Zhang Yin continued, "Then you will accompany me to a cocktail party tomorrow." Cocktail party? Zhang Wei was a little curious because he had never attended an event like a cocktail party. Zhang Yin explained, "Many entrepreneurs will participate. Don't you run a supermarket? Knowing more people will be of great benefit to your supermarket." She felt that if Zhang Wei's supermarket wanted to develop better, it was necessary to get to know more entrepreneurs. Zhang Wei didn't mind, thinking it would be okay to go and take a look, so he agreed, okay. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Yin, before he could recover, the phone rang again. He picked up the phone and found out that the 3 cars he bought last time had their license plates installed. He said to the other end of the phone, "Please send the car over here." The other party quickly asked, "Where should it be sent to?" Zhang Wei told the other party the address in detail, and the other party immediately said, "Okay, we will arrange for someone to send a car right away." About an hour later, the roar of a car engine came from far away. After a while, 2 brand new cars stopped steadily outside the supermarket. These are the Mini SU7 Ultra Limited Edition and Xuanjie S800 full-featured version that Zhang Wei had purchased before. They sparkle with dazzling luster in the sun, and their smooth lines and exquisite design show luxury and grandeur. The driver hurriedly got out of the car, holding a document bag in his hand, and walked quickly to Zhang Wei, saying respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, this is the driving license and registration certificate. Please keep them." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, stretched out his hands to take the file bag, and said, "Yes." Then he put the things away carefully. At this time, Uncle Hu happened to walk over from the side. When he saw the 2 brand new cars, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He walked over to Zhang Wei, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Ah Wei, are these 2 cars yours?" Zhang Wei turned to look at Uncle Hu and replied with a smile, "Not bad, I just bought a new car. It will be convenient when I go out." Uncle Hu looked the 2 cars up and down, his eyes full of curiosity, and then asked, "You are really good, kid. You can actually afford to buy 2 cars at once. These cars are not cheap, right?" Zhang Wei smiled and didn't reveal the price. He just said, "Not bad, not bad." After all, for the neighbors around, the prices of these 2 cars are really beyond their imagination. At this time, Aunt Lu also came over. She first looked at the car, then turned her gaze to Zhang Wei and asked with a puzzled look, "Ah Wei, you not only bought a new car, but also brought so many people to the supermarket. What were you thinking? The population of this small town is not that large. Can you make money by opening such a large supermarket?" Aunt Lu frowned and continued to ask. Zhang Wei glanced at Aunt Lu and said calmly, "Don't worry about that." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back into the supermarket, thinking that he could just park the car outside, nothing would happen anyway. When the neighbors saw Zhang Wei enter the supermarket, they gathered around and curiously went outside the supermarket to admire the two new cars. TSK, 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 this car is not cheap, it seems to cost hundreds of thousands or more. A neighbor squinted his eyes, looked at the car carefully, and made a sound of admiration. How would I know? I just know that some people online said it's not cheap, but I don't know the exact price. Another neighbor shook his head. I don't know where Wei got the money to buy two cars at once. Another neighbor said with a puzzled look on his face. Also, all the employees in his supermarket are beautiful. I don't know what they are thinking. How could they stay in this small supermarket as waitresses when they are so beautiful? At this time, a sharp-eyed neighbor pointed at the busy employees in the supermarket and said in a low voice. Who knows? All I can say is that Wei is amazing. It's really amazing, and I find that Wei is getting more and more handsome. It seems that Wei is about to get married. With so many beautiful girls, Wei will definitely be able to find one to be his wife. Who knows? Wei is rich now, and judging by the situation, business is also good. We just have to wait and see. Although Lu Rumei and others have obtained identity cards and household registration books through special channels in Blue Star and successfully integrated into the identity system of this society. However, they face a small problem when it comes to transportation. They don't have a driver's license. In today's era of developed transportation, not having a driver's license means that you cannot drive a vehicle legally, which will undoubtedly bring many inconveniences to their travel. Zhang Wei thought about it and considered that the supermarket business might be further expanded in the future. The demand for people to travel will also increase, and it will always be useful for them to learn how to drive and have a driver's license. So, he decided to enroll Lu Rumei and others in a driving school and let them take the driving test. Zhang Wei solemnly told them about taking the driver's license test. After hearing this, Lu Rumei said confidently, no problem. I already had a driver's license. Although some of the rules may be different here, it won't be difficult for me to pass the test again. She is very skilled in driving a vehicle, so she is not worried about getting a driver's license. Wang Yun also nodded, her eyes revealing determination, and said, me too, I'll pass the exam soon. I have a pretty good learning ability. As long as I study hard, there will be no problem. She was very confident in her learning ability and felt that getting a driver's license was a piece of cake. Zhang Yan blinked her bright eyes and said sweetly, although I haven't passed the driving test, my boss asked me to take it, so I will definitely work hard. I will definitely practice hard and try to get my driver's license as soon as possible. Although she had no driving experience, she decided to give it her all due to her ambition. Chapter 126, Rapid Progress. That's how the matter was settled. Zhang Wei felt that there was no time to lose, so he picked up the phone and called a local driving school. The driving school business is not doing well nowadays. With the diversification of transportation modes and changes in people's travel habits, fewer and fewer people sign up for driving lessons, and the number of students in driving schools has also dropped significantly. So, when the other party heard that Zhang Wei was going to register several people for the driver's license test, the voice on the other end of the phone instantly became enthusiastic, and the tone was full of joy. The other party quickly said, don't worry, we will come directly to you tomorrow with the information to handle the registration procedures. We will provide door-to-door service and will definitely not require you or the students to make an extra trip. The driving school staff are well aware that this business is hard-earned, so they plan to provide the best service to retain these students. Zhang Wei was also very satisfied after hearing this. In this way, Lu Rumei and others would not have to take time out to register at the driving school, saving a lot of time and energy. He said into the phone, thank you so much, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he told the news to Lu Rumei and others, and everyone expressed their approval of the driving school's thoughtful service. At dinner time, the restaurant was brightly lit and the tables were filled with a variety of delicacies. The steaming stew exudes a rich aroma, and the golden roasted chicken has crispy skin and is tender and juicy. And the juicy green seasonal vegetables, paired with the carefully prepared sauce, will increase your appetite just by looking at them. Everyone sat around the dining table and had a delicious meal, with a look of satisfaction on everyone's face. Especially for those new regular employees, they had experienced too many hardships in the Red Star world before, and being able to have such a sumptuous dinner was simply a luxury. At this moment, they were enjoying the food to their heart's content, their bellies were full, and they kept letting out exclamations of satisfaction. Moreover, after dinner, they can enjoy entertainment activities that they have not enjoyed for a long time. They sat on comfortable sofas, watching the wonderful dramas on the high-definition large-screen TV, sometimes laughing out loud at the plots, and sometimes worrying about the fate of the characters in the drama. Others take out their mobile phones, connect to the internet, browse various interesting information, and immerse themselves in the ocean of information. They are all from the Red Star world. Although the cultural differences between the two planets are not big, there are still overall differences. In the world of Red Star, due to the coming of doomsday, people's lives are shrouded in war, hunger, and fear, and they have no energy to enjoy these things. There is not even electricity, so watching TV and surfing the internet are luxuries. But on this planet, these seemingly ordinary things are extremely precious to them. They are all working hard to learn everything about this planet, from daily etiquette and customs to advanced scientific and technological knowledge, which they absorb eagerly. They may even envy the people on this planet and envy them for being able to live a peaceful and good life. No need to worry about whether you can see the sunrise tomorrow, no need to worry about whether you will suddenly encounter danger. After experiencing the end of Red Star, they deeply understand how precious the current peaceful and prosperous times are. The kind of life where there is today but no tomorrow makes them live in fear and despair every day. Therefore, if they want to continue to survive in such a world, they have to perform well. They knew clearly that if they did not work hard enough and could not adapt to the rules of this planet, they would be driven away and return to the desperate world of Red Star. When they thought of that, they couldn't help but shudder and became more determined to perform well. At the same time, Zhang Wei still trained on the top floor at night as usual. This has become his daily routine and cannot be changed. The space on the top floor is very spacious, with various training equipment placed around it. Zhang Wei, wearing light training clothes, moved flexibly on the training ground. However, as his strength continues to increase, Lu Rumei and others are no longer his opponents. Every time he competed with them, Zhang Wei had to carefully control his strength, for fear of defeating them accidentally. Therefore, he is now mainly strengthening the training of some offensive skills. He repeatedly ponders the application of various moves, looking for the most effective way of attack. At the same time, he also pays attention to the control of the battle rhythm. In battle, controlling the rhythm is crucial. Accurate judgment is required as to when to attack and when to defend. Zhang Wei improved his ability to perceive the rhythm of battle by constantly fighting with them. In addition, he must also be proficient in mastering the coordinated use of his talents and skills. He possesses unique and powerful talents, as well as a variety of practical skills. But how to perfectly combine these talents and skills to maximize their power is the problem he needs to solve now. He kept trying different combinations, observing the results each time and summarizing the lessons learned. With his 5th level strength, he was able to go to a place not far from the supermarket to gain some experience. He also wanted to fight the mutant beasts to see how strong he was. Those mutant beasts are powerful and extremely ferocious, and are perfect for him to train. He has already started planning to find a suitable time to have a real fight with the mutant beast. However, he would not leave the supermarket easily until he was sure enough. Inside the training ground, the clashing of metal equipment gradually subsided. Zhang Wei loosened his grip on the weapon and let the sweat drip down his chin onto the non-slip mat. He pulled the towel off his neck and wiped it, but he couldn't wipe away the sweat that kept oozing out. Inside the training grounds, broken hilts and dented armor littered the metal floor. Lu Rumei knelt on one knee and wiped the blood oozing from the corner of her mouth with a tactical glove. The chain mail under her tactical vest made a slight clash sound. She looked up at Zhang Wei in the center of the venue, who was putting his Tang sword back into its sheath. "Boss, you are getting stronger and stronger." Lu Rumei stood up on her knees, her tactical boots making a harsh friction sound on the ground. "The 4 of us took turns attacking, but we couldn't even break through your protective chi." She opened her collar, revealing bruised finger marks on her collarbone, which were left by Zhang Wei's counterattack with his grappling technique. Lu Wanqing bent over with her hands on her knees, breathing heavily, and sweat dripped down her ponytail onto her training boots. She stared at the cracked titanium brass knuckles on the ground, the metal fragments gleaming coldly under the light. Boss is now a 5th level expert. She took off her goggles, revealing a purple spot swollen under her left eye. "We can't even force you to use your full strength." Yu Lingyu silently moved his right arm, and the mechanical joints made a sound of gears snapping. She looked at her trembling fingertips, which still felt numb from being injured by Zhang Wei. "Boss is already very strong. There's nothing we can teach him." Zhang Wei put his hands into the pockets of his training suit and glanced at the injuries on the 3 people. He remembered that a few days ago, he had 0 combat experience, but now, he had surpassed them. He then snapped his fingers, and the wounds and injuries on the three men healed instantly. "Thank you, boss," said the women. "Let's all go and have a rest. We still have to work tomorrow." Zhang Wei said. "Yes, boss." Lu Rumei and others responded in unison. They each picked up their scattered weapons, and the three of them dragged their tired bodies towards the elevator. The moment the metal door closed, the training ground was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 127. Boss, do you need a massage? Teleport. As the order was given, Zhang Wei only saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bedroom. The person in the mirror was steaming with heat, his black vest was soaked dark with sweat, and it clung to his muscular chest. He unlaced his training boots and stepped barefoot onto the cool marble floor. The moment the bathroom door closed, the movement on the bed became clear. Wang Yuyan curled up in the corner of the quilt, with half of her fair neck exposed from the collar of her silk pajamas. She heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of the bedsheet, and the tips of her ears turned a light pink. The bedside lamp cast a soft shadow on the side of her face, and her long eyelashes cast trembling butterfly shadows under her eyes. "Take it easy." Alice suddenly turned over and propped up her upper body. When the bathroom door reopened, Alice was already sitting on the edge of the bed. She watched Zhang Wei wipe his short hair with a towel. The water droplets flowed down his neck into the collar of his bathrobe, leaving winding marks on his muscle contours. "Boss, do you need a massage? I've learned professional techniques." Zhang Wei's hand paused as he was tying his bathrobe. Zhang Wei sat down on the edge of the bed, with the hem of his bathrobe parted to reveal his strong knees. Alice immediately knelt before him, her hands placed neatly on her knees. "Boss, although I used to be a killer, my body is clean and has never been touched by other men," she explained eagerly, with tiny beads of sweat even appearing on the tip of her nose. She knew very well that some men had complexes, and she was afraid that Zhang Wei was the same. Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows. "I know," he said, reaching out to lift Alice's chin. "You're very beautiful, so of course I like you." Alice's eyes lit up instantly, like neon lights suddenly connected to the power supply. She threw herself into Zhang Wei's arms, her hair brushing his chin. "As long as the boss likes it, I will serve you well." Zhang Wei leaned against the head of the bed, the collar of his bathrobe slightly open, revealing his strong chest. "Then I'd like to see how you serve me." Zhang Wei raised his chin. Alice smiled and slid her fingers down along Zhang Wei's chest muscles. She noticed that Zhang Wei's eyes passed over her and looked at Wang Yuyan, who was huddled in the corner of the bed. The girl who always keeps her head down and has a weak presence. Zhang Wei pretended to lie down, but suddenly reached out and hugged Wang Yuyan in his arms. Zhang Wei's palm covered her waist and felt her muscles tense instantly. When he lowered his head, he saw that the tips of the girl's ears were red as if they were almost dripping blood, and her eyelashes cast panicked shadows under her eyes. "As long as the boss likes it." Wang Yuyan's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and her head was buried deep in Zhang Wei's chest. She could hear the other person's strong heartbeat and feel Alice staring at her. That look was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, causing tiny goosebumps to appear on the back of her neck. Tonight is another sleepless night. At 7 o'clock the next morning, when the supermarket's rolling door was just half opened, 3 vans with the Ping and Driving School logo printed on them stopped at the door. The middle-aged man in the lead got off the car holding a thick stack of information, with a half-open pack of Hontishan cigarettes sticking out of his work clothes pocket. "Boss Zhang, we're here to register our employees for driver's licenses." The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the girls standing at the entrance of the supermarket. When he saw their faces clearly, the information in his hand almost fell to the ground. These girls all have outstanding looks and different temperaments. Standing in the morning light, they look like different kinds of flowers. Lu Rumei was wearing a slim-fitting professional suit with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Wan Yun, wearing an apron with the supermarket logo printed on it, was counting the shelves. Lu Wanxin was debugging the surveillance screen, her ponytail swaying with her movements. Yu Lingyu squatted in the corner to check the fire extinguisher, and his mechanical prosthesis glowed coldly in the sunlight. Wang Yuyan, who was in the innermost part, was holding an account book, with pencil marks on her cheeks. Zhang Wei led the man into the supermarket office. When passing by the shelves, the man noticed the way several girls looked at Zhang Wei. Lu Rumei's eyes were filled with attachment, and Wang Yun's gaze followed his back. Yu Lingyu lowered her head and avoided his gaze, only Wang Yuyan kept staring at her toes. "Boss Zhang is so lucky. These girls, the staff, are all so beautiful. The man sat down at his desk. Zhang Wei asked, "Is all the information complete?" "All right." The man hurriedly lowered his head to organize the documents and began to process the information for everyone. "Then we'll be leaving first. We'll let you know once the exam time is confirmed." The other party quickly processed the documents and then left. After sending the people from the driving school away, Zhang Wei turned around and said to everyone, "Lu Rumei, come with me for a while. I'll have the designated driver bring the car back later." "Okay, boss." Lu Rumei's eyes lit up and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes. She had specially chosen this beige suit last night. The hem of the skirt was just 3 inches above the knees and was swaying gently with her movements. "Wang Yun, the supermarket is in your hands." Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yun, who was tidying up the cash register. "Don't worry, boss. I will run the business well." Wang Yun stood straight, and the employee badge on her chest sparkled in the sun. She is not only the store manager now, but also manages the supermarket as the boss lady. 10 minutes later, a red electric mini car was parked at the back door of the supermarket. Lu Rumei carefully sat in the passenger seat, the seatbelt showing off her slender waistline. She secretly glanced at Zhang Wei's profile and found that there was new stubble on his chin. "Boss, how long does it take to get to the county town?" Lu Rumei broke the silence. "It's not far. We'll be there in half an hour." Zhang Wei started the engine, and the amulet hanging on the rearview mirror swayed gently. "P.S. I'm in the black room now. A lot of plots have been deleted. I can't help it if I'm not allowed to write what everyone likes to read." Chapter 128 Hotel. The half-hour drive passed in a flash, and the vehicle slowly stopped in front of the destination. Zhang Wei opened the car door first, and then Lu Rumei got out of the car lightly. "Rumei, your skills are getting better and better. I am very satisfied," Zhang Wei said as he adjusted his sleeves. "As long as the boss is satisfied, that's what I should do." Lu Rumei responded with a smile, as long as Zhang Wei was satisfied. "When I have time in the future, I will take you out for a walk and relax." Zhang Wei patted Lu Rumei's shoulder, his tone revealing a bit of boldness. "Thank you, boss. I'm very happy to be able to follow you out and see the world." Lu Rumei's face was filled with a sincere smile. Zhang Wei looked around, confirmed his location, then called a designated driver and asked him to drive the car back to the supermarket. He adjusted his tie and walked towards Zhang Yin's shop. "As soon as I entered the store, the lady at the front desk came up to me and said with a smile, 'Mr. Zhang is here. Please come this way. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time.'" Zhang Wei nodded and followed the receptionist to the general manager's office. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Yin came forward and said with a hint of complaint, "You're finally here. It's been all these days, and you didn't even call me. Did you forget about me? How is that possible? I've just been too busy lately and haven't been able to find the time." Zhang Wei quickly explained, with a hint of apology in his tone. "We're going to the cocktail party together later. You're not going to wear this, are you?" Zhang Yin looked Zhang Wei up and down, frowning slightly. "What you wear is not important, what matters is the person. No matter how well someone dresses, if they don't have the ability, it's all in vain." Zhang Wei smiled nonchalantly, as if he didn't care much about his clothes. "That makes sense. It's up to you then. Do whatever you want. You've always been so confident anyway." Zhang Yin also smiled and stopped dwelling on this issue. "It's such a beautiful day today." Zhang Wei suddenly stepped forward, hugged Zhang Yin, and spoke softly. "What do you smell like?" Zhang Yin sniffed Zhang Wei's arms and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. "It's perfume." Zhang Wei let go of Zhang Yin. He took out a bottle of perfume from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yin. "This is for you. It's Chanel perfume." Zhang Yin took the perfume, looked at it carefully, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "How much is this?" Zhang Yin gently shook the Chanel perfume in her hand. Although she knew the Chanel brand, she was not clear about the prices of its specific products. "Money doesn't matter, the main thing is that you like it. As long as you're happy, that's more important than anything else," Zhang Wei said with a smile. "You've been so good to me. How can I ever repay you?" Zhang Yin raised her head slightly and looked at Zhang Wei, a look of emotion in her eyes. "You can repay me in any way you want, I'm happy to accept it." Zhang Wei's mouth corners turned up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin leaned forward and kissed Zhang Wei on the lips. Zhang Wei was slightly stunned, and then responded fiercely. After a long time, the two slowly separated, each of them breathing a little rapidly. Where are we going to the cocktail party? Zhang Wei raised his hand and gently wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth, and asked curiously. Go to the city. Zhang Yin said as she tidied up her messy hair. To the city? Zhang Wei frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that he would have to go to the city to attend the cocktail party. Do you need help? Zhang Yin suddenly looked at Zhang Wei pitifully, and gently pulled the corner of his clothes with both hands, as if she was afraid that he would refuse. It's nothing serious. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and thought to himself that he could just call Wang Yun and ask her to be in charge of the operation of the supermarket. There shouldn't be any problems. Then we'll set off immediately. Zhang Yin's eyes lit up and she said excitedly. They quickly returned to the car. Zhang Wei started the engine and sped towards Feng City. After entering the highway, the vehicle ran smoothly. After driving for an hour and a half, they arrived safely at Feng City. Let's go to the Emperor Hotel to rest and eat first. Zhang Yin looked at the bustling street scene outside the window and turned to Zhang Wei and said. Good. Zhang Wei responded and quickly drove the car to the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. Even in a prosperous place like Feng City, his car is a high-end sedan with smooth body lines and a luxurious appearance. It is not something that ordinary people can afford. When the staff at the door saw the two people get off the car, they hurried over, bowed slightly, and asked politely, Hello, are you looking for food or accommodation? Food and lodging. Zhang Yin took Zhang Wei's arm and spoke crisply. Can't you go home tonight? Zhang Wei turned to look at Zhang Yin with a hint of doubt. Since you're here, you might as well have fun. Stay here tonight. It won't be too late to go back tomorrow. Zhang Yin shook Zhang Wei's arm and said coquettishly. All right. Zhang Wei nodded. After arriving at the hotel, Zhang Yin walked to the front desk skillfully and got the room card with the advance booking information. The two took the elevator to the floor where the room was located, opened the door with the room card, and walked into the spacious and exquisitely decorated room. They went to the restaurant for lunch first. The restaurant had a rich variety of dishes and both of them were very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, he slowly returned to his room to rest. Zhang Yin walked to the small wine cabinet in the corner of the room, took out a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses, walked over to Zhang Wei and said, Would you like some more? Good. Zhang Wei was sitting on the sofa, leaning back in a relaxed manner. When he heard Zhang Yin's words, he nodded. Zhang Yin poured the red wine into the glass gracefully and handed a glass to Zhang Wei. The two of them clinked their glasses, drank some wine, and chatted casually. You are so rich, why don't you develop in the city? Zhang Yin took a sip of red wine and asked curiously. She felt that with Zhang Wei's financial resources, he would have more opportunities and greater space for development in the city. I don't like it. The air in the countryside is fresh and not so noisy. It's quite good. Zhang Wei put down his wine glass and answered simply. But, how do you make money in a supermarket in the countryside? Zhang Yin tilted her head, unable to understand this. In her opinion, the flow of people and consumption levels in the countryside are not as high as those in the city, so it is difficult to make considerable profits by opening a supermarket. It depends on your brain. Zhang Wei picked up the wine glass, took another sip, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then I must go and take a look. I'm very curious about how your supermarket in the countryside is doing. Zhang Yin became interested and looked at Zhang Wei with sparkling eyes. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Zhang Wei used his brain to run a supermarket in the countryside. Zhang Wei didn't care, and it was no big deal for Zhang Yin to go and take a look. Chapter 129 The Cocktail Party begins. Zhang Yin takes good care of herself, with fair and smooth skin, and doesn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. Is this your first time? Zhang Wei asked in surprise, looking at the bedsheet. I've told you before, I've never had a boyfriend. Don't betray me, otherwise, I won't let you go. Zhang Yin said shyly. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Zhang Yin breathed slightly, with a blush on her face, and said in surprise. Zhang Wei's performance just now really exceeded her expectations. There's still a cocktail party, so I won't bother you. Zhang Wei leaned against the head of the bed, reached out and gently stroked Zhang Yin's hair, and said with concern. I'll reward you well tonight. Zhang Wei said again. No, I'm still in pain. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhang Yin begged for mercy. The reception starts at 3 p.m., and there will also be a charity auction. Zhang Yin adjusted her sitting position and leaned against Zhang Wei and said, "Charity auction?" Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and repeated the question. "Yes, they are all antiques. They were donated by some wealthy businessmen. The money from the auction will be donated to the Red Cross for charity." Zhang Yin explained in detail. I'm afraid all this money will end up in someone's pocket." Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. He had no good feelings towards the so-called charity at all. If the other party truly uses the money for charity and spends every penny on people in need, he will definitely have no objection. After all, being able to actually help those in need is a good thing. But haven't there been enough inside stories exposed in recent years? It is not uncommon to see people using the banner of charity to enrich themselves. The money donated by everyone helps a few billionaires gain fame and fortune, while those who really need help are still struggling. Therefore, he really doesn't have a very good impression of these so-called charities. Moreover, these guys really know how to have fun. They use antiques that come from nowhere and let others bid for them, and then the money goes into their pockets. This method has been seen frequently for a long time, but some people still use it. There's nothing we can do about it. This is how it is with the upper class. If you don't donate and I don't donate, how can we maintain our reputation? Zhang Yin sighed helplessly and spoke slowly. In this circle, charity seems to have become a means to gain fame and status. It's all about showing off in front of others. I don't like it anyway. Zhang Wei frowned. In his opinion, a true act of kindness should come from the heart, not be done to show off in front of others. But if you want to move up and become a public figure, there's nothing you can do even if you don't like it. Zhang Yin sat up straighter and spoke seriously with a hint of helplessness. In this circle full of competition and conflicts of interest, being a public figure means more opportunities and resources. Many people have to go down this path even if they are reluctant. Zhang Yin, since you're following me, don't go with these so-called upper-class people in the future. Zhang Wei didn't want Zhang Yin to be involved in those complicated and hypocritical social circles again. If you like doing business, I can help you and I will also send talented people to help you. There is no need to know other people. Zhang Wei went on to say that with his own abilities, he could definitely create a good business environment for Zhang Yin. You have to believe me, there is nothing I can't do as long as I want to do it. Zhang Wei said this very confidently, his chest slightly puffed out, showing a powerful aura. I can recruit a wide range of talents from Red Star. With the abilities and experience of these talents, it would be very easy for them to do business in Blue Star. After all, Red Star has a rich talent pool and mature business operation model. The most important thing is that he is not short of money. He is now worth at least tens of billions, and the wealth in his account increases at an astonishing rate every day. To him, money is just a string of numbers, and it has lost the magic that made people crazy. Didn't you say you were just a supermarket owner? Where does all this power come from? Zhang Yin widened her eyes, her face full of confusion, and leaned forward slightly, asking anxiously. She really couldn't understand how a supermarket owner could have such confidence and ability. If I say yes, then yes. Zhang Wei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and gently patted Zhang Yin's butt as he spoke. Then I really believe it, you can't regret it. Although Zhang Yin was still full of curiosity, she had no choice but to believe him since Zhang Wei didn't say anything, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. When the time comes, just tell me what business you want to do and I'll arrange it. Zhang Wei patted his chest and said confidently. Good. Zhang Yin nodded vigorously, a happy smile blooming on her face. Zhang Wei held the steering wheel and drove steadily towards the venue of the cocktail party. Outside the car window, the city street scenes kept changing, and he only wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible. 15 minutes later, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of the cocktail party venue. Zhang Wei unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car first, then walked around to the other side and opened the door for Zhang Yin very gentlemanly. Zhang Yin got out of the car gracefully, took out the invitation from her exquisite handbag, took Zhang Wei's arm, and walked confidently towards the entrance. The two passed the inspection smoothly and entered the cocktail party. As soon as we entered, it was very lively and crowded. The men were all dressed in suits and ties, very formally dressed, as if they were attending an important business meeting. The women were competing with each other in terms of beauty. Some wore revealing clothes, some even wore bikinis, trying to attract everyone's attention. Zhang Yin's outfit was quite decent, a simple yet elegant dress. It perfectly shows off her figure, with only an attractive cleavage visible at the neckline. It is neither too flashy nor lacking in feminine charm. Isn't this Mr. Zhang? Hey, who's this person next to you? At this time, a man holding a wine glass saw Zhang Yin in the crowd and immediately walked over with a smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhang Wei, the smile on his face froze for a moment. He was very surprised, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. This is my boyfriend, his name is Zhang Wei. Zhang Yin introduced generously with a happy smile on her face. Zhang Wei, what a popular name. The man looked Zhang Wei up and down. Although he didn't say it explicitly, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. His eyes seemed to say, how could such an unknown person be worthy of Zhang Yin? Let's walk around. Zhang Wei didn't even look at the man. He knew the other person's little thoughts and didn't bother with such a person. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown. He looked down on me, but he didn't know that I didn't think much of him at all either. Zhang Wei felt that it was a waste of time to say any more words to such a narrow-minded person who judges people by their appearance. Okay. Zhang Yin was very obedient. She could feel Zhang Wei's emotions, so she held Zhang Wei's arm tightly, and the two turned and left. Humph. He's just a gigolo kept by Zhang Yin. I never thought that Zhang Yin, who used to act so noble, would end up being such an old cow eating young grass. Looking at the departing backs of Zhang Wei and Zhang Yin, the man snorted disdainfully and muttered something. Although his voice was not loud, it could still be faintly heard in the quiet atmosphere around them. Chapter 130 Dealing with Zhang Wei. Xiao Nantian was leaning leisurely against the bar, gently shaking a glass of amber whiskey in his hand. His eyes inadvertently swept across the distance. But Li Minghe was sitting in the corner with a gloomy face, and he exuded an obvious aura of displeasure. What's going on, Mr. Li? Who made you unhappy? Xiao Nantian was curious, so he put down his wine glass, walked forward, sat down in the empty seat next to Li Minghe, and looked over curiously. Li Minghe heard the voice, raised his head, and saw that it was Xiao Nantian. A disdainful and resentful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be Mr. Xiao. It's nothing serious. I just didn't expect that bitch Zhang Yin. You used to act so pure in front of me, like a white lotus. I didn't expect that she's now supporting a gigolo. It really makes me sick. Xiao Nantian raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, that Zhang Yin who sells cars in a small county town, you still haven't caught up with her yet. He remembered that Li Minghe had been quite interested in Zhang Yin and had pursued her for a long time. Li Minghe slammed the table, causing some of the wine in his glass to spill. He gritted his teeth and said, "This woman is stubborn and won't budge. You used to act so noble in front of me, but now you're just playing around with that gigolo you're keeping. That pretty boy, he looks quite young, and he's probably after her money." Xiao Nantian's lips curled up into a playful smile, and he leaned forward and asked with interest, "Oh, which one is it? I'd like to see what the pretty boy who made young Master Li so angry looks like." Li Minghe's eyes were filled with resentment. He stretched out his hand and pointed viciously at two people not far away. "Look, that's it. He's wearing cheap clothes and isn't very good looking. I don't know why Zhang Yin fell for him." Xiao Nantian looked in the direction of Li Minghe's finger. When he saw Zhang Wei's figure, his pupils dilated instantly and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never expected that Zhang Yin, that woman, would be with Zhang Wei, that bastard. Then, anger quickly spread in his eyes. It's actually this guy. Xiao Nantian stood up suddenly, and because of his violent movement, the chair fell to the ground with a loud clang, which attracted the attention of people around him. Li Minghe was startled by Xiao Nantian's reaction, but he quickly reacted, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Does young Master Xiao have a grudge against him? He keenly noticed that there seemed to be an unknown contradiction between Xiao Nantian and Zhang Wei. Xiao Nantian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his voice was still filled with undisguised anger. Of course there is a grudge. I almost got Chen Yusen last time. It was this guy who intervened and ruined my good deeds, making all my previous arrangements go to waste. Thinking of how Zhang Wei had ruined the carefully planned plan, Xiao Nantian couldn't help but grit his teeth. What made him most angry was that he sent Zhao Hu to teach this guy a lesson last time. I thought Zhao Hu was quite skilled and could give Zhang Wei a good beating to vent my anger. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hu himself was not capable enough, and was taught a lesson by Zhang Wei and fled, and he also had to pay a sum of medical expenses. Thinking of this, he was filled with anger. Li Minghe looked at Xiao Nantian's face full of resentment. the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. He approached Xiao Nantian and said in a low voice, "Mr. Xiao, since this guy is so abominable, how about teaching him a lesson? Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." Xiao Nantian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This kid has some skills. It might be difficult for ordinary people to deal with him. Last time I sent Zhao Hu, I couldn't do anything to him, and Zhao Hu suffered a loss instead. If you're going to find someone more capable and make sure he suffers." Li Mingho patted his chest confidently, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, I know a guy. That guy is a mercenary who returned from a foreign country. He has been fighting in war-torn areas for many years and is proficient in all kinds of tactics. He can do whatever he wants. As long as the price is right, he can get the job done beautifully." After hearing this, Xiao Nanshan's eyes lit up and he said, "As long as we can teach him a lesson and make him not dare to go against us again, the money issue can be discussed. However, I can't pay for this alone. This kid offended both of us, so we have to pay together." Li Mingho nodded readily and said cunningly, "Of course, this is as it should be. Then I'll contact the other party right away and finalize the matter to avoid any further complications." "Good." Xiao Nantian nodded, eager to see Zhang Wei's miserable appearance. Li Mingho quickly took out a special mobile phone from his pocket, slid his fingers quickly across the screen, and found the contact information of the mercenary. Then he made the call. A low and hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Mingho quickly put on a smile and said in a respectful tone, "Hello, is this Mr. Wolf? I have a job I'd like you to do. The price is definitely satisfactory to you. Would you like to discuss it in detail?" After a brief conversation on the phone, Li Mingho hung up with a smug look on his face. While operating his phone, he said to Xiao Nantian, "I have already talked to him. We also sent the deposit and Zhang Wei's photo information to the other party so that he could familiarize himself with the target in advance." Xiao Nantian nodded with satisfaction. After sending the message, Li Mingho raised his head, looked at Xiao Nantian, smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, let's just wait. After the reception, this kid's legs will no longer be able to stand up. Then he'll know the consequences of offending us." After hearing this, Xiao Nantian felt a little uneasy in his heart, but it was still overshadowed by the pleasure of revenge. He frowned and asked, "Will this matter involve us? If it is found out, it will not be good." Li Mingho waved his hand confidently and said proudly, "Don't worry, Master Xiao, are you still worried about my work? The phones I use are all internet phones, which are difficult to trace back to their source. Even if it was money, it was transferred from someone else and passed through several hands. It's impossible to trace it back to us. Even if Mr. Wolf is captured, or the mission fails, it has nothing to do with us." After hearing this, Xiao Nantian finally felt relieved and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "That's good, then I'll wait for good news. After that guy is dealt with, we can deal with the two women separately. It's natural." "Ha ha ha,